Introduction. In the prelude to Blood Dragon's Dance, the nobleman who swore allegiance to Rhaenyra was swiftly judged by her. He traversed into the world of Game of Thrones, bearing with him the essence of the Elder Scrolls V, and became the twin brother of Baelish Baratheon. Thus, he embarks on a gradual exploration of this realm, filled with dragons, magic, and the epic tale of ice and fire. Chapter 1. The Twins of Storm's End. In the continent of Westeros, 280 years post-Aegon's conquest, lies Storm's End, the stronghold of House Baratheon. 17-year-old Stannis Baratheon sits upon the Lord's chair in the Hall of Storm's End. With neatly trimmed black hair, broad shoulders, and a robust physique, his face is a mask of stoicism, betraying no hint of emotion. As he listens to his subordinates engage in discussions with the Lords of Storm's End regarding the impending tournament at Storm's End, he speaks little, only interjecting with decisive words at critical moments, showing no inclination for compromise. Earlier, a guard had reported that his youngest brother, Whit Baratheon, had suffered from a bout of food poisoning. The returning Maester Crescent, with a cheerful demeanor, entered the hall and remarked, "All is well now, he has purged thoroughly. Just ensure he eats a hearty dinner." Stannis nodded slightly at the Maester, then resumed his attention to the ongoing discussions, his impassive expression concealing his thoughts. Their mother, Cassena Ismyn, had shortly after giving birth to the twins in 278 been summoned to accompany their father, Stephen Baratheon, on a voyage to find a bride for Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. The Targaryen royal family had long upheld the tradition of intermarriage to preserve the purity of their Valyrian bloodline. Yet, after Rhaegar's birth, a suitable kin had eluded him until he turned 16. The Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, was thus compelled to send emissaries to Essos in search of eligible maidens, where many Valyrian descendants with silver-gold hair and violet eyes resided. Tragically, the fleet encountered a storm on its return journey and sank. It was not until a passing merchant vessel rescued a jester clinging to a piece of driftwood that news of the Duke and Duchess's demise reached the shores. The eldest son of House Baratheon, Robert Baratheon, had been adopted by Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie during his youth. Now 18, he had inherited the title and lands of Storm's End at 16 and had spent the intervening years traversing the realm to partake in various tournaments. Jon Arryn's first wife perished in childbirth. Leaving behind a stillborn daughter, his second wife succumbed to illness, and he remained childless. Eddard Stark, as the second heir, was taken in alongside Robert when their parents embarked on prolonged voyages. Upon Robert's departure, the stewardship of Storm's End and the family estate fell to his younger brother, 17-year-old Stannis Baratheon, who was tasked with overseeing the affairs of the realm and caring for the family's youngest twins, Renly Baratheon and Whit Baratheon. Eldest brother Robert Baratheon, now 18. Second brother Stannis Baratheon, 17. Third brother Renly Baratheon, 2.5, the elder twin. Fourth brother Whit Baratheon, 2.5, the younger twin. This is the continent of Westeros, once one of the 7 kingdoms, now presided over by the Lord of Storm's End, the Lord of Windfall Keep, a member of House Baratheon. Among the 4 male heirs of the Baratheon lineage, there exists a new addition originally absent, now lying in his bed, gazing at the ceiling after being tidied up by a maid. This new arrival is none other than the twin brother of Gendry, whose future physique and appearance hold no cause for concern, characterized by his dark hair and eyes. As a soul of over 20 years, he finds himself in a most embarrassing predicament, having publicly succumbed to both vomiting and defecating before a crowd henceforth. Should anyone mention this incident, he must feign innocence and play the part of a foolish child. Turning over in bed, Whit continues to stare vacantly into space. Once an ordinary youth of the 21st century, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, attended university, experienced romance, secured employment, and taken out loans to purchase a house, and never did he wish for a transmigration. He had seen promotional videos for the Elder Scrolls VI Online, yet after year upon year of anticipation, there remained no further updates. Even after diligently typing out 20 characters a day for 4 years, he had amassed a few hundred kilobytes of text, only to find that he still possessed merely a newly created folder. One day, while conversing with a colleague about this, the colleague mentioned his own enjoyment of the Elder Scrolls V, boasting about his 160 gigabytes of meticulously packaged mods, declaring it an absolute delight. He offered to send the files via cloud storage. Yearning to relive the classic experience, Whit, a player who had never utilized mods or cheats and always opted for the original game, decided to install the game, recalling his colleague's crooked smile as he sent the link. With cloud saves intact, he chose a previously created character, and upon launching the game, He felt as if his soul had detached from his body, soaring through a luminous tunnel. The concept of time became hazy, and as he reached the tunnel's end, darkness enveloped him, only to awaken as a newborn child. Days later, he opened his eyes to find a room adorned with medieval furnishings and bustling individuals sporting a myriad of hair colors, all conversing in an unintelligible language. He initially believed he had traversed into ancient Europe, pondering whether to conquer the Americas or engage in technological advancements to become wealthy. Thus, he indulged in the basic necessities of life until he reached the age of 1, capable of walking and speaking. He soon learned that the language spoken here was known as the common tongue and that he resided in a castle called Windfall Keep. His elder brother, the lord of this domain, was Robert Baratheon, while his stern second brother was Stannis Baratheon. Asleep in the adjacent crib was his twin brother, Gendry Baratheon. It was then he realized he had been transported into the world of a Game of Thrones, rather than ancient Europe, and that he was Whit Baratheon, an individual who originally did not exist in this realm. Though this world is one of lone magic, it is fraught with peril despite the knight's abundance of honor. Many disregard martial ethics, resorting instead to poison and ambush. Prior to his transmigration, he had watched the television adaptation of A Game of Thrones, which depicted House Baratheon as a quintessential example of self-destruction known of the 7 great houses. It produced a king, yet eventually all but a bastard child met their demise. The danger is palpable. Calculating his birth year, he discovered he and Gendry were both born in 278 AC. While Robert perished in 298 at the age of 36, Gendry succumbed in 299 at the age of 21, and Stannis died outside Winterfell, with the exact year unknown. It seems he may have but 2 decades left to live indeed. The fluttering of butterfly wings must commence. Following the example of predecessors who traverse dimensions, I endeavored to discover the latent potential within myself. After a month of exploration, while being cradled by a maid under the starlit sky, my unique ability was finally unveiled: the system of the Elder Scrolls V. However, the worlds of the Elder Scrolls and Westeros had intertwined, leaving the system somewhat fragmented, retaining only skills, magic, and dragon shouts, while all in-game items had vanished. The collision of these 2 distinct worldviews rendered the gaming system incomplete. Yet, being born into a noble family with blue eyes and black hair, and possessing even a fraction of the system, could be considered a golden beginning. Reflecting on the experiences of earlier travelers, who had ventured forth with naught but a pair of undergarments to subsist on sweet potatoes, I felt a sense of contentment. Returning to the present, after a shaky descent from my bed and a modest dinner, I instructed the maid to escort me to the castle's tower top to gaze upon the stars. Following the events of the afternoon, I learned that the previous maids had been reprimanded, and the new maid remained steadfastly by my side. Wind Whisper Fortress stood majestically at the edge of a cliff, dominated by an immense circular tower that pierced the heavens. From a distance, the towering structure seemed to ascend into the sky. Within its walls were a library, granary, barracks, armory, banquet hall, and numerous chambers for the lord's attendants. There was even a dedicated room for the care of messenger ravens at the very top. During times of war, this tower could temporarily shelter thousands, although the seaward side was devoid of windows. Surrounding the tower was a formidable wall, tall and smooth, wide enough to accommodate 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Within the enclosed area between the wall and tower, there were stables, kitchens, a blacksmith's forge, a training ground, and gardens, as well as a clandestine passage leading to the sea. Wind Whisper Fortress could be deemed one of the most impregnable strongholds in the 7 kingdoms, unless besieged by full-grown dragons. As I arrived at the castle's rooftop, the sun began its descent. From the parapets, I gazed down upon the castle's domain. A grand avenue extended from the castle gates into the distance. Closest to the fortress were various stone workshops, residences, inns, brothels, restaurants, and shops. In the distance, carts laden with building materials encircled an open space, where workers prepared to construct the tournament grounds and grandstands. The tournament, organized by the Dukes of the 7 Kingdoms, promised to be a grand affair, necessitating early preparations. As darkness enveloped the sky, flickering lights began to illuminate the surrounding residential areas. To one who had witnessed the splendor of the 21st century, it could only be likened to a quaint town of the modern era. On one side of the fortress lay the sea, known as Shipwreck Bay. The very name suggested that many vessels had met their demise here. Yet, on this tranquil day, the weather was fine, allowing the stars to be clearly visible. The maid spread a blanket on the ground, inviting the young boy to lie down and gaze at the night sky. Reclining on the blanket, I contemplated the celestial expanse. Despite the system's imperfections, it afforded me the remarkable ability to acutely sense the vitality coursing through my being, the abundance of my strength, and the burgeoning magical prowess within me. The method of acquiring experience within the system mirrored that of the Elder Scrolls game advancement, could only be attained through the practical application of each skill. For every 3 skill upgrades, one would earn a free point, which could enhance an attribute value by 10 or be allocated to further elevate a skill level. Summoning the arcane energies, the mind's eye reveals not the grand celestial interface reminiscent of the ancient scrolls of Skyrim, nor the vibrant bars of experience, but merely a few stark lines of text. Name, Renly Baratheon. Age, 2 years and 4 months. Attributes average for adults is 100. Health 50, Magic 100, Stamina 50. Physical skills maximum level 100. One-handed weapons 5, two-handed weapons 5, block 5, archery 5, light armor 5, heavy armor 0. Magical skills, destruction 0, restoration 0, alteration 0, conjuration 0, illusion 0, alchemy 4, enchantment 0. Life skills, speech 15, lockpicking 5, stealing 5, stealth 5, smithing 5. Free points, 19. Talents, Dragonborn, fragmented space of items, magical affinity. The tournament at Wind Whisper Keep was initially established in the year 277 to celebrate Robert's coming of age at 16. This narrative is set in the year 280. Chapter 2, Abilities and Magic. Since the awakening of the system on his first birthday, each day has been spent wielding wooden toy armor and swords, engaging in mock battles with the maidservants and guards, thereby enhancing skills in one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, blocking, archery, light armor, and speech. However, upon reaching level 5, these skills cease to progress, indicating that the potential of the toys have been fully exhausted. Only genuine equipment could elevate skill levels henceforth. As for smithing, the castle boasts a blacksmith shop dedicated to forging and maintaining weapons, yet the furnace and the blacksmith's aids prevent the child from entering. Consequently, progress in leatherworking skills remains minimal. Enchantment is unattainable due to the absence of an enchanting station. The afternoon is devoted to alchemy, where the consumption of various peculiar raw materials has raised proficiency to level 5. Alchemy involves transmuting raw materials at an alchemical station through the art of magic to create special potions, some restoring health, stamina, or magic, while others enhance magical resistance. Additionally, it is possible to concoct potions with unique effects, such as allowing for underwater breathing. As a critical skill from the original game, Vitor places immense value on alchemy. However, after the merging of two worlds, its advancement has become prohibitively difficult. Leveling up in alchemy primarily relies on crafting potions, which yields substantial experience. Thus, one must first possess alchemical ingredients and understand the effects of each material. The sole way to comprehend a material's effects is to consume it, which also grants a modest increase in alchemical proficiency. Having tasted various ingredients such as the white sap fruit, wheat, silver perch, salt, eggs, and honey, alongside nibbling on deer antlers, these commonplace foods transform into essential potion components in the hands of an alchemist. Moreover, alchemical ingredients such as giant's toes can be found outside the wall, yet the thought of consuming a toe that has not been washed for decades is daunting. First, one must defeat the giant to procure such a digit, undoubtedly providing an unparalleled experience akin to a giant's airline service in Westeros. Then there are the hearts of demons, the ears of snow elves, and materials like Ninnigan, which remain elusive. Even mushrooms are deemed too perilous to ingest. As for the feces of the impish Tyrion Lannister, later dubbed the imp, the idea of consuming such waste is repulsive. For now, it is prudent to refrain from pursuing alchemy, as it poses a significant risk to oneself and may offend those nearby. Instead, it is wiser to focus on allocating skill points. Since the awakening of the system until now, over 2 years have passed, and despite the small stature of my limbs, I have exerted considerable effort to accumulate a total of 19 free points. Lacking any guidance from the system, I have relied solely on self-exploration, managing to preserve my points without any allocation thus far. In this impending world of chaos, the foremost requirement is to possess substantial health and formidable defense. The affluent nobles are clad in full plate armor, resembling iron cans, complemented by exquisite weaponry. The impoverished, on the other hand, can only gamble with their lives without antibiotics. A severe injury could lead to a swift demise, leaving them with no choice but to ensure their adversaries perish first. I have allocated 5 free points each to the attributes of health, stamina, and magic, with each point enhancing the respective attribute by 10. After making these allocations, my body began to radiate warmth and flush slightly, returning to its original state in less than a minute, while the maid beside me, swatting at mosquitoes, remained oblivious to any anomaly. However, I could distinctly feel my vitality surging, my stamina replenished, and my magical capacity expanded. The sensation of such a significant enhancement in attributes was palpably evident. In terms of physical appearance, my body, not yet 3 years old, already exhibited faint signs of developing muscles, and my physical strength was nearing that of an adult. It is merely a matter of time before I surpass human limitations with further enhancements. I never anticipated my physical attributes would approach that of an adult. It is indeed extraordinary. However, as a Dragonborn, my adversaries are primarily mages and monstrous beasts, some capable of engaging in combat with dragons using sheer physical prowess. This realization brought me clarity. Once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, the opponents faced will similarly possess extraordinary capabilities. According to the current system's rules, there exists a cap on the total number of free points that can be obtained. With all 18 skills maxed out, one accumulates a total of 600 free points if distributed evenly across the 3 attributes. Each would only receive 200 points. This means my attributes would barely exceed 2,000 points, indicating that my physical prowess could only reach a maximum of 20 times that of an adult. Engaging in battle with a dragon under such circumstances would feel akin to offering oneself as mere prey. Having allocated my attribute points, I decided to reserve the remaining 4 free points, as this realm is far more realistic than the game, and I intend to explore gradually without haste. I focused my consciousness to access the fragmented item space, which contained remnants of what once existed in the game. All weapons, armor, and materials had crumbled to dust, spilling forth upon my initial opening of the space, leaving nothing behind but a gentle breeze. The only remaining artifacts within this space were books. The books lay haphazardly piled together, and I could only retrieve them from the opening, much like unboxing a surprise. This time, I uncovered 2 volumes, The Tragedy of Darkness and the Book of Transformation Spells, Light. I recalled that in the game, spells were learned through reading, and that engaging with these texts could also enhance skill levels. Since my age precluded me from pursuing other endeavors, I resolved to immerse myself in reading. I delved into the Dragonborn options, where various dragon shout skills lay in shades of gray, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic, indecipherable low tones. The longer I lingered here, the louder and more potent the voices became, their linguistic allure intensifying. I hastily exited the consciousness space and realized that the dragon shouts of the Dragonborn were not as straightforward as in the game. Mere allocation of points would not suffice. The words contained within were imbued with the magical essence of knowledge passed down from dragons, and I found myself completely ignorant of their meaning. In the warehouse beneath Windbreath Fortress, a fist-sized orb of light circled around my body, illuminating the entire space. After dedicating a week to thoroughly reading and grasping the intricacies of the luminescent spell, I found it to be a far cry from the simplistic click-and-learn method of spellbooks and games. The amalgamation of 2 different systems has rendered the spellbook filled with detailed analyses of the principles behind luminescence, the mechanics of magic operation, and the rules of casting. It necessitated continuous practical application based on the content within the tome. Today, I finally succeeded in casting my first spell. In my excitement, I discovered a significant dilemma. The recovery of magical energy is painfully slow. The consumption of this novice spell is such that it may take days to replenish. Crafting restorative potions remains beyond my current capabilities, and I must await the resurgence of the dragon, which will herald the return of magic to this world and subsequently enhance the rate of recovery. For now, I can only exhaust my magical power completely and wait for it to regenerate, while persistently training to improve my magical proficiency. Moreover, I realized that if I were to share the book on luminescence with others endowed with magical potential, could they not also cast the spell, provided they comprehend the content within? I have also completed and understood another tome, The Tragedy of Black, which has enhanced my enchanting proficiency by 1 level. Upon accessing the system panel, I found the following details. Name, Renly Baratheon. Age, 2 years and 4 months. Attributes average for adults is 100. Health 100, Magic 150, Stamina 100. Physical skills maximum level 100. One-handed weapons 5, two-handed weapons 5, blocking 5, archery 5, light armor 5, heavy armor 0, shield 0. Magical skills, destruction 0, restoration 0, transformation 1 novice, summoning 0, illusion 0, alchemy 4, enchantment 1. Life skills, eloquence 15, lockpicking 5, stealing 5, forging 5. Free points 4. Talents, Dragonborn, fragmented space for objects, magic affinity. It seems that every cloud has a silver lining. There are indeed means to enhance all skills, particularly those aligned with magic, which require a deeper understanding of their principles. Reflecting upon my current youth and limitations, I concluded that acquiring knowledge is the true path forward. Introduction. In the prelude to Blood Dragon Dance, the nobleman who has sworn allegiance to Rhaenyra is swiftly judged by her. He traverses through the realms of the Elder Scrolls V into the world of Game of Thrones, becoming the twin brother of Renly Baratheon, the heir of House Baratheon. He embarks on a journey to explore this world filled with dragons, magic, and the saga of ice and fire. Chapter 1. The Twins of Storm's End. On the continent of Westeros, 280 years after Aegon's conquest, Storm's End, the stronghold of House Baratheon, stands resolute. 17-year-old Stannis Baratheon occupies the Lord's chair in the Great Hall of Storm's End, his neatly trimmed black hair framing a visage of stoic resolve. With broad shoulders and a robust physique, his expression remains taut, devoid of any discernible emotion. As he listens to his retainers and the Lords of Storm's End deliberate over the forthcoming tournament, he speaks sparingly, contributing only at pivotal moments to assert his decisions without yielding to compromise. Earlier, a guard reported that his youngest brother, Renly Baratheon, had suffered from a bout of illness due to spoiled food. The returning Maester Crescent, with a cheerful demeanor, announced, "He is well now, he vomited thoroughly. Just ensure he eats heartily at dinner." Stannis acknowledged the Maester with a nod, then resumed his attentive silence as discussions continued, his inscrutable face betraying no thoughts. Their mother, Cassandra Ismond, was tasked with accompanying their father, Stephen Baratheon, to sea shortly after giving birth to the twins in 278, embarking on a quest to find a bride for Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. The Targaryen dynasty had long upheld the tradition of marrying within their bloodline to preserve the purity of Valyrian lineage. However, after the birth of Prince Rhaegar, no suitable kin had been found until he reached the age of 16. The Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, was compelled to dispatch emissaries to Essos in search of a bride, where many Valyrian descendants with silver-gold hair and violet eyes resided. Tragically, the fleet encountered a storm on its return voyage, sinking into the depths of the sea. It was only when a passing merchant ship rescued a jester clinging to a piece of driftwood that the news of the Duke and Duchess's demise reached home. Robert Baratheon, the eldest son of House Baratheon, was adopted by Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie after the death of his first wife during childbirth, along with their stillborn daughter. His second wife also succumbed to illness, leaving him without heirs. As a result, Eddard Stark became the second in line for inheritance. Having spent considerable time at sea, Robert's parents adopted both Robert Baratheon of Storm's End and Eddard Stark of Winterfell as their sons. After Robert's departure, the stewardship of Storm's End and the Baratheon lands fell to 17-year-old Stannis Baratheon, who was entrusted with the management of the estate, while also caring for the youngest twins of the family, Renly Baratheon and Renly Baratheon. The brothers are as follows. Eldest brother Robert Baratheon, aged 18. Second brother Stannis Baratheon, aged 17. Third brother Renly Baratheon, aged 2, the firstborn of the twins. Fourth brother Renly Baratheon, aged 2, the secondborn of the twins. This is Westeros, once one of the 7 kingdoms, now the Stormlands, guarded by the Lord of Storm's End, the Master of Wind's Rest, a member of House Baratheon. Among the 4 male heirs of this noble lineage, there exists a 4th son, a presence newly introduced, who, after being tended to by a maid, lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. This unexpected addition is none other than the twin brother of Renly, a figure whose future stature and appearance are assured dark hair and black eyes. As a soul of over 20 years, enduring a most humiliating episode before a throng of onlookers, he can only feign innocence and ignorance when the incident is recalled in the future. Wit turns over in bed, continuing his reverie. Once an ordinary youth of the 21st century, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, attended university, experienced romance, entered the workforce, and taken on loans to purchase a home and a car he never desired to traverse into another realm. He recalls the promotional video for the Elder Scrolls VI, a tantalizing glimpse that has since vanished into the ether after years of anticipation. Even after 4 years of relentless typing, his documents barely accumulate to a few hundred kilobytes, with nothing more than a solitary new folder to show for it. One day, during a conversation with a colleague about this matter, the colleague mentioned his enjoyment of the Elder Scrolls V, boasting a collection of 160 gigabytes of meticulously packaged mods. Intrigued by the prospect of reliving a classic experience, and despite having never utilized mods or cheat codes, he resolved to install them, recalling his colleague's crooked grin as he sent the link. With his cloud save intact, he selected an old character, only to find himself suddenly transported through a radiant tunnel, his sense of time dissolving until he emerged into darkness, reborn as an infant. Days later, upon opening his eyes, he beheld the medieval furnishings of the room and various individuals sporting colorful hair, bustling about in attire reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Listening to their unintelligible language, he initially surmised that he had landed in ancient Europe, contemplating whether he would conquer the Americas or pursue technological advancements to become affluent. Thus, he lived a life of basic needs until the age of 1, when he could walk and speak. It was then he learned the language was known as the common tongue and that he resided in a castle called Wind's Rest. He had encountered his elder brother, Robert Baratheon, the lord of the castle, and his stern second brother, Stannis Baratheon, as well as his sleeping twin brother, Renly Baratheon. It dawned on him that he had traversed into the world of a Game of Thrones, rather than ancient Europe, and that his name was Baratheon, being who originally did not exist in this realm. Though this world is characterized by low magic, it is fraught with peril. Despite the honor that knights profess, many eschew chivalry, resorting instead to treachery and assassination. Prior to his crossing, he had watched the television adaptation of A Game of Thrones, wherein House Baratheon epitomized self-destructive tendencies, one of the 7 great houses. It produced a king, only to witness its lineage dwindle to the last remaining bastard. Truly a hazardous existence. Calculating his birth year, he found himself and Renly both born in 278 AC. While Robert perished in 298 AC at the age of 36, Renly fell in 299 AC at the age of 21, and Stannis met his fate outside Winterfell during an unspecified year. Thus, it was conceivable that he had but little over 20 years till Livy must stir the wings of the butterfly. Then, emulating the methods of other seasoned travelers, I endeavored to discover the unique abilities within me, until after a month, cradled in the arms of a maid while gazing at the stars, the ancient system of the Elder Scrolls finally unveiled itself. However, the worlds of the Elder Scrolls and Westeros have merged into a singular entity, leaving the systems stripped down to skills, magic, and dragon shouts, devoid of any items from a game. The collision of the two distinct worlds has rendered the gaming system somewhat incomplete, yet being born into a noble family with blue eyes and black hair, while retaining a fragment of the system, is a fortunate beginning. Reflecting on the experiences of earlier travelers, who ventured forth with naught but tattered garments and a humble diet of sweet potatoes, I find contentment. Returning to the present, I gingerly rose from my bed after dinner, requesting the maid to escort me to the castle's tower top to observe the stars. Following the afternoon's events, I learned that the previous maids had been reprimanded, and now a new maid stood vigilant by my side. Windwhisper Castle is perched on the edge of a cliff, its core a colossal circular tower that pierces the heavens from afar. Inside, it houses a library, granaries, barracks, an armory, a banquet hall, and numerous chambers for the lord's attendants. Even at the summit, there exists a dedicated room for the care of messenger ravens. In times of war, the tower can temporarily shelter thousands, though its seaward side is devoid of windows. Surrounding the tower is a formidable wall, towering and smooth, wide enough to accommodate 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Within the enclosed area between the wall and tower lie stables, a kitchen, a blacksmith's workshop, a training ground, and a garden, with a secret passage leading to the sea hidden below. Windwhisper Castle is arguably one of the strongest fortresses in the 7 kingdoms, capable of withstanding an assault from adult dragons. As Vid ascended to the castle's rooftop, the sun began its descent. Gazing down from the battlements, one side revealed the castle's Domaina Grand Avenue led away from the entrance, flanked by various stone workshops, residences, inns, brothels, restaurants, and shops. In the distance, carts encircled an open space, transporting materials as workers prepared to construct a tournament arena and various stands. The scale of the tournament organized by the Dukes of the 7 Kingdoms would be substantial, hence the early preparations. As darkness enveloped the land, flickers of light began to twinkle in the residential areas outside the castle. To Vit, who had witnessed the splendor of the 21st century, It was reminiscent of a quaint town from a bygone era. One side of the castle faced the sea, known as Shipwreck Bay, a place infamous for the many vessels that have met their demise there. Yet today, the waters were calm and the skies clear, allowing for a splendid view of the stars. The maid laid a blanket upon the ground, inviting the young boy to recline upon it and gaze at the heavens. Lying on the blanket, I contemplated the celestial expanse. Though the system may be flawed, it grants me the profound awareness of my vitality, robust stamina, and an innate connection to magic in its essence. The method of acquiring experience within the system remains akin to that of the Elder Scrolls game. One must engage in the practical application of each skill to enhance it. After 3 skill advancements, one earns a free point, which can augment an attribute by 10 points or further elevate a skill level. Awakening the arcane forces, I find my mind devoid of the grand celestial interface reminiscent of the Elder Scrolls V, lacking the vibrant experience bars of Crimson, Emerald, and Azure. Instead, I am met with the stark simplicity of mere lines of text. Name, Vitor Balation. Age, 2 years and 4 months. Attributes average for adults set at 100. Health 50, Magic 100, Stamina 50. Physical skills max level 100. One-handed weapons 5, two-handed weapons 5, blocking 5, archery 5, light armor 5, heavy armor 0. Magical skills: destruction 0, restoration 0, alteration 0, conjuration 0, illusion 0, alchemy 4, enchantment 0. Life skills: eloquence 15, lockpicking 5, stealing 5, stealth 5, smithing 5. Free points 19. Talents: Dragonborn, shattered item space, magical affinity. The tournament at Wind Whisper Keep was originally held in the year 277 to celebrate Rob's coming of age at 16, now set in the year 280. Chapter 2, Abilities and Magic. Since the awakening of the system on my first birthday, I have engaged daily in mock battles with wooden toy armor and sword against my maiden guards, elevating my skills in one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, blocking, archery, light armor, and eloquence. However, upon reaching level 5, these skills cease to advance, revealing that the toys have been fully exhausted of their potential true weapons will be necessary to further enhance my skills. The castle possesses a blacksmith shop responsible for crafting and maintaining weapons, though the furnace and the blacksmith prevent me from entering, limiting my skill in leatherworking to mere increments. There is no enchanting table available for the art of enchantment. In the afternoons, I delve into alchemy, having consumed a myriad of peculiar raw materials, elevating my proficiency to level 5. Alchemy is the art of transforming base materials into special potions via the alchemical table, producing those that restore health, stamina, and magic, as well as potions that grant magical resistance, and even concocting unique brews such as those for breathing underwater. As one of the 3 divine skills in the original game, I hold alchemy in high regard. Alas, the harsh realities of this merged world render it impossible to level up. Advancement in alchemy primarily hinges on the creation of potions to garner significant experience, necessitating both the raw materials and an understanding of the effects each ingredient imparts. The sole way to comprehend the effects of these materials is to consume them, which also grants a slight boost to alchemical proficiency. I have sampled various ingredients: white sap fruit, wheat, silverage perch, salt, eggs, honey, and even munched on deer antlers. To the untrained eye, these are mere foodstuffs, yet in the hands of an alchemist, they transform into the very essence of potion making. As for alchemical ingredients, giant's toes can be found beyond the wall, yet the thought of consuming a toe, decades unwashed, is daunting. First, I would need to defeat the giant to procure such a delicacy, undoubtedly an experience akin to the giant aviation services of Westeros. Moreover, I ponder the hearts of demonkind, the ears of snow elves, and other such ingredients like Ninigen, leaving me utterly at a loss for their procurement. As for mushrooms and the likes, I dare not ingest them. And what the small demon's excrement? Tyrion Lannister would later be dubbed the Imp should I truly consume the excrement of a small demon. For now, I shall refrain from pursuing alchemy. The risk of self-destruction is too great, not to mention the potential offense to those around me. Instead, I shall focus on allocating my skill points for the time being. From the moment the system awakened until now, having spent over 2 years, I have exerted considerable effort to accumulate a meager total of 19 free points. Lacking any informative guidance from the system, I've had to rely solely on my own exploration, managing to conserve these points without any allocation thus far. In this impending chaotic world, one must prioritize robust vitality and formidable defense. The affluent nobles are clad in full suits of plate armor, complemented by exquisite weaponry, while the impoverished can only gamble their lives in desperate measures without antibiotics. Any severe injury could lead to a swift demise, forcing them to ensure their adversaries meet a similar fate first. Each attribute life, endurance, and magic has been augmented by 5 free points, with each point enhancing an attribute by 10. Upon completion of this allocation, my body began to radiate warmth, subtly reddening, returning to its original state in less than a minute. The maid beside me, swatting at mosquitoes, remained oblivious to any anomaly. Yet, I could distinctly feel the surge of vitality, stamina, and magical energy within me. Such a drastic enhancement in attributes was palpably invigorating. Visually, my physique, though still under 3 years of age, already hinted at burgeoning muscles, and my physical strength had nearly reached that of an adult. It seemed merely a matter of time before surpassing human limits became a reality. I never anticipated that my physical attributes would already approximate those of an adult. How extraordinary. However, it is essential to remember that the adversaries I would face as a Dragonborn are also formidable mages and monstrous beings, capable of engaging in combat with dragons themselves. This realization brought a sense of clarity upon entering the realm of the extraordinary. The foes encountered would likewise be extraordinary. Under the current system's regulations, there exists a cap on the total free points obtainable. With 18 skills maxed out, a total of 600 free points is available, averaging 200 points per attribute. This means that the maximum physical quality can only reach 2,000 points, equivalent to 20 times that of a typical adult. Engaging in combat with a dragon would still feel akin to offering oneself as fodder. With my attribute points allocated, I chose to retain the remaining 4 free points for further exploration, opting for a gradual approach rather than rushing into allocations. As I opened the fragmented item space with my consciousness, I discovered only remnants of the previous game's items, all weapons and armor materials reduced to dust. Upon the initial opening, a gust of wind swept through, leaving nothing behind. The sole remaining contents of this space were books. The books within were haphazardly piled together, and I could only retrieve them from the opening, akin to unboxing a surprise. This time, I unearthed 2 volumes, The Tragedy of Darkness and the Book of Transformation Spells, Light. Recalling that spells in the game required reading to learn, which also contributed to skill leveling, I resolved to immerse myself in reading, as my tender age precluded me from engaging in other pursuits. Upon entering the Dragonborn options, I found the various dragon shout skills displayed in gray, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic, unrecognizable deep voices. The longer my consciousness lingered in this space, the louder the sounds grew, becoming more potent, with the allure of the language intensifying. Quickly withdrawing from the consciousness space, I realized that the dragon shouts within the Dragonborn section were not as simple as allocating points in the game. Those inscriptions contained magical energy, preserving the ancient knowledge passed down by dragons. Presently, I grasped none of it, utterly unable to comprehend its significance. In the underground warehouse of Windwhisper Fortress, a fist-sized orb of light circled around my body, illuminating the entire space. After a week of diligent reading, I have finally grasped the intricacies of the illumination spell, a far cry from the instant acquisition of knowledge one experiences in games with a mere click. Following the confluence of 2 distinct magical systems, the spellbook is replete with detailed analyses of the illumination spell's principles, the mechanics of magic, and the rules governing its release. This necessitated continuous practical application based on the book's teachings. Today, I successfully cast my first spell. In my exhilaration, however, I encountered a significant predicament. The recovery of magical energy is exceedingly sluggish. The expenditure of a novice spell appears to require several days for replenishment. Currently, I have no means to concoct restorative potions and must await the resurgence of the dragon, which shall herald the return of magic to this realm, thus enhancing the recovery rate. For now, I can only expend my magical energy entirely and wait for its restoration while persistently training to enhance my magical proficiency. Moreover, I discovered that if I were to share the Illumination spellbook with others possessing magical potential, could they not also cast the Illumination spell, provided they comprehend the contents therein? I have also completed and comprehended another tome, The Tragedy of Darkness, resulting in a 1-level increase in my enchanting proficiency. Upon accessing the system panel, I found the following. Name, Vit Baratheon. Age, 2 years and 4 months. Attributes average adult value is 100. Health 100, Magic 150, Stamina 100. Physical skills maximum level 100. One-handed weapons 5, two-handed weapons 5, blocking 5, archery 5, light armor 5, heavy armor 0, shield 0. Magical skills, destruction 0, restoration 0, transformation 1 novice, summoning 0, illusion 0, alchemy 4, enchantment 1. Life skills, eloquence 15, lockpicking 5, stealing 5, forging 5. Free points 4. Talents, Dragonborn, fractured item space, magical affinity. It appears that there is always a glimmer of hope. All skills possess avenues for enhancement, particularly those aligned with magic, which require a deeper understanding of their principles. Given my tender age and limited capabilities, I have resolved that the pursuit of knowledge is the paramount path forward.
Chapter 3. The return of Robert. Emerging from the subterranean warehouse, he beheld the servants bustling about in a frantic effort to organize their belongings. Grasping one, he inquired about the commotion, only to learn that the guards stationed at the tower had spotted a formidable procession approaching from the distance. Heralded by a banner adorned with a golden background and a black crown stack, Duke Robert Baratheon had returned. Ascending to the rooftop of the city gate, he found Maester Crescent and Ser Loras already present. After exchanging pleasantries, Maester Crescent gazed at the distant figures and their ensign, diligently introducing the various family crests to Ser Loras. Familiarity with the emblems and prominent figures of noble houses was an essential aspect of aristocratic education. At the forefront of the procession, Robert rode proudly, his banner-wielding guard brandishing the familiar sigil of the golden crown stack. To Robert's left was a young man with silver hair, flanked by 2 knights in white cloaks. This silver-haired youth was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, whose family crest featured a trio of red dragons upon a black field. The 3 Robert, Rhaegar, and Tywin, the current king at hand, had been steadfast companions since childhood, forged together through trials of battle. To Robert's right stood Oberyn Martell, Prince of Thu'um, whose emblem depicted a golden spear piercing a red sun. He had been exiled by his brother after the assassination of a member of House Ironwood, forcing Prince Quentyn to serve at Ironwood as a squire. Oberyn could only return to Dorne during exceptionally significant occasions. Behind the prince, the 2 knights in white were Ser Barristan Selmy and Ser Arthur Dayne, both esteemed members of the King's Guard. Hailing from noble lineage, they had sworn oaths to forego lands, marriage, and progeny, pledging their unwavering loyalty solely to the crown. Hence they bore no family banners. Further back was a young man named John Clint, currently serving as the prince's squire. Although squires typically did not display banners, his family's red and white griffin standard was present among the guards, indicating his participation in the forthcoming tournament. In Robert's wake followed Eddard Stark, the second son of the Warden of the North, Lord of Winterfell, whose sigil was a grey direwolf on a white field. Accompanying him was Albert Arryn, nephew and heir to the Lord of the Vale, whose emblem depicted an eagle upon a blue background with a white moon. Robert, Eddard, and Albert were the closest of friends from their time in the Eyrie. Maester Crescent took a sip from the cup offered by a maid and continued. The Selmy family of Harvest Hall and the Clinton family of Griffin's Roost are both vassals of House Baratheon. The Dane family serves House Martell of Dorne, with the most skilled warrior among them entitled to wield the ancestral sword Dawn and bestowed with the title of Knight of the Dawn. This title is not merely a moniker, but a unique knighthood conferred by the Martell royal family. Witnessing the mounted contingent traverse through the township and arrive at the castle gate, Crescent observed Robert, Rhaegar, and Oberyn leading the way, followed by Eddard, Albert, Barristan, Arthur, and John, with Robert's booming voice filling the air as the group shared laughter and camaraderie. From the gatehouse, someone called out Brother Robert, to which Robert raised his head and responded loudly. Guests in the procession, having finished the bread and salt prepared by Stannis at the hall, entered the castle amid joyous banter and merriment. This marked the first tournament convened by Robert since his ascension as the Duke of Storm's End. He, accompanied by his steadfast ally Eddard Stark, journeyed south from the Eyrie, summoning Prince Rhaegar and Prince Oberyn to join them in their passage through King's Landing. Following her marriage to Prince Rhaegar, Oberyn's sister found herself with child. Both were ardent martial enthusiasts and, upon receiving the invitation, decided to accompany Robert ahead of schedule. Wherever Robert roamed, merriment was sure to follow. His passions lay in brawling, drinking, feasting, and reveling in the company of women. If one shared these interests, they were deemed a true brother. Engaging with Robert was uncomplicated and gratifying, yet entrusting him with matters of state was ill-advised, as he preferred to be a hands-off ruler. Robert, as the host, mandated that when he was present, all must gather to drink. At the long table sat Robert, the elder brother, Stannis, the second, Rhaegar, the Red Viper, Oberyn, Eddard from Winterfell, the heir to the Eyrie, Albert Arryn, the valiant Barristan, the future Prime Minister, Jon Connington, the Sword of the Dawn, Arthur, and Arthur's sister, Ashera Dane. At the far end of the table, the young children of Renly were also present. VYT was granted the opportunity to closely observe the renowned Prince Rhaegar. Tall and striking, with the Targaryen hallmark of silver hair and violet eyes. His handsome visage bore a melancholic gaze, effortlessly captivating the hearts of many young women. His allure was so potent that, as noted in the original tale, his entanglements with women ultimately incited rebellion, leading to his demise at the hands of Robert on the shores of Dragonstone. Yet, at this moment, the two men engaged in jovial conversation, feasting and drinking. As the wine flowed, the chatter became more animated, meandering from trivial tales to discussions of women. After Robert belted out a raucous rendition of The Bear and the Maiden Fair, he took a hearty swig and proclaimed to Prince Rhaegar, "My betrothed, Lyanna Stark, has been my companion since childhood. She possesses extraordinary beauty, coupled with a sense of justice and bravery." "Is Lyanna Stark Eddard's sister?" inquired Rhaegar, prompting the gaze of the assembly to rest upon Eddard Stark's unremarkable visage. Except for Albert, each individual who had not yet encountered Lyanna wore expressions of disbelief. Rhaegar remarked, "Everyone believes their beloved to be the most beautiful, often dismissing contrary opinions. For me, the most beautiful is my unborn child." Upon hearing Robert pivot to the mundane subject of offspring, he quickly redirected the conversation to worthy adversaries. Apart from those present, he mentioned Brandon Stark and Jorah Mormont from the north, with whom he had engaged in commendable contests. Rhaegar added that Jaime Lannister from the Westlands was also a contender, displaying exceptional horsemanship and combat skills at the tender age of 14. Oberyn, after a moment's contemplation, concurred and noted another knight from the Lannister household, Gregor Clegane, whose extraordinary strength made him a formidable opponent. The dialogue continued with others recounting tales of valor and triumph, and Arthur joined in the spirited discourse. As they recounted exploits and debated the merits of various warriors, the wine flowed increasingly freely, while the elder champions, being absent, were of little concern to the youthful assembly. Stannis engaged in conversation with the slightly older Baelish regarding the current Prime Minister, Tywin Lannister. Tywin, a lifelong friend of both the king and Stannis' father, had held the position of Prime Minister for 2 decades. He adeptly resolved the financial disputes between the crown and brothels, abolished numerous laws that had previously constrained the nobility, alleviated taxes in the larger cities, constructed roads, bolstered trade, and harshly punished those who sought to exploit the system. He also quelled the insurrection in the Vale and actively promoted the upcoming tournament, which was expected to yield a modest profit from the taxes imposed on itinerant merchants. As Stannis became slightly inebriated, he proclaimed that recent smuggling activities in his domain warranted the severing of the offender's fingers. Robb, wishing to avoid discussions of state affairs amidst the festivities, swiftly diverted the topic by inquiring about the plans following the tournament. Prince Rhaegar replied that he and Oberyn would head west, Rhaegar to the Summer Hall and Oberyn back to Dorne. The two young boys, Wylas and Lancel, found themselves unable to contribute to the conversation and could only observe the exchange of banter. Wylas then turned his attention to Eddard Stark, whose long face was not particularly handsome but exuded kindness. With dark brown hair and grey eyes, Eddard occasionally stole glances at his sister, Ashera Dane, the enchanting maiden with a statuesque figure, fair skin, dark hair, and violet eyes. Each time Ashera turned her gaze towards him, she would immediately redirect her attention elsewhere. The future honest and unassuming Duke of Winterfell was now merely a bashful young man. As Wylas savored his meal, he reflected on the illustrious figures surrounding him, all of whom were now in their late teens or early 20s. The camaraderie amongst them, as they feasted and laughed heartily, was palpable. He pondered the forthcoming tournament at Harrenhal, which would serve as a turning point, as the madness of the Mad King would transform their bonds into enmity, leading to death or escape for many. A sigh escaped him, contemplating the whims of fate. At barely 3 years of age, he felt too small and insignificant to influence the future, uncertain if he could affect any change at all. The vastness of Wind's Rest was evident, and these were individuals of notable status. After the meal, Stannis arranged for them and their attendants to reside within the castle, while Robb, filled with exuberance, took Oberyn to explore the brothels. Not wishing to miss the opportunity to observe these skilled warriors, Wylas spent the day watching their training sessions, the hammer wielded by Robb, Oberyn's marksmanship, the swordsmanship of Dawn, and the various martial techniques of others. He benefited greatly from their expertise and practiced alongside them with a toy sword. enhancing his proficiency with both one-handed and two-handed weapons as well as his blocking skills. He even attempted to wield the ancestral greatsword, Dawn, for a few moments, though its weight rendered him unable to execute any significant maneuvers. Nevertheless, merely lifting the sword drew gasps of admiration from onlookers. Through the lens of his forging and enchanting skills, he perceived that this sword, crafted from meteoric iron and possessing a lustrous blade, boasted a strength comparable to Valyrian steel, though it bore no magical properties. The crowd praised Robb for his dedication, noting that despite being the youngest of four, he persevered in training with the others, destined to become an exceptional knight with an immeasurable future. Robb laughed heartily, pride radiating from him. Yet a hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Wylas, lamenting his position as the fourth son. As the time for the martial arts tournament at Wind's Rest Fortress approaches, the arena and grandstands outside the city have been erected, and the nearby gathering of itinerant merchants has nearly doubled the size of the surrounding town. Among them are numerous opulent tents belonging to nobles from various regions, furnished with carpets, furniture, delicacies, and fine wines, as they come to compete, engage in trade, and strengthen alliances. In essence, the entire Wind's Rest Fortress is becoming increasingly vibrant. The political structure of the continent of Westeros can be simply visualized as a pyramid. At its pinnacle sits the king of the seven kingdoms, who can command the dukes of the realm but cannot dictate to those beneath them. The next tier, the earls, acknowledge only their respective dukes. The king of the seven kingdoms also possesses his own direct dominion. Chapter 4. Gathering at Windswept Fortress. As the number of noble guests arriving from various regions increased, each would first enter the castle to greet Robb and establish rapport, subsequently hanging their family banners in the castle's great hall. Witnessing the bustling Stannis, Wit casually remarked, "The turnout exceeds our expectations. We could expand the tournament stands to accommodate more spectators and generate additional revenue." Stannis paused, contemplating, and without turning his head, replied, "I shall take a look," before departing. Wit often, in seemingly casual moments, offered subtle hints regarding the organization of the tournament, drawing from his prior experiences. Whether Stannis would heed such advice remained uncertain, for his youth rendered his words of little weight. Given Stannis' temperament, a direct suggestion would likely provoke irritation. As if to say, what could a mere child teach me? With Lancel missing in action, Wit returned to his chamber, casting a light spell until he exhausted his magical energy. His proficiency in the transformation arts gradually improved through days of diligent practice. A servant knocked at the door, announcing the arrival of his maternal uncle's family. Upon entering the hall, he found Robb, Stannis, and Lancel present. His mother hailed from House Isman, one of their vassals, with their domain being Greenstone Keep on Isman Island. The island's strategic position afforded them a formidable fleet of ships and merchant vessels. Arriving by boat were his uncle, Count Elton Isman, and his other uncle, Sir Lomas Isman, accompanied by their cousins, Aemon Isman and Andrew Isman. Their family banner, depicting a green field with a large green turtle, elicited mixed feelings. After exchanging pleasantries with his uncles and engaging in conversation with his cousins, more guards arrived to announce the presence of 3 additional noblemen: Count Leighton Hightower from Old Town, Count Landon Tully of the Riverlands, and Count Jason Merlin of the Reach. Robb apologized to his uncles, instructing Stannis to escort them to the castle for rest while he continued to welcome guests. Upon hearing a familiar name, Landon Tully, the father of Samwell, the future hero who would slay the White Walkers, Wit felt a surge of curiosity and peered toward the hall's entrance. A group of individuals entered, with the 3 counts at the forefront, followed by their families and attendants. Unable to recognize them at first, Wit discerned their identities through the mutual greetings exchanged with Robb. Count Landon Tully bore a serious demeanor, sporting a small mustache, while his hairline had begun to recede. As the 3 approached, Wit felt an increasingly palpable surge of magical energy. Once Robb invited them to take their seats, the 4 began to engage in casual conversation. Taking advantage of his youth, Wit boldly approached, drawn by the magical aura emanating from the enormous sword cradled in the arms of Count Lando's attendant, the legendary Valyrian steel greatsword known as Heartbane. The allure of encountering such a magical artifact, especially one forged from the fabled Valyrian steel of Westeros, was irresistible. Wit, summoning his bravado, asked Count Lando, "Might I touch your sword, my lord?" However, before Lando could respond, Robb, sensing the impropriety, interjected with a sharp reprimand, "Do not be rude. That is the ancestral sword of Lord Lando." Turning to Lando, he said, "This is my youngest brother, Wit Baratheon, who is not yet 3 years old. Recently, he has been diligently training with us in martial arts. We have spoken to him about the renowned swords of our time, and the lad has a discerning eye. Instantly recognizing the quality of the Count's sword, Robert's words served to admonish his brother for his rudeness while simultaneously revealing his identity and commending his diligence and intelligence in martial training. He further extolled Landau's sword, demonstrating a keen understanding of his character. Although Landau himself possessed only average martial skills, he was a warrior of both courage and strategy, known for his unwavering integrity. In the original text, it was noted that Robert suffered his sole defeat during the rebellion at the Battle of the Weeping Wheel, showcasing Landau's unparalleled loyalty to House Tyrell of Highgarden, remaining steadfastly devoted throughout. However, his methods of educating his children were rather extreme. Believing that a son could only be a warrior, Landau looked at Wit and inquired, "This sword is a two-handed great sword. Do you think you can wield it?" Upon hearing this, Wit eagerly responded, "I can lift the dawnblade of the Sword of Daybreak." After hearing this, Landau gestured for the guard to bring the sword forth. The guard grasped the sword's scabbard and presented the hilt to Wit. The hilt and guard of the Heartbreaker were adorned with intricate patterns. As Wit grasped the hilt and slowly withdrew the blade, he noticed that the blade emitted a faint darkness, rippling like smoke, through the craftsmanship and enchantments applied. He discerned that the blade was forged using a folding technique reminiscent of Damascus steel. Holding the sword with both hands, he found it significantly lighter than the dawnblade. And as he swung it a couple of times, those around him could not help but sigh in admiration. In the future, when Landau chastised Samuel, "I would likely be referred to as someone else's son," Wit mused. Not dwelling further on this, he returned the sword to its scabbard, and with his other hand, he caressed the blade, immediately recognizing the material, Valyrian steel, purified through a flawless grinding process and imbued with enchantments capable of sending undead creatures back to their original realm. The craftsmanship of Valyrian steel bore a striking resemblance to the forging techniques and enchantments from the game Skyrim. Could it be that I might one day forge weapons of Valyrian steel myself? Moreover, old Lord Martin had mentioned that Valyrian steel was not mined but rather created through the repeated forging of iron to eliminate impurities, coupled with the application of magic. After regaining his focus, he expressed his gratitude to Count Landau and returned to his chamber, contemplating how to enhance his forging skills. He recalled a smith in the castle named Donnernoy, who had crafted Robert's war hammer and Stannis' first sword. Unfortunately, during the War of the Usurper, he had sustained an arm injury, which became infected and led to the amputation of his left hand. He then joined the Night's Watch and continued his work as a blacksmith, eventually befriending Jon Snow. Robert's war hammer was capable of crushing Prince Rhaegar, who was clad in finely crafted armor, without recoiling or breaking. This blacksmith's skills should be considerable. I ought to seek him out for guidance. Resolute, he made his way to the blacksmith's forge. With only a few days remaining before the tournament commenced, the number of damaged weapons and armor from training was increasing, and the forge was bustling with activity. As a vassal blacksmith of the castle, he crafted and repaired without charge, receiving a fixed monthly stipend from the lord. In contrast, the blacksmiths outside the castle charged by the piece, but their craftsmanship was often unreliable. Under the introduction of the guards, Vet found Mr. Donnernoy. "Mr. Donner, I would like your assistance in crafting two swords suitable for my use, one single-handed and one two-handed." Donner pondered for a moment. The materials required for a child's sword would not be excessive. He retrieved a long dagger and a ruler from the shelf. After measuring Vet's height and hand length, he deemed the dagger a suitable single-handed sword, testing its weight and finding it quite appropriate. However, he ultimately returned the dagger. "But I cannot give it to you now. It requires Lord Rob's approval." "Brother will certainly agree. There should be no issue with the blacksmith," Vet replied, proceeding to discuss the matter with Rob. Rob was astonished that a child not yet 3 years of age wished to wield a steel sword, while others of that age were still playing in the mud. "Vet, I have but 2 questions. Will you harm yourself?" Rob was not foolish. In his youth, he had been diligent, sociable, brave, and fearless, enabling him to lead armies to seize the throne. He simply did not relish managing the political affairs of his lands. After ascending to kingship, he indulged in excess, unchecked by anyone, and eventually became a corpulent man burdened with debts amounting to millions of golden dragons. "My toy sword has never harmed me," Vet replied. Upon hearing this, Rob posed his second question: "Will your sword harm others?" Rob had frequently heard the maids mention how Vet had made Lancel cry by striking him with a toy wooden sword, fearing that Vet might inadvertently injure Lancel or others with a real sword. Vet understood Rob's concerns. A toy is merely a toy. A steel sword is a weapon. The steel sword is meant to protect family and friends, inflicting harm only upon enemies. Rob, upon receiving this answer, was content. He noted the precociousness of his 4-year-old brother, who had begun learning the common tongue script, yet he acknowledged that even the brightest minds have their limits. I consent, but should you injure anyone, you will have to revert to your wooden sword. And do inform your second brother as well. That, filled with satisfaction, relayed the news to his second brother and the blacksmith, acquiring 2 iron weapons. In truth, Robb had overthought the matter, for the weapons delivered to Vat, aside from their grip shaped like a sword, were merely rectangular iron plates. They lacked edges or points, possessing only suitable weight. From that day forth, the training grounds were filled with laughter as everyone observed Vat swinging his iron plates daily, perceiving them as mere toys. He followed various individuals, absorbing their martial techniques. Although Prince Rhaegar was highly skilled, he always called for a halt during their sparring sessions, while Arthur could easily contend with Eddard. Vat was not particularly fond of Oberyn's spear. Robb's warhammer emphasized strength, primarily focusing on physical training. The banners within the castle multiplied. The Targaryen, Frey, and Stark families were among those guarding the Stormlands and Dorne's borders, each possessing substantial forces and fortifications that were formidable and difficult to breach. The families bearing the stacked sigil, the Baratheons, the Wensingtons, and the Bollens were those who, generations ago, had distinguished themselves in service to House Targaryen and were subsequently granted lands of their own. The Selmy family, the Tart family, the Pownell family, the Grandison family, the Buckler family, the Morrigan family, the Wild family, the Fair family, the Ella family, the Bisbury family, and the Madeline family are among the noble houses possessing cities and vast tracts of land. Additionally, the Hasty family, the Heston family, the Hope family, the Kennington family, the Longmouse family, the Maskelyne family, the Rogers family, the Steinman family, the Westgate family, the Tewkesbury family, the Wagstaff family, and the Clinton family represent the knightly houses stationed at fortresses or owning estates. Along with the maternal family, all the vassal families of Stormland have assembled, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Chapter 5. The tournament at Winds Rest. The day of the tournament had arrived. The guards escorted Vitor and Renly into the arena, where the stands had grown more crowded since their last visit. It appeared that Stannis was not one to forego the opportunity for profit. He was quite resolute in his business ventures. Banners from noble families across the land adorned the perimeter of the venue. Outside, participants were meticulously checking and polishing their weapons and armor, adorning their steeds with splendid horse trappings, making final preparations. One must maintain dignity, even if victory eludes them. The crowd gradually ascended the stands, each individual donned in their finest attire. For the tournament was not merely a sporting event of the era but also a significant occasion for socializing among the nobility. Many nobles had brought their unmarried offspring, seeking opportunities to forge connections with other young lords and ladies. As a member of the host family organizing the tournament, there was no concern about securing seating. At the head table, Prince Rhaegar and Robert comfortably occupied the 2 highest chairs, engaging in lively conversation over drinks. The representatives of 3 ducal houses, Oberyn from Dorne, Albert from the Vale, and Eddard from the north, each had their designated seats. Closest to the head table, Stannis, along with his 2 uncles and several noble relatives of count rank, had taken their places, and Vitor naturally settled into the vacant seat beside Renly. As for Barristan and Sir Arthur Dayne, given the formal nature of the event, they were tasked as the royal guard, standing vigil as they conversed, awaiting their turn to compete. The tournament comprised events of jousting, archery, and team combat. Nobles placed greater emphasis on jousting and team contests. Archery was seen as a mere spectacle, and those of elevated status typically abstained from participation. Thus, the archery competition served more as a platform for lesser knights and soldiers to distinguish themselves. Once the seating was nearly complete, Robert raised his hand, signaling over 20 armored soldiers, adorned in capes emblazoned with the stag emblem, to sound a series of resounding trumpets, officially heralding the commencement of the tournament. Due to the large number of participants, the competition would span several days, beginning with preliminary rounds. Archery, allowing for multiple competitors at once and with straightforward victory determination, concluded on the first day, with a squire from House Grandison emerging victorious and being knighted on the spot by Robert. Vitor, being of tender age, remained a mere spectator. Unlike Renly, who alternated between exclamations of astonishment and bouts of drowsiness in the stands, Vitor wandered about, accompanied by guards, exploring the town during breaks in the competition, jotting down notes and sketches in a small notebook, diligently recording observations. The following day featured the finals of the team combat. The rules dictated that a captain would lead a number of knights or squires, representing their respective houses. Traditionally, 7 teams competed in each match, though exceptions were made for insufficient participants. Prince Rhaegar and Sir Arthur refrained from competing, opting instead for Baratheon to represent the royal family, while his squire, John Clinton, entered the fray for House Clinton. Ultimately, the 17s clad in heavy armor and wielding weapons clashed in a chaotic melee, with the less capable and weary gradually falling eliminated from the contest. As the contest neared its conclusion, only a few remained. The Kingsguard, Baratheon, first triumphed over John Clinton, followed by a victory against Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town. John, possessing mediocre skills, did not expect to win. His intention was merely to learn. Leighton, older than Baratheon, found his stamina waning as the match progressed. Lord Enroll Tarly, hailing from Horn Hill, lacked the prowess of the other champions. He excelled in commanding legions rather than personal combat. Now, with all his men eliminated, he stood alone, devoid of any advantage. Faced with Robert, who wielded a hammer, Baratheon found himself contending with a style entirely different from swordsmanship. Although it was a tournament where lethal force was to be avoided, a single blow from Robert's hammer struck Baratheon's armor with sufficient force to cause significant harm, leaving him momentarily incapacitated and escorted from the arena by the guards. The nobles in the stands envied Baratheon's ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Heartbane. None present, including the prince, possessed such a weapon. The richest man in the realm, Tywin Lannister, had been unable to acquire one despite years of trying, leading many to speculate that Baratheon's participation was a showcase for his family as legendary blade. When Baratheon met Robert, the latter's formidable hammer techniques were countered by Baratheon's extensive experience and swordsmanship. Despite Robert's heavy armor and the thunderous sound of his hammer, he could not land a blow on Baratheon, who deftly evaded or parried each strike. Exhausted, Robert found himself at Baratheon's mercy, the sword poised against his neck as he was gracefully ushered from the arena. The final showdown in the team battle saw Baratheon face Oberyn Martell of Dorne. Dorne, the only region in Westeros with a desert, boasted extreme heat that rendered metal armor unbearable. Thus, Dornishmen typically donned light leather armor, reserving metal plates only for vital areas. With defense being a weakness, they favored long weapons, utilizing nimble footwork to maintain agility. Oberyn, a skilled warrior known for his flamboyance, was of noble lineage and in his 20s, possessing a striking appearance that exuded exotic charm. Unmarried, he delighted in showcasing his prowess, often performing intricate flourishes with his spear after victory, inciting cheers from the crowd. Known as the Red Viper due to the venomous creatures native to Dorne, Oberyn was well versed in the art of poisoning. His spearhead was often coated with poison, and his penchant for red attire further solidified his fearsome reputation. While the tournament rules prohibited deadly toxins, he certainly wielded substances capable of inflicting excruciating pain or causing dizziness. As the Red Viper circled Baratheon, he leveraged the advantage of his weapon's length, probing with fierce thrusts. Baratheon, clad in heavy armor, began to feel the strain of the contest. Adopting a stance that balanced both swordplay and defense, he prepared to counter the next aggressive thrust. Just as the Viper lunged, Baratheon seized the moment, delivering a decisive strike that sent the spearhead crashing to the ground, swiftly closing the distance to confront the Red Viper. The long spear wielded by the Red Viper was dropped downward, narrowly avoiding the ground, yet the fluidity of the offensive was abruptly interrupted. With a powerful yank, the spear was swiftly withdrawn in an attempt to create distance, but Balistan had already closed in, rendering the spear's advantage ineffective, and the Red Viper was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The royal representative, Balistan, secured victory in the team competition. On the third day of the spear tournament's final phase, both parties engaged in mounted combat wielding wooden spears and shields, necessitating a complete suit of plate armor, a luxury unattainable for commoners. Thus, only nobles participated in this contest. Each contender bore their family crest emblazoned on their armor and shields, as every knight entering the fray was a testament to their family's honor. In the semi-final showdown, the Red Viper, Oberyn, faced Prince Rhaegar. It was well known that Dornishmen favored the spear, and Oberyn was particularly skilled, while Prince Rhaegar predominantly wielded a sword. However, after several exchanges, a gentle breeze stirred the dust of the arena, leading to a critical misstep by Oberyn, who was unseated by Rhaegar, granting the prince victory and passage to the final bout. Rising from the ground, Oberyn removed his helmet, rubbing his eyes as if sand had intruded upon them, ultimately securing third place. The final contest featured the Dawnblade against Prince Rhaegar. The two champions clashed fiercely for 13 rounds, shattering 12 spears in the process. Ultimately, in the 13th round, Rhaegar's shield was splintered, leading to his opponent's fall. With a name like Dawnblade, one would expect exceptional skill with the spear. Rhaegar emerged as the champion of the spear tournament. As the lively tournament concluded, some remained in Wind's Rest to conduct business or host guests, while others, having traveled from afar, began packing to depart. Merchants dismantled their tents and loaded their carts in preparation for their next destination, while those with close ties were drawn back to the castle by Robert for feasting and revelry. Finding the atmosphere tiresome, Vitor sought out Stannis, and together with Maester Crescent and 2 uncles, they calculated the profits from the tournament. The revenue from local and foreign caravans contributed only a small fraction, with betting emerging as the primary source of income. The continent of Westeros reveres the Seven, whose doctrines condemn gambling, bastards, and the gravest sins of kinslaying and betrayal. While all recognized the severity of such transgressions, often punishable by death or exile, to the Night's Watch gambling and bastardy were viewed with less gravity. A stark contrast between spoken beliefs and actions. In preparation for future ventures, Vitor had been diligently cataloging various goods he encountered, only to realize with disappointment that the world seemed to possess everything. The myriad wares from the 9 major overseas trading city-states included wines from Lys, exquisite tapestries, perfumes, glass windows and products from Myr, silks from Volantis, and highly distilled brandy from Tyrosh. Even Westeros offered soap, salt, and simple alloys, leaving little opportunity for a time traveler to amass wealth. As Vitor observed his uncle's reporting figures, Maester Crescent calculated with pen and paper, and Stannis recorded the totals. Discussions turned to the shocking upset of the favored Red Viper losing to Prince Rhaegar, with profits and payouts being debated. It seemed he might truly have to rely on the gambling industry to carve out his fortune as a time traveler. The wealth of the impoverished is divided in a ratio of 3 to 7, while the riches of the affluent are returned in full measure. Such a disparity must be eternally displayed upon the pillar of shame, to be ridiculed at any moment. Chapter 6. The Winds Rise over Harrenburg. Vid sat in the library of Wind Whisper Castle, embarking on a systematic study of his family's extensive collection of books. Centuries ago, the ancestors of House Baratheon accompanied the conqueror Aegon to the continent of Westeros, inheriting Wind Whisper Castle, and subsequent generations have frequently held the title of king. Thus, the library within their ancestral fortress is replete with an abundance of volumes, including curious tales from the eastern continent. Prior to his transmigration, he had only paid heed to the violence and power struggles of this fictional realm. However, now that he had traversed into this world, he came to comprehend its reality, where every loaf of bread is the culmination of a farmer's toil in the fields, the miller's grinding, and the baker's craft. Everything originates from tangible processes rather than mere abstractions or figures. Recognizing that all phenomena have their origins, and that even the gaming system he once relied on had transformed into something more rigorous, he surmised that gods, ancient magic, Valyrian steel, and dragons must also adhere to their own laws. To truly grasp the essence of this world, he could no longer rely solely on the books or television shows he had previously encountered. He must engage in diligent study and practical experience. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in reading, physical training, and the arcane arts. He also sought the counsel of the blacksmith, Donner Noy, to exchange insights on forging techniques. Thanks to his modern knowledge, Donner had become the most skilled smith in Wind Whisper Castle and now mentored 5 apprentices. Before long, the second year arrived 281, and the day after the Harrenburg tournament, Robert and Stannis had also entered the competition, while the acting lord of Wind Whisper Castle was their cousin, Andrew Eastmount. Nobility from across Westeros flocked to partake in this grand event, lasting 7 days, leaving only the youngest and the spare son at home. With both families aging and dwindling in numbers, Andrew remained behind as the sole heir. Vade, Lancel, and their cousin gathered for dinner when Maester Crescent approached, bearing news from a raven dispatched from Harrenburg. The letter bore the wax seal of House Baratheon and was penned by Stannis himself. The nobility across the continent was keenly focused on Harrenburg, with a deluge of ravens sending missives, causing delays until the following afternoon. Rumors circulated that Varys had incited the ailing king to attend the tournament, where the monarch announced that the 15-year-old Jaime Lannister had been inducted into the Kingsguard. Adorned in white cloaks, the Kingsguard holds no lands, marries not, and begets no heirs. That evening, a lavish banquet unfolded within Harrenburg, where Tywin Lannister's expression turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot from the loss of his favored heir. Did Varys dare to covet the highest power? A eunuch would forever remain a eunuch. Cousin Andrew regarded Varys with disdain as he continued to peruse the letter. 15 years old and already a member of the Kingsguard, Jaime must be the youngest ever. He mused. Stannis remarked in astonishment that countless young knights across the continent likely held admiration for Jaime. Indeed, there was another who had become a knight at the tender age of 12, yet due to various circumstances, Much of his story had been deliberately obscured, leaving many in ignorance. However, what truly captured the attention of the noble lords, those astute in the intricacies of power struggles, was the news that Duke Tywin had lost his primary heir, whom he had meticulously groomed. Although he had a second son, this child was a dwarf scorned by the entirety of the continent. Had he not been born into the Lannister family, he would likely have been sold to a circus in his youth. For several consecutive days, news regarding the tournament dominated discussions. Victors in archery and axe throwing were knighted, while others faced elimination. After a year of rigorous training, Robert emerged victorious, and various families solidified their betrothals. Eddard Stark had already matured alongside a certain young woman. There was also the enigmatic Knight of the Smiling Tree, who defended the honor of Greywater Watch in the north. Even the king was unaware of his identity. After winning several matches, he vanished, prompting Robert to wager 10 golden dragons, claiming from his experience that the Smiling Tree Knight must be a woman. However, news regarding the tournament on the 7th day was absent on the 8th, and it was not until 3 days later that word arrived from other lords. In the final jousting match, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen triumphed over Ser Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, he rode past his wife, the mother of his 2 children, Alia Martell, and placed a garland of blue roses symbolic of love and beauty upon the lap of Lyanna Stark. The arena, once filled with laughter and applause, fell eerily silent, as if even the wind had ceased to blow. This event held significant implications. Although there were no explicit rules, it was universally acknowledged across Westeros that bestowing the victor's garland upon a lady was a customary courtship gesture by unmarried knights. If the victor were married, it was generally accepted that the garland would be presented to the female relatives of the hosts, a matter of tradition. Yet, it was well known that Rhaegar was married, and by offering the garland to Lyanna, he insulted his own wife's family. A week after the tournament, a letter from Stannis arrived, containing information known only to the involved parties. Prince Oberyn, brother to Rhaegar's wife, privately confronted Rhaegar alongside Brandon Stark. Following this, Oberyn returned to King's Landing with his sister Elia, while Brandon departed Harrenhal that very night with his sister Lyanna. The details of their discussion remained shrouded in mystery. Robert outwardly expressed that Rhaegar's actions were merely a compliment to his betrothed's beauty, as he had previously mentioned to the prince. However, Eddard, familiar with Robert's temperament, surmised that Robert desired nothing more than to see Rhaegar torn asunder and fed to the dogs. Furthermore, after the king's return to the Red Keep, Prime Minister Tywin Lannister resigned, and the new Prime Minister, Owen Merryweather, found himself unable to decipher the king's increasingly erratic behavior. Tywin had previously managed to temper some of the king's more outrageous decrees, but with his departure, Owen lacked the capacity to restrain the king's madness. Having perused the aforementioned correspondence, Vitus, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the unfolding narrative, mused that a pivotal event in Westeros' 300-year history was commencing. Though he was but 4 years of age and unable to alter the broader course of events, he could still endeavor to avert certain tragedies within a limited sphere. Suddenly, he recalled the fishbone tree in the courtyard, a chill coursing through him. This world harbored the three-eyed crow, a being capable of foreseeing events spanning centuries. For him, as a time traveler, was he friend or foe? If the foe lurks beyond the wall in the northern territories, they remain oblivious to my hiding place, while I can be monitored at any moment at their whim. Encountering an adversary equipped with omniscient capabilities proves to be quite formidable. Fate may be immutable, yet my very presence here signifies that the course of history is subject to alteration. Nevertheless, the inertia of history is undeniably substantial. The flutter of a butterfly's wings is unlikely to affect significant change. Presently, I find myself as a mere 4-year-old scion of House Baratheon, compelled to act in accordance with my family's interests. The denizens of this realm possess keen intellects. It is not as simple as proclaiming allegiance to a lord and expecting their loyalty in return. Robert possesses extraordinary martial prowess, embodying the essence of a rugged leader. He recognizes the strengths of others and knows how to utilize them, even transforming adversaries into allies over shared libations. Yet, he exhibits a notable lack of self-discipline. While the watchful presence of Eddard and his adoptive father tempers his excesses, in their absence, he tends to descend into indulgence. Stannis, on the other hand, has a penchant for governance, yet his abilities remain mediocre, and he finds social interactions particularly challenging, often fixating on trivialities. Renly is still in his youth, and I see potential for his transformation. The forthcoming War of the Usurper, instigated by Robert, will usher in a decade advantageous to House Baratheon after his ascension to the throne. I must ensure that these events unfold as destined, guarding against any drastic alterations to history brought about by my unexpected presence. Chapter 7. The Shadow of War. In the year 282, Lyanna Stark, the betrothed of Robert, was abducted by Prince Rhaegar. Her furious brother, Brandon Stark, stormed into the Red Keep in King's Landing, demanding an audience with the king and vociferously calling for Rhaegar to face justice. Before clarity could be established and with the intent to kill the prince deemed a grave offense, the king ordered the arrest of Brandon and his entourage from the north. Since each of these individuals was of noble lineage, the king mandated that their fathers journey south to King's Landing to address the matter, which, at that juncture, seemed relatively normal. However, upon the arrival of the fathers, the king descended into madness, executing several pairs of fathers and sons without trial. The slain included the Duke and heir of Winterfell, the Earl and heir of Deepwood Motte, the heir of the Vale's Duke, the Earl and heir of the Vale's Stone, and the Earl of the Riverlands Seaguard. The news sent shockwaves throughout the Seven Kingdoms, as the Duke, second only to the king in power, was executed without a word, while the Earls had no opportunity to speak before meeting the axe. The late arriving Jon Arryn narrowly escaped this fate, but subsequently, the king demanded his surrender of Robert and Eddard. The northern realms Winterfell, the Vale, and the Riverlands had historically maintained amicable relations through intermarriage. Now, with Jon Arryn serving as a foster father to Robert and Eddard, he swiftly raised a banner of rebellion against the king. The vassals of the north rallied in response, gathering their forces. The rich and Dorne pledged their support to the crown, while the Westerlands and the Iron Islands remained ambiguous in their stance. War, which would engulf the entire continent, became an inevitability. Within the Vale, factions began to divide into loyalists and rebels. Jon and Eddard led the insurgents to victory against the loyalists at Gotham, while Eddard returned to the north to summon his vassals. Robert, too, hastened back to Storm's End, rallying all his bannermen. As forces from across the Stormlands began to arrive, the periphery of Storm's End was adorned with military tents, and within the castle, armored generals and soldiers traversed the grounds, accompanied by the incessant clanging of blacksmiths repairing weapons and armor. In the deep of night, after Robert, Stannis, and the arriving lords concluded their military council, Renly, still drowsy, entered the chamber with a gesture from his elder brother. Renly indicated he had matters to discuss with his two brothers, and after the others departed, the four Baratheon brothers convened. "Is there something you wish to address, Renly?" Robert inquired, appearing fatigued. Averse to the burdens of governance, he yearned to be a leading general rather than a strategic commander, finding himself overwhelmed by the mental exertion required. Stannis, typically engaged in the affairs of state, found himself equally beleaguered, grappling with the unprecedented task of mobilizing personnel and resources for war. "Are you aware of magic?" Renly asked solemnly, studying the exhausted visages of his brothers. Robert pondered, recalling tales that the forging of Valyrian steel required sorcery. Storm's End itself was constructed by magical means. Yet no extraordinary occurrences had come to light. "Magic has long been lost to us," he replied. "I have encountered some magical artifacts, but they were mere trinkets, shiny baubles that merely glimmer or make a sound," Stannis concurred. Wit gazed earnestly at Robert, stating that Valyrian steel products could be melted and reforged by ordinary folk once they comprehend the technique. In the city of Kor on the eastern continent, there exist blacksmiths skilled in this art. However, Valyrian steel is not merely ore. Transforming common steel into Valyrian steel necessitates a magical furnace and enchantment of the items. Turning to Stannis, he continued, "Magic derives from magical energy. Previously, the world underwent a period of magical decline, leading to the disappearance of magic, but now, the magical energies have revitalized, and in the future, there will be an increasing number of individuals wielding true magic. Magical artifacts are not impervious. Potent magical items can be obliterated by other magical artifacts during warfare, leaving behind only decorative magical trinkets." "Are you so certain?" The two exchanged skeptical glances. Were it any other individual discussing matters of magic, Robert would have kicked him out, while Stannis would have commanded the guards to submerge the person in water to rouse him. Yet, with his brother, they exhibited patience. Wit stood, realizing he was not tall enough to reach the table, and climbed onto a chair. He drew a small knife from his waist and made a swift incision across his left palm, blood immediately flowing forth. "You've lost your mind." Robert reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp Wit's hand, but Wit raised his right hand to hold him, exclaiming, "Renly." Initially, Renly, feigning attentiveness despite his drowsiness, perked up upon witnessing his brother willingly cut his left hand, recognizing it was his moment to shine. He extended both hands, cupping them before Wade, channeling magical energy. And a sphere of orange light materialized in the center of his palms. He directed the orb toward Wade, and as the light converged upon the bleeding wound, it closed at a visible pace until it vanished entirely. Wiping away the blood with his sleeve, Wade's left hand was restored to its pristine state. Robert and Stannis hurried over to examine Wade's left hand and inspect the sleeve of his garment. They remained incredulous, suspecting that the two brothers had merely learned some sleight of hand, and proceeded to scrutinize Renly's hands, but could not discern any trickery. "Is it truly magic?" Stannis inquired. Regarding his two brothers, "Indeed, it is magic, known as the Healing Hand," Renly declared, lifting his chin with an air of prideful acceptance. Wade patted Renly's shoulder in commendation, asserting that he had taught him this magic, and that Renly possessed a remarkable talent for restorative and transmutation spells. Renly had achieved the apprentice level of the Healing Hand, enabling him to gradually mend wounds for others. Although termed gradual healing, this is relative to other forms of magic. Such minor cuts could be healed in mere breaths, while more severe injuries, like fractures or significant lacerations, would take a considerable amount of time. Upon discovering the magical potential within Renly, Wade concluded that it was likely due to their twin bond, which had bestowed the magical lineage upon him. He transcribed several introductory tomes on magic from memory, and Renly, at the time, could scarcely recognize a few letters, necessitating Wade to instruct him directly, guiding him through the illustrations and the diagrams of magical energy flow. After 2 months of diligent study, Renly successfully cast a light spell, his excitement keeping him awake for 3 consecutive days. Further research revealed that Renly's primary magical talent resided in restoration, followed by transmutation, while his proficiency in destruction remained untested, as Wade feared he might incinerate their abode. However, the magical reserves within Renly's body amounted to less than a tenth of what was possessed by Wade. After all, Renly lacked a system to allocate magical points and had no skill points to enhance his magical skill tree. All his abilities were acquired through relentless study and arduous practice. Robb remained skeptical and inquired of Wade, "Did you teach Renly? Do you possess other forms of magic?" Wade turned around, conjuring a white sphere of light with one hand and launching it towards the ceiling. With the other hand, he summoned a blue sphere that erupted, enveloping his form in a swirling aura of blue light, which coalesced into a humanoid shield around him. He then leapt onto the table, extending both hands forward, unleashing a tempestuous wind laced with shards of ice towards the wall. The candelabra within the room was extinguished, leaving only the light from the sphere on the ceiling, which shone brighter than the extinguished candles. The bone-chilling icy gust swiftly coated the walls and furniture in a layer of frost. Wade adjusted his direction, freezing another wall and encasing Robb's armor, which was draped over a wooden mannequin, in a solid layer of ice. In the confined space of the room, where the wind could only swirl chaotically, the ice-spitting spell appeared even more ferocious. Ice fragments flew about like daggers, stinging the skin. Renly climbed onto a chair, positioning himself before Robb and Stannis, casting a restorative magical barrier to shield them from the icy gale. As the frigid wind scattered with ice ceased, the room was transformed. 2 walls and the furniture had become encased in ice, while the rest of the area was blanketed in frost, rendering the entire space a realm of white. Wade turned, raising his hands. Flames of red flickered from his left palm, while a surge of blue electricity crackled from his right. "This is my magic," he declared. Robb and Stannis gazed in astonishment at the crystalline ice that adorned the room, fully accepting the reality that their 2 brothers possessed magical abilities. "So, can Stannis and I also wield magic?" Robb cautiously asked Wade. Observing the eager anticipation on their faces, Wade, knowing that magical affinity could not be conjured from thin air, regretfully replied, "I am sorry, but both Renly and I are still in the exploratory phase of our magical journey. Furthermore, historical records indicate that each sorcerer is inherently gifted with magical affinity, which they cultivate through learning. Even their descendants may lack this inheritance, and it appears that you, my elder and second brother, possess no magical potency. Magic is a skill. Magical energy is the source that enables its practice. Magical energy resembles a tree, with sufficient intellect. One can transform it into firewood for warmth. Magic operates similarly. As magical energy begins to permeate the world, anyone capable of sensing it, coupled with wisdom, can devise ways to harness it to perform magic." Wade could not divulge that magic had traversed dimensions, yet he fabricated a plausible rationale for its existence in this realm. Disappointment washed over the two, but such matters could not be forced. Suddenly, Robb burst into laughter. The mere fact that 2 sorcerers have emerged from our generation of 4 proves that the Baratheon lineage possesses a magical bloodline. Even if Stannis and I lack magical talent, it does not preclude our descendants from inheriting it. Given a sufficient number of offspring, we are bound to produce at least 1 or 2. Vate was taken aback. Could it be that Robb's future multitude of bastards is the reason behind this? Chapter 8. The scheme. As he observed the 2 men emerging from their disappointment, Vate began to discuss matters of significance, ensuring that history continued along its established trajectory, even if the details diverged slightly. Until today, the knowledge of my and Lannister's magical abilities was confined to the 4 of us brothers. I had not even confided in Maester Clyson. Today, my demonstration of magic alongside Lannister served 2 purposes: to prove my own cleverness and to affirm that we Lannisters possess the means for self-preservation. Eldest brother, second brother. Given the current situation, what course of action do you propose? Prince Doran Martell to the south and House Tyrell of Highgarden to the west have declared their support for the king, placing us under siege from both sides, while the rebel forces seeking to overthrow the king are stationed in the north. We face a choice, either to remain and engage Dorne and Highgarden or to abandon Storm's End and march northward. The vassals are currently deliberating as well. Stannis noted that the forces mobilizable from Highgarden outnumber ours by several times, and the martial prowess of the Dornish cannot be underestimated. A direct assault offers little chance of success. We can only adopt a defensive posture while awaiting reinforcements from the north, yet King S Landing obstructs their advance. Should we relinquish Storm's End, we would inevitably suffer plundering by the Tyrells and Dornish, jeopardizing our very home and potentially leading to a collapse of morale or even defection. Vite turned to Robb. Have you considered what this uprising is truly for? Robb replied without hesitation. What else could it be? To dethrone that mad king, slay Rhaegar, and reclaim my betrothed. Stannis interjected. And what follows? Once the king and prince are dead, who shall ascend the Iron Throne? Robb and the northern lords, driven by their own motives, were singularly focused on the king's demise, with little thought given to the distribution of power post-victory. Stannis remarked that according to the laws of succession, upon the Mad King's death, the crown would pass to Rhaegar, but since our rebellion aims to dismantle their reign, the first heir would be Rhaegar's child, followed by his brother, Viserys. Vite cautioned, brothers, do not forget our ancestral ties with the Targaryens. Our grandmother was Princess Rhaella. If unforeseen circumstances arise, Brother Robb would also hold a claim to the throne. Allowing the Mad King's progeny to inherit would merely set the stage for vengeance upon their maturity. Indeed, Brother Robb is the most fitting candidate for the Iron Throne. The prospect of his kingship invigorated Stannis. Stannis continued, the Mad King is both incompetent and increasingly tyrannical. Many lords across the realm are on the brink of insurrection. By rallying under the banner of ending his reign, and with Brother Robb, who possesses a legitimate claim, ascending the Iron Throne, we could unify the lords and elevate the morale of the rebels. Thus, it is your destiny. Robb's face flushed with emotion, though his demeanor remained composed. Turmoil brewed within him. Recognizing that this uprising bore his name, he concluded that he could not remain to obstruct Dorne and Highgarden, while the Northern Alliance advanced against King S Landing. Hence, he resolved to march north promptly to join the rebels and unite their forces against the capital. Robb commenced his analysis of the situation, and Renly nodded in agreement, though it remained uncertain whether he truly comprehended the gravity of the matter. Stannis asserted, first and foremost, we must swiftly eradicate the loyalists within our territories, thereby uniting the Stormlands as one. Robb expressed confidence in his ability to handle this task himself, stating that those vessels who hesitated to respond to summons surely harbored treachery, and dealing with them would be a straightforward endeavor. Stannis continued, secondly, with the Riverlands possessing the largest military force, are you familiar with those capable of commanding troops there? Robb dismissed the Riverlanders, noting that apart from Lancel Lannister, the rest were inept in warfare. Furthermore, the Tyrells, once mere stewards to the Gardner family, had only ascended to dukedom by betraying their lord. Over half of the vessels in the Riverlands did not respect them. They engaged in warfare through cunning rather than valor. Robb held them in contempt, asserting that Lady Olenna Tyrell wielded the true influence, while her son, the bloated Mace Tyrell, was merely a wealthy fool. Stannis was somewhat aware of these dynamics. Robb pondered briefly before declaring, very well, I shall send a letter to Lady Olenna of House Tyrell, expressing my appreciation for their loyalty to the crown, while conveying that the rebels have only raised their banners out of necessity, lest the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms face dire consequences. I propose a meeting of our forces at a designated location, where I shall feign defeat and retreat. claiming a desire to spare our subjects from devastation, thus providing them an avenue for justification to their vessels. Stannis suggested they may be encouraged to launch a direct assault on Storm's End, while refraining from pillaging the towns of the Stormlands. The plan, as conceived by Robb and Stannis, appeared advantageous for their side. Varys interjected, but can Highgarden acquiesce to this arrangement? Stannis replied, Lady Olenna is a shrewd individual. This approach not only demonstrates their loyalty to the crown but also ensures that neither side incurs significant losses. The latter will contain a subtle threat, as should hostilities erupt. Both the Riverlands and Stormlands will be reduced to ruins, and they fear our retribution. Importantly, the Tyrells lack sufficient control, as many of their vessels are averse to conflict, with some even desiring the demise of the Mad King. The populace of the Riverland harbors no strong ties to the crown, they seek to profit from the chaos. Therefore, this letter must be addressed solely to Lady Olenna, not to the inflated mace. Stannis, write the letter in my name and arrange for the envoys to convene. If a consensus can be reached, it would be ideal. I shall lead the main forces of the Stormlands northward promptly. Should that fail, we shall devise alternative strategies. Robb, eschewing the intricacies of correspondence, delegated the task to his younger brother, while adding a request for the envoys to bring ample provisions for the siege, jesting. Whether we besiege for a day or a year, we must be well supplied, Hall. Varys cautioned, but your brother must hold Storm's End steadfastly. Should the future king's ancestral home fall, it would significantly affect morale. Stannis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the garrison left for him would be limited. But he intended to gather sufficient supplies and medicine to fortify their position. Robb then remarked, for now, the magical abilities of Renly and Varys must remain concealed, to be revealed only in the event of grave injury to significant figures. With the north and west secured, our focus shall shift to the south, to Dorne. Stannis, I harbor little concern for Dorne. They have not waged war for decades, merely offering verbal support. No one can guarantee they will refrain from military action this time, especially since it involves the overthrow of a king, and their sister is the wife of Prince Rhaegar. Robert took a sip of water, vigorously rubbing his temples, feeling that today was the most mentally taxing day of his life. Stannis, let us draft a letter to Prince Doran of Dorne in the name of our elder brother Robert, acknowledging their loyalty to the crown. However, it must be stated that it was his brother-in-law Rhaegar who betrayed his marriage, and the Mad King indiscriminately slaughtered the nobility. The purpose of your rebellion, once you breach King's Landing, is to dismantle the monarchy and safeguard their sister and children. If they refrain from sending troops, that would be ideal, at the very least. Let them join forces with Highgarden at Storm's End. Do you not think these assurances are somewhat inadequate? Robert inquired. Varys glanced at the two and interjected, therefore, as Robert's fourth brother, I must personally go to Dorne as a hostage. The Dornish will likely execute you as a sacrifice. Robert shouted vehemently. Stannis concurred, our elder brother must head north while I steadfastly defend Storm's End. The best case scenario is that Dorne does not send troops. Secondly, Dorne agrees to our demands and merely besieges Storm's End, which would increase my burden. The worst case scenario is that Highgarden and Dorne disregard Storm's End and directly support the crown, leading to the inevitable alignment of the neutral Westerlands with the Royalists. With the Riverlands, the most populous, the wealthiest Westerlands, the decades of preparation in Dorne, and the pro-Royalist factions within the northern rebels combined. Who among you rebels can withstand such forces? Varys remarked, until the outcome of the war is clear, the Dornish will not act against me, and my magic serves as a guarantee of my safety. In the original narrative, Dorne dispatched 10,000 troops to support the crown, yet they feared the uncertainties, particularly the potential defeat of Robert. Thus, strategies must be devised to widen the military disparity between the two sides. Both Robert and Stannis are astute, with Varys' guidance. They would formulate a plan. Robert gazed at the trio for a long moment, exclaiming, my dear brothers. Thus, a strategy was established. Elder brother Robert swiftly purged the pro-Royalist factions in Storm's End, engaged in a feint defeat against Highgarden, and led the main force north to unite with the Northern Coalition. Second brother Stannis gathered supplies, determined to hold Storm's End until the Northern forces could descend in support. Third brother Renly assisted in tending to the severely wounded. The fourth brother aimed to stabilize Dorne. Robert brought their hands together, clasping them in solidarity with their family motto. The four raised their voices in unison, our fury is like wildfire. Henceforth, the four brothers of House Baratheon began their ascent onto the stage of power. Chapter 9, Dorne. Shortly thereafter, Robert, invigorated by his victories over three families loyal to the usurpers at the ruins of Summerhall, returned to Storm's End, where he refrained from executing the defeated captives who had betrayed their lord. Instead, he celebrated with them, fostering a spirit of unity throughout the Stormlands. The ravens from Highgarden had already returned, bearing a message that simply read sealed. Upon seeing this, Robert understood that House Tyrell had acquiesced to his terms. He promptly led his main force into action, leaving 1,000 men to defend Storm's End. To guard against any deception, Robert dispatched scouts, who discovered that the entirety of the Rich-S army had congregated at the arbor, with even the formidable forces of Sir Loras Tyrell stationed nearby. The front lines at Sealed were manned solely by the soldiers of the local lord, House Hightower, engaging a small contingent of troops in battle with Lord Hightower. Robert's forces exchanged blows until the Rich's reinforcements arrived. At that point, Robert ordered his men to abandon their banners, weapons, and armor, retreating northward with the main body of his army, under the command of Duke Mace Tyrell. The forces of the Rich bypassed the other towns of Storm's End and laid siege to the ancestral home of Robert. Faced with the impenetrable walls of Storm's End, Duke Mace ordered a siege, establishing tents and cooking fires outside the castle. Nobles feasted on ample provisions, while ravens were dispatched to King's Landing, claiming that they had vanquished Robert, who had fled northward, now besieging Storm's End. The Mad King rejoiced, rewarding his troops with copious amounts of fine wine. The ravens from Dorne had also returned, with Prince Doran stating that Dorne would join forces with the army from Highgarden, though individual princes and their vassals were beyond their control. There was also a desire for Loras and Willis to visit Sunspear, where the four brothers conferred. After Varys assured them that even if Dorne turned against them, he and Loras would have the means to escape, Robert finally penned a reply agreeing to Dorne's terms and dispatched 20 loyal guards to escort Varys by ship to Sunspear. The various Baratheon factions each had their own agendas. Dorne, possessing the only desert on the continent of Westeros, saw most of its inhabitants residing near the lush rivers in the southwest and along the coastline. Dorne boasts several cities and fortresses, with Sunspear being a coastal city. The Iron Throne had never conquered Dorne, over 200 years ago. The Targaryens had scorched nearly all of Dorne's major cities with dragonfire. Despite significant losses, the Dornish remained unyielding, a source of pride for them today. Eventually, peace was brokered through marriage, and while Dorne ostensibly submitted to the Iron Throne, it effectively maintained autonomy, which is why its rulers are referred to as princes. Unlike the dukes of other realms, due to the desert's expanse, the Dornish engaged in limited communication with other kingdoms, preserving many customs from their ancestors, the Rhoynar of Essos. These included a passionate and open temperament among both genders, women participating in martial endeavors, and equal inheritance rights for both sexes. As the ship gradually approached the harbor of Sunspear, the city, perched upon a small rocky peninsula, was visible from afar, its castle surrounded by sea on three sides, with several tall towers rising against the horizon. As a castle belonging to a monarch, akin to the Wind's Rest fortress of one's own home, its primary function is military rather than commercial, resulting in a modest port that merely suffices for daily life and transportation needs. Accompanied by Sir Loras and the guards disembarking, the prince's retinue has already arrived at the port to extend their greetings. The procession traverses the shadowy city outside the castle walls, where commoners have set up small shops, reminiscent of Wind's Rest. However, the walls of Sunspear are entirely unique, boasting 3 layers that meander through the residences, rendering the entire city akin to a labyrinth. Following the guards into the inner city, they reach the throne room adorned with stained glass windows. At the center stands a circular dais flanked by 2 chairs, one bearing the sigil of House Martell, a spear, and the other the emblem of House Dane, a red sun. Together, they symbolize the union of the Martell family as spear piercing the red sun. The spear represents the former sigil of House Martell, while the red sun belonged to the warrior Queen Nymeria from a millennium ago, who, fleeing the Valyrian conquest on the eastern continent, led her people to Dorne and forged an alliance with House Martell. Many customs in Dorne today can be traced back to Nymeria as king, such as the tradition of girls training in combat, often adorned with the red sun emblem. The direwolf of House Stark's daughter in the future is also named Nymeria. Your Highness, good afternoon, the young prince addresses, as he envisions his journey to Dorne. Having enlisted his elder brother Robert to convey his regards and request that the prince look after Sir Loras, uttering the preordained pleasantries, although now a hostage, the formalities spoken from the lips of a child still carry a certain charm. After the customary greetings, the accompanying guards present a letter sealed with Robert's insignia, along with gifts sent by him to the prince, while outwardly Vid and Loras appear to be on a leisurely journey. Robert has further bestowed several thousand golden dragons as gifts to ensure the prince's goodwill, for the uncertainty of war looms large, and should calamity befall them, such offerings may temper the ire of their host. Upon reading the letter and glancing at it, Prince Demon finds himself at a loss for words with the two young children. The unspoken reality hangs between them. He thus delegates the butler, Tarsos, to arrange accommodations for Wit and Loras to rest and instructs the guards to confine the two and their attendants within the castle gardens. The castle is vast, and the steward has allocated 5 guest rooms in the visitors' wing, with Wit and Loras sharing a spacious chamber. The room, open to the north and south, is merely veiled by beaded curtains, and the eaves are adorned with intricately carved glass. The furnishings and carpets are embellished with traditional dorm patterns, while the expansive garden is replete with palm and coconut trees, exuding an exotic charm. As the guards organize their belongings, the two children wander through the garden. Wit exclaims to Loras that the coconuts, as large as their heads, are delectably sweet. This is Loras's first encounter with such enormous fruit, and he gazes longingly at the towering coconut trees, unable to resist the temptation. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he picks up a decorative stone from the garden and strikes at the coconut. Have you two just arrived and already taken a fancy to my family's coconuts? 3 young girls approach from a distance. The eldest appears to be around 10, while the younger 2 seem to be of a similar age to Wit and Loras. Loras hastily bows, addressing the young ladies, "Good afternoon, my ladies," feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of a noble plotting against another's coconuts. This coconut is splendid, but why is it not sold in Storm's End? Wit, ever bold, deftly shifts the focus of conversation. In our land of Dawn, we scarcely have enough to eat, let alone spare any to sell. The eldest girl spoke with a tone reminiscent of a father admonishing a wayward child. Our father has sent us free to keep an eye on you. It would be wise for you to remain where you are. May I inquire about your names? Wit, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage and sensing hostility, refrained from speaking. Having lived several decades in his previous life, he did not regard the 3 young girls with much concern. "I am Obara Sand," she introduced herself, "and these are my sisters, Nymeria Sand and Tyne Sand. Our father is Prince Oberyn." Wit recalled that these were the future Sand Snakes, the illegitimate daughters of Oberyn. As the brother of Dorne's highest ruler, Oberyn was wealthy and carefree, spending his days in tournaments and revelry, never marrying, and surrounded by numerous lovers, raising his bastards as if they were his own daughters, a true libertine. All of Dorne's bastards bear the surname Sand, and Oberyn, known as the Red Viper, trained his daughters to be ruthless and skilled in the arts of assassination and poison, thus earning them the moniker of Sand Snakes, a title they would come to embody in adulthood. Yet, for now, they were merely little girls. Wit introduced himself. "I am Wit, and this is my twin brother, Lannister." In truth, the 3 girls had merely overheard their uncle Doran speaking with the ministers about the 2 hostages arriving from Sunspear, prompting them to rush over to see the twins. In this world, twins were not uncommon, but they were mostly found among foreign nations, while Dorne had only seen a pair emerge in decades. The girls exchanged glances between Wit and Lannister, searching for differences, while Wit scrutinized them in return. The eldest, Obara, had brown hair and closely set eyes, her build robust. The second, Nymeria, with her dark hair and eyes, already displayed the promise of beauty at such a tender age. She shared a name with the renowned warrior queen, a testament to the queen's revered status among the Dornish people. The youngest, Tyne, was golden-haired and blue-eyed, her countenance sweet and charming. Despite the fact that the 3 girls were technically older than him, Wit regarded them as children, his own lifetime experiences surpassing even their father Oberyn as seasoned and worldly. Wit effortlessly dispelled any tension between them with tales of local customs and a few light-hearted jokes, eliciting laughter from both Lannister and the young girls. Chapter 10. Prince Dowain. The garden was adorned with stone benches, where Vitor, accompanied by several children, settled near a pond to converse. They learned that Prince Dolan's children resided in another city, the Flowing Flower Garden, while their own home was in Yangji City. After a short while, Prince Dowain made his entrance. Upon seeing their uncle, the 3 little girls, fearing he might discover their eavesdropping, hurriedly fled. Observing their swift departure without so much as a greeting, Dowain couldn't help but think it was a clear admission of guilt. "You two must not leave the garden's confines. Bachelor Duncan will come to teach you literacy," he instructed. Vitor inquired, "Can we visit the library? Are both of you literate?" Dowain asked, somewhat astonished. "I am. And Lonley is currently learning," Vitor replied. "I permit your visit to the library. I have heard of the precocious 4th son of the Baila family. I shall inform the guards. Doan acquiesced before attempting to take his leave. Noticing Dolan's intent to depart, and considering his own diplomatic mission, Vitor seized the opportunity to engage. These coconuts are remarkably large. Why aren't they sold in the north? He posed, referring to the southernmost region of the continent, where the locals regarded the north as encompassing all other territories. Coconuts are not easy to cultivate. They require extensive planting, fertilization, and pest control, Doan explained. I tried. But the trees bore no fruit, he added. Vitor feigned contemplation. Only when men and women unite can children be born. Similarly, trees also require both male and female counterparts to yield fruit. How do you know all this? Prince Doan squinted, a smile gracing his lips. I have read extensively. Vitor replied, maintaining his composure. I have perused countless tomes, yet I have not encountered any that discuss such matters, Doan said, putting on a fade in front of the children. Vitor recalled that this prince, afflicted with gout and somewhat immobile, was indeed diligent in his studies, making his extensive reading plausible. The longer Vitor lived in this world, the more he began to forget his previous life, as he was not one to keep a diary. The Scarlet City held agriculture in low regard, deeming it a task for the lower class. Thus, literature on the subject was scarce. In our storeland, we have limited arable land. Insufficient grain production necessitates purchasing from elsewhere. Hence the absence of such books at home. Vitor fabricated a half-truth. While it was true that the city undervalued agriculture, the claim of having such books was false. You might begin by experimenting with a few trees. Pollinate one tree's flowers with the pollen from another, Vitor suggested. Upon hearing this, the prince remained silent for a moment before stating he had matters to attend to and departed. Even if Vitor's suggestion were valid, it was unlikely Doan would endorse the advice of a child. Vitor's concern was not whether the prince would cultivate coconuts. Rather, he aimed to leave a clever and engaging impression before the highest authority of Dorne. Prince Doan was renowned for his exceptional political acumen across the continent, employing overt strategies with firm principles and possessing a remarkable capacity for patience, often orchestrating grand schemes that spanned decades though fortune never favored him. Subsequently, the three little girls frequently sought out Vitor and Lonely, and Princess Yeonan, Dolan's daughter, joined the trio on several occasions. Lonely, being astute and raised with noble education, conversed with great politeness, while Vitor's reputation as a gentleman preceded him. In truth, the girls were primarily drawn to Vitor, listening to amusing tales and jokes. Even a butterfly can weave a story. For them, hearing stories from Vit is the most cherished pastime at their age, alongside the likes of Lannister. Sitting by the garden pond, enjoying oranges while listening to stories, each time Normalia and Tyranny would squeeze closer to Vit, eager to catch every word. Joyful moments whisked by swiftly. Additionally, they practiced martial arts. The eldest sister, Shad, was already 10, the second sister 8, the third sister 6. And Princess Elaine was 9 or older than Vit. With the exception of a few families, the spear was a requisite skill for every Dornish person, complemented by either a short weapon or a secondary armament. The eldest sister adeptly wielded a whip, while Normalia expertly handled throwing knives. Tyranny brandished a dagger, and Princess Elaine skillfully maneuvered a short spear. Vit, aided by a game system, swiftly mastered one-handed and two-handed weapons along with shields. He could now spar in the garden with the girls using spears, whips, daggers, and throwing knives, and could even best two girls in unarmed combat. It was only upon arriving in Dorne that Lannister commenced his martial training. Previously, he had merely observed others practice, never having witnessed the chaos of battle, be it a controlled training session or a tournament where one avoided vital strikes, all adhering to the chivalric codes of honor. However, the Shad sisters and Princess Elaine were unconcerned with such formalities. Their strikes aimed for vital points or below the belt, targeting the neck and face when the upper body was defended, resulting in painful encounters that left Lannister languishing for hours post-training, harboring deep grievances. Prince Theon would occasionally visit the guest quarters, initially guiding their martial practices, but later engaging Vit in discussions about northern conflicts, with each visit growing lengthier. He no longer regarded Vit as merely a 5-year-old child, but rather conversed with him on matters of war, treating him as if he were 15. Vit appreciated Darren's attitude, consistently emphasizing the alliance among the 4 regions while excluding the Lannisters from the west, wary of their past actions and the potential repercussions for himself and Lannister. While Vit and Lannister remained unscathed by the flames of war in southern Dorne, the northern conflict was gradually escalating. After Robert's famed retreat to the north, he swiftly traversed the riverlands, thereby circumventing the anticipated battle at the Bells. The forces from the north, Vale, and Riverlands convened. This time, the four factions of rebels united, collectively proclaiming Robert as king and marching southward to besiege King's Landing. The royalist forces and the insurgents finally converged at the Trident, where the ensuing battle between the main armies would determine the outcome of the rebellion. This conflict had transformed from its original design. Both sides had not suffered losses during the Belle's engagement, maintaining their numbers. However, Dorne's troops, besieging Sunspear, received minimal support from Oberyn and a small contingent of knights, tipping the scales of victory significantly in favor of Robert. The royalists mustered only 35,000 troops, while the rebels amassed nearly 40,000. Both factions boasted well-equipped infantry, pikemen, cavalry, and archers, arrayed across the expansive plains of the river mouth, their colorful banners fluttering in the wind. There was no need for pre-battle mobilization to boost morale. Both sides' soldiers were already well aware of their adversary and the motivations behind the conflict. Now, their thoughts were solely focused on how to slay their opponents. The commanders, Robert and Rhaegar, rode forth to the front lines. Robert donned ancestral armor, adorned with a horned helmet and a bright yellow cloak embroidered with the sigil of a stag, wielding a formidable warhammer. Rhaegar, clad in obsidian armor and a dragon-winged helm, bore a cloak embroidered with the Targaryen three-headed dragon emblem, brandishing a long sword. Upon sighting one another, their animosity ignited, and they spurred their horses forward in unison. "Advance! The rebel forces are upon us," commanded Jon Arryn, the deputy commander of the insurgents. "Onward! Let us vanquish the traitors," echoed Prime Minister John Clinton, directing the royalist troops to commence their assault. With their leaders charging ahead, the morale of both armies surged. The clarion call of battle resonated through the air, and the thunderous roar of tens of thousands of soldiers filled the skies. Cavalry units, initially positioned on the flanks, rallied around their commanders, bypassing the infantry formations. Robert, singularly focused on eliminating Rhaegar, accelerated towards his foe, flanked by cavalry for protection. The two cavalry forces collided violently, resulting in chaos as men and horses tumbled, the cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and the anguished screams of the dying merging into a horrific symphony. In such tumult, the horse became a harbinger of death, as the cavalrymen became ensnared in a deadly entanglement. In their initial clash, Robert and Rhaegar found themselves evenly matched, both seeking to re-engage one another amidst the fray, their loyal knights shielding them with unwavering valor. "Rhaegar, come forth and meet your demise," Robert bellowed in fury. Rhaegar, spotting Robert, turned his steed and charged, exclaiming, "Rebel Robert!" The two commanders, alongside their knights, collided once more, resulting in casualties both from lethal thrusts and falls from their mounts. The sound of Robert's warhammer clashing against Rhaegar's sword echoed as they narrowly passed each other, neither gaining the upper hand. With a mighty swing, Robert sent a knight's helmet flying, the blow crushing the man's skull, sending his lifeless body tumbling to the ground, trampled by the chaos around him. Rhaegar, on horseback, thrust his sword with precision, blocking a cleaving strike and piercing the throat of another knight. "Kill!" The infantry surged forward, crashing into one another, the battlefield extending for miles, awash with the chaos of combat and the spray of blood. The endurance of men paled in comparison to that of horses, and as the initial charge subsided, the commanders began to maneuver their forces, engaging in fierce duels with suitable opponents. As noblemen, once the duels commenced, the surrounding knights and vassals instinctively cleared a space, allowing the combatants to engage more freely. Soon, the battlefield was rife with one-on-one duels, with the specter of death looming over renowned nobles, their family banners falling in disarray. Robert and Rhaegar continued their relentless exchanges, eventually fighting their way to the river bank. The clash of swords and warhammers sent sparks flying as both warriors, skilled in their arts and fueled by deep-seated resentment, poured every ounce of strength into their lethal endeavors against one another. The surrounding knights also focused on the situation of the two commanders, for this was a moment of utmost significance. Should one fall, the morale of the army would shatter instantaneously. Both sides tacitly ceased hostilities, each taking a step back to maintain a semblance of order in this confined space. Robert, perish! Rhaegar's longsword proved to be more agile, exploiting the openings during Robert's hammer swings to thrust into the gaps of his armor. Despite his injury, Robert did not flinch like the others. Instead, he swung his hammer with renewed ferocity toward Rhaegar. As their stamina waned, Robert's advantage became apparent. The longsword could only pierce weak points, while the hammer, even against armor, could inflict severe internal injuries. With a resounding crash, Robert's hammer struck Rhaegar's chest, shattering the large ruby embedded there, sending fragments scattering through the air. More vivid than blood, Rhaegar, struck down by Robert, fell from his horse and tumbled onto the riverbank, his long sword slipping from his grasp. Although Rhaegar's chest armor appeared unscathed, the force of the blow reverberated through, fracturing his sternum and shattering his internal organs. The shattered ruby pieces fell, reflecting glimmers of red light in the air. Lyanna, Lyanna, Lyanna! The icy river water surged into his armor as Rhaegar watched Robert, hammer in hand, approach with an ever-darkening silhouette. His body grew colder, ultimately succumbing to a chilling darkness. In the Battle of the Trident, the two armies' commanders faced off one-on-one. Prince Rhaegar was slain by Robert, while the deputy commander Jon Connington fell to Eddard Stark, and the Kingsguard member Louis Martell was killed by Ser Lyn Corbray. The rebellion emerged victorious. Upon receiving the news, Varys penned a letter to Robert, instructing him to retrieve Prince Rhaegar's body, bury it where he fell, and erect a stone monument inscribed with his life's deeds, emphasizing that it should be done in Robert's name to placate both neutral and royalist factions. However, Robert was unwilling, wishing instead to dismember Rhaegar. Nevertheless, burdened with many affairs, he soon neglected this matter. Taking advantage of Robert's recuperation, Jon Arryn ordered his men to conceal Rhaegar's corpse, digging a pit for burial and erecting a wooden marker. Later, when Robert inquired about this, Jon Arryn dismissed him, stating that the Targaryens were traditionally cremated, and burying him would be the greatest insult. The royalists scattered back to King's Landing, while Robert's rebel forces continued their advance toward the city. The Iron Islands pirates also stirred restlessly. Outside Storm's End, the fleet of the rich surrounded the sea, while the army cooperated with Dorne's forces in multiple assaults, all of which were repelled by Stannis. The rebel stronghold had not yet fallen, leaving them unable to provide the Mad King's request for reinforcements to King's Landing. News reached Dorne that Prince Louis Martell had perished in the war, being the uncle of Doran and Oberyn. Consequently, Prince Doran ceased his visits to Varys, merely dispatching his guards to deliver messages, maintaining a facade of cordiality among the equally esteemed nobles, for the moment avoiding open conflict. On a certain day during a session of unarmed training, 4 girls confronted Vit in a 1 versus 4 scenario. Initially, it seemed manageable, but as the sparring progressed, an unsettling shift occurred. The expressions of the 4 girls grew increasingly fierce, and their strikes became more aggressive as they surrounded him. Vit, refraining from the use of magic, gradually found himself unable to defend against their onslaught and ultimately resorted to clutching one of them tightly from behind as a shield, collapsing to the ground, exposing his back and one side. The other 3 girls pinned him down and continued their assault. Fortunately, being mere children, their strength was limited. Only his head scraped against the ground, resulting in a bleeding wound that, while appearing severe, was merely a superficial injury. It was the first time that Lancel had witnessed Vit covered in blood, leaving him frozen in shock nearby. "We will kill you!" the girls shouted. "Your brother murdered Prince Louis. Deceitful, despicable northerners!" Vit understood the cause of their anger and, being in someone else's home, felt it improper to retaliate against the young girls. As their energy waned during the encounter, he hoped it would soon come to a halt. "We desire to slay you and Lancel, yet we cannot," Princess Arianne exclaimed, her face contorted in rage. "Both of our sides have suffered losses, but their deaths on the battlefield are honorable," Vit called out as he lay on the ground, sitting up and releasing the girl he had used as a shield, who was none other than Nymeria Sen. For thousands of years, the continent of Westeros has been engulfed in warfare among numerous families. If every death warranted vengeance, it would result in a perpetual cycle of bloodshed across the realm. Thus, a principle of knightly honor emerged. Both sides fight for their lords, and being slain by the enemy in battle is considered honorable, devoid of personal vendettas, and should not incite revenge. Princess Arianne and her elder sister, Obara, departed, leaving Vit in the company of Nymeria, who was closest to his age. Meanwhile, Tyrion had yet to rise from the ground, observing her departing sisters and then gazing at Vit, whose face was smeared with blood. The 2 girls sat on the ground and began to weep. "War is brutal, and none wish to instigate it. I hope you can speak with your sisters, helping them comprehend the origins of this conflict," Vit suggested as he retrieved oranges from inside the house. Noticing the girls had calmed their tears, he used his sleeve to dry their cheeks and, peeling the oranges, offered them each a half. Having wept and consumed the fruit, the 2 girls stood up, looking at Vit before slowly making their way out of the garden, their bodies still trembling. Vit led the stunned Lancel inside to wash his face. Since his life was not in jeopardy, he decided to keep his injuries visible for sympathy and would tend to them with healing magic in a few days. Before long, the guards delivered medicine for his wounds. The following day, Dolan came to visit. Princess Arianne and Lady Obara never returned, but Nymeria and Tyrene occasionally brought fruit. Sitting by the garden pond with Vit, sharing oranges while listening to stories. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted. They listened quietly, devoid of laughter and joy. Chapter 11. The Wrath of Oberyn. Due to the circumstances in the north, the forces stationed in Thu'um began to be redeployed towards the northern frontiers, prompting some of the military families from the northern stronghold to return to Dorne. The Dane family, one of the prominent military aristocrats of Dorne, welcomed Ashera Dane, the sister of the Dawn, into the royal guest house of Sunspear. In the garden, Viter observed this once familiar figure, who had shared laughter with him at Windspear Keep, now bearing the pallor of pregnancy and distress. He approached her and engaged in conversation. Perhaps she perceived Viter as a mere child, uncomprehending, and thus found solace in confiding her tale of love with Eddard Stark at the tournament held at Harrenhal. Eddard, the second son of a noble house, and she, a noblewoman herself, shared a love that seemed fitting, especially with her now carrying his child and plans for an engagement on the horizon. However, following the tragic deaths of Eddard's brother and father, he ascended to the title of Warden of the North, and with the onset of war, he wed his brother's betrothed, Catelyn Tully. Now, news had reached her that he was once again setting his sights southward towards Dorne, leaving her utterly heartbroken. Viter could only express his disdain for Eddard's perceived betrayal, denouncing him for abandoning his wife and child until Ashera could no longer bear to hear it. He then endeavored to explain that Eddard was also a victim of circumstance, analyzing the tumultuous aftermath of his brother and father's demise, wherein the entire North sought vengeance, and the necessity of uniting the Riverlands. Gradually, Ashera's spirits began to lift. In the Battle of the Trident, the Dornish forces were notably absent, and though the rebels sustained losses, they were not as severe as before. Robert, unscathed in battle, personally led his troops to besiege King's Landing, with Eddard serving as his second-in-command. The Loyalist forces suffered even greater casualties than before. Upon the news of their defeat reaching King's Landing, chaos ensued, and morale plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands, dispatched his forces to King's Landing, launching a preemptive strike as the rebels were regrouping, pillaging the city under the guise of Robert's name. When Robert and the rebels finally arrived, they found the city in ruins. Upon storming the Red Keep with Eddard and other commanders, they were met only by the sight of the King's guard Jaime Lannister seated upon the Iron Throne, alongside the corpse of the Mad King on the floor. Tywin's men, Gregor Clegane and Amory Lorch, had slain Princess Elia Martell, the wife of Rhaegar, as well as Rhaegar's children, Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys. The fate of the Mad King's queen, Rhaella, and Rhaegar's brother, Prince Viserys, remained a mystery. Robert ascended the Iron Throne as king, while Eddard Stark received orders to march south to rescue the besieged Windspear Keep. Viter and Renly spent a year in Sunspear, investing some funds to win over the guards of the palace. Although they could not facilitate the escape of individuals, they were able to relay messages in and out of the palace. Within the city, the legacies of families spanning hundreds or even thousands of years meant that no one lacked informants within rival territories. Viter maintained correspondence with Stannis and Robert, though the flow of news was not as prompt as one might hope. During his time in Sunspear, the sight of Ashera stirred memories of his brother, the Dawn. Seizing the opportunity, he took the time to write down the various martial skills practiced by several young girls, compiling them into 4 volumes as gifts for them. A man with the psychological age of 30 held no grudges against these young girls. After a year of amicable relations, they had developed a pleasant rapport, and he could later return to teach Renly what he had documented. The world exhibits a significant flaw in its reliance on inherited martial skills, which are passed down from one person to another. The advantage lies in preserving the family's interests, preventing outsiders from acquiring such knowledge. However, the drawback is that if a pivotal figure were to perish, the lineage of these teachings could cease, as exemplified by the current wielder of the Dawn Sword, Dane. Although he remains alive, should he meet his demise in accordance with historical patterns, his family would be bereft of the Dawn Sword for many years to come. 4 books are aptly named after the weapons of 4 young girls: the foundation of Obadiah's whip, the foundation of Namilia's throwing knives, the foundation of Ron-E's dagger, and the foundation of Aryan's spear. Drawing upon the experience of the current world, Vit has included fundamental physical training and simple treatments for injuries. He meticulously illustrated the movements of each technique, accompanied by detailed descriptions of the actions and methods of exertion. Additionally, he provided counter-techniques and variations for each move. Most importantly, he deconstructed the complex martial arts into distinct techniques, organizing them such that each page features a single technique and endeavor previously unattempted in this world. It is regrettable that genuine martial expertise has been lost to time, especially when one considers the prevalence of charlatans in the current world, such as the notorious Lightning 5 Whip. Historically, events have unfolded along the original trajectory, with Robert ascending the Iron Throne to proclaim himself King of the Seven Kingdoms and Guardian of the Realm, henceforth known as Robert I. His next course of action involves purging the remaining resistance across the lands, prompting Vit to contemplate his departure from Dorne. While pondering the latest developments in the north, Vit was interrupted by the hurried entrance of Naumalia and Trini. "My father has returned. He intends to kill you. We must escape at once," Naumalia exclaimed, grasping Vit's hand with palpable urgency, while Trini wore a similarly anxious expression. A large contingent of guards stormed the garden, surrounding Vit and Lancel. The guards from Wind's Rest were unarmed and were quickly subdued with a few pushes. The sight of so many guards caused Naumalia to tremble, her grip on Vit's hand growing clammy with sweat. Prince Theon commanded Vit and Lancel to proceed to the throne room. The captain of the guards gestured for his men to apprehend Vit and Lancel. Vit turned to reassure Naumalia, "Do not worry, the prince does not wish to harm us. He merely seeks to converse." In the throne room, Prince Theon was embroiled in a heated argument with his brother Oberyn, while several ministers and standing nobles bore witness. Upon Vit and Lancel's entrance, Oberyn whirled around, unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards them. "My uncle is dead, my sister is dead, and so are her 2 children. Robert is the murderer." In the throne room, although Oberyn was unarmed, he was flanked by armed guards. Lancel was frozen in fear, while Vit noted that Oberyn's outburst indicated that Theon had indeed informed him of the situation. Their previous acquaintance had been superficial, limited to Vit being Robert's brother. The camaraderie between a university student and a primary schooler could only extend so far. With hostilities now brewing, Vit, despite his magical prowess being more than sufficient to eliminate Oberyn, harbored concerns about potential treachery, fearing that he might be poisoned later on an affliction that magic might not be able to cure. "Your Highnesses, the death of Prince Thu'um Martell on the battlefield is an honor. But the one responsible for the murder of the princess and her 2 children is none other than the minions of Tywin Lannister from the west. Wait, first and foremost, shifts the blame entirely onto Tywin. The 2 princes are undoubtedly aware of the previous circumstances. The rebel forces had only occupied the 3 northern territories and Storm's End. However, Tywin's Westerlands maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from declaring his position, indicating that he was waiting to align himself with the victor. Once the insurgents triumphed at the Trident, capturing King's Landing would be effortless. Robert had also alerted all rebel commanders to spare the lives of the Queen and the children. Yet, Tywin launched a sudden assault on King's Landing, ostensibly under the banner of his elder brother Robert. Nevertheless, all the supplies within the city were redirected to his ancestral home, thereby revealing his true intentions. He was never aligned with the rebels and merely sought to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Chapter 12. Oberyn Martell. Vit looked into Oberyn's eyes, fully aware that the tumult within the Red Keep had undoubtedly spread far and wide. It was indeed true that James, as the king's kingsguard, had slain the monarch, while the death of the prince's sister and children was attributed to Gregor Clegane, a subordinate of Tywin. At that moment, only members of House Lannister resided within the Red Keep. Vit was certain that both princes were privy to this information, which had been relayed back from the Dornish spies and nobles in King's Landing, thus confirming its reliability through multiple sources. In an effort to quell the rising fury, Theon prompted Oberyn to listen once more to the account presented by Robert's brother, allowing the assembled lords and guards to hear it too, ensuring the news would reach the other Dornishmen. "My brother Robert has only raised his banner against the Mad King and Rhaegar. He did not pursue Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys during their flight. He honored his vow not to harm the remaining members of the royal family." This was a fabrication on Vit's part, merely attempting to bolster Robert's reputation, for in truth, Robert had entirely disregarded the concept of eliminating threats thoroughly during the conflict. Theon's expression shifted, revealing that Robert had indeed been aware of their clandestine relocation of the Queen and Prince. Upon hearing that Robert had spared the other members of the royal family, Oberyn's demeanor softened considerably. Theon then glanced at his brother and said to Vit, "Your brother Robert has proclaimed himself King of the Seven Kingdoms. The armies of House Tyrell and Dorne besieging Storm's End have begun their withdrawal, with the Tyrells having sworn fealty to the Iron Throne, yet Dorne shall not." Dorne had never formally pledged loyalty to the King of the Seven Kingdoms since its inception. Any semblance of allegiance had merely been a facade of marital alliances. With the change of regime and king, a formal reaffirmation was now necessary. Both Loras and I are still young. Robert has not divulged such matters to us. They all feigned ignorance, choosing not to pierce the veil of pretense. Now that the tides of war had seemingly settled, I had conferred with Robert regarding the subsequent affairs. A betrothal ceremony would be held in 3 days. Formalizing a marriage pact is a common resolution following the cessation of hostilities, aimed at preventing an endless cycle of conflict. Given the recent upheaval, King Robert and Dorne must mend their fractured relations. Ordinarily, this would necessitate a union between Robert and the Dornish princess, but alas. Robert had already struck a bargain with Tywin to wed his daughter Cersei, while Tywin himself would retire to the Westlands, leaving his foster son Jon Arryn as the interim hand of the king. In discussions with his ministers, Robert lamented the absence of a legitimate heir, as he remained unwed, thus relying on his brothers. With Robert's ascension to the throne, the status of his 3 brothers naturally rose, and Stannis, having proven himself in battle, would likely be elevated to duke. Robert had initially considered a union between Stannis and a Dornish princess. However, Dorne was not in agreement, the ruling Prince Daeron's daughter, Arya Martell, was the primary heir of Dorne, and Daeron exclusively recognized the Targaryen lineage, with Prince Viserys still alive on Dragonstone, clinging to a sliver of hope for a potential alliance. Yet, Daeron had only this one daughter, with his other offspring being sons, resulting in ongoing negotiations between the two parties. Upon learning of this situation, Vit proposed a marriage alliance between either himself or Loras and Oberyn's daughter. Lacking titles due to their youth, both Vit and Loras possessed lower status than Stannis, thus allowing for a corresponding reduction in the Dornish demands. Daeron no longer has a daughter and can only present the daughter of his brother Oberyn, whose status is only second to his, although both of Oberyn's daughters are illegitimate. A formal declaration would suffice to bestow upon them the rights of inheritance. Upon receiving the letter, Robert convened discussions with the ministers, and Dorne consented to arrange a marriage pact between 5-year-old Bran and Oberyn's eldest daughter, 10-year-old Obara, though the betrothal had yet to be publicly announced. The discussions had been extensive, and various internal communications had already reached the parties involved. The children could not conceal their feelings. Bran, fearing Obara might harm him, protested vehemently, crying and refusing to acquiesce, causing a commotion in the guest quarters. Obara, in turn, expressed to her father her desire to eliminate Bran and Vitor at any moment. This revelation led to a stalemate between the two parties. Witnessing this impasse, Vitor resolved to sacrifice his own desires for the stability of the realm. He proposed a marriage alliance with Oberyn's second daughter, Nymeria Sand. The eldest daughter was deemed too mature and vengeful, while the second daughter was only 3 years older than Vitor and had always shared a close bond with him. Notably, her mother was also of noble blood, a legitimate bastard, and Oberyn had raised her as if she were his own. Ultimately, the arrangement was finalized. 3 days later, the engagement ceremony took place in the royal palace's banquet hall. Upon its conclusion, the two were to set sail back to Summerhall. Prince Daeron concluded his remarks, and the ministers and nobles extended their warm congratulations to Oberyn. Vitor observed the shift in demeanor of the previously angry Dorne nobles, now wearing smiles. It seemed that such was the nature of the powerful. I have already sunk the ship, let them find their own way back, Vitor thought, as his future father-in-law stormed away in anger. He wished to maintain his dignity, having displayed such fury before the assembly, now tempered but still requiring composure. On the eve of the engagement, Oberyn, in the presence of Nymeria's mother and several nobles, declared Nymeria a legitimate offspring, changing her surname to Martell. Many nobles residing in Sunspear arrived for the ceremony, which symbolized not only the union of the two royal families but also the cessation of hostilities. Vitor and Nymeria Martell stood in the center, clad in traditional Dorne attire, while the third daughter, Tyrene Sand, served as a handmaiden. With Vitor's father having passed, Bran presented the marriage contract, bearing the seal of House Robert, to the witnessing Prince Daeron, who then affixed the seal of Nymeria's father Oberyn, thus formalizing the contract. Any party that breached this agreement would be regarded as dishonorable and treacherous. With the formalities concluded, Bran felt unburdened and indulged in the festivities of the banquet. Nymeria, partially aware of the implications of the engagement, simply understood that they were to reside together joyfully in the future, frequently glancing at Vitor with a bright smile. The two followed Oberyn, toasting and greeting the nobles. On the following day, Vitor, Bran, and their guards prepared to return to Summerhall, having had their ship sunk by Oberyn. They were left with no choice but to walk back, as Oberyn's words had been clear, and Vitor was unwilling to retract his command. He must endure some hardship to appease certain nobles. In town, no one dared to sail a ship, So the group set out west from Sunspear, intending to pass through Godwatch and then to Tor to acquire a vessel. With the war concluded, Ashila Dame was also returning home to Starfall, and the two parties journeyed together to Godwatch before parting ways. Outside the Grand Gate of Yangji City, Bluely had already mounted his carriage, and the convoy was prepared to set forth with all the necessary provisions. The noblemen did not come to bid farewell, only Princess Aelin and Lady Abaya, representing their respective fathers, stood silently to one side, observing the scene. It was only Naumalia and Tyranny who stood before Wit, exchanging parting words. Wit retrieved a parcel from the carriage, revealing 4 meticulously penned martial arts books of the Dorn style. While the techniques within may not be particularly profound, Wit had infused them with numerous insights drawn from practical knowledge, rendering them thoughtful gifts for the 4 young ladies. Each book was presented in accordance with their names, and both the princess and Lady Abaya accepted their gifts, their expressions brightening considerably. The youngest, Tyranny, upon receiving her book, was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she realized that a cherished friend she had spent a year with was departing. Wit gently stroked her hair in a gesture of comfort. He then handed the book to Naumalia, saying, "I am 5 years old this year, and you are but 8. Now we must part ways. But I promise to return for you when I have grown." Naumalia nodded in agreement, and fearing that she too might succumb to tears, Wit promptly boarded the carriage and instructed the guards to commence their journey. Chapter 13. The Journey Home. Although Dorne is predominantly arid, the eastern region boasts numerous rivers, fertile fields, and coconut palms. The caravan arrived at the town of Bantai, where they sought refuge in an inn for the night before continuing their journey. With the presence of the pregnant Ashera and the luxury of time on their side, the travelers were in no particular haste. Following the cessation of hostilities, Dorne and King's Landing had solidified their marriage alliance, ushering in a period of peace. In the inn's hall, the guards of Ashera Dame and Ser Wyt's retinue dined and drank merrily, their laughter filling the air. While Ashera sat at a separate table with her maid and the 2 children of Ser Wyt, enjoying a modest yet satisfactory meal of bread and meat. The inn was bustling with patrons, situated conveniently close to the Dornish capital of Sunspear, and the atmosphere was secure, devoid of the bandits and mercenaries that plagued other regions. Most of the visitors were merchants passing through. As they savored their meal, a wandering minstrel entered the inn, engaging in brief conversation with the innkeeper before receiving a cup of wine. He then settled onto a stool in the center of the hall and began to sing. Minstrels are itinerant performers who travel from place to place, entertaining at inns with songs, poetry, and tales. Many heroic deeds have been immortalized through their verses, and those with exceptional talent often compose elaborate poems and songs about these valiant figures, making them among the most knowledgeable and well-informed individuals in society. In this world, there are no dedicated taverns or restaurants. Wherever food is served, there is also drink to be had. Innkeepers welcome minstrels, as captivating songs and stories attract more patrons, thereby increasing their profits. The minstrel's presence provided an opportunity for guests to pay for the privilege of having him perform at their table or to share a story, forming the basis of his earnings. When a minstrel arrives, the innkeeper typically does not pay but provides accommodation instead. The minstrel introduces himself briefly, and if the innkeeper offers a drink, it signifies consent to perform. However, renowned minstrels may require a fee for their talents. Upon concluding a song, the minstrel announced his intention to recount the tale of Eddard Stark and the Sword of the Dawn, Arthur. Ser Wyt promptly summoned the minstrel to their table, while Ashera grasped her maid's hand tightly, anxious, as one was the father of her child, and the other her brother. Nearby, the guards gathered in anticipation of the unfolding narrative. The story of these 2 men traces back to Prince Rhaegar's participation in the tournament several years prior. As the minstrel began to relate the events surrounding Eddard and Arthur, Ser Wyt interjected, prompting the minstrel to elaborate, knowing that a longer tale might yield additional rewards. Unperturbed by the interruption, the minstrel agreed to indulge the audience, taking a sip of wine to soothe his throat before commencing with the tale of their fateful encounter. This war began with King Robert's ascent to the throne, as he dispatched Eddard Stark to lead an army southward to relieve the siege of Storm's End. After a year of unsuccessful attempts, both House Tyrell and Dorne, recognizing the futility of their efforts, reached a peace accord with the king and began to withdraw their forces. Robert, having learned from the surrendering troops in King's Landing that Prince Rhaegar had taken Lyanna Stark to the Reach, ordered Eddard to pursue him, ultimately chasing him to the borders of Dorne and Storm's End. The King's Guard, though few in number, managed to escape with Lyanna to the Tower of Joy. The Tower of Joy lies within the domain of Dorne. Eddard left his army behind and, accompanied by 7 northern nobles, sought to negotiate with the Kingsguard for the return of a captive. However, the Kingsguard refused to surrender, and hostilities commenced. In a duel governed by the chivalric code, the odds were 7 against 3. Eddard's party included Lord William Dustin, Sir Ethan Glover, Sir Martin Castle, Sir Theon Wool, and Sir Mark Laswell, all of whom perished in the conflict. Holland Reed suffered grave injuries. When Ashera learned that Eddard had survived, she felt a brief moment of relief. But her heart sank upon hearing of her brother's fate. On the Kingsguard side, Captain Sir Jorah Hightower and Sir Oswald Went fell in battle. In the climactic confrontation, Eddard Stark bested Sir Arthur Dayne, while the 3 remaining Kingsguard, refusing to yield, ultimately met their demise, thus preserving their honor. After Arthur's death, Eddard personally visited House Dayne to return the ancestral sword, Dawn, to Arthur's family. The betrayal of her beloved, the father of her unborn child, and the murder of her own brother shattered Ashora's spirit. Witnessing her despair, Vyt gave a silver moon to the minstrel, urging him to depart. At a loss for words to console her, as dawn approached, Ashera ceased to eat, her days consumed by tears. On the final leg of their journey to Starfall, she began to experience abdominal pain, prompting her maid to suggest that she was going into premature labor. Vyt ordered 2 guards from the caravan to hurry ahead to Starfall, arrange for an inn, and summon a physician, while the remaining party quickened their pace. Before they could reach Starfall, the maid screamed that Ashora's waters had broken and she was bleeding, her life hanging by a thread. Vyt was compelled to halt the caravan. Even in the dark of night, with no shelter in sight, they could not continue. The jolting of the rough terrain was too perilous for Ashera. Baelor was bewildered by the unfolding events, sensing the tension that enveloped them. Vyt instructed the other carriages to encircle Ashora's, while guards secured the perimeter. And mounted knights fanned out to ward off any beasts attracted by the scent of blood. Only Ashera and her maid were present among the women, alongside Vyt and Baelor. 2 5-year-old boys, with the rest of the guards being men. Vyt, having watched educational films before his journey, and possessing some knowledge of healing magic, mastered his courage to offer assistance. The maid, still young and inexperienced, was flustered by the urgency of the situation. Recognizing Vyt as a child, she reluctantly accepted his help. Inside the carriage, Vyt observed the blood pooling beneath Ashera. He instructed the guards outside to fetch water and kindle a fire, while urging the maid to find soft cloths to staunch the bleeding. The maid hurriedly complied. A radiant glow of healing magic enveloped Ashera, and the flow of blood ceased. Weakened by days without food and consumed by despair, she felt death encroaching, believing that no magic could save one who wished to die. As the maid returned with cloths, Vyt stood behind Ashera, drawing upon his limited knowledge to guide her through the birthing process. Soon, the wail of an infant pierced the air. Ashera, frail and exhausted, cradled her newborn for a fleeting moment before her arm fell limp. It was a girl. The maid, holding the child, looked to Vyt, prompting him to name the baby. In this world, children were named at birth, the day of their arrival marking their naming day, save for the wildlings beyond the wall, who named their offspring only after 2 years. Among this group, Vitor and Lannister hold the highest status, being the 2 younger brothers of the kings of the 7 kingdoms. Lannister appears to be utterly oblivious to the matters at hand, while the maid, having spent 6 months as Vitor's neighbor in Sunspear, is aware of his considerable intellect. As Ishara and Ed have not wed, according to Dorne's customs, the surname of a legitimate child is Sand. Let us refer to her as Ishara Sand, Vitor suggested, gently placing his hands over Ishara's eyes. Upon the arrival of the convoy in the city of Goddess Grace, Ishara has succumbed, leaving the guards of House Dayne without a leader. Vitor instructs them to take refuge in an inn, while the maid accompanies a guard to seek out a wet nurse. One will return to House Dayne in Starfall to convey the news, while the others remain to safeguard the children. Vitor also plans to linger for a few days, for Ishara is, after all, an acquaintance deserving of his attention. Chapter 14. Sovereign once settled, Vitor attended to the newly born infant in the room. In the original tale, this child did not survive. However, through my healing arts, I restored her to life, albeit in a frail condition. The infant's mother hailed from nobility. Although she was a bastard, Dorne's customs are more liberal than those of the North, allowing for proper education and nurturing. Furthermore, the girl exhibited faint magical fluctuations. Vitor had experimented with detecting these magical currents and found that it seemed to be a unique ability of his own. Baelor could not sense the magic within others. Perhaps a gift from his crossing into this world. The Stark lineage possesses ancestral blood, granting them shape-shifting talents, though the strength of these abilities varies from generation to generation. Upon closer examination of the infant, it became apparent that her gift was merely a manifestation of magical aptitude. For instance, Baylor's highest talent lay in healing magic. Followed by transmutation, he found it easier to learn these two disciplines than any others. As for the Stark's shape-shifting talent, without instruction in other magical forms, their innate abilities would naturally manifest as their magic grew with age. Vitor withdrew his thoughts and approached the window, summoning a sphere of ice in his palm as he gazed at the birds in the sky, reminiscent of the crows, the Green Prophet, who likely employed the world's spatial and temporal magic. Whatever the case, he now possessed the means of self-preservation, even if the Prophet attempted to manipulate him through dreams. He felt unafraid. Once fearful of him, he had now matured, his magical prowess and physical abilities advancing into the realm of the extraordinary. As long as he did not provoke me, I would refrain from seeking him out. Should he dare to confront me, I would not hesitate to slay him. Such was the duty of a traveler from another world, due to the vast desert and mountains separating Starfall from Sunspear. It would be a month before Ashara's brother arrived with his entourage. Vitor informed the Dane family, "I know the identity of the child's father. He is a man of great significance. Should the child wish to know when she comes of age, she may seek me out." The infant was the first individual with magical potential that Vitor had personally encountered in this realm, aside from Baylor. And he pondered the possibilities of nurturing her abilities in the future. Ashara's brother reflected on her past relationships, and upon hearing Vitor's words, recalled the whispers surrounding Vitor's brother, Robert. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became royal blood. He promptly declared, "She is the only flesh and blood of my sister. She is my family. From this day forth, she shall be named Ashar Dane II." Thus, the bastard was legitimized. Dorne enjoys a high degree of autonomy, allowing bastards to be recognized without royal intervention, provided they receive the approval of the Prince of Dorne. Currently, Prince Doran presides, as long as a noble requests it. He would grant approval. On the journey back to Wind's Rest, Stannis was tasked with assembling a new royal fleet, preparing to assault Dragonstone and eradicate the last remnants of House Targaryen. However, a fierce storm had recently ravaged Dragonstone, following the birth of Princess Daenerys. The former queen suffered fatal complications, and the storm decimated the Targaryen fleet and their vessels. Yet, due to the tempest, Stannis' scouts met a similar fate beneath the waves, leaving him unaware of the destruction of the opposing fleet as he continued to laboriously construct new warships. When Stannis was prepared to launch an assault with his entire fleet, he discovered that the opposing side had no naval forces left, only the army defending the castle. After effortlessly conquering Dragonstone, they found only the Queen's burial site and learned that Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys had already fled to the eastern continent by ship. In the year 484, Vitor and Renly finally returned to Storm's End, where Robert rode to summon them to King's Landing for a wedding. They hastened their journey to the capital. It was Vitor's first visit to King's Landing. He had heard of its foul stench even before his arrival, but upon reaching, he realized that in certain areas, the odor could bring tears to one's eyes. 3 centuries prior, the Targaryen dynasty was established, renaming the fishing village to King's Landing upon its first arrival on the continent of Westeros, while the Red Keep began its construction 35 years later. The city's architecture was quite beautiful, yet the drainage system was woefully inadequate. As the population swelled to nearly 500,000, urban management struggled to keep pace, resulting in filth and chaos, with sewage flowing unchecked. Only the vicinity near the King's Red Keep maintained a more pleasant environment, as it was the gathering place of nobility. As the caravan entered the city, it slowly made its way toward the Red Keep. Vitor gazed upon the immense ruins atop the distant hill. That was the Dragon Pit. Though now in ruins, one could still envision the grandeur of the original structure. The most significant purpose of Vitor's visit to King's Landing was to ascertain whether any remnants of dragon souls lingered within the dragon bones housed in the Red Keep. Considering these dragons had perished over a century ago, if dragon souls were present, it raised the question of whether he, with his Targaryen lineage, could absorb the spirits of these dragons. Upon entering the Red Keep, Vitor and Renly proceeded directly to Maegor's Holdfast to meet Robert. They traversed the vast hall, capable of accommodating at least 1,000 people. The Iron Throne was genuinely imposing, far more so than the simple iron chair depicted in the television series. Vitor noted that the dragon skulls, which should have adorned the hall's walls, were absent, replaced by a tapestry featuring the golden-crowned black stag of House Baratheon, suggesting that Robert had relegated the dragon bones to the dungeons. Upon reaching the king's study, Robert laughed heartily upon seeing his 2 brothers. expressing mock sympathy for them and inquiring if they had lost weight. "Brother, you truly have become king," Renly marveled, as it was his first time in the fabled royal castle. Robert, appearing vigorous and robust, his countenance glowing with health, had indeed grown stronger over the past year. The trials of war having matured him considerably. Yet, beneath this exterior, Robert harbored discontent regarding his marriage. Tywin had accomplished what Robert both desired and dreaded, the complete eradication of rigor as children. However, Tywin had not anticipated that the agents he dispatched would act with such brutality, inciting the wrath of Dawn. Though Rigor's siblings had escaped, the royal bloodline was effectively severed. And Tywin bore the brunt of the blame, securing Robert a marriage to Cersei and allowing Jaime to remain a member of the Kingsguard as part of the bargain. With the assistance of his two brothers, Robert was eager to discuss the rewards he intended to bestow upon them. "I shall bestow upon Stannis the title of Duke of Dragonstone, while Lancel shall inherit the title of Duke of Whispering Hollow. Furthermore, the remaining members of House Bothwell have all perished, and those left shall be dispatched to the wall. Wit will be granted the title of Seer of Horn Hill." "Why has my second brother been assigned to Dragonstone?" Lancel inquired, for he had been raised with the understanding of inheritance rights, which dictated that his second brother should rightfully inherit the family lands. "Pay it no mind, his fiefdom has already been decided," Robert replied with certainty. Wit was aware of the underlying circumstances and that persuasion would be futile. He expressed his intentions to Robert after my elder brother's wedding. "I wish to study for several years in the Citadel. I am utterly unfit to manage a fief. It would be best to entrust it to the crown for administration." "Are you dissatisfied with your lands?" Lancel challenged, asserting his claim to the family legacy while noting Wit's youth. "Who would believe you capable of strategizing at such a tender age? Rewarding you for your accomplishments would only sow discontent among the other soldiers. Thus, I have no choice but to compensate you with a remote territory to quell dissenting voices," Robert elucidated. Wit interjected, "At this moment, I desire no fief. Would it not be more prudent to devote myself to the study of magic? Then go to the Citadel and study. Do you wish to forsake our family name? Remain unmarried, end life as a recluse? Must you also shatter the betrothal with Dorne?" Robert queried, astonished. It was not uncommon for younger sons in grand families to pursue scholarly endeavors, often serving as retainers to other noble houses, eventually attaining non-hereditary titles. Yet, some younger sons did indeed choose to study in the Citadel, which was a viable path. "Fear not, brother, I am merely seeking knowledge. In a few years, I shall depart, fabricating some excuse for my withdrawal," Wit reassured him. Robert found it difficult to reconcile the image of a scholar with that of his brother, who seemed overly intelligent for his own good. "Do you recall Oberyn Martell of Dorne? He forged 6 rings in the Citadel but ultimately abandoned his studies to live freely and unencumbered. Has he encouraged you to pursue studies there?" Robert questioned, wary of the influence Oberyn might hold over his brother, especially after the losses suffered in the recent conflict with Dorne, including their uncle and sister. "Certainly not. I have only encountered him a handful of times in Dorne. As a mage, I recognize that I have hit a plateau and require extensive knowledge to enhance my magical prowess, hence, my necessity to attend the Citadel." "Very well. You have always held firm opinions. I shall acquiesce this time. When you wish to return, write to me, and I shall devise a means to extricate you from the Citadel without tarnishing your reputation," Robert conceded, concerned that a premature departure could reflect poorly on his fourth brother. As king, he possessed ample legitimate means to facilitate Wit's withdrawal. "Thank you, dear brother. There is one more matter of great importance that I implore you to address." Robert, sensing the gravity of Wit's request, replied earnestly, "As the king of the 7 kingdoms, what task could I possibly find insurmountable?" "Speak, please." "Clean up the filth in King's Landing. It is unbearably foul." "Ha ha, indeed it is quite odorous. I shall see to it." Robert laughed, ultimately delegating the responsibility to his ministers, leaving the particulars and costs to their discretion. Victorian contemplated, since Robert has a penchant for extravagance, he might as well spend his wealth on a noble cause. Moreover, where has my elder brother placed the dragon stall in the hall? I wish to have a look along with Balon. I shall summon a guard to escort you." Robert readily acquiesced, simultaneously beckoning the servant, Baristan, to attend to his commands. "Now that my brother has ascended the throne, I need not keep my magical abilities a secret. However, I shall refrain from making a formal proclamation. I intend to gradually unveil my powers at an opportune moment, as the magic that has lain dormant for centuries requires time for acceptance. Robert surveyed Baratheon, who was present, and then glanced at Victarion, realizing that Victarion had only mentioned himself and not Balon. Aware that Victarion's magic surpassed Balon's, he turned his gaze towards Balon. Balon nodded in agreement. This had been previously discussed with Victarion. Until he had mastered intermediate-level destruction magic, secrecy was paramount. His year in Dorne had made Balon cognizant of the world's harsh realities. No problem. Your affairs are yours to dictate, brother. I unconditionally support you. With no further matters at hand, Victarion expressed his eagerness to view the dragon skull, prompting Balon to hasten towards the dragon. Chapter 15. The Dragon Soul in the Land of Westeros. Every individual grows up enchanted by tales of dragons, nurturing the innate desire to behold one. Robert's removal of the dragon skull from the Great Hall was a deliberate act to erase the lingering memories of House Targaryen, for now. It was the era of House Baratheon. Balistan Selmy, aged 47, accompanied WIT and Renly to view the dragon skulls. Currently serving as the captain of the Kingsguard under King Robert, Balistan had once attended a tournament at Storm's End alongside Prince Rhaegar, sharing a meal with WIT and Renly. Robert's trust in him stood in stark contrast to his wariness of Jaime, who had recently slain the king. Originally, the Kingsguard comprised 7 members, however. Only Balistan and Jaime remained, as the other 5 had perished in the ongoing conflict. To replenish their ranks, Robert planned to host a tournament during his wedding festivities. The Selmy family, vassals of Robert in the Stormlands, found Balistan torn between loyalty to his house and allegiance to his oath. Ultimately, he chose to uphold his vow to defend the king. Following the defeat at the Trident and sustaining grievous injuries, Roose Bolton of the North sought to execute him. Yet Robert not only healed his wounds but also granted him clemency upon ascending the throne, appointing him as captain of the Kingsguard. This act not only secured a loyal protector but also spared the Selmy family from potential disgrace, showcasing Robert's inherent leadership qualities once more. As WIT and Balistan conversed about their experiences in Dorne and reminisced about the fabled Dawnbringer, once a comrade in arms now lost to the tides of fate, Balistan remained oblivious to the magical implications of their dialogue, dismissing it as jest. Upon reaching the dungeons, they found no prisoners remaining. Those who deserved execution had been dealt with, while the unjustly imprisoned had been granted amnesty by Robert following his coronation. As they approached the pile of dragon bones, WIT sensed an ethereal energy, a distinct resonance, unlike any magical aura he had encountered before. The closer he drew, the more he felt an irresistible pull toward something. A connection that beckoned him. As they rounded a corner, and still some distance from the dragon bones, an ephemeral dragon soul emerged from the stalls, merging with WIT's essence. This fusion bestowed upon him a violet orb of energy within his consciousness. WIT turned to observe Renly and Balistan, who remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly as they approached the dragon bones. It appeared that even sorcerers could not perceive phenomena at the level of the soul, unless they practiced specialized spells or possessed abilities attuned to such realms. Balistan, holding a torch, stood to the side, while Renly excitedly examined the various dragon skulls. Touching and inspecting them, Balistan cautioned him to beware of the heat emanating from the bones. Renly, currently studying fire magic and having learned from WIT about the precautions against high temperatures, approached the skulls with careful attention, avoiding burns. Meanwhile, WIT absorbed 7 dragon souls. Noting that the spirits of those dragons long deceased or whose skulls had been irreparably damaged had already dissipated. After completing the absorption, WIT began to take stock of his surroundings, noting the 18 dragon skulls, some grand, others diminutive. The freshly deceased skulls exhibited a stark white hue, radiating intense heat. Centuries later, the bones began to darken, while the 7 freshly absorbed dragon souls still retained a pale grey hue. The blackened bones were remnants from a much earlier time. The largest skull likely belonged to Balerion, who lived for approximately 2 centuries before succumbing to age. Although dragons exhibit unwavering loyalty to their dragon lords, even to the point of attacking their own king at their behest, they will accept a new dragon lord upon the demise of their previous master. Balerion was bound to 4 dragon lords throughout his existence, each a distinguished dragon rider. Observing the 2 children entranced by the spectacle, Balistan remarked that dragon bones possess a high iron content and retain considerable heat. Some have been fashioned into ornaments, while a select few have been crafted into dragonbone bows. However, it is rumored that the use of dragonbone artifacts may provoke the wrath of other mighty dragons, discouraging their use among the populace. Vate, through his forging skills, contemplated that once his proficiency reached its zenith, he would attempt to create a set of dragonbone armor and weapons. While others may fear retaliation from dragons for utilizing their bones, he, as a dragonborn, awaited the arrival of dragons eager to bestow upon him their souls. After leaving the dungeon, he returned to the Mager's hold for rest. Originally, this stronghold was reserved for the royal family, with other nobles residing in King's Landing. However, since Robert's wedding had yet to occur, he remained there alongside Vit and Loris. As night fell, Vit gazed skyward, his thoughts drifting into the starry expanse. The dragon shouts he had previously explored, though seemingly futile, now held promise with the acquisition of 7 dragon souls. In the lore of the Elder Scrolls V, dragon shouts are spells cast by dragons using their ancient tongue. These majestic creatures not only unleash torrents of fire but can conjure frost, lightning, manipulate the weather, and summon beings through a diverse array of magical abilities, each far surpassing the spells wielded by mortals due to their immense size and magical potency. Upon slaying a dragon and absorbing its soul, a Dragonborn gains the fundamental capacity to unleash a dragon shout. A critical prerequisite for this ability is an understanding of the dragon language, along with familiarity with its incantations. In the game world, dragons possess their own grammatical structure and pronunciation, and they inscribe their language upon stone with their claws, capable of reapplying spells through their inscriptions. The dragon tongue is the language of the dragons, and it is the magical potency contained within these incantations that is essential for executing dragon shouts. Ordinary conversations in the dragon tongue do not generate magical disturbances, akin to the incantations of wizards, otherwise, dragons would be engulfed in chaos during their dialogues. Moreover, a deeper comprehension of the dragon language correlates with a more formidable dragon shout. As dragon souls are absorbed, the knowledge of their former owners is also acquired. Yet, the recently absorbed souls imparted little knowledge, offering merely a handful of basic dragon words such as take flight, land, and fire. Thus, Vit deduced that the dragons of Westeros, due to the Targaryen family's limited mastery of only the common Valyrian and the long-lost High Valyrian and magical tongues, resembled illiterates, unable to fully articulate the dragon language, let alone wield its magical potential, thus squandering their innate talents. Vit, aware of the fusion of 2 distinct worldviews after his transmutation, realized that everything had become profoundly intense. His immediate quest was to uncover the unrelenting force within the dragon shout, a hallmark of all Dragonborn. However, he could only comprehend the first word of the incantation, the first word of the dragon language, power. As he infused a dragon soul into the spell, he sensed a dragon whispering in his mind, inundated with a wealth of knowledge and experiences pertaining to this particular term. He turned towards the bed, inhaling deeply as magical energy gradually coalesced in his throat. He meticulously attuned himself to the flow of magic, which was entirely distinct from other forms of sorcery. Suddenly, he unleashed a thunderous shout, thus. A visible wave of force erupted from his mouth, pills soared, blankets flew, and sheets were sent tumbling. While even the wooden bed was thrust forward a meter, its legs scraping noisily against the floorboards. The power was commendable. The dragon shout thus, signifying strength, could be interpreted as causing adversaries to lose their footing. Yet, the latter 2 words of the unrelenting force shout remained utterly incomprehensible. Although familiar with the game, where they represented roll for balance and dodge for push, here, in the stark reality of the Game of Thrones universe, imbuing consciousness into words transformed them into rule-bound information, which eluded his understanding. Vit continued to experiment, taking a breath and bellowing false Rodal. Again, the pills, blankets, and sheets were sent hurtling away, with the bed moving nearly a meter forward, mirroring the previous effect. It was evident that only the first word wielded any power, the subsequent 2 were mere dragon language, devoid of the incantatory potency he sought. Unable to grasp their meanings or integrate them into the dragon soul, he had no choice but to abandon the endeavor for the time being. In a sudden turn, he spotted a raven perched on the windowsill. Upon catching Vit's gaze, the raven immediately preened its feathers, feigning its nature as a simple creature. However, Vit could detect the magical vibrations emanating from it. "Should I address you as the Free-Eyed Raven or Blood Raven Brindan Rivers?" he inquired. It appeared that the absorption of the dragon soul had altered the future, placing him under the creature's scrutiny. Yet, having entered a realm of the extraordinary, he realized that Brindan Rivers posed no threat to him, aside from stirring discord through dreams. The raven fixed its gaze upon Vit, seemingly expressing disinterest. "Do not bother me, and I shall ignore you." When the raven remained unyielding, Vit raised his hand, casting a simple illumination spell. This spell, devoid of any harmful attributes, produced a light sphere that adhered to the first object it encountered until its magical essence was depleted. The sphere darted towards the raven, adhering beside its eye. The raven flapped its wings, attempting to shake off the sphere in vain, cawing as it took flight. Blinding your raven eyes. Chapter 16. Journey to the Academy of Magic. Wade understood that in this realm, the profession of magic could only be mastered through the accumulation of knowledge coupled with relentless practice. In the initial stages, learning could be accelerated by drawing upon experiences from the contemporary world. However, upon reaching intermediate levels of magic, one would encounter entirely unfamiliar rules and knowledge, resulting in a significantly slower progression. Thus, Wade resolved to journey to the Academy of Magic to discover more methods of comprehending this world, which once brimmed with magic. Simultaneously, he continued to seek ancient tomes on the world of the Elder Scrolls within the magic consciousness circle, hoping to uncover a volume pertaining to the Dragon Shout. The library of the Red Keep also presented itself as a treasure trove, housing a plethora of manuscripts previously belonging to the Targaryen family. Tywin had dispatched his subordinates to plunder the castle of its gold and silver trinkets, showing no interest in the books, save for a few that were adorned with gold, silver, and gemstones, which had their covers torn away. It was likely that there existed volumes on dragons within this world. However, the sheer size of the library, cluttered with disorganized texts, made them difficult to locate. Wade also visited the Alchemist Guild to observe the pyromancers and their wildfire. A group of pyromancers claimed that the substance was conjured through magic. Upon closer inspection of the jar, Wade detected no magical fluctuations. By analyzing its scent and hue and employing alchemical inquiry, he deduced that this wildfire was derived from oil, straddling the line between gasoline and diesel, and contained numerous impurities, thus exhibiting a greenish tint. In the subsequent days, Wade and Renly were deemed unqualified to attend the royal council meetings. However, as representatives of House Baratheon, they participated in a gathering held in the hall. Previously, the entirety of King S Landing and the Red Keep had been ravaged by Tywin, and with Dragonstone yet to be conquered, the troops were sent back to their respective regions. During Robert's wedding, those who had distinguished themselves in battle would return to receive their rewards and partake in the tournament. During the meeting, Robert first honored the various heroes of the recent war, as each valiant individual knelt in the hall to accept their accolades. It also symbolized their formal oath of fealty to the new king of the Seven Kingdoms. The four who benefited the most were as follows. Tywin Lannister was appointed as the Warden of the West. His steadfast ally Ned Stark became the Warden of the North. The title of Warden of the East was bestowed upon his adoptive father Jon Arryn, and the Warden of the South was granted to Mace Tyrell. Numerous other rewards were distributed, and the atmosphere was one of jubilation, marking a rare triumph in centuries. The new composition of the Royal Council was subsequently announced. Previously, Robert's adoptive father Jon Arryn served as the interim Prime Minister, and he was now officially appointed to the position. The former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Colton Chess, met a tragic end at the hands of the Mad King for attempting to dissuade him from burning the city, leaving no suitable candidates for the role. Similarly, there were no appropriate candidates for the position of Minister of Justice. The Grand Scholar, Pycelle, who had played a role in opening the gates of King S Landing, remained unawarded as he was a scholar sent from the Academy of Magic to assist the city, thus unrelated to the war, and continued in his capacity as Grand Scholar. The Master of Whispers persisted in his role as the Mad King S Varys, having relayed numerous pieces of intelligence to Robert. Stannis was subsequently elevated to the title of Duke of Dragonstone and appointed as the Minister of the Navy. The ancestral lands of Storm's End were bequeathed to Renly, who was made Duke of Storm's End. Stannis was incensed by this arrangement. Wade continued his studies within the castle, discovering a tome on Valyrian language, which left him astounded upon opening it. The common tongue of Westeros, as depicted in the television adaptation of A Game of Thrones, was in English, while the Valyrian language of the eastern continent remained incomprehensible to him. Upon traversing to the realm of Westeros, I found myself unable to comprehend the common tongue, a language I had been learning since childhood. In contrast, the Valyrian tongue of the eastern continent was akin to English. What, then, is High Valyrian? I recalled the moments when I absorbed the dragon soul, which bestowed upon me a few words in the dragon language. If the common Valyrian was indeed English, could it be that High Valyrian is a form of dragon tongue? I sought out Bachelor Pycelle in the library to inquire further. It was noted that there were still many who spoke Valyrian, English, on the eastern continent. However, High Valyrian had vanished, leaving behind only a scant few inscribed artifacts, now indecipherable to all. This language has truly faded into obscurity. Are these two worlds intertwined so intricately, or do other unknown secrets lie hidden? I discovered additional texts in Common Valyrian, which, with my proficiency equivalent to a level 6 in English, I could comprehend. It was unmistakably English, albeit enriched with unique vocabulary from this world. At the very least, I had acquired a foreign language usable in the Eastern continent. During Robert's wedding and the subsequent tournament, my thoughts lingered on Valyrian, and I scarcely uttered a word. At the wedding, I observed certain figures. Tywin, now losing his hair, donned a gaudy gold-threaded cloak, perpetually flaunting the Lannister family's wealth. Jaime was undeniably handsome, and Cersei was indeed striking, almost enchantingly so, evoking a desire at first glance. Yet the thought of their future entanglements made my teeth ache. Tyrion stood behind the banquet table conversing with Jaime, his head the only visible part. The mountain, not yet 20, was astonishingly tall, though certainly devoid of giant blood. Jorah Mormont from the north, still basking in the glory of his title as Lord of Bear Island, bore a kindly demeanor alongside the flayed man, Lord Bolton, and the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth, whose fingers were bandaged. That evening, Robert expressed his ire, claiming that Cersei had sold the 5 vacant positions of the King's Guard. His mood only improved after Stannis revealed the tournament's profits. At the wedding, Robert also announced new family appointments, indicating shifts in jurisdiction. The eldest brother, Robert, was crowned King of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, directly governing the royal territories. Through his union with the Lannister family, he had privately forged additional alliances, altering the family sigil to feature a half-crown stag and half-lion. The second brother, Stannis, had previously been titled Duke of Dragonstone. Now tasked with commanding the navy and overseeing Dragonstone, Crab Island, and Storm's End, his sigil transformed to a golden background with a fiery red heart, adorned with a crown stag. The third brother, Renly, once the third heir, was elevated to the head of House Baratheon as Duke of Storm's End, maintaining his dominion over the Stormlands, with his sigil remaining a golden crown stag. The youngest twin, me, was bestowed the title of Lord of Horn Hill, with my lands temporarily administered by the crown until I reached maturity. My sigil mirrored the golden crown stag, but with a blazing flame atop the stag's head. Horn Hill, a modest military fortress within the royal territories, was awarded to me as spoils of war after the previous lord fell during Robert's rebellion, with no noble dissenting. Thus, the 4 Baratheon brothers formally divided their house. Wit is en route to the Learning City, passing through Highgarden, and thus accompanies the Tyrell family southward. Before departing from the Red Keep, he personally bestowed upon Robert a note inscribed with names, each representing a potential source of unrest. Figures such as the likes of Peter Baelish were included. The note lacked specific reasons, as many events were yet to unfold. The fate of these individuals, whether they live or die, was left to Robert's discretion. Presently, they remain minor players, and should the king wish for their demise, he need only conjure a trivial justification. Despite their ostensible allegiance to the Targaryen dynasty during the previous war, the Tyrell family had conspired with Robert, resulting in their warm reception at this wedding. Mace Tyrell was bestowed the title of Warden of the South, and several members of the Tyrell lineage were elevated to positions of authority within various kingdoms, for the Tyrells are exceedingly affluent. Consequently, many from House Tyrell attended the king's wedding in King's Landing, while a portion chose to remain in the city to serve. Across the continent of Westeros, it is widely believed that the Lannister family of the West possesses the greatest wealth, with their excrement seemingly turning to gold, while House Tyrell of the Reach is often regarded as a close second. However, Wit understands that the West's fortune stems from its gold and silver mines, which are likely nearing depletion, not to mention the clandestine minting of coin. In contrast, the Reach enjoys a temperate climate and abundant waterways. Given the productivity conditions of this era, even common farmers can cultivate flowers in their spare land. While mineral wealth is a finite resource, agriculture represents a sustainable economy. Thus, the riches of the rich, though officially second, are in reality paramount. Duke Mace, dismissive of minor positions, has chosen to return home, while young Valerion and Garland Tyrell must accompany him, along with the true matriarch of Highgarden, Olenna Redwine. At the age of 56, her mobility remains spry, and she often strolls about inns with her 2 grandsons. Olenna is remarkably astute, and Wit enjoys conversing with intelligent individuals. However, she possesses a rather unpleasant habit. When in good spirits, her repartee is filled with wit and humor, yet when displeased, she unleashes her ire upon those present at her discretion. In settings ruled by others, her words may be tempered, yet her incisive sarcasm can leave others speechless, earning her the moniker of the Queen of Thorns among the nobility. Wit is not keen on spending time with this formidable matron. With 2 front teeth missing, Wit speaks with a lisp, preferring to remain hidden within his carriage, engrossed in his studies of the Valyrian tongue. Nevertheless, there are times when he must confront her. Chapter 17, Old Town Rose Avenue serves as the great thoroughfare linking Highgarden and King's Landing, with even the swiftest of riders taking no less than 10 days to traverse its length. Along the roadside, numerous inspecting-weary travelers. It is customary for all to retreat to these establishments for supper, resting there to renew their journey on the morrow. Seating arrangements at the dining tables are tacitly determined by rank. Soldiers from the riverlands gather together, knights at another table, while earls and their ladies dine in close company. The Tyrell family occupies a separate table, a privilege befitting their status. As the younger brother of the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Lord of Horn Hill, Sir Vitalis finds himself inevitably seated with the Tyrells. As they partake in their meal, Olenna, feeling a tinge of annoyance at Vitalis's recent aloofness, decides to provoke the young lad playfully. With an elegant gesture, she slices a piece of meat and places it on his plate. I have heard whispers of your betrothal to a bastard. Perhaps after your marriage, you shall find it difficult to indulge in such feasts. Do indulge while you can. The 10-year-old Valaris and the chubby Garland, sensing the brewing tension, hurriedly bury their faces in their plates, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. Vitalis regards Olenna with a quizzical expression. Fear not, for she is no longer a bastard. He deliberately speaks in riddles, flashing a grin that reveals his missing front teeth, indicating that he is not quite ready to share more, before hastily returning to his meal, eager to make his escape. Olenna continues. Has that Robert sent you to become a scholar? I shall study for a time and then depart, as many nobles do. Upon hearing Vitalis's response, Olenna, who initially perceived him as merely an ordinary 6-year-old, now recognizes a spark of distinction in him, especially since he remained silent during the wedding. Before she can elaborate further, Vitalis finishes his meal, offering a brief apology for his toothache before swiftly exiting the inn. Regardless of his noble lineage, he remains but a child, and thus, there is little to discuss with him. Mace Tyrell, devouring his food, muses on the unnecessary nature of his mother's lengthy dialogue with a child. At 6, most children are already off to the citadel, while he, Lord Mace, could scarcely write his name at that age, merely a gluttonous eater. Valaris and Garland glance at their grandmother, witnessing their father's incredulous frustration, stifling their laughter for fear that Olenna might redirect her ire toward them. They are all too familiar with her temperament. Her tongue is sharp, yet her love for family is unwavering. Mace, lacking ambition and foresight, relies heavily on Olenna's counsel for significant matters. Thus, she remains the true power behind Highgarden, privy to information that eludes her son. Nevertheless, being his mother, she feels compelled to offer guidance. It has come to her attention that the recent betrothal was originally intended for his brother, Loras, and that it was Vitalis who insisted on the change. She has also noted his interest in books written in Valyrian, a testament to his intellect. Yet, given Robert's character, he has chosen to shield him from certain truths. Turning to her 2 grandsons, Olenna advises, in the future, make an effort to cultivate a rapport with him. With a gesture, she instructs the retinue to prepare for departure. Very well, grandmother, they reply, knowing that in the presence of Olenna, dissent is not an option. After parting ways with Highgarden and the Tyrells, the caravan continues along Rose Avenue, ultimately reaching its destination, Old Town. Though referred to as Old Town, it is, in fact, the largest city on the entire continent of Westeros. Old Town is situated at the mouth of the Honeywine River, with the most prominent structure being the towering spire known as the Hightower, which serves both as a lighthouse and the fortress of House Hightower. Vitt estimated its height to be approximately 300 meters. Its base nearly rivals the modern-day Oriental Pearl Tower. Yet it is far more robust, being a military stronghold. Legend has it that it was constructed by Brandon, the builder of the wall in the north, using magic. However, most believe Brandon only erected the wall and Wind's Rest, while the Hightower was built by another Brandon of the same name. The second notable structure is the Grand Starry September, which once served as the residence of the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven. Though the official residence has since relocated to the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing, the citadel lacks any monumental buildings. Instead, it comprises a complex akin to a modern university town. The atmosphere of Old Town starkly contrasts with that of King's Landing, which is notoriously foul-smelling. In Old Town, the streets are pristine, interlaced with numerous waterways that allow merchant vessels to navigate directly into the heart of the city. Upon arriving in Old Town, Vitt's first destination is the Hightower to pay a visit to House Hightower. The Hightowers are the most powerful family in the Reach, and the current head, Lord Leighton Hightower, has previously attended the tournament at Wind's Rest, making him an acquaintance. His third daughter, Ellery Hightower, is wife to Mace Tyrell, the mother of Valaris, Garland, Loras, and Marjorie. Vit deems it wise to cultivate a good relationship with them, as he plans to reside in the area for several years. Lord Leighton remains in King S Landing, while his eldest son, Sir Baelor Hightower, warmly welcomes Vit at the castle and even hosts a small banquet in his honor. The following day, Vit is accompanied by his younger brother, the ninth-born Gunser Hightower, to report to the Citadel, as Gunser is also a student there. Lord Leighton is indeed quite prolific. Gunser, born of his fourth wife, is around 17 or 18 years old, and he has another younger brother ranked 10th. The Hightower siblings are notably handsome and beautiful, far surpassing the children of House Hightower in terms of both quality and quantity, unlike the infamous Lord Florent, whose offspring are widely regarded as unattractive. As Vit converses with Gunser about Old Town, he continually praises its urban planning. Gunser, hearing accolades for the city's development, feels a swell of pride for his family. Vit inquires about his brother's studies of the languages of the Eastern Continent, particularly Valyrian. Gunser replies, "I am currently learning the language of the Summer Isles. I have not studied Valyrian, as any mention of it is looked down upon in the Citadel." Noticing Gunser's unfamiliarity with Valyrian, Vit shifts the conversation. "I need to purchase a small house in Old Town. I reside in the Citadel, but my guards will need to stay here for several years. Is there any avenue through which I might procure a residence?" Gunser ponders for a moment, then states, "I am usually in the Citadel and am not well acquainted with the local market, but I know a merchant who specializes in property and is quite familiar with our family. We can certainly pay him a visit. A merchant familiar with your family is sure to be trustworthy. Let us go." Upon arriving at the merchant's establishment, Gunser and the merchant exchanged pleasantries before Vit articulated his request. He sought a residence near the scholarly city, one spacious enough to accommodate his retinue of guards. The merchant, with a benevolent expression, surmised that Gunser's guest must be of noble lineage, undoubtedly possessing wealth. However, upon observing Vit's youthful demeanor, the merchant pondered the feasibility of a house capable of sheltering 20 individuals, typically procured by adults, and thus remained silent, casting a questioning glance at Gunser. "I am Vit Baelish, Sir of the Horned Castle, and the younger brother of King Robert of the Seven Kingdoms. Rest assured, I shall manage the financial aspect of the house myself." Gunser, aware of Vit's distinguished status, refrained from making an introduction, allowing Vit to disclose his identity. "Ah, Sir Vit, I have 3 suitable properties at hand. Allow me to escort you to view them." During Vit's visit to the scholarly city, his 3 elder brothers had collectively contributed a significant sum, with the youngest, Lancel, despite his tender age, providing the most, as he was currently the wealthiest among the siblings. Being the Duke of Storm's End, King Robert had previously expended considerable funds on rewards and wedding festivities, and would have to await the year-end tax revenues. Stannis Dragonstone had long been stripped of its resources, relying solely on the profits from the jousting tournament held during Robert's wedding. Under the merchant's guidance, they inspected 3 properties and ultimately acquired a charming 3-story house by the water, featuring numerous rooms, ample space for the guards, with 2 sharing each chamber, and surplus accommodations. When the time came for Vit to depart the scholarly city in a few years, he would sell the house, well versed in the contemporary real estate market. He understood that renting was merely an expenditure, and as long as the old town remained free from war and plague, he might even profit in the years to come. The largest room would be reserved for his own use during visits to the scholarly city, with the day-to-day management entrusted to the captain of his guards, who would also organize the other guards as he deemed fit. Observing his guards bustling about, Vit noted that they had all been appointed by Robert. While their loyalty was unquestionable, their abilities were rather average. Presently, he found no need for protection. In this world, the only threats to his life were poison and dragons, with only the enigmatic forces remaining beyond the reach of his guards' assistance. Ultimately, he might even find himself in a position to protect them, as their current duties were limited to menial tasks and maintaining appearances befitting a royal noble. After providing a few final instructions to the captain of the guards, Vit set off with Gunser towards the scholarly city. According to the current system, one could commence training their own retinue at around the age of 10. However, Vit felt no urgency, as he was focused on developing into a melee mage and had yet to fully grasp his studies. The scholarly city, situated by the Honeywine River, served as the educational hub for aspiring scholars and the highest institution governing the scholars of the Seven Kingdoms, akin to a modern university. As Vit listened to Gunser elaborate on the city's system, he learned that it exclusively admitted males. Those newly entering the city for education were referred to as apprentices, and upon selecting a subject of study, they were designated as assistant scholars. The city offered a plethora of subjects. And after creating a representative metal ring using their acquired knowledge, they would vow to forsake their surname, abstain from marriage and procreation, thereby earning the title of scholar. It appeared that this world had already established 3 professions requiring the relinquishment of personal identity: the Night's Watch, the King's Guard, and scholars. This system seemed to have been devised by the nobility, wary of these individuals amassing power. Ultimately, it stemmed from the underlying issue of underdeveloped productivity. As a traveler, Vit felt a profound sense of reflection yet also an inescapable helplessness. Despite the advancements of the contemporary world, issues inevitably arise when it comes to inheritance, with disputes over properties and shares among descendants occurring incessantly. This is even more pronounced in the backward realm of ice and fire. He continued to listen to Gensler, who explained that upon obtaining the title of bachelor, one could be dispatched to serve various lords. The academy is perpetually neutral. Thus bachelors typically refrain from direct involvement in warfare. Serving the lords entails a fee, which constitutes a vital source of income for the academy. Occasionally, significant resolutions provided to the lords result in generous donations to the academy. Apprentices may also engage in tasks at the bureau to supplement their household income. Vit and Gensler arrived at the grand entrance of the academy, flanked by 2 majestic sphinx statues. These sphinxes, unmistakably symbols of ancient Egyptian belief, prompted Vit to ponder the wonders of this world. Beyond the entrance lay the bureau, bustling with various stalls where merchants and citizens sought apprentices to draft wills and letters, as well as to purchase an array of books and maps. The post office, seemingly modest, represented a substantial business venture. Let us first proceed to the Chancellor's office to register your chosen field of study, Gensler suggested. However, be aware that any research related to magic is often met with disdain here. The materialists might find this acceptable in the modern world, but in a realm imbued with magic and dragons, the path should intertwine magic and technology rather than suppressing magic in favor of purely technological pursuits. Thus began Vit's 4-year journey at the academy, mirroring the 4 years of university in the contemporary world, excluding medicine. 4 years here would suffice, as he harbored no desire for further prolongation. Chapter 18. 3 years later, in the year 287 after the conquest, Vitur and Gensler arrived at Highgarden in a carriage to attend the tournament hosted by House Tyrell. However, their purpose was not to participate in the melee, but rather to engage in discussions with Renly. Given that Highgarden lies between Storm's End and Old Town, Vitur and Renly had communicated through ravens over the past few years for daily matters, and significant issues often necessitated their meetings at Highgarden. This was also an effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with House Tyrell, a prospect that Robert hoped to see. In the Riverlands, a considerable number of individuals remained discreetly loyal to House Targaryen, and the task of stabilizing the southern Riverlands and Dorne largely fell to Vitur and Renly. During these 3 years, Vitur first immersed himself in the study of Raven lore. As a lower-tier magical beast endowed with his own magical powers, he grasped the subject with remarkable speed. Upon crafting a black iron ring symbolizing his mastery of Raven lore, he considered the course complete and began corresponding with his 3 brothers. In 286, Robert and Cersei welcomed a golden-haired prince, Joffrey, into their family, basking in their happiness. Stannis remained a bachelor, his marital status unclear, though his romantic endeavors were subjects of speculation. Each time his second brother replied, it was merely a few lines, all inquiring how to enhance the profits from the tournament betting, clearly aspiring to become a gambling tycoon. Renly informed Vitur that Robert had sent a certain illegitimate daughter named Maya Stone to Storm's End for him to raise. Vitur was taken aback to learn that this child had already grown a few years. He frequently penned letters to Nymeria, expressing his feelings of longing. Being somewhat engaged, and considering Dorne's open customs, he feared that he might inadvertently find himself in a precarious situation, given that Nymeria was 3 years his senior. The modern tales of internet romances, where individuals send money to strangers they have never met, only to discover the recipient is often far from what they imagined, weighed on his mind. Thus, he resolved to establish a genuine connection with Nymeria, believing that nurturing their relationship would mitigate the risk of betrayal. In addition, Nymeria's sister, Terrain had adopted the surname Martell, positioning herself as the heir to House Martell. Terrain had also officially become Nymeria's nightly attendant. While learning the art of poison crafting from her father, threatening that should Vitur treat her sister poorly, he might meet with a most untimely demise. The young girl, in her innocence, hardly understood the gravity of such matters. They spoke of Oberyn, who had ventured to the eastern continent as a mercenary. with no word of his whereabouts for some time. Whether this was true or mere rumor, one could hardly call him the Red Viper if he was gallivanting about without a care. The second ring he forged was of red copper, medicine. He introduced common knowledge from the future that astonished the scholars of the Citadel, such as using strong spirits for disinfection, suturing with catgut, blood typing, and disease isolation. By the end of the year, scholars across the land began to stockpile spirits and surgical supplies, significantly reducing the mortality rates among the wounded. The third ring he crafted was of gold, economics. The economic system of this world was exceedingly simple. He devised a model for the tournament's economy that captivated the scholars. Other means of generating income were not to be divulged lightly. The fourth ring was of white steel, metallurgy, with the system's innate enhancement in forging skills. Vito saw a considerable increase in his abilities while crafting the white steel ring. A mechanical device resembling a treadle sewing machine has been developed, albeit with less precision. The hammer and friction wheel can be utilized for jewelry crafting. Currently, both the Academy of Learning and Wind Whisperer Keep produce it in limited quantities, as demand remains low. The fifth creation is a bronze ring, astrological. Wade, a mechanical engineering student at a contemporary university, has devised a 24-hour timekeeping method, merging it with his mechanical expertise to design a grand clock. The timekeeping methods on the continent of Westeros are rather primitive. Aside from scholars who can measure significant seasonal changes, daily life is dictated by the rising and setting of the sun. Wade generously donated the blueprints to the Academy of Learning, which promptly established its location as the standard meridian time. Utilizing its connections, the Academy solicited funds from various lords to construct a clock tower within the city, appointing an astronomer to oversee the daily time calculations and synchronize the grand clock. Clock towers have been erected in capitals across the land, gradually spreading to other cities. The Academy, motivated by the profits from construction and maintenance, has seen a surge in enthusiasm, with apprentices studying architecture, metallurgy, and astronomy occasionally bringing with gifts of meat as tokens of gratitude. Of course, these grand clocks are rudimentary in their mechanical design, otherwise Wade would not have shared the blueprints with the Academy. His vision for profit lies in producing household-sized clocks. As a coarse timing mechanism has yet to be developed, these timepieces require manual calibration each day. Thus, it is imperative for the Academy to proliferate the clock towers across the realm, as attempting to establish them independently would take many years. The Academy's influential connections greatly facilitate this endeavor. The purpose of the recent visit to Highgarden was to sell the first batch of household clocks produced by Wind Whisperer Keep to House Tyrell, marking a lucrative venture for both Wade and Loras. The cost of magical training has become apparent to Wade and Loras, as their advanced and intermediate spells can no longer be merely practiced from books. Practical experience necessitates supportive devices to facilitate the flow of magical energy, which must be crafted from Valyrian steel. Although current forging techniques cannot produce Valyrian steel, reforging remains a possibility. According to Dr. Surgood's inventory, thousands of Valyrian steel weapons, including swords and daggers, circulated during the latter period of the Valyrian dynasty, with 227 known to exist on the continent of Westeros, alongside a few other magical artifacts, most of which are damaged, in addition to some cutlery and jewelry. Wade has tasked Loras with dispatching individuals across the continent to collect fragments of Valyrian steel artifacts to be reforged into magical support devices at the Academy. Wade will document his findings and return them to Wind Whisperer Keep for Loras. It was only when Loras' steward reported a depletion of funds while distributing monthly wages to Wind Whisperer Keep staff that Wade and Loras began devising strategies to generate income. Highgarden, as the capital of the Reach, boasts the most picturesque surroundings, with its white castle enveloped by fields and flowers, abundant with golden roses. The castle walls feature a circular, concentric design. The first and second layers house various residences and meticulously cultivated plant mazes, without guidance. One could easily become lost trying to find the castle gates. Many fortifications of this era employ such labyrinthine structures to enhance the challenges of siege warfare. Deeper within lies a vast garden, a courtyard adorned with spray paint, an artificial waterfall, and marble colonnades embellished with sculptures. Truly a testament to the splendor of the Seven Kingdoms' most beautiful castle. In comparison, the Wind Spire of House Targaryen resembles a grand prison alongside the Highgarden. However, the legitimacy of House Tyrell's rule is questionable, as many vassals beneath them remain discontent. Approximately 3 centuries ago, Conqueror Aegon incinerated the entire royal family of the Riverlands, and Tyrell, acting as steward, opened the city gates in surrender. Aegon subsequently bestowed upon the steward the title of Duke of Highgarden and Protector of the Riverlands. igniting discontent among other nobles who questioned why a mere steward of House Tyrell should hold such a title. Yet, intimidated by Aegon's formidable presence, they dared not protest. From that point forward, House Tyrell relied on a continuous web of alliances and the exchange of favors to solidify their power. Garland Tyrell welcomed them at the entrance of the hall, appearing somewhat slimmer than before. His brother had even dubbed him Gallant Garland. Sir Wit, along with Uncle Gunser, stood nearby. Garland greeted the two and, after sampling the bread and salt from a nearby servant's platter, Wit inquired, "You've grown stronger, Garland. How much does your training sword weigh now?" Wit's prowess rivaled that of an adult, often besting Garland in their sparring matches during visits to High Garden. And the former chubby lad held Wit in high regard. Now, Garland could wield a 5-pound sword for an entire morning of practice. Where are Duke Mace and the old lady? Although they were family, etiquette dictated that guests ought to pay their respects to the host first. "Gunser?" Spotting a throng of Riverland's nobles gathered on one side of the hall, asked Garland. "Father and grandmother are in the hall. Loras has already arrived. And grandmother has sent me to fetch you." Garland led the two through the crowd, squeezing toward the inner circle. As they navigated through the throng, they reached a point near the wall where a magnificent clock, approximately 5 feet tall, stood. Next to it was the elegantly dressed Loras, who was in the midst of explaining its features to Mace and Olenna. This exquisite timepiece, crafted from the finest mahogany, boasted a 12-inch diameter dial made of pure silver, with each numeral inlaid with pearls, radiating opulence. Loras then opened the clock's face, revealing what was considered an extraordinarily intricate mechanical structure for the era. The true marvel lay within, entirely designed and constructed by Wit himself, capable of running continuously for 20 days with an error margin of no more than a second. With each detail Loras elaborated upon, the nearby nobles gasped in awe. Olenna and Mace simply acknowledged Wit and Gunser with a brief greeting, clearly captivated by the clock at that moment. Chapter 19. The Specialties of Wind Whisper Fortress, with the servant leading the way to the study. Wit recalled how Gunser had assisted in sourcing materials while he was crafting the prototype in the academic city. Gunser, possessing a keen understanding of timepieces, was in awe of Wit's craftsmanship. He had expressed an interest in involving his family in the clock business, but Wit had politely declined. After all, the creation was an embodiment of high technology. The pivotal components had to be produced in-house, rendering mass production unfeasible, and thus it remained a luxurious rarity. Moreover, the first prototype had already been purchased by Gunser for his home, diminishing his interest in showcasing the clock. The maid served them hot cocoa, and she was also a relative of the Tillier family. As the family lineage expanded, the branches would send their young ones to the main household. The boys would serve as knights and attendants to the male members, while the girls would become maids for the females. Remaining close to the main household provided the boys with opportunities to be knighted, while the girls could secure advantageous marriages. After a brief chat with the maid, the Tillier family members and Blairy arrived at the study. Olenna was the first to speak. "Impressive, Master Wit. You have created something remarkable." Despite knowing that she would never pledge to be a scholar, let alone a master scholar, this old thorn never ceased to prick. Wit, noticing Blairy's amused expression, felt a twinge of discomfort, suspecting that Olenna had likely made an immediate purchase. Wit chose not to engage. "Good afternoon, madam. The clock is designed to benefit every household. Precise timekeeping is of utmost importance. Knowing when the servants rise, when the guards commence their duties, when the chef begins preparing meals, when the banquet starts, when to study, and when to train in martial arts, all these aspects yield tangible benefits. Such eloquence, yet the clock is priced at 7,000 gold dragons. Do you wish to become a mere commoner?" Olenna continued her barbs as others took their seats. "Force often triumphs over toil," Blairy interjected, sharing his perspective. "While I concur with this sentiment, they will forever remain a band of pirates, destined to be eclipsed by the tides of time." Olenna turned her gaze from Blairy to Wit, momentarily silent before shifting the topic. "Your visit is surely not solely for the clock, is it? Do you concur with my prior assessment? Do you believe the nobility across the nation would purchase them? My purpose for coming is to discuss this matter. What approach do you propose?" Olenna cut directly to the point, weary of the small talk. Instead of answering directly, Wit inquired of Blairy, "Pray tell, Blairy, what is the current production capacity for the clocks?" Taking a sip of hot cocoa, Blairy replied, "People are drawn to sweet things. Currently, Sir Donnernoy and his apprentices can produce 5 clocks a week." Sir Donnernoy, originally a blacksmith from Wind Whisper Fortress, had suffered a hand injury during the Usurper Wars, ultimately losing an arm and becoming a Night's Watchman. Thanks to Wit's influence, his blacksmithing skills had significantly improved. And he had been knighted by Blairy, thereby establishing a firm connection with House Baratheon. His apprentices had also seen their fortunes rise. The blacksmith shop in Wind Whisper Fortress had expanded considerably, now also producing clock components in addition to weapons and armor. Wit informed Olenna that the clock required not only the core components but also fine wood and exquisite adornments. After calculating the costs, he presented her with a price of 5,000 per unit, with a nationwide retail price of 7,000. As for our customized requirements regarding appearances, we shall not concern ourselves with pricing. That can be negotiated independently. We will increase production based on orders. After a brief pause, we should first finalize the distribution rights across various regions. Olenna contemplated, gazing into Wit's eyes. This clock is quite expensive, even if all the nobles of Rivervale purchase it. The profit would be minimal. Why go through all this trouble? Wit rose, not concealing the truth from the lady. The clock towers in different locales are merely the first step. I am not pursuing profit solely to establish precise timekeeping everywhere. This clock represents the second step, which, while yielding modest profits after costs, will bring accurate time into homes. The real profits lie in the third step. I am currently developing a portable timepiece, which can be referred to as a watch. Hence, our discussion encompasses not just the distribution rights of the clock, but also those of the clock and the future watches, as well as any creations I may produce thereafter. Upon hearing this, Olenna, Maes, Lanry, Gensler, and several children from the Tyrell family began to take the matter seriously. Then, Olenna directly expressed her agreement with the proposed price, stating, I want the sales rights for Rivervale, the Western Territories, and Dorne. The Western Territories can be granted to you, but you will not succeed in Dorne. Although Rivervale and Dorne had recently besieged Wind Whisper Keep together, the enmity between them had persisted for millennia, making reconciliation improbable. Given the current situation, Wit wished to profit from the Western Territories while keeping a safe distance from them. Since they desired it, let them have it. Despite the historical animosity among the nobles of Stormland and Dorne, and the heavy military presence at the borders, Wit's family held a marital alliance with the Dornish royal family, providing some avenues to explore. I propose a plan, my lady, and I seek your thoughts on it. The Tyrell family shall oversee Rivervale and the Western Territories. The Baratheon family will be responsible for Stormland, the Crownlands, the Reach, the Vale, and the North. As for Dorne, each of our families will sell wherever our capabilities allow. The Gensler family will manage Old Town. For the 9 major trading city-states, our 3 families will operate similarly to Dorne. Gensler had no objections, as this had been previously agreed upon with Wit. As the second son of his family, he had little opportunity for advancement and was focused on his studies. He was fortunate to have established a connection with Wit through his classmates, preferring to solidify his family as residence and overseas ventures without overextending his ambitions. Unlike others who had not been afforded such opportunities, Olenna regarded her relative Gensler, considering the strength and commercial acumen of the Hightower family. After a moment of reflection, she acquiesced to the terms and summoned the scribe to draft the documents. As the scribe prepared the paper and ink, Wit requested that he wait a moment and additionally include 2 items, a fountain pen and chocolate. Duke Maes, puzzled, inquired about the significance of the fountain pen and chocolate. Larry, seeing Wit nod, opened the wooden box he had brought and presented 6 fountain pens to Olenna, Maes, Varys, Garland, Loras, and Marjorie. The group examined the pens, noting their ivory exteriors, smoothly rounded cylindrical shapes, and a metallic strip adorning the casing, yet they could not discern how these implements functioned for writing. Larry retrieved the fountain pen he had pinned to his lapel, noting its similar design, though his pen was crafted from lustrous white metal. This one is mine. Made of pure silver with gold inlays, I have grown accustomed to this weight. In this world, ivory is far more precious than pure silver adorned with gold. The members of the Tilio family were struck by the realization that the metallic strip on the pen was designed to be affixed to clothing. As they witnessed Lannister remove the pen from his lapel, a few children began to experiment with this newfound knowledge on their garments. Mace observed that both Wit and Gensler also had metallic strips on their lapels, previously mistaking them for mere embellishments. Sensing Mace's gaze, both men removed their pens. Wit's pen, crafted from white steel, symbolized the metallurgy of the academic city, while Gensler's wooden exterior appeared rather humble. He promptly elucidated. I write so much every day in the academic city that my hand grows weary, so I replaced the white steel casing with wood. Lannister approached the scribe, unscrewing the front and back caps of his pen, filling it with ink from a bottle, and then handed it to him to commence writing the treaty. The pen's nib was fashioned from an alloy invented by Wit, and the ink sac was sewn from sheep intestines, capable of scribing approximately 3,000 characters with a single inkwell dip. Despite its seemingly simple structure, Wit had already perfected the mass production process, making imitation versions 3 to 4 times more costly than those produced at Wind Whisper Fortress. The scribe began inscribing the treaty, and the pen's angled nib produced elegantly cursive letters, allowing for continuous writing far superior to the cumbersome brush that required frequent dipping in ink. As for chocolate, Lannister raised a cup made from processed cocoa beans. However, cocoa was a beverage, while chocolate was a solid block, akin to sugar cubes. The cultivation of cocoa was also proposed by Wit in the academic city. Previously, it was largely unconsumed, with only mountain dwellers occasionally chewing the crushed seeds. Duke Mace took a sip and remarked, "In 2 years, the newly planted cocoa trees will begin to bear fruit. Presently, we source our cocoa beans from the mountain folk." Wit beamed with pride. "It is indeed a delightful beverage. Ground cocoa beans mixed with a bit of milk, and for those with a sweet tooth, a touch of sugar can be added. Both adults and children adore it." In this world, children were limited to drinking water. Only households with dairy cows could provide milk, while others had to settle for wine, which was rather bitter. Previously, Wit had traversed various locales documenting their resources, and now he collaborated with the academic city to explore agricultural cultivation. The academic city had long lacked a dedicated agricultural discipline, and the state of agriculture in this world was still rudimentary. Although Wit had never formally studied agriculture in his previous life, basic knowledge was nearly universal. After entering the academic city, he reverse-engineered research through multiple experiments, documenting practices such as artificial pollination, grafting, seed selection, seedling cultivation, fertilization, and pest control alongside fellow students, significantly enhancing the yield of short-season crops. Subsequently, he began to draft a guide titled Selection Methods for Advantageous Crops, leading to the establishment of a new agricultural discipline within the academic city, though discussions regarding the metal composition of study rings were ongoing. Harvests across the 7 kingdoms improved year after year. As of now, the Riverbend region had commenced the cultivation of sugarcane and cocoa trees, while Dorne began planting various fruit trees, and even the north started to cultivate peas, rye, and oats, alongside selecting and nurturing forage crops. This represented Wit's most significant contribution to this world thus far. "Are the sales of sugarcane and cocoa included in this agreement?" asked Olenna, seeking further clarification. "Rest assured, our agreement does not encompass raw materials or other products derived from them. It is strictly limited to the items specified." Alina approached the clerk's office, where she beheld exquisite handwriting crafted with a fountain pen, accompanied by both the pen and chocolate. A significant matter had been resolved, bringing joy to all present, who then engaged in casual conversation. Veit, noticing 4-year-old Marguerite pouting by herself, walked over and playfully shaped her face into a smile with his hands. What had caused little Marguerite to frown? Holding the fountain pen, she lowered her head and murmured, "I cannot yet write. I do not like fountain pens." Laughter erupted among the gathered guests. In this world, aristocrats typically commenced their writing education around the age of 6, but Veit was an exception. He had introduced Renly to writing at an early age. Previously filled with resentment, Renly now felt a sense of superiority. "I could write hundreds of words by the age of 4. Boys are enamored with swords, while girls prefer dolls, fortunately." "I had prepared in advance," Veit said, as he retrieved a metallic brooch from his pocket and handed it to Marguerite. The brooch, shaped like a rose, featured red petals and green leaves, with its allure stemming not from embedded gems but from dyed metal. The back was devoid of color, revealing the original gray-black metal with a smoky texture. Marguerite beamed with delight, for though it was not a doll, young girls are often captivated by beautiful objects. She turned the brooch over repeatedly, and upon discovering an inscription on the back, she handed it to her grandmother and inquired, "What does this mean?" Alina examined the brooch. Despite the absence of jewels, its craftsmanship was remarkably intricate, with the patterns of the petals and leaves clearly defined, rivaling the work of the finest jewelers. Yet, upon seeing the inscription that resembled claw marks, she was perplexed, and then she noticed the material of the brooch. "What is this material?" she asked. "I have recently been studying mysticism," Veit replied. "This is crafted from Valyrian steel. The inscription on the back is carved in High Valyrian, life everlasting, High Valyrian. Akin to the dragon language from the Elder Scrolls V, was something Vit had delved into extensively during his studies in the city. And he had even unearthed several tomes on dragon language from the Energy Sphere. He had now become proficient in both Common Valyrian, English, and High Valyrian, the dragon tongue. Valyrian steel is renowned, with large artifacts being rare. While smaller pieces exist, they remain exceedingly scarce, prompting the crowd to gather and admire the brooch. You truly put forth great effort, Alina remarked, her mind racing with thoughts. Valyrian steel swords are costly, yet numerous fragments can be purchased. I require practice to forge the mysticism learning ring. During this visit to the High Court, I thought that Marguerite might not appreciate the items I brought. So I fashioned this brooch as a small gift. Vit had no genuine interest in Little Rose, especially since he was already betrothed. His intentions were solely to foster a beneficial business relationship with House Tyrell, leveraging the agricultural resources of the Bay Estate. Arable land in Storm's End is scarce, primarily devoted to grain cultivation. Alina decided to steer the conversation away from this topic and invited everyone to the evening banquet. Chapter 20. Earning money without shame one evening. Renly approached Wit in his chamber, expressing concern over their dwindling finances. There is no money left at home. And you have instructed me to spend our remaining funds on this extravagant attire and accessories. Can we truly expect to profit from this? Wit observed Renly's opulent garments and accessories, explaining that in business, presentation is essential. Even in poverty, one must project an image of wealth. This engenders trust from others. But I am the Duke of Windwhisper Fortress. Is it necessary for me to resort to such measures? Am I to become a merchant? Renly questioned, perplexed. Though you hold the title of Duke, you are merely a 10-year-old noble. Moreover, dukes can be classified into the affluent and the impoverished, Wit replied, addressing Renly's inquiries in succession. By cultivating a persona of wealth, over time, even when you are destitute, others will perceive you as prosperous and will be inclined to engage in business with you. For instance, regarding the cocoa bean supplies, I have negotiated to defer payment until the next quarter. Once the first batch of chocolates is sold, we will swiftly find ourselves in possession of funds. Their business arrangement was structured such that Renly would receive 70% of the profits, covering the initial investment, labor, venue, transportation, and sales, while Wit would take 30%, contributing his expertise, marketing strategies, and training for the workers. There is no need for me to personally showcase our products. I have rehearsed the speeches for days, Renly remarked, beginning to develop a sense of pride as he matured. The success of any new venture requires a figurehead, and you, Duke of Windwhisper Fortress, are both the seller and the optimal leader, Wit asserted, placing a hand on Renly's shoulder. By establishing a credible image of wealth and maintaining excellent commercial integrity. In the future, when you engage in business, your mere presence will suffice. Even without uttering a word, a glance from you will facilitate transactions effortlessly. Imagining a future where a mere gaze could secure a deal filled Renly with enthusiasm. Should I give it a try? There is no need to try. Each morning, upon awakening, affirm to yourself, I can achieve this, and it shall surely come to pass. Wit encouraged, and Renly nodded earnestly. From a young age, he recognized his younger brother's remarkable intellect and the magical skills he had imparted. Growing up under pressure to study and train, he eventually realized the considerable gap that had developed between him and his peers. His brother always thought of him first, never once betraying his trust. Thus, Renly felt immense gratitude and admiration for his sibling, occasionally pondering the true nature of their relationship. Could it be that our parents miscalculated the time of his birth? Once the business deal was secured, Wit and Renly planned to engage others to manage the subsequent arrangements as they prepared to attend the tournament. Stannis had also arrived, having been financially commissioned by Duke Mace to organize the event. Wit had not seen him the previous day due to his commitments to the tournament preparations. For 20 years, during Tywin's tenure as Hand of the King, he had advocated for the establishment of tournaments. However, at that time, every noble funded these events out of their own pockets, offering prizes purely for the sake of prestige, often incurring significant losses. Yet, following the Windwhisper Fortress tournament a few years prior, Stannis had turned a profit each time he organized such an event. After Robert ascended to the throne, he sought various justifications to hold tournaments, with Stannis overseeing the arrangements each time. King Robert indulged in extravagant expenditures without a designated Chancellor of Finance, a role currently fulfilled by Jon Arryn. While Jon managed political affairs adequately, his ability to generate revenue was widely regarded as mediocre, leading him to borrow funds from various sources, including House Tyrell, the Eyrie, and Storm's End. However, he would repay some debts following each tournament. Eventually, the members of the small council became aware that the naval minister was neglecting his duties, relying on the tournaments as a means of gambling to recoup Robert's losses. Robert insisted on confidentiality regarding these financial matters, yet whispers inevitably spread. In the realm of Westeros, the faith of the Seven denounces gambling and illegitimacy, considering them grave offenses, alongside the most severe curses, such as regicide. Most viewed these crimes as serious, with transgressions often leading to death or conscription into the Night's Watch. However, gambling and illegitimacy were not deemed as severe, as there existed a disconnect between public declarations and private actions. Other nobles attempted to emulate this betting practice, yet determining odds proved challenging, with one noble even selling his castle after a single tournament. In King's Landing, Robert could not host tournaments every month, especially in times of peace. Stannis often found himself with idle time, prompting Duke Mace to leverage connections to invite Stannis to organize a tournament in Highgarden, promising a substantial reward. When Vitor approached Stannis, the tournament's organizer was indeed Highgarden, but the betting operations were managed by Stannis' own associates, including his uncle, Lomas Tyrell. Duke Mace merely needed to oversee the finances. As long as profits were realized, Uncle Lomas, now a vassal to Stannis on Dragonstone, and his elder uncle, a vassal to Renly back home, represented a classic dual bet. Stannis, Uncle Vitor, and Renly exchanged greetings. Vitor inquired about the intriguing item mentioned in Stannis' letter. Stannis, maintaining his stoic demeanor, remarked that had it not been for Vitor's correspondence, he would not have agreed to visit Highgarden, as naval training remained a priority. Uncle Lomas interjected, questioning the naval training and insinuating the true motive behind the visit was to establish betting operations. Without hesitation, they moved to a nearby table, as they were family and such truths could be laid bare. Vitor produced a set of mahjong tiles from a box, arranging chairs for the four of them. This game, comprising 144 tiles, was introduced by Vitor, who explained the rules and facilitated a few practice rounds. Mahjong is a game of intellect, tempered by a degree of chance. However, skill is paramount. It requires 4 players, and it is ill-suited for the impoverished. Renly could procure a spacious venue in the noble district of King's Landing, ideally a multi-story establishment, providing comfortable seating and high-quality mahjong tiles, with private rooms available upstairs. As Stannis and his uncle listened, their eyes gleamed with intrigue. Replicating the mahjong tiles was a simple endeavor. The key lay in the company one kept. If Renly could secure an opulent venue and gather nobles for the games, others would inevitably follow suit. The true profit did not derive from the sale of the tiles but rather from room fees, beverages, and the house-cut matters they were well aware of. It remains uncertain whether mahjong tiles will gain popularity, as there are indeed many places in the contemporary world where this game is not played. Regardless of how eloquently one may argue, it is ultimately a matter of cultural acceptance, an enigma without resolution. I entrust these matters to you, in return. All mahjong tiles used by Ergu for sales in Juntian City must be ordered from Fengshi Fort. Today, these are merely samples. Subsequently, I shall instruct Lannister to procure the most luxurious materials for the craftsmen to utilize, ensuring an exquisite tactile experience. Very well. I shall seek you out to discuss Stannis' characteristically succinct style once my tasks are complete. Chapter 21. The Great Hall. The martial arts tournament is being held in an open field outside the Great Hall, and the competition has commenced. Instead of attending the event, Wit and Duke Mace have retreated to a nearby sugarcane field to deliberate on the matter of sugarcane paper. This year, the grain yield in the Riverlands has increased compared to last year, alongside a substantial cultivation of sugarcane for sugar production. However, the process leaves behind a considerable amount of sugarcane bagasse. Upon passing a workshop in Highgarden, Wit conceived the idea of utilizing the bagasse for papermaking. While the paper made from sugarcane bagasse possesses adequate softness, its surface lacks smoothness and has a high water absorption rate, rendering it unsuitable for writing. Nonetheless, it serves excellently as toilet paper, providing a far more comfortable experience than conventional options. Wit initially intended to entrust this venture to Loras, as although toilet paper is inexpensive, it is a necessity in every household and thus a continuously consumable product. Selling it across the continent could potentially elevate Loras to the status of a toilet paper magnate. Yet, engaging in such a business in this world carries a stigma. The primary concern is that, given the transportation capabilities of Westeros, the operation can only be viable in the sugarcane's native riverlands, Otherwise, costs would escalate, possibly leading to losses. As Mace expressed keen interest in the idea, he suggested he could arrange for it to be conducted under the names of others in his household, thus alleviating any concerns about reputation as long as there is profit to be made. Whit reflected that there are numerous materials needed from Highgarden in the future. With an abundance of profitable ventures, he could afford to overlook this one. Moreover, becoming a magnate in inflatable fish is hardly superior to that of toilet paper. So why not? The two men engaged in a detailed discussion about the production aspects of the sugarcane field when, suddenly, a guard adorned in a majestic stag-crowned cloak rushed in, announcing that Duke Loras had been grievously injured during the tournament, having been stabbed in the abdomen, and was being taken back to his quarters. Whit immediately sprinted off, recalling the original narrative where the Red Viper had maimed Varys Aslag in Highgarden. However, Varys, now only 13, had not participated in the tournament, and the Red Viper was absent this time. Could it be that someone sought to harm Loras to instigate discord between Highgarden and Storm's End? The more Whit pondered, the more dire the situation appeared. Loras was not only his brother but also a means of generating income. Any harm done to him would warrant severe retribution. Duke Mace, being rather rotund, lagged behind as Whit arrived first at the guest chamber. Apart from Marjorie, all members of House Tyrell were present, and Loras lay there, his upper body exposed, revealing a finger-length wound on his abdomen that was bleeding profusely, while a maid was attempting to cleanse the injury. "Is this it? I expected you to be on the brink of death," Whit remarked, pointing at the wound, knowing Loras' magical abilities would allow him to heal within a minute. "I have already employed a healing spell, but my magic is now depleted. I sent the guard to summon you. Perhaps he exaggerated the situation," Loras replied weakly. Whit scrutinized the wound closely. If it appeared this severe after being treated with magic, it must have been quite serious prior. Clenching his right hand, he cast a healing spell upon Loras, witnessing the wound mend at a visibly accelerated pace until it vanished entirely. Whit had long ago informed Robert and Loras that there was no need to conceal his magical abilities. However, opportunities to demonstrate them were scarce, leading many to believe that the Baratheon brothers merely spoke in jest. This time, however, the members of House Tyrell were mere spectators, and it was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. Seeing that Renly's complexion was pale and his lips had turned white, it was evident that he had lost a considerable amount of blood earlier. The healing spell could only mend his wounds. It could not restore the blood that had been lost. In the future, when injured, one should first use magic to staunch the bleeding and then employ the remaining magical energy to heal internal injuries. One must not assume that possessing magic grants one the liberty to act without restraint. The judicious use of magic within the confines of limited power requires considerable experience. Renly remained silent. Eventually, it was Lady Oleana who shattered the tranquility. "Renly, now that you are maturing and beginning to participate in tournaments, would you allow Loras Targaryen to serve as your squire?" Loras Targaryen had witnessed Renly's valiance in the arena, though augmented by magic. It was indeed rare for someone of his age to dare engage in such contests. The following day, Renly was already lively and energetic. Vitor and Bran stood on the castle's windowsill, gazing at the distant tournament grounds, knowing that Renly had been eliminated and would no longer need to attend. "I forgot to ask you yesterday, how did you come to participate in the tournament? And how did you sustain your injuries?" "I have learned the stone skin spell," Renly replied. "I thought that with a magical shield, no one could harm me, so I borrowed a suit of armor from the guards to compete. At first, everything went smoothly. Before each match, I cast the stone skin spell on myself. My opponents and the audience merely saw the magical sheen enveloping me, unaware of its true effect, and they approached me as if I were an ordinary knight. As a result, they could not land a blow, and I defeated them all." Vitor inquired, "Then how did you get injured?" "My magical energy ran low. I could only maintain the stone skin spell for one round of combat. After winning a few matches, I faced an opponent, and we shattered over 10 lances before my stone skin dissipated. Until then, I had relied solely on that for defense and did not notice that my armor had become misaligned, leading to a stab in my abdomen. The armor was custom-made." "The borrowed armor surely did not fit you well. Riding on horseback must have caused it to shift," Vitor remarked. "Once we have the means, we shall each have a proper suit of armor." Hearing this, Vitor felt reassured that no one intended harm towards Renly. "Are you also preparing to participate in the tournament?" Renly asked. "Yes, if you are eligible, why should I not be? However, I must return from the academy first," Vitor replied with certainty. But after using magic yesterday, I noticed the spectators' gazes. Apart from wonder, there was a prevailing sense of disdain, as though they believed I had cheated. Renly felt a twinge of discomfort at this thought. Vitor pondered before articulating his perspective. Indeed, on the battlefield, it is a matter of life and death, where even dragons may unleash their flames. Only the victors can speak. If you wield magic to secure a victory in war, you will be heralded as a hero. However, the tournament is not a battlefield, it is a domain where fairness prevails. Should you possess magic while your opponents do not, they may perceive you as cheating or abusing your advantage. In the tournament, you must triumph using commensurate strength. Only then will they regard you with honor. For instance, in many duels, if one combatant has but one arm, the opponent will often concede the use of their own arm. Then does that mean I cannot use magic in the tournament? Renly inquired. No, if you can best them through sheer strength, that would be ideal. But what if your opponent is also a sorcerer? Renly gazed at Wit in confusion, to which Wit, with a playful smile, remarked, for instance, if we were to meet at the tournament in the future, I would simply concede. Renly replied resolutely. I shall engage you with the same magical prowess to ensure a fair contest. Wit responded, I eagerly anticipate our duel. However, that shall not be possible this time. For my magical energy requires at least half a month to fully replenish. Renly's excitement was palpable. After all, he had witnessed countless knightly duels, yet had never encountered a confrontation between mages. The two brothers turned their gazes once more toward the horizon, where the era of magic was destined to dawn. Chapter 22. Return to King's Landing. With the conclusion of the tournament, Vitor returned to the Academy City to continue his studies, while simultaneously managing various business ventures remotely. The financial situation of Wind Whisper Fortress gradually improved, although it could not rival the long-standing wealth of Highgarden and the Westlands. It was a complete transformation from its previous state. Originally, Wind Whisper Fortress served merely as a military stronghold, but it was now evolving into a city. Lancel had already proposed to Robert the naming of the newly developed area outside the fortress as Wind Whisper City. What once consisted solely of the castle and a few scattered residences for the local populace has now transformed under Vitor's architectural plans. The first ring of outer walls was under construction, and within, designated industrial zones emerged, including raw material warehouses, production areas, worker rest zones, logistics centers, and barracks, all separated by independent walls, referred to by the locals as the Wind Whisper City Industrial District. Beyond this industrial zone, plans were laid out for residential, commercial, and additional industrial areas catering to other merchants. The emergence of one industry invariably stimulates others, with the establishment of the clock tower and chocolate factory. Nearby merchants commenced building their own enterprises, including transport services, timber yards, blacksmith shops, and sugar factories. In the Wind Whisper City Industrial District, worker salaries were notably higher than elsewhere, and managers were ennobled by Lancel. After their shifts, these high-income workers settled in Wind Whisper City, generating demand for various services, including inns, grocery stores, clothing shops, entertainment venues, and markets. The entirety of Wind Whisper City continued to expand, necessitating the construction of an additional protective wall around its perimeter. Fortunately, with 3 sides bordered by the sea, considerable savings were made during its construction. Vitor also devised a complementary drainage system, perched on a cliff by the sea. Wind Whisper City was free from chemical pollutants, allowing for the direct discharge of wastewater into the ocean. In recent years, the fish caught in those waters had grown considerably plump. The roads within the city were spacious, flanked by verdant greenery, with small squares and parks available for leisure. The only drawback was the strong winds, which made tree planting challenging. Currently, efforts were underway to cultivate wind-resistant coconut and palm trees imported from Dawn, though it would take several years for these to mature. During his 4th year at the Academy City, Vitor achieved notable academic accomplishments. After discussions with the current overseer, the Academy introduced a new classification for craftsman, technician, senior technician, engineer, and chief engineer, while apprentices received no titles. This system was intended for workers specializing in singular fields such as construction, metallurgy, and medicine. There was no requirement to renounce their names, but the examination fees were to be borne by the candidates themselves, and the Academy would not assist in job placements. Wind Whisper Fortress sent Sir Donner Noy and his apprentices to the Academy for examinations. With Vitor's guidance, Donner had attained the title of engineer, and most of his apprentices achieved the status of technician. They all worked at the clock factory, and Donner was now preparing to take on a second batch of apprentices. In Vita's fourth year at the academy, after discussions among the overseer and the doctors, it was decided that upon Vita's oath, he would bypass the bachelor title and be directly awarded the title of university scholar. Had it not been for his youth, they believed even a doctoral title could have been granted without issue. However, a letter from King Robert summoned Vita back to King's Landing. Witt was acutely aware that his previous knowledge was merely a reflection of existing worldly wisdom, and he considered himself an ordinary university student majoring in mechanical engineering. Much of what he achieved stemmed from the application of common sense and a series of experimental endeavors over time. Now, aside from his expertise in mechanics, he felt that his intellectual accumulation had reached its limit, leaving him only capable of providing directional guidance for the future. Thus, he made the decisive choice to drop out of school, joining the ranks of the disillusioned youth of higher education, fervently pursuing his ideals. I am curious about your reasons for summoning me to such a clandestine locale. Discussing matters shrouded in secrecy here, what is your perspective on Witt's arrival in King's Landing? It is advisable to maintain a distance from him. He is unlike anyone you have ever known. I scarcely know him, so how could I distance myself? My sole desire is to serve the king with utmost diligence. It has come to my attention that the esteemed Prime Minister is set to finalize the appointment of the Chancellor of Finance. I believe my performance in Seagull Town has been commendable. It is said that Lord Barrys can effortlessly double a golden dragon with a mere flick of his wrist. I interpret this as a compliment, yet I remain unconcerned with the voting at the Royal Council. My focus lies solely on the fact that I have recently misplaced a sum of money, though I cannot ascertain the exact amount lost. In the realm of finance, competency prevails, contingent upon whether anyone surpasses you. The foul stench that once permeated the streets of King's Landing has dissipated, thanks to Witt's proposal to Robert for remediation. Initially, Robert believed the costs would be minimal, yet the reality of constructing new drainage systems, hiring farmers from outside the city to transport waste, and procuring dung carts proved to be a substantial financial burden. Given Robert's already considerable expenses, he sought to abolish this policy, only to face vehement opposition from the city's nobility, who were reluctant to return to the days of overwhelming stench. Robert himself had no desire to endure such odors. Thus the policy endured, becoming a fixed expenditure for the state. At the age of 10, Witt, as the king's younger brother, is permitted to reside within the Red Keep until he reaches the age of 16. Upon returning from the academy, he suggested to Robert that he be trained in martial arts by Baratheon, and now spends his mornings engrossed in books at the library, training in the afternoons, and occasionally engaging in academic discussions with Maester Pycelle, all while perusing a tome as he ambles about, exuding an air of scholarly diligence. 3-year-old Joffrey flees whenever he encounters Witt, having once been caught urinating in the garden, resulting in Witt giving him a minor bump on the forehead. In tears, he ran to Cersei to complain, leaving her and Jaime at a loss for words. After all, what could be done? Presently, Cersei's mind remains relatively sound, viewing the incident as nothing more than childish antics. As Witt peruses his book in the library, his gaze drifts towards Maester Pycelle, adorned with a scholar's necklace forged from 24 different metals, which he wears daily without complaint of its weight. While his knowledge is undoubtedly adequate for the role of a royal advisor, my understanding as a time traveler reveals Pycelle's true character. He has long since violated the oath of a scholar. A breach of such an oath is likely to lead to further transgressions. Indeed, seeking women solely for carnal pleasures without the intention of marriage hardly constitutes wedlock. The loophole in this oath has persisted over the years. Was it intentionally left open by the academy? Witt observes Pycelle, noting the white hair that belies his age. Yet he remains vigorous, rivaling that of Lord Hightower. Tywin served as Prime Minister for 2 decades, and the Lannister family has deeply infiltrated King's Landing. A strategy must be devised to oust Pycelle from the citadel, as he appears harmless in everyday life but can deliver a treacherous blow when the opportunity arises. After a brief respite for lunch, Vita arrived at the training grounds to undergo instruction from Baratheon. Such opportunities do not arise daily. Baratheon's primary role is as the commander of the King's Guard, and his responsibilities are numerous, with 3 afternoons dedicated to teaching each week. Vita has known Baratheon since childhood and now considers him a mentor, affectionately referring to him as Old Baratheon after they grew closer, though the name still provokes irritation when uttered by others. Arriving early, Vita noticed only a few members of the King's Guard in training. According to custom, he held a hefty tome in his left hand while practicing one-handed swordplay against a wooden dummy with his right, multitasking with fervor. After a short while, he observed Robert entering with Queen Cersei and the young Joffrey, accompanied by 7 members of the King's Guard. Chapter 23. No more concealment upon the arrival of the king. The golden-robed individuals concluded their training and assembled to pay their respects. Vitor stepped forward to greet Robert. In the realm of Westeros, only captives, criminals, and slaves kneel on both knees. Nobles typically observe the highest etiquette by kneeling on one knee. Male nobles usually place their right fist over their hearts and offer a slight bow. At this juncture, Robert was still quite robust, though his abdomen had begun to protrude slightly. Servants brought forth 3 chairs and positioned them on the elevated platform of the training ground for the royal family to take their seats. With 7 King's Guard standing vigilantly on either side, Vitor and the golden-robed individual stood by, awaiting the purpose of Robert's visit. Vitor! Upon hearing his name, Vitor stepped out of the crowd to stand before Robert. I have heard from Baratheon that your martial skills are nearly on par with his. There was no need for false modesty. Vitor spoke candidly. In swordsmanship, Sir Baratheon still holds an advantage due to his height and reach. But these advantages are less significant when it comes to polearms, where I have managed to secure a few fortunate victories. Robert was well aware of the magical elements at play. He had come this time to ascertain reports that Vitor's prowess was now nearly equal to that of Baratheon. In a world where honor is won through strength, he sought to confirm this and brought Prince Joffrey along to serve as an exemplar. The golden-robed individuals, having witnessed the 2 sparring previously, assumed Baratheon was merely indulging Vitor. Now, upon hearing Vitor's own admission, they found it hard to believe. The 6 King's Guard, including Jaime, were particularly skeptical, with some even bursting into laughter. Robert, already displeased with their demeanor, was further incensed by their mockery of his younger brother. Vitor, you have heard them. Many doubt your abilities. How will you prove your martial prowess? Why should I concern myself with proving anything to them? Vitor replied, suspecting Robert merely wished to elevate his own standing. Vitor then unfolded his attribute panel. Name: Renly Baratheon. Age: 11 years. Attributes: average for adults, 100, life 400, magic 1400. Stamina, turbo. Physical skills, max level, 100, one-handed weapons 35, two-handed weapons 31, blocking 20, archery 15, light armor 33, heavy armor 10. Magic skills, destruction 56, intermediate. Restoration 40, intermediate. Alteration 40, intermediate. Conjuration 22, apprentice. Illusion 13, novice. Alchemy 22, enchantment 12, skill enhancement. Life skills, eloquence 82, lockpicking 40, theft 40, stealth 40, smithing 66. Free points, 23 talents. Dragonborn, shattered item space, magical affinity. Vitor's enhancements predominantly favored magic, bolstering his life force, as warriors were abundant while mages were few. Who would choose to be a mere soldier when one could wield the arcane arts? The gaze swept across several King's Guard, and 2 names were uttered: Ser Boros, Ser Meryn. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, both having been placed here by Cersei, skilled in combat yet far from the standards of the King's Guard. Lacking in character and merely loyal to Cersei, having been purchased for this purpose, they were perfectly positioned to receive a lesson from Robert. In the realm of Game of Thrones, fools are abandoned by their families at a young age, never to grow up. Thus, only those of normal intellect and wisdom reach adulthood. However, there exists one exception: Cersei Lannister. Upon hearing their names called, Boros and Meryn squared their shoulders and strode toward the training ground, each taking a training sword that had yet to be sharpened. The gold-cloaked nobles stepped aside to make room for the bout, while more gold cloaks rushed in from outside to witness the spectacle. Boros signaled Meryn to step aside with a single hand gesture, and Meryn approached the center, drawing his sword only to sheath it again. Ser Wit. The King's Guard cannot remove their armor. You should don your armor first. Observing the nodding crowd, he felt a surge of knightly spirit. I have never had armor tailored for me, thus I have never worn any, Wit declared. He was clad in trousers and a long-sleeve robe of yellow with embroidery, its hem reaching his knees, adorned with the emblem of a crown stack, the standard attire of nobility. In his left hand, he held a hefty tome, while in his right, he raised his sword toward Meryn. I shall fight in this manner, and I did not call your names for you to take turns. Rather, I shall face both of you simultaneously. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Wit appeared taller and sturdier than the average 10-year-old, yet taking on 2 King's Guard was indeed audacious. Boros and Meryn, feeling deeply insulted, glanced at Robert, who wore a broad smile. Let the bout commence, but do not take it too far. You 3 may begin. With the king's confirmation, Boros and Meryn seethed with anger, determined to bring the boy low, to cover him in dirt. The three positioned themselves, weapons drawn, 10 paces apart. "We shall yield to you. You may attack first," they offered, for Wit relished such pleasantries. Wit, endowed with the strength of an adult due to his stamina attributes, had never fought at full strength against Balthasar, focusing instead on technique. Yet against these two, he would hold nothing back. With knees slightly bent and body leaning forward, he launched himself off the ground, sending clouds of earth flying into the faces of the onlookers as he charged at Boros. What incredible speed! The two had anticipated that Wit, unarmored, would rely on agility to triumph, thus allowing him to strike first. Their experience had led them this far. But they had not expected such rapidity. In the blink of an eye, Wit was upon Boros, his stature shorter and arms shorter. Relying on the force of his sprint to leap and thrust at Boros. Boros sidestepped, attempting to parry the thrust with his sword, but Wit altered his approach mid-air, transitioning from a thrust to a block, using his sword to intercept Boros's longsword. With a powerful push of Boros's shoulder, he launched himself toward Meryn. With a tremendous force, the blow sent Boros stumbling backward, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Meryn, who had been rushing over to assist Boros, found himself on the sudden attack end. With no time to alter his tactics, resorted to blocking with his sword, yet he underestimated Viter's strength. When the two swords clashed, Meryn was forced back 2 steps. Just as he regained his footing, Viter struck again with a diagonal cut, compelling Meryn to block once more. Viter's attacks were swift and powerful. Each strike would force Meryn's sword aside, exposing vulnerabilities. However, the training sword was blunt, and when it struck armor, it merely produced a cascade of sparks. Onlookers observed Meryn's relentless blocking, but he began to falter, each defense revealing more openings. Viter had multiple opportunities to target the gaps in Meryn's helmet but opted instead to circle around him, one blow deflecting Meryn's defenses, while another struck him directly, sending sparks flying from his armor. At that moment, Boros arrived to provide support. Upon seeing Boros, Viter thrust his sword into the gap between Meryn's sword and gauntlet, twisting forcefully to disarm Meryn, who relinquished his sword, conceding defeat. Boros, having witnessed Viter's assault on Meryn, realized that since the training sword could not penetrate armor, he could afford to withstand Viter's attacks without evasion, leveraging his own physical advantage as an adult. Viter, perceiving Boros's shift to a diagonal slash, thought, "So you wish to engage head-on, do you? Very well." In an instant, both combatants adopted diagonal strikes, their swords colliding with a resounding clang. Boros staggered back, his hands tingling from the impact. Viter, relentless, launched a second strike. Boros could only raise his sword in a horizontal block against a powerful downward slash, nearly buckling to one knee under the force, realizing that Viter wielded such strength with only one hand. Viter persisted with his assault, delivering a series of heavy downward blows that left Boros's arms numb and unable to adapt, forcing him into a defensive struggle. Spectators watched as Boros, who had begun upright, was gradually pushed back until he knelt, then sat on the ground, the arena echoing with the sound of clashing metal, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge. Some spectators glanced towards Robert, recognizing the resemblance to the hammering techniques favored by House Baratheon throughout the generations. As Viter prepared to deliver another strike against the seated Boros, the sword met the ground with a resounding thud, shattering in his grip. Viter deftly dodged the fragments, noting that only an inch of the blade remained in his right hand. It was, after all, a training sword, capable of enduring such repeated blows, a testament to the craftsmanship of the Red Keep's blacksmiths. Although debris struck Boros, his helmet and armor protected him from harm, and he noticed Viter staring at the broken sword handle. Seizing the opportunity, Boros summoned the last of his strength to thrust the remaining sword towards Viter's neck, disregarding the non-lethal nature of the sparring match. However, Viter had been keeping a watchful eye on him. He deftly dodged the thrust by tilting his head, using his left thumb to split the hefty tome he held, trapping Boros's sword between its pages. With a decisive twist, he disarmed Boros, discarding the broken sword onto the ground while catching his breath. With a book clasped in his left hand, which held a sword, he approached the elevated platform where Robert was seated. Releasing the book, he gracefully twirled the sword with his right hand before forcefully driving it into the ground. He then flicked the dust off his attire. "I have triumphed," he declared, and the gilded figures in the hall erupted in resounding cheers and whistles. Robert laughed heartily. Baelish wore a smile, and Jaime's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Chapter 24. intermediate magic, seeing that the king remained silent and the cheers from the golden-robed nobles showed no sign of abating. James descended from the high platform to address Sir Vit. Sir Vit, having just engaged in a 1 versus 2 contest, I shall refrain from testing my martial skills against you. I have heard of your prowess in magic. James positioned himself 10 paces away from Vit, drawing his longsword. I wish to ascertain the extent of your magical abilities. Vit assessed James. The knight possessed a spirit of chivalry and valued honor, though his sole misstep lay in his affection for his sister, one error leading inexorably to another. If I employ magic, you will not be able to withstand a single strike. James had only encountered descriptions of magic in books, never witnessing it firsthand. Thus, he cautiously bent his knees and gripped his sword, adopting a stance that was both offensive and defensive. How can one know without attempting? As you wish, Vit replied, concealing his left hand behind his back while raising his right hand. Arcane energy surged forth, transforming into blue lightning that danced around his arm and palm. The observing golden-robed nobles, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, immediately shouted for everyone to retreat, clearing a wide space. They were all taken aback by the sight of Vit's blue lightning, instinctively distancing themselves for safety. Rob, seated on the platform, straightened his posture. He had seen Vit perform magic in his youth and had gained deeper insight into its nature through Vit's writings over the years. He understood that magic could heal, assist, and combat, yet the tomes he had encountered elsewhere largely limited their descriptions to supportive aspects or magical artifacts. He was eager to see how Vit had evolved in his abilities over the years. Cersei and Joffrey leaned forward, eager for a clearer view. The King's Guard advanced a few steps, prepared to shield the king in case of unforeseen circumstances, as Vit unleashed blue lightning from 10 paces away. James quickly comprehended that this magic was undoubtedly ranged. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Vit directed the lightning towards himself, enveloping his entire being in a crackling aura of energy that emitted a series of hissing and buzzing sounds as it sliced through the air. James halted momentarily, taken aback by the sight of Vit brimming with electricity, unsure of how to proceed. However, reassured that this was merely a contest, he mustered his courage and lunged forward with his sword. Vit merely observed James through the crackling currents, remaining utterly still. As the tip of James's sword approached within half a body's length, a bolt of electricity leapt forth, striking him and sending him hurtling backward, landing several meters away. Crumpled on the ground, James was rendered speechless, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his sword slipping from his grasp, while sparks occasionally erupted from his armor. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as not a single soul dared to utter a word. Vit raised his right hand once more, directing a soft white halo around it towards James. This radiant energy flowed from his hand and enveloped James, gradually lifting him into the air. Vit employed a telekinetic spell to suspend James's armored form upright, preventing him from continuing to rise on the ground in humiliation. Do not harm James, Cersei cried out upon seeing Vit elevate James into the air. Rest assured, James is unharmed. I have minimized the magical force to its lowest possible level. Having spoken, James ceased his convulsions and released the spell, staggering briefly before regaining his footing. I am unharmed, he asserted. This is the minimal control of my magical power. Had I unleashed my full potential? As he concluded, Vit levitated a tome behind him, his hands poised as if grasping an invisible orb. A surge of blue lightning coiled around his hands. With a forceful push directed at the tower of the Red Castle, several bolts of lightning, as thick as a human arm, intertwined and surged across the training ground, striking the tower with a tremendous roar. Unlike the fleeting flashes of ordinary thunder, the lightning emanated continuously from his hands. The sound was unlike anything heard before. The resonant hum of the lightning slicing through the air was overwhelmingly loud, rendering the voices of those nearby inaudible, and the cacophony was so intense it threatened to rupture eardrums. The entire arena was bathed in a brilliant blue light, the lightning itself blindingly bright. Following Vit's movements, the lightning traced a white scar across the tower. The golden-robed spectators crouched low, as the bolts flashed ominously overhead. When the lightning ceased, vision returned to normal, though a persistent buzzing remained in their ears. The tower's outer wall bore a distinctive white Z-shaped mark. The display of even mid-level magic was far more impactful than any game could convey. One could only imagine the devastation wrought by the yet-to-be-mastered advanced destruction spells. Maintaining such an impressive facade was no easy task. It would take at least a month for his magical reserves to replenish fully. Nevertheless, Vit was determined to sustain the pretense, hoping to deter any scheming individuals from troubling him further. Once more, Vit ignited flames in his hands. coalescing into a fireball the size of a bucket, the surrounding temperature rising sharply, though those at a safe distance felt no discomfort. With hands aimed at the tower, he released the fireball with a resounding thud. It hurtled towards the tower's outer wall, exploding upon impact, the sound echoing across half the kingdom. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire tower. Again, Wit formed an ice sphere between his hands, the earlier heat dissipating instantly as a chill reminiscent of winter enveloped him. Thick white smoke swirling around. The ice sphere, silent as it flew, detonated behind the tower, extinguishing the raging inferno and frosting the entire apex in crystalline ice. Golden-robed figures continued to pour into the training ground, drawn by the earlier tumult and brilliance, fearing calamity. Robert signaled to several members of the royal guard to restore order. And soon the arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the scorched tower, its blackened surface now adorned with ice, sparking murmurs of astonishment. The book gradually floated back into Wit's grasp, and he straightened, adopting the guise of an unassuming scholar. In truth, this was the first time he had fully exhausted his magical energy, his legs nearly unable to support him. Seizing the moment amid the chaos of the crowd, he exchanged a brief nod with Robert and retreated to his quarters. Once Wit departed, the onlookers emerged from their stupor, some, dutifully concerned, rushed to summon guards to inspect the tower for damage, while many remained, pointing and boasting about the magnitude of the magic they had just witnessed. Fire, frost, and lightning. These phenomena are commonly observed in daily life. However, the notion of them being unleashed from an individual's body remains incomprehensible to many. Having been nurtured on tales of magic from childhood, the reality of witnessing it firsthand leaves one speechless in astonishment. Susie rushed to her brother's side, anxiously checking to see if Jaime had sustained any injuries, while the King's guard stood vigilantly close to Robert. Robert, having witnessed the young Wit wield magic before, was now witnessing the full extent of his powers as an adult, lost in thought and silent. Upon returning to his chamber, Wit sat at his desk, reflecting on the potency of magic and his experiences with its application. In the realm of gaming, fire magic fails to ignite even a tree, seldom interacting with flammable materials. The chill of ice fails to elicit a sense of cold or induce condensation in the air, while the sound and brightness of lightning remain minimal. These limitations stem from the constraints of game development costs and operational capabilities, as well as compromises made for artistic style. Conversely, the real world adheres to the laws of nature, presenting numerous unpredictable variables. Thus, magic appears significantly more formidable in reality. In practical combat, the effectiveness may diminish. For instance, in the game, a fireball would inflict damage upon all enemies within its explosive radius, whereas in reality, a fireball striking the front line would detonate, affecting only the immediate foes, with subsequent enemies shielded by their frontline comrades and armor, sustaining merely facial burns yet retaining their combat effectiveness. Although these three spells seem powerful enough to intimidate the masses, Wit finds himself devoid of magical energy. Should he encounter a valiant commander or a brazen youth leading a charge against him, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of their blades. Therefore, the deployment of magic necessitates not only consideration of its inherent power but also the timing of its release. A well-timed casting can instill fear in all adversaries, ensuring that even when one is at their weakest, the enemy dares not act recklessly. Naturally, the insights Wit documented in his writings will not divulge any references to the game. They solely encompass his experiences and reflections on the use of magic. These manuscripts are intended for future delivery to Lancel. Chapter 25. King Bolon. The following day, Bolistan sought out Vitor. Did you hold back during our previous training? You seemed to have some reservations and did not employ magic. Vitor candidly replied, given that your strength has sufficiently developed, it is time to train in horsemanship and mounted combat. In the months that followed, Bolistan began instructing Vitor in riding and lance techniques. James joined their sparring sessions, and they incorporated various weapons such as war hammers, spears, and bows. Vitor also utilized the whip, throwing knives, and daggers he had learned to wield in Dawn. Each session was filled with fervor, and the trio's martial skills saw significant improvement. Defeated, Polos and Marlin felt too embarrassed to participate, while the other Kings Guard, each with their distinct personalities, chose not to engage. During a break, Vitor observed James drinking water. One of the reasons for their visit to King's Landing was to ascertain if he could obtain a sample of James's blood to determine whether Joffrey was indeed Robert's true heir. Simply telling Robert that Joffrey was not his son would be met with skepticism. The color of hair alone could not serve as proof, and such accusations could lead to charges of sowing discord and slander against the prince. Previously, during a sparring match, Vitor had obtained a sample of James's blood, but was disappointed to discover that James shared the same blood type as Robert. He would have to devise another approach. Presently, however, his rapport with James was relatively amicable, and James had become even more formidable than depicted in the original tale. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. James noticed Vitor's gaze upon him. At this point, I doubt you could find many rivals across the realm. If Sir Arthur Dane were still alive, he might provide a worthy challenge. But you are only 11, Vitor replied. The Sword of the Morning is indeed remarkable. I could not best him when he wielded the ancestral dawn. Bollistan took a sip of water and continued the conversation. I once encountered Sir Arthur at Wind's Rest, though I was quite young then. Merely a spectator as he sparred with others. His skills were extraordinary, yet whenever he faced Prince Rhaegar, he had to contrive ways for the latter to prevail. It must have been quite frustrating for him. James, hearing Vitor express admiration for his idol, felt a surge of fondness for Vitor. Both had been members of the King's Guard, having personally witnessed the martial prowess of Rhaegar and Arthur. The thought of Arthur being forced to lose to the prince brought a shared chuckle between them. However, when the subject of House Targaryen arose, the awkwardness of their circumstances rendered them speechless. Vitor looked at the two of them and remarked, "It matters not. Those figures have become mere history, now only to be encountered in tales and tomes. There is little to be concerned about. Besides, I am not the only one who has achieved strength at such a young age, over a century ago. There was a knight who was valiant at merely 12. The two individuals had never heard of anyone being knighted at the tender age of 12 due to their martial achievements, thus prompting Vit to elucidate this historical account. This event transpired over a century ago, during the rebellion of a Targaryen royal bastard, leading to the deliberate omission of many records concerning this episode in subsequent literature. However, I have perused numerous original texts documenting that era in the Citadel, which corroborate the existence of such an individual demon Blackfire. I recall having seen books on Valyrian steel swords in my childhood home, wherein the name was mentioned in the chapter concerning the Blackfire sword. Noting merely that he took the sword to the eastern continent, with no further details about his life, James interjected, and Vit continued to narrate the tale of Demon Blackfire, a valiant warrior knighted at the age of 12, wielding the Blackfire sword. Heralded as a paragon of martial youth nationwide. Yet, he instigated a rebellion and was ultimately slain on the battlefield by his half-brother, Bloodraven, who shot him with a flurry of arrows. This was followed by decades of turmoil, leaving the two listeners pondering the implications. Vit shared the story of Blackfire as a cautionary tale about the perils that bastards pose to royal succession, though it remained uncertain whether James absorbed this lesson. On a fateful day in the year 289, while Vit was practicing horseback riding in the training grounds, the horn of the Red Keep suddenly sounded, signaling an urgent summons from the king for his ministers. Such summons are rare. Less critical matters typically only require the attendance of the small council. The gathering of all lords and officials from King S Landing indicated that a significant crisis had arisen. In the great hall of the Red Keep, Robert awaited upon the Iron Throne, while key council members assembled. Individuals continued to enter through the doors, maintaining silence as they aligned according to rank along the hall sides. As a knight of Horn Hill, Vit took his place, awaiting the proceedings. Once most attendees were present, the hand of the king, Prime Minister John Arryn, formally read a letter declaring that Bolon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands had proclaimed his secession from the Seven Kingdoms, declaring himself king and styling himself the king of the Iron Islands. The hall erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and astonishment. Once silence was restored, Prime Minister John shouted, "Your Majesty, this is a brazen rebellion. We must immediately rally our vessels to quell this insurrection." Following this, various ministers voiced their opinions, establishing a range of strategies. Given that the incident originated from the Iron Islands, the Navy was undoubtedly to be the primary force in response, affecting all vessels along the western continent. The naval forces would comprise Stannis' royal fleet, the fleet from Lannisport in the Westlands, and the fleets of House Tarly and the Stormlands. The army from the Westlands and the Reach would primarily focus on coastal defense, while the North and the Vale, lacking sufficient vessels, would assist the naval forces as landing troops alongside the fleets. As Vit observed the plans solidifying, he sought a moment to interject and stepped into the center of the hall. "My Lord Prime Minister, may I inquire how the Greyjoy family, having committed treason, will be dealt with post-victory?" His question elicited surprise among the assembly, for Vit had remained aloof in previous meetings, and today marked the first instance of him addressing the council directly, much to Robert's astonishment. John replied, according to the laws of the realm, treason warrants execution by beheading. After each battle, Robert often found himself contemplating the prospect of reveling with others over copious amounts of drink, fostering camaraderie in hopes of swaying their allegiance. However, he was dealing with a band of pirates, a group that neither cultivated the land nor sought to engage in honest labor. Their very existence relied on plunder. Years without raiding had left them destitute, rendering Robert's approach utterly futile. Furthermore, his rule was precarious, with many still harboring loyalties towards House Targaryen, merely awaiting a pretext to act. Had the Greyjoys launched their assault during Robert's rebellion, their fealty to the Targaryens would have lent them legitimacy, regardless of the outcome. Yet now, they had pledged their loyalty to Robert years prior, and any renewed uprising would lack justification. The instigator of this rebellion had vanished, leading to discontent among his vassals, while those still sympathetic to the Targaryens were emboldened, unafraid of retribution. Vit looked towards Robert, noting that the Greyjoy-led insurrection was motivated by their family motto, strength prevails over toil. This mindset had become obsolete, as their refusal to engage in agriculture merely brought devastation to coastal towns. The pirate chieftains were ill-suited to govern the Iron Islands, on the western shores of the continent. Noblemen began to voice their frustrations. They had long suffered the harassment of iron-born pirates, particularly the Riverlands, which had once succumbed to their conquest. Outrage began to swell among them. Vit continued, advocating for respect towards the customs of the Iron Islands inhabitants. Their current king had been chosen through a kingsmoot, and upon their victory, they ought to heed the people's will and convene a new kingsmoot to dismantle the pirate regime. Turning to Stannis, he queried whether the First Sea Lord believed that the Ironborn were skilled sailors. Indeed, the king bore the duty to ensure the happiness of the Ironborn, and integrating them into the navy seemed a fitting solution. With his point made, Vit returned to the throne, having achieved his objective. The Council of Ministers was now deliberating with Robert on subsequent actions, ultimately deciding that Balon Greyjoy and several key commanders must face execution, while significant participants would be dispatched to the Night's Watch. In the following 3 weeks, armies of vessels from across Westeros gradually made their way to the western front. Stannis and the royal fleet sailed towards Dragonstone, merging with the fleet from the Riverlands. Meanwhile, Robert received a missive from Tywin, informing him that Lannisport had come under attack from the Iron Islands, with the fleet nearly annihilated. Upon learning of the ambush against his father-in-law's fleet, Robert resolved to take command personally, leading the Kingsguard and 500 gold cloaks from King S Landing, accompanied by 4,000 troops, westward to Lannisport. Along the way, other nobles began to join his ranks. Vit and Renly followed closely behind, with Renly hastily bringing along 500 cavalry from Storm's End, led by Ser Loras Tyrell. Their primary mission was to maneuver swiftly on land, targeting any Ironborn forces that had landed or attempted to escape. Renly's foremost duty was to remain by Robert's side for protection. Having acquired wealth, Renly had commissioned a suit of armor tailored for himself and galloped to Vit's side to show it off. A mage ought to don heavy armor, for magical energy is prone to depletion, Vit advised. Renly, observing Vit in his simple attire, retorted, "Then why do you not wear armor?" Vit replied, "My magical prowess far exceeds yours," leaving Renly momentarily speechless. "Where did you acquire that sword?" asked Lancel, noticing the weapon that Vita had slung across his saddle, a sight unfamiliar as he had never previously borne arms. "I procured it from the blacksmith in King's Landing. Crafted with the same materials and techniques as the swords of the Kingsguard, albeit slightly shorter." Vita was aware that this marked Lancel's inaugural venture onto the battlefield. On land, Lancel, as a mage, need not be overly concerned, but this occasion involved naval combat. Thus, he felt compelled to remind him. "Do you recall our previous excursions from Wind's Rest, practicing ice magic at sea?" "Indeed, I remember," Lancel replied, after falling overboard, swiftly shedding my armor and freezing the seawater into ice to ascend and rest upon it. "It seems I have not forgotten." Vita then spotted Loras Tyrell, a lad of less than 10 years, who, like other young knights' squires, was typically relegated to logistical duties at the rear of the troops. However, as Lancel's squire, he would undoubtedly remain by Lancel's side. Vita cautioned him, "You are not donned in armor, and your attire is rather conspicuous. Be wary of arrows. Once aboard, seek out a shield." "Thank you, I shall be vigilant," Lancel replied. The Tyrell family was affluent, and Loras, as a squire, was clad in finery befitting a grand noble. Even in the role of a logistician, he commanded others to attend to the tasks. Chapter 26. The the naval battle of Fairy Island, the main force arrived at Lannister Port, where Robert encountered Tywin, whose face bore an expression of deep concern. Originally, there were 3 fleets, but one had been destroyed before it could even set sail. In the realm of war, the prospect of wealth is an undeniable truth. It is perfectly commonplace for the victors to plunder the treasures of the vanquished. Yet, one must first reach the battlefield. Stannis' fleet was transporting Robert's troops, while the fleet from the Vale, commanded by Earl Paxton, was to carry the forces from the north. This time, the Westerlands would contribute but a scant number of troops, forced to cooperate with the Riverlands forces to defend the coast. This was the second occasion that Vitor had encountered Tywin, the first being at Robert's wedding, during which he had been too preoccupied to take note of him. Now, upon seeing Tywin, he observed that the latter had shaved his head and donned the armor of House Lannister, his ostentatious golden-threaded cloak billowing behind him. His brother, Kevin, rode closely behind. One cannot deny Tywin's remarkable capabilities. He excels in diplomacy, economics, human resources, and military command. Robert, now short on funds, sought financial assistance from his father-in-law. However, should you find yourself as Tywin's adversary, he would pursue your ruin with relentless fervor, stopping at nothing to achieve his aims, devoid of any ethical constraints. Unlike other nobles who might negotiate for the release of captives, Tywin would indeed annihilate your entire family without hesitation. Moreover, he had a brother, often referred to as his shadow, Kevin, which meant one was not merely contending with Tywin alone, but with 2 formidable forces. Vitor exchanged pleasantries with Tywin, who responded in kind, though his face betrayed no emotion. It is said that he has only smiled a few times throughout his life. Finding the encounter rather dull, Vitor decided to board the ship ahead of time. He was part of the vanguard alongside Stannis, with Robert's main landing force following behind. When the king embarked on an official journey, he was accompanied by a maester to chronicle his every word and action. Robert and Tywin engaged in a rather awkward exchange, and it was likely that Robert would later discreetly discuss his financial needs with Tywin. Originally, there had been 3 naval forces, but with the Lannister fleet now reduced to ashes, only the Royal Fleet and the Vale Fleet remained. The latter was commanded by Paxton Redwine, a nephew of the Queen of Thorns, while Stannis commanded the Royal Fleet. The port was filled with warships. Lannister Port was vast, yet insufficient for the number of vessels, necessitating that only a portion dock while the others awaited their turn for supplies. The fleet had journeyed from the western and southern coasts of the continent, requiring resupply after their long voyages. Workers busily transported provisions, food, arrows, and jars of wildfire onto the ships, and Vitor even spotted someone carrying jars of pickles. Pickles were a creation Vitor had devised during his time at the Citadel. The desire for pickles arose from a simple craving. They required no specialized skills to produce. And in this world, salt was plentiful, allowing vegetables to be preserved for extended periods. In the past, most regions, aside from the north, struggled to store harvested vegetables long-term, leading to the cultivation of hardy crops like potatoes. With the advent of pickling techniques, even ordinary farmers could afford earthenware jars for pickles, which rapidly gained popularity across various locales, imparting a unique flavor to vegetables. Now, the impoverished relished slices of pickle nestled in their dark bread, while the affluent indulged in white bread layered with pickles and meat. After a prolonged search in the port, Vitor finally located Stannis' warship, where he found Stannis clad in the armor of the royal army, engaged in a strategic discussion with Paxton and several senior officers within the cabin. Upon noticing Vitor's arrival, those inside the cabin greeted him with respectful nods. "Do not stand on ceremony. I am here to discuss what I can contribute in this battle," he said. Pike glanced at Stannis, implying that it was his brother to handle. Stannis articulated the previous strategy. "I have heard from Robert about your use of magic in the Red Keep. You are now assigned to the vanguard of the Royal Fleet's left flank. Am I to act aboard the ship alongside the fleet?" Indeed, the left flank comprises 200 vessels. Wade observed that Robert likely had not conveyed the full extent of his magical prowess. Stannis still presumed it was akin to his childhood capabilities, as he ignited magical flames in his left hand, stating, "In naval warfare, fire is the greatest peril to ships. Although my flames cannot incinerate vessels instantaneously, if I target the sails, and provided it is not raining, a small fireball should suffice. I could easily set ablaze dozens of ships. Let us see how to arrange this, brother." After conferring with Pike, Stannis proposed, "I shall assign you a swift vessel to incinerate the sails of the enemy's leading ships before the battle commences, thereby sowing chaos in their formation. Avoid engaging in boarding actions. Later, you may set fire to the sails of their fleeing ships. In this world, where compasses and sextants remain undiscovered, those educated in mechanics would undoubtedly know how to construct them. Such knowledge is fundamental. However, Wit was not inclined to fabricate these devices just yet. Currently, ships could only navigate along the coastline. Warships possessed both sails and oars. The sails were for routine navigation, while the oars were for combat maneuvers. Given the limitations of human endurance, destroying the sails effectively rendered a ship incapable of escape. Wit, having never learned to swim before his passage, was utterly ignorant of maritime affairs. The sailors were hesitant to permit a nobleman to undertake strenuous labor. Thus, he could only eat and rest aboard the vessel. The warship itself was modest, approximately 30 meters in length, equipped with a mainsail and a triangular foresail. Its hold accommodated supplies, while in times of war, the oarsmen would extend the oars from the hold, significantly enhancing maneuverability. Shields were mounted on both sides of the deck, alongside a handful of sailors. Under normal circumstances, a warship would host numerous archers firing from braziers or infantry engaging in boarding actions. However, this vessel was manned solely by the sail-handling sailors and oarsmen, with Wit as the lone combatant, accompanied by several guards dispatched by Stannis to protect him while documenting the battle, all aboard a lightly armed swift ship. A few days later, as dinner was only halfway through, the alarm bells began to sound across the fleet. Wit exited the cabin. At this moment, Stannis' main fleet had joined the left flank, and thousands of warships were dispersing to form their offensive formations. Small reconnaissance vessels had returned, aligning alongside Stannis' flagship. In the distance, the sails of the Iron Islands fleet became visible, and shortly, a brief horn signal emanated from the flagship. This was the prearranged signal. Captain, break away from the main force and advance independently. Wit commanded. Lacking the skills to navigate the vessel himself, he could only instruct the captain on the desired course, allowing him to coordinate the sailors. The warship gradually distanced itself from the fleet, navigating ahead, with over 100 oars already extended, poised for action at a moment's notice. The two fleets gradually drew closer as the sun began its descent, casting a vibrant crimson hue across the sky. It was the first time Wit had participated in a naval battle, and from his vessel, he could discern little of the Iron Islands fleet, merely distinguishing the larger ships among them, speculating whether any belonged to their flagship. The soldiers of the royal fleet observed as a single horn sounded from their flagship, prompting one swift vessel to break formation amidst the thousands of warships. Under the expanse of dark sails, all eyes naturally gravitated toward this singular ship. Standing at the prow, Wit had two attendants beside him, shields raised in readiness for protection. Noticing they were still several hundred meters away from the Iron Islands fleet, he commanded the captain to steer left and advance at full speed. The vessel promptly turned, navigating horizontally between the opposing fleets. The day's clear skies facilitated the igniting of the ship's sails, requiring no incantations nor explosive fireballs. Simple fireballs would suffice. With this thought, he extended his hands, directing two fireballs the size of large barrels toward the forefront of the Iron Islands fleet. The golden-red orbs glided steadily across the ocean, one soaring too high and missing its target, while the other struck a leading ship. The fireball exploded, igniting a hole in the canvas sails, which, despite being treated for water resistance, could not withstand the flames. The fire rapidly spread, consuming the entire sail and igniting the mast, with glowing embers cascading down. The opposing fleet lined up, requiring only a slight adjustment in elevation to commence their fireball barrage. Before the witness of countless soldiers, Wit began to unleash fireballs at a rate of 2 per second, an array of fiery orbs emanating from the solitary ship, arcing across the sea and landing upon the enemy's sails. More and more vessels in the Iron Islands fleet ignited and began to slow, while those behind could only veer away, resulting in disarray within their formation. The soldiers of the royal fleet, witnessing the flames engulfing their adversaries, erupted in fierce roars, their morale soaring. Observing this, Stannis commanded the entire army to charge. All ships began to roll forward, while Wit continued to launch fireballs. Several ships from the Iron Islands attempted to pursue, but were intercepted by fireballs striking their sails. Mere rowing could not match the distance of the fireballs. As the fleets drew nearer, most of the Iron Islands vessels were ablaze, and the royal fleet surged with high spirits. Some shot arrows while others engaged in close quarters combat. But the morale of the Iron Islands forces began to crumble, with many ships turning to flee. Yet from the north emerged the fleet of the Bay of Paxter, flanking them, while Wit's swift ship relentlessly fired fireballs at the retreating vessels. In the end, the royal fleet and the Bay of Paxter sustained minimal losses. while the majority of the Iron Islands fleet was incinerated, with only a handful captured. Following the battle, the two fleets convened to share news. Roderick, the eldest son of Baron C. Territory, had been slain by Count Jason Melisandre in the recent naval confrontation near the Isle of the Fairies. The rebellious Bolon Greyjoy suffered a grievous loss when his own brother, Euron Greyjoy, was struck down by a fallen mast from a blazing ship. Approximately 210 vessels were set ablaze, 65 were sunk, and around 210 were captured, along with approximately 400 smaller boats. The number of escaping ships is not accounted for at this time, and over 2,000 captives were taken. Prior to this, Varys had informed Stannis that engaging in magical combat would deplete his powers for a considerable duration. Consequently, Stannis directed Varys to rendezvous with Robert's landing forces in the rear, while the remaining ships would first strike the Iron Islands, ultimately converging to launch an assault on the island of Pike, where Bolon Greyjoy resided. Chapter 27. Before the final battle, Bliston and Stannis launched an assault on Old Wek Island, with a fleet of messengers and vessels carrying significant prisoners of war. Vito set sail to rendezvous with Robert. By the time they met, Robert had already conquered Great Wek Island and was preparing to attack Pike Island. Pike Island was home to Pike City and King Esport. King Esport, the residence of House Portley, was the nearest major harbor to Pike City. Pike City served as the stronghold of House Greyjoy, and capturing the rebel King City would signify the end of this insurrection. Even if Bolon managed to flee, the morale of the troops had already dissipated, rendering any regrouping implausible. As Vito's ship docked alongside Robert's flagship, he discovered Robert in discussion with his commanders regarding their offensive strategy. Although King Esport bore an impressive name, in reality, it consisted of only a few stone structures, with most built from timber, including the Portley family's fortress. Consequently, they had prepared a substantial amount of incendiary materials for the assault. Upon noticing Vito's arrival, Robert inquired, "This time we shall employ fire tactics. I heard you burned over 200 of Bolon's ships during the Battle of Fairy Island. Is your magic restored?" "Not fully recovered. I can only ensure my own safety," Vito replied, observing the multitude of nobles and generals around him. He refrained from disclosing that he had regained much of his magical prowess. With his current abilities, he could easily set a significant portion of King Esport ablaze. But these individuals had traveled a considerable distance for glory. He could not claim all the credit himself, lest he incite their ire. He feared Robert's ambition, as his brother sought to be invincible rather than an adversary to all. Robert, unperturbed, addressed the gathered nobles and generals, "Let us proceed according to our original plan. The warships will directly assault the harbor to engage the rebel forces, while the landing troops will disembark from the shore and attack from land. Vito, you shall join the landing party." Vito accepted his orders, contemplating that he intended to conserve his strength during the assault on King Esport, saving his efforts for the siege of Pike City, where he hoped to eliminate several members of House Greyjoy, denying Robert the chance to showcase his prowess. Robert was not skilled in naval warfare and could only pursue the landing strategy. Most of the northern troops were equally inexperienced in maritime combat. Many could not even swim. Clad instead in heavy armor, Vito assigned Lancel to closely guard Robert while he boarded the vessel bound for the landing troops. The battle commenced swiftly. The naval forces engaged the rebel defenders of the harbor, allowing the landing to proceed smoothly. Vito, accompanied by his guards, searched in vain for familiar faces, ultimately joining the main force in their advance towards the harbor. In his attempt to take it easy, Vito lagged behind, gradually falling to the rear of the group. Soldiers, upon seeing him donning noble robes and wielding a sword without armor, surrounded by guards, regarded him as a noble scion merely seeking to bask in the glory of battle. Casting scornful glances in his direction, indifferent to their disdain, Vito continued at a leisurely pace, and by the time he entered the city, the entire harbor was engulfed in flames. Although his magic was potent, in the face of a massed assault, he knew that using the bodies of allies as shields could lead to his demise if he ventured too close. The offensive proceeded smoothly, primarily due to the inadequacy of the enemy's defensive structures. Once the fleet of the Iron Islands was vanquished, the land was left with only a few fortifications, while the remaining wooden walls were hardly sufficient for repelling pirates. When faced with a regular army, they were essentially swept aside. The battle concluded swiftly, with the entirety of House Portley from King's Landing captured, rendering the port nearly inoperative. The soldiers commenced dismantling the wooden structures of the houses to construct siege engines. The logistics team also made landfall, dispatching several reconnaissance units to monitor Pike City, while the remaining soldiers began erecting camps, kindling fires for cooking. Anticipating the completion of the engineering apparatus in approximately 2 to 3 days. Upon locating Robert's tent, our protagonist discovered him reveling with Eddard Stark and the northern commanders, many of whom were old friends who had rallied alongside Robert several years prior. Some had not seen each other in years, and previously they could not gather aboard their respective ships. Now, the atmosphere was filled with jovial conversation. Vitor greeted acquaintances, poured himself a cup of wine, and found a spot to sit. Robert introduced him to the assembly. This is my fourth brother, Renly Baratheon. Some of you may not have met him, while others might remember him from his childhood years. He has now matured and is ready to take to the battlefield. As the eyes of the assembly fell upon him, familiar faces like Eddard Stark regarded him as an old friend, while others, presumably having heard rumors, cast disdainful glances at the half-grown lad casually wandering behind the lines of battle. The Northerners, known for their forthrightness, might have openly expressed their contempt had Robert not been present. Anticipating their reactions, Vitor clarified, I have been honing my magical abilities in preparation for the assault on Pike City. I shall employ magic to obliterate the walls. Brother Robert, you may order a halt to the construction of siege engines. At dawn tomorrow, we can commence the siege. Previously, during his time at the Red Keep, Vitor had demonstrated some of his potent magic fire, frost, and lightning, all of which would be intolerable upon impact with any living being. However, their efficacy against the walls of the Red Keep seemed negligible. Robert, harboring doubts, expressed his skepticism about Vitor's magic, prompting him to elucidate his capabilities to the assembly. After all, this was a significant military endeavor, while he trusted his brother. Abandoning the construction of siege engines and assembling troops for an assault could jeopardize morale if things went awry. Brother, do you forget that my abilities extend beyond mere fire, frost, and lightning? Vitor replied, conjuring a magical orb that spiraled around him. For the gathered assembly, save for Robert, this was their first encounter with genuine magic. During Robert's assault on Great White, his retinue had not afforded Blue Lancel the opportunity to showcase his own magical prowess, leading to a collective curiosity as they gathered closer to observe. Very well, issue the command to cease the construction of siege engines. At dawn, we shall mobilize the entire army for the assault on Pike City. With the king's formal command issued, the revelers felt compelled to abandon their libations and prepare their forces, leaving only the Baratheon brothers behind. Robert, intrigued, inquired, Fourth brother, you have devoted these years to the study of magic, with myriad new spells emerging, yet what precisely do you intend to employ to dismantle the walls? It must surely be one of the most formidable forms of magic, perhaps High Valyrian sorcery. High Valyrian. Upon hearing the term, Robert's demeanor shifted, his attention piqued. Vit is aware of his concerns regarding the stark distinction between High Valyrian and Common Valyrian. The use of magic represents an even higher echelon of complexity. It is my belief that the Targaryen family lost their magical heritage during their time on the Eastern continent, relegating their knowledge to mere linguistic usage. By the time of Prince Rhaegar, even the High Valyrian had been forgotten, leaving only the Common Valyrian, which has gained considerable prevalence on the Eastern continent. Only then did Robert feel at ease, for I truly dreamt of the descendants of House Targaryen reclaiming the Iron Throne. In matters of magic, I consider myself an authority. I have imparted the entirety of High Valyrian and its incantations to Lancel, yet even he is unable to wield it. Therefore, dear brother, there is no need for concern. Robert turned to Lancel, who concurred, stating, it is exceedingly intricate. I have studied it for half a year without progress. It seems to belong to an entirely different magical system. Vit mused to himself, indeed, High Valyrian magic is essentially akin to the dragon's roar, without a dragon's soul within. It remains inaccessible. Moreover, dear brother, you might instruct your intelligence officer to keep a vigilant watch over events related to magic across the continent, including individuals and artifacts. Should they encounter difficulties, they may entrust the inquiries to me. Robert took a sip of his wine, raising an eyebrow at Vit, inquiring, what is it you seek? There are too few sorcerers, Vit lamented. The resurgence of magical energy in this world is irreversible. Those endowed with magic will undoubtedly increase in number. The continent's green seers, shapeshifters, faceless men from the east, and the Lords of Light, among others, hidden factions will soon take action, each vying to cultivate their own potential disciples. Magic is a treasure trove, and between Lancel and myself, even if we were to devote our entire lives to its study, we would find no end. Thus, when suitable candidates arise, I shall take on apprentices to teach them the arcane arts. Lancel is now capable of instructing in the healing arts, and in a few years, he too shall be ready to accept students. Vit regarded Robert earnestly. Of course, prior to accepting apprentices, one must ascertain their backgrounds. I harbor no prejudice against origins, be they commoners, nobles, or even slaves. I would welcome them as students. However, if they are adversaries, dear brother, it is preferable to resolve such matters preemptively. While the Baratheon family may lack dragons, we possess sorcerers. Robert comprehended the implications. It is prudent to eliminate future adversarial sorcerers, while those who are taught by the Baratheon family will significantly contribute to the kingdom's legacy. Chapter 28. The dragons roar as dawn broke on the second day. The army commenced its march towards Pike City. With King S Harbor a mere 3 hours away, they reached the outskirts of the city just before noon. After a brief respite for nourishment and recuperation, the troops began to form ranks outside the city walls, preparing for the siege. This assault was to be carried out solely by infantry. The rugged terrain of Pike Island, littered with jagged rocks, rendered both cavalry and naval transport impractical. Only Robb Stark and a handful of messengers were mounted, while Jaime Lannister, Balon Greyjoy, Loras Tyrell, and several members of the Kingsguard stood vigil around them, ensuring security. A scribe accompanied the forces, diligently documenting the battlefield conditions. Pike City, perched precariously on a cliff, boasted walls on only one side, with sheer drops and relentless waves crashing against the other 3, alleviating any concerns of enemy ascent. The attacking formations had been meticulously arranged. Due to the necessity of maintaining a safe distance from the walls to avoid arrows, and the uneven landscape, thousands of soldiers were divided into hundreds of small squares. The armored landing troops took position at the forefront, their uniforms standardized and formidable, designed to intimidate the foe. Although the navy and sailors were regular troops, they bore no armor and could only stand in the second rank. Laborers and fishermen occupied the rear, merely bolstering numbers. Wit remained as he had the previous day, sword in hand and draped in a noble robe, standing alone at the very front of the entire assembly, appearing a stark contrast to the well-prepared army behind him. Resembling a diplomatic envoy, the siege was a daunting endeavor for the attackers. Even with a clear advantage, minimizing losses was paramount, particularly for the Iron Islands, where supplies depended entirely on maritime transport. A failed assault would complicate any subsequent attempts, hence the troops awaited the drawing of dew upon the walls. At noon, with the sun at its zenith, the herald finally sounded the first horn of attack, a brief, sharp note signaling the breaching forces to commence their assault. This marked Wit's inaugural appearance on the battlefield in his 2 lifetimes. Having witnessed numerous cinematic portrayals of ancient warfare, he had previously only grasped the grandeur, fervor, and valor from afar. Now, standing in the midst of it, he could sense the palpable anxiety and restlessness of both sides. A melange of emotions that truly encapsulated the essence of ancient combat. After nearly 4 years of study, he found himself unable to produce equipment that would reduce magical energy consumption, relying solely on the magic stored within his own body, regardless of the toll it might take. Today he was determined to demonstrate the formidable power of draconic magic to the world. Sheathing his sword at his waist, he began his advance towards the walls of Pike City, the gaze of both armies converging upon him. As the defenders atop the walls began to rain arrows down upon him, raising his right hand, Wit unleashed the iron armor spell. His body enveloped in a shimmering silver light that elicited gasps of astonishment from both sides. Still a distance from the walls, he knew he needed to close the gap. Otherwise, the efficacy of the spell would dissipate. Summoning all his strength, he sprinted forward, charging at the walls. The first time he would fully unleash his powers in a real battle. His extraordinary strength allowed him to cover ground with each stride that surpassed that of an average adult. As arrows approached, he raised a hand to conjure a magical barrier. A pale white shield that stood resolutely before him, deflecting or absorbing the arrows that struck it, sending them clattering to the ground. Witnessing the valiant act of Vit, who single-handedly charged towards the enemy fortress while brandishing a magical shield, the morale of the troops surged dramatically from the rear. The entire army raised their weapons and let out a fervent roar in support of Vit. He halted approximately 20 meters from the city wall, simultaneously raising a magical shield in each hand to protect his flanks. Facing the gaps between the shields and the towering wall ahead, he summoned the power within him. Inhaled deeply, and bellowed, "Fas, Roda!" The allied forces observed Vit's advance towards the wall before hearing 3 unknown words erupt from his mouth in a thundering crescendo that resonated across the battlefield. The sound, charged with magical energy, echoed through the open expanse, even reverberating from the heavens above, causing all present to feel a momentary halt of their hearts. However, the defenders atop the wall faced a grim fate. They first heard a distant roar growing closer, and by the time the final word was uttered, the initial 2 words had already reached their ears, leaving them with only a sense of overwhelming sound. Yet, as the 3rd word, "Dao," was unleashed, a visible wave emanated from Vitor's mouth, surging directly towards the wall. This wave, a potent amalgamation of magical energy and sound waves, intensified as it expanded from the size of a fist to nearly 5 meters upon reaching the wall. The structure was violently ruptured, creating a gaping breach nearly 5 meters in diameter, obliterating the defenders into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh, debris, and blood, with fragments soaring several dozen meters into the air. The residual force, mingled with smoke and dust, surged into the city, demolishing several buildings in its wake. And even those defenders positioned further back on the wall were left bloodied and dazed. The accompanying scholars, who traditionally held disdain for magic, were fervently recording this unprecedented event. Amongst their ranks was an individual capable of igniting swords with flames, but they considered that mere sleight of hand. Vitor's display of true destructive magic shattered their previous perceptions, igniting excitement as they endeavored to document this historic moment. For Vitor, this was the first occasion he had employed such a technique in real combat, having previously practiced it in solitude. Drawing upon ancient texts that spoke of the unyielding force wielded by the ancient Dragon King for sieges, the more one comprehended the incantation, the greater the power it wielded. Witnessing this formidable effect, expending nearly half of his magical energy felt worthwhile. Chaos erupted atop the wall. Some were struck by falling debris, while others bled from their orifices, wailing in agony amidst the tumult. Meanwhile, the allied forces, still reeling from the shock, found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the deafening roar. Vitor drew his long sword from his side, extending his arm to point the blade towards the breach in the wall. Seeing this, Robert issued a command, and the clarion call of the horn resounded long and clear. "Advance, all troops." Vitor's magical assault had completely shattered the defenders' resolve. Arrows became futile, and the mere echo of his roar sent them fleeing into the inner city. As the royal forces recovered from their astonishment, their morale reached a fever pitch, charging recklessly towards the fortress. Among them, Sir Jorah Mormont of Bear Island was the first to reach the base of the wall. In this island assault, their numbers are at an all-time high. Initially, the plan was for the fleet from the river bay to land and converge with the troops during the construction of siege equipment. However, due to unforeseen circumstances involving Vitor, the timeline was accelerated, and they are still en route at sea. Vitor, cloaked in protective gear, wields a magical shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, relentlessly cleaving through the fleeing soldiers beneath the city walls. He possesses magical abilities, with half of the game system's skills rooted in close combat, complemented by extraordinary physical enhancements that far surpass those of an average adult. Though besieged, he faces potential peril. Yet the numerous fleeing soldiers, demoralized and desperate, are eager to retreat to the inner city, too fearful to confront Vitor. As Jorah rushes through the breach, he spots Vitor, a young lad, pursuing enemies with fervor. Vitor remains near the city wall's gap, waiting for reinforcements, careful not to penetrate too deeply into enemy lines for fear that a sudden surge of determined foes might rally and counterattack. Upon seeing a burly man clad in northern-style armor, adorned with a black bear emblem, accompanied by his men, Vitor calls out, "Jorah, follow me." Jorah and several family members quickly gather around Vitor, joining him in the charge towards the inner city. Yesterday, during their encounter in Robert's tent, Jorah had dismissed Vitor as merely seeking military glory, holding him in low regard. However, witnessing Vitor's recent display of power, as he unleashed a magical wave that shattered the stone city walls, Jorah came to realize that the lumber from yesterday's King Esport was not worth Vitor's effort. A single roar from him could likely devastate an entire street. Subsequently, the northern soldiers surged through the breached walls, swiftly dispatching the defenders, who had not yet retreated to the inner city. With the outer city now under their control, Vitor and Jorah led hundreds towards the inner city gates. The incoming soldiers executed finishing blows on the fallen defenders. Those without armor were stabbed in the heart, while armored foes met their end with decapitation. Some, grievously wounded but alive, were given a merciful end, wary of any who might feign death only to rise and kill. The inner city presents a more treacherous landscape, with the castle linked to the outer city by a single iron chain bridge. Below the bridge lies a sheer cliff plunging into the tumultuous sea, and at its terminus, a closed wooden door stands guard. Flanking the castle are two towering structures. The bridge is perilously narrow, allowing only 2 individuals to traverse side by side at once, swaying precariously and necessitating support from the hand. Yet, from the towers above, archers rain arrows upon them, and several northern warriors, eager to claim glory, have already fallen to their demise. Those behind can only watch in horror as comrades are struck and tumble from the bridge, plunging into the churning waters below, where it is likely that not even their remains will be recovered. Chapter 29. Pike Castle. Upon encountering such terrain, one must either launch an assault with catapults or bravely charge forward with shields raised. The gates of Pike Castle are diminutive and rather flimsy. If one can reach the entrance without being struck down by arrows, it is feasible to breach the door with an axe. Vitek cannot afford to wait for them to painstakingly carve through the door, with their lives at stake. For within the castle lurks a certain Euron Greyjoy, an enigmatic figure, whose unscrupulous methods pose a significant threat. He is among the few on Vitek's assassination list. And even if it provokes a formal conflict with the Green Prophet, Vitek remains resolute in his intent to eliminate this man. Raising his hand towards the tower, Vitek unleashed 2 chains of lightning, which darted accurately through the arrow slits, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The brilliant white lightning spread like wildfire among the defenders within the tower, leaving them with no chance of evasion. A group of soldiers was instantly reduced to charred remains. Subsequently, Vitek cast a fireball towards the castle gate, which, being both small and fragile, was utterly incapable of withstanding the fireball's might. The projectile soared across the drawbridge and exploded upon impact, shattering the gate into countless fragments. Warriors of Bear Island, follow me into battle. Jorah Mormont bellowed as he led his kin across the drawbridge. The narrow span became a fray of bodies, and Vitek, significantly shorter than these northern warriors, nearly found himself pushed off the bridge, only to be saved by a tall female fighter. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Daisy Mormont," she replied. Vitek nodded in acknowledgement, committing her name to memory. In truth, Vitek harbored no fear of falling. Over the years, he had devoted himself to the study of magic, developing numerous spells for various situations. Raising his hand towards the top of the tower, he conjured a magical hand, which surged forth with a pale white energy to grasp the battlements. With a swift retraction of his magic, Vitek was pulled upward, soaring to the summit of the tower. This spell not only allowed him to retrieve distant objects, but also enabled him to reverse his own position. Daisy Mormont, witnessing Vitek ascend the battlements with his magic, felt that her earlier act of saving him had been unnecessary. However, she dismissed the thought, for no one had known of Vitek's capabilities prior. The castle boasted multiple levels, and while Jorah and his companions stormed through the main entrance into the hall, Vitek descended from above. The upper chambers of the tower were small, and the staircases narrow, preventing the defenders from forming a proper formation. No matter how numerous they were, only 3 or 4 could confront Vitek at any given moment. The Iron Island's forces, being pirates, typically eschewed armor. With immense strength and exceptional reflexes, Vitek wielded a magical shield to deflect blows, severing the hands of his foes with his sword. As they faltered from their injuries, he would swiftly deliver a decisive thrust to the heart or neck, dispatching them with ease. Enveloped in the protective embrace of iron skin magic, he rendered their blades ineffective. Only a heavy axe could inflict a wound upon him. Thus, Vitek charged without hesitation, cutting his way from the 4th floor to the 2nd, claiming the lives of over 40 men, leaving dismembered limbs and severed heads strewn about. His body drenched in blood from head to toe, save for the pair of untainted eyes. Between the hall and the 2nd floor lay an atrium, with stairs leading directly up to the 2nd level, where another drawbridge connected to the 2nd fortress of Pike Castle. The entire hall reverberated with the cries of battle and the wails of the fallen. The attackers surged in relentlessly, while the defenders found themselves at a disadvantage, gradually retreating towards the 2nd floor drawbridge. Unbeknownst to them, Vit had descended from the 4th floor, severing their escape route. Many defenders had already crossed the drawbridge to the 2nd fortress, leaving behind a few dozen who had not managed to withdraw in time. Among them stood a towering figure, a formidable warrior clad in heavy armor and wearing a helmet resembling a sea monster, wielding a massive 2-handed axe. He guarded the stairway on the 2nd floor, each swing of his axe claiming the life of a northern soldier, single-handedly impeding the entire assault. Jorah and the others were also in the hall, where combatants from both sides clashed in chaotic melee. Vit refrained from using lightning magic for fear of harming his allies and instead resorted to fire or ice spells. With a swift thrust, he pierced an enemy's chest, dispelling his magical shield before unleashing a torrent of flames from his palm. This basic fire spell required no complex incantation, producing flames that erupted directly from his hand. The The fire swept over the enemy, igniting their hair and rendering their eyes unable to open. Their clothing caught fire, and the magically enhanced flames quickly charred their skin. Though they would not perish immediately, they lost their combat capability, blindly stumbling about in agony, emitting wretched cries. Some fell victim to Vid's follow-up strikes, while others, in their panic, tumbled down the stairs only to be slaughtered by the northern soldiers. One by one, within mere moments. Only 3 remained alive, as the whole filled with the aroma of roasting flesh. The mighty warrior, encased in heavy armor, remained impervious to Vid's flames. With extensive combat experience, he shielded his eyes with one hand and charged at Vid, lifting his axe with the other to deliver a powerful blow aimed at Vid's head. Vid admired the warrior's quick thinking in using his hand to shield his eyes and engage in close quarters combat. However, he evidently had not observed Vid's mastery of more than just fire magic outside the city. Evading the warrior's strike, Vid stepped back and conjured an ice spell. A frigid wind, laced with ice shards, struck the armored giant, rapidly cooling his once scorching armor and releasing plumes of steam. The warrior, unable to see clearly, swung his axe wildly, initially finding comfort in the sudden chill. Blinded, he could only rely on instinct to strike in the direction of the cold breeze. As Vid noted the warrior's dual exposure to the searing flames and the ice magic, he recognized that the latter somewhat obscured the warrior's vision. Just as the giant's axe neared Vid's throat, he reacted with extraordinary strength, twisting his torso to evade the blow. He promptly discarded his sword and invoked the same magic with both hands, knowing that while this would increase the magical energy required, it would also amplify its potency. The warrior felt an intensifying cold as his body temperature plummeted. In less than 2 breaths, he became immobilized, encased in ice crystals. As his cognitive faculties gradually faded into oblivion. In the hall, Yura and his companions had just slain the last of the guards and ascended to the 2nd floor. Below, they witnessed a blood-soaked figure whose palms breathed flames, incinerating a multitude of foes, and now unleashed icy tendrils that transformed the mightiest of enemies into a lifeless white ice sculpture. Another imposing man, his sword ablaze, glanced at Vitor and then at his own weapon, lost in contemplation. Vitor, leaning against his waist, took a moment to catch his breath. He had narrowly escaped death. In their usual sparring sessions, everyone held back, but in the chaos of battle, every strike aimed for the vital points. It was a matter of survival. The presumption of invincibility in the training grounds had led to arrogance. Employing an erroneous combination of spells had nearly cost him his life, prompting a need for deep reflection upon his return. Many had met their demise due to underestimating their adversaries, squandering their promising futures. Yura approached the icy figure, shrouded in a chilling mist that whispered of an unnatural cold. He refrained from touching it, having disowned that the flames and frost were Vitor's doing, though he was puzzled by how Vitor had managed to reach the upper floor. His gaze shifted to the charred visage of the fallen giant. Despite the scorched features, he recognized the armor and physique. It was Victorion Greyjoy, whom he had encountered once at Lannisport 2 years prior, the younger brother of Bolon Greyjoy. Turns out he was a formidable squid, Yura mused. Continue the assault. I shall rest for a moment. Vitor grimaced at the pain radiating from his waist. He had neglected to warm up and had engaged in a fierce battle, descending from the 4th floor to the 2nd in such vigorous exertion, risking serious injury. Yura, observing Vitor drenched in blood amidst the charred remains and the ice sculpture, assumed Vitor was merely fatigued and signaled to the troops to persist in their advance on the 2nd fortress. Chapter 30. The Greyjoy family leaned against the wall to rest, as a procession of soldiers from Bear Island passed by, nodding in acknowledgement. They had witnessed the fierce battle on the 2nd floor, and in their hearts, they recognized Vid as a true warrior. As Daisy Mormont hurried past, she handed him a water skin without waiting for a word of thanks, rushing to join her comrades in the fray. A robust man in a red robe, wielding a flaming sword, stammered as he approached Vid. Vid interjected, I understand you wish to discuss matters of magic. After the battle, seek me out in the king's tent, and we shall converse at length. This man, Soros, a priest of the Red God from the Eastern continent, had never before encountered another practitioner of magic aside from his fellow priests. His faith in the connection between the Red God and magic had waned, leading him to abandon his missionary work for a life of mercenary endeavors. They had become acquainted during Robert's uprising and often shared drinks together. The flames on his sword were not the result of magic but rather a fire ignited by a mixture of wildfires. Now, seeing Vid stirred him to such excitement that his words became disjointed. Vid patted him on the shoulder. Soros nodded and turned to rejoin the fray. Wit's desire to converse with sorrow stemmed from sensing the magical energy emanating from him. At present, Wit had strained his waist, and even slight movements caused him excruciating pain, forcing him to lag behind the troops, moving at a slow pace. Stand tall. Warriors of Bear Island, follow me into battle. Jorah Mormont once again led the soldiers of Bear Island as they breached the gates of the second fortress, having already dismantled the city walls and 2 fortifications. The soldiers' morale soared as Jorah, invigorated by the thrill of combat, urged them recklessly onward. As Wit slowly traversed the drawbridge into the second castle, chaos reigned within. The ground soaked in blood and littered with corpses. His target this time was Euron Greyjoy, whom he had never seen before. Spotting a group of soldiers guarding a figure clad in armor, Wit hurled a fireball toward them, indifferent to whether it was the right person. He preferred to err on the side of caution. Before long, the defenders of the second fortress had been vanquished, and Jorah continued to lead the charge toward the final stronghold. On the drawbridge, Wit suddenly noticed someone descending to the sea in a basket. A stone formation roughly 10 meters wide lay on the surface, flanked by several warships. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a one-eyed man with an eye patch within the basket. At last, it is you. I have heard tales that Euron is a one-eyed man, and whether or not you are he, today, all one-eyed men shall meet their end. Wit secured his footing by hooking his foot around the drawbridge's ropes and unleashed a barrage of fireballs with both hands. Given the distance, he aimed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. The fireball from his left hand targeted the ship's sails, while the one from his right aimed for the descending basket. Euron Greyjoy had previously learned of the Iron Islands fleet's dismal defeat at the hands of Robert's brother, who utilized fire magic to incinerate a significant portion of their ships. Following this, they had taken Kingsport, and with the tide of fortune against them, he returned to Pike to persuade his brother Balon to surrender. Balon, however, dismissed his counsel and fled with his loyalists. Just as the basket descended halfway, a volley of fireballs struck. The basket, constructed of wood, was tethered by a rope of hemp. Soldiers attempted to shield themselves with their shields against the incoming fireballs, but the resultant explosions ignited the basket. The occupant within had no choice but to leap into the water below. Wit observed as Euron and several soldiers leaped from the ignited basket, some unfortunate souls meeting their demise upon the rocks, while Euron, by a stroke of luck, landed in the sea and was swiftly rescued by the soldiers aboard the ship. With his magical energy waning, Wit knew he could not allow Euron to escape this time. The man was adept in the art of navigation, and once he entered the vast ocean, he would be nearly impossible to locate. Wit unleashed a series of fireballs upon the warship, igniting flames in various places, while the soldiers aboard fought desperately to extinguish the fires, for the vessel represented their sole chance of survival. At that moment, Wit caught sight of Euron removing his eye patch to gaze in his direction. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted from ahead. Wit turned to see soldiers atop the castle chopping down the octopus banner. The banner fluttered in the wind before drifting out to sea, while the soldiers proclaimed that Balon Greyjoy had been beheaded by Jorah Mormont. Wit glanced back at Euron, who had already maneuvered his ships far into the distance, while his own forces remained stranded at King's Harbor, having arrived by land, now helplessly watching Euron's escape. Time seemed to stand still. Wit meticulously sensed the flow of magic within his body. It was not an absence of power, but rather a disruption akin to mental paralysis. Euron's concealed eye must belong to a magical artifact, or perhaps he had awakened some latent magical talent manifesting through his eye. Wit resolved to study the relevant magic in the future. Having been outmaneuvered this time, he vowed that Euron would pay dearly next time. Though Wit had contemplated the idea of Euron serving House Baratheon, his knowledge of Euron's past led him to conclude that the man's ambitions were excessively grand, and it would be wiser to eliminate him preemptively. Wit observed the tardy arrival of Robert and Ned Stark. Given their natures, they would typically charge into the fray alongside him, yet today Robert insisted on riding to assert the king's authority. Despite the treacherous terrain of Dragonstone rendering horseback travel slower than on foot, Wit, covered in blood, reflected on his transformation over the years. Having been part of House Baratheon for over a decade, his thoughts had unconsciously begun to align with the family's interests. The influences of his previous life in a lawful society had gradually morphed into a perspective that viewed lives as expendable, willing to eliminate adversaries simply due to conflicting interests. A throng of people rushed past. Robert, preoccupied with his royal duties, failed to notice the blooded Wit as he moved to restore order in the name of the king. Wit leaned against his side, slowly following. In the hall, Robert beheld the severed head of Balon Greyjoy and learned of Jorah Mormont's valor, promptly knighted him on the spot. Jorah, previously of noble status through inheritance, had seen his father take the black to pass down the title to him. Now, having been knighted by the king on the battlefield, he received the highest honor, and the name of Ser Jorah Mormont would resonate across the continent. As soldiers scoured the castle, they gradually rounded up the surrendering soldiers, women, and children, bringing them before Robert to await the king's judgment. The fate of the traitors had already been determined in the royal council. The rebel leaders would be executed, the soldiers relegated to labor, and the women conscripted into service. Robb gazed upon the remaining 2 children. "What are your names?" he inquired. "Asha Greyjoy," one replied, "and Theon Greyjoy," said the other. A learned maester approached Robb and whispered a few words into his ear. Robb then continued, "Your elder brother has perished at the Battle of Seagard, and your second brother has just fallen in the outer city." At a loss for a course of action, Robb found himself torn. He had never adhered to a principle that condoned the taking of innocent lives, yet these were the offspring of traitors. Eddard Stark stepped forward, proposing, "Allow me to adopt these 2 children. They are of a similar age to Robb." Both Robb and Eddard were not inclined towards bloodshed, and with Ned's intervention, Robb acquiesced. The maesters began to meticulously document the military achievements, tend to the wounded, while the soldiers dealt with the captives and accounted for the spoils of war. The castle was stripped bare, leaving only wooden furniture and not even a candlestick behind, all of which were transported to King's Landing in preparation for shipping. After a brief respite in King's Landing, Robb, in the capacity of King of the 7 Kingdoms, summoned the captured families of the Iron Islands to convene a council for the selection of a new king. However, the title was altered. They would no longer be called the King of the Iron Islands but rather the Duke of Pike, who would bear full responsibility for governing the Iron Islands. Robb chose not to annihilate their families, executing only those who had sided with Bolon in rebellion, thus showing considerable mercy and forsaking tradition. Following rigorous deliberations, the assembly ultimately elected Ser Shivan Portley, a former Lord of King's Landing, as the Duke of Pike, a title recognized and endorsed by Robb. Upon accepting the ducal title, Shivan led all the families of the Iron Islands in a solemn oath of fealty to Robb, pledging eternal loyalty. With this, the Iron Islands rebellion came to a close, and the Greyjoy family was stripped of their noble status in Westeros, their lands granted to House Portley, while Euron Greyjoy became the continent's most wanted criminal with the highest bounty on his head. Robb then declared the entire army to return to Lannisport, where he would reward the valiant and distribute a portion of the spoils as prizes, culminating in a grand tournament to celebrate the triumph of this war. Chapter 31. The Red Priest. The return journey following the triumph of war was remarkably leisurely. Robert's flagship was filled with his drinking companions, and under the clear skies, they gathered daily on the deck to indulge in wine and meat, engaging in spirited discussions about the valorous deeds of their comrades during the campaign. Even Ned Stark, a man of steadfast principles, found himself relaxing amidst the revelry. Soros, the Red Priest, originally lacked the standing to board the flagship as a mere mercenary. Yet having distinguished himself in the recent conflict, he was now poised to receive accolades. The guards, recognizing him as one of Robert's companions, allowed him passage. Upon reaching the deck, he observed Renly wielding the Stark family SIs, the Greatsword, while Wit elucidated to the gathered crowd, Valyrian steel possesses a remarkable affinity for magic. The assembly was well aware that weapons forged from Valyrian steel were renowned for their exceptional durability and lightness compared to ordinary steel. However, they were largely ignorant of its other properties. Upon hearing Wit mention its connection to magic, their drinking ceased, and they leaned in, eager to listen. Wit requested a standard steel sword from the guards and addressed Renly. "Let us together invoke the Flame Cloak. Be cautious of your footing, lest we set the deck ablaze." The Flame Cloak, originally a defensive spell, enveloped the caster and their garments in a destructive magic. Any adversary who dared to touch the wielder would incur an automatic magical assault. This technique had been previously employed during the duel between Jaime and the Red Priest at the Red Keep, and here in Westeros. It extended not only to the body but also to their weapons. Wit and Renly approached the center of the deck, igniting flames upon themselves, causing the surrounding air to heat dramatically. Flames also engulfed their swords. Soros, reflecting on his reliance on wildfire to ignite weapons, marveled at the sight of the two casting spells from head to toe, enveloped in fire, and could not help but exclaim that this was the essence of true magic swordsman. The temperature of the magical flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire. Shortly, the steel sword in Wit's grasp had turned a fiery red and began to soften and droop. As they ceased their incantation, Wit employed an ice spell to cool the sword, and with a series of sharp cracks, the distorted sword shattered into several pieces upon hitting the ground. Conversely, When the greatsword ice was ignited by magic, its temperature rose without turning red. Upon being cooled by Renly's ice spell, the moisture evaporated with hissing sounds, producing a considerable volume of white steam. Ultimately, a layer of white ice formed upon the sword, and Renly drove the greatsword into the deck, shattering the ice, revealing the sword as original form intact. Renly returned the greatsword ice to Eddard, acknowledging that Valyrian steel weapons were a perfect match for a sorcerer, yet, he remained unready. Over the past few years, he and Wit had been acquiring shards of Valyrian steel, and Wit had remarked that as his magical prowess deepened, he would eventually be able to forge Valyrian steel himself. With the recent victory in the war, Wit had shown brilliantly with his magical prowess in Pike City. And soon the reputations of the two sorcerers would spread across the continent. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable new force in the future. Some nobles were already contemplating the idea of purchasing Valyrian steel weapons as gifts for Wit or Renly, but upon considering their finances, they hesitated. The prices were already steep, and news of today's events would only drive them higher. Moreover, even with wealth, finding a source for purchase remained a challenge. After the magical demonstration concluded, the attendees resumed their revelry, indulging in libations. Soros approached Wit, bowing respectfully. "Sir Wit, might you impart the art of magic to me?" Wit responded with a hearty laugh. "Of course, it is not merely a teaching. We shall exchange knowledge." Wit was eager to glean insights into the magics of the Lightbringer, particularly their fire magic and life-related spells, which piqued his interest. Although Soros was skilled in combat, his aptitude for magic was mediocre, and his resolve was wavering. Initially, he endeavored to learn the magics of the Lightbringer but found himself assigned a burdensome task of preaching in Westeros. Unable to forsake wealth and women, he turned to mercenary work. Only a leader like Robert could subdue such a character. As history unfolded, after Robert's demise, Soros established the Brotherhood without banners, continuing to resist the Lannisters in Robert's name. Wit inquired of Robert, "Your Majesty, is the book I previously gave you, The Nature of Magic, From Comprehension to Initiation, still aboard the ship?" This tome, authored by Wit, elucidated the forms, qualities, and attributes of magic, serving as an introductory guide. It was designed for the uninitiated to discern magic from other natural phenomena, and for those with magical potential. It enabled them to control the flow of their inner magic. However, it lacked profound insights, as the truly esoteric texts were locked away in the secret chamber of Storm's End. Robert instructed Jaime Lannister to retrieve the book from the cabin. After Wit provided the inner pages to Robert, the king summoned the court scholars to craft an opulent cover from fine materials. Initially, he perused it with keen interest, but before he could finish half, he cast it aside, distracted by his drinking. It was not a secret text. Most within the Red Keep had read it with Wit's consent. Robert had it aboard merely for his scribe to note the king's preferred items as part of his royal possessions. Soros accepted the book, flipping through its lavish cover, his eyes gleaming with reverence. The knowledge he had previously acquired was heavily intertwined with the dogmas of the Lightbringer, with magic comprising barely a fraction. "Feel free to share it with others, but do remember to return it to the king," Wit advised, seeking to foster a deeper bond between Soros and Robert, ensuring that Soros remained close to the king. With Wit and Stannis absent, Robert would have no one knowledgeable in magic by his side. Moreover, Wit aimed to dissuade Soros from his faith in the Lightbringer and his preaching endeavors, urging him to concentrate on mastering magic under his tutelage. Wit doubted Soros could withstand the allure of the prevalent dogma, envisioning a future devoid of the Red Priest Soros, replaced instead by Sorcerer Soros. Lannisport, the most significant harbor of the Westlands, was being swiftly cleared of wreckage under Tywin's organization. He spent money liberally, fully aware of the principle that wealth begets wealth. A functional port would ultimately replenish his coffers. By the time the return fleet arrived, Tywin had already prepared for their reception. Observing Robert, Tywin, and Stannis engaged in hushed conversation, Wit surmised they were strategizing on how to profit during the upcoming tournament. In recent days, Wit has been suffering greatly from a back injury. Realizing that a man's back is indeed a vital point, to incapacitate it is to incapacitate the whole being. Even healing magic proves ineffective, leading him to ponder the reasons behind this affliction. Ordinary soldiers have begun to return to their respective territories, leaving only nobles and accomplished warriors to participate in the tournament at Lannisport. Consequently, the inns along the harbor are overflowing with patrons, while the aristocrats have taken residence in Casterly Rock, where Tywin Lannister, recognized as the wealthiest man on the continent, graciously accommodates them. At the banquet, Tywin delivered an eloquent address in anticipation of the forthcoming tournament, flanked by 2 fully armored knights. The Mountain, Gregor Clegane, and the Hound, Sandor Clegane, are staunch allies of the Lannisters, their family having risen as landed knights in the Westlands since the time of their grandfather. Their sigil, featuring 3 hounds on a golden field, belies their brutal nature, which has earned them disdain even from many nobles of the West. Hence, numerous members of their family go by canine-inspired nicknames. As Wit gazed upon the towering figure of the Mountain, he contemplated devising a scheme to deliver him to his father-in-law, Oberyn. Should he negotiate with Tywin for mutual benefit, or would it be more prudent to abduct him under the cover of night? The Red Priest could certainly handle the Mountain, yet maneuvering such a massive figure silently within the castle would pose an immense challenge. Over the past few years, whispers of the Lannisters' infiltration of the Red Keep to assassinate the Targaryen royal family have surfaced, including the heinous act by the Mountain of brutally murdering the Dornish princess and her 2 children. In recent years, Prince Oberyn has thrived as a mercenary on the eastern continent. Upon learning of these events, he refrained from sending letters to the Red Keep to inquire with Robert, fearing that the news might leak. Instead, he dispatched a letter to House Baratheon at Storm's End, acknowledging the debts owed to Dorne. After deliberation among the brothers, they agreed to seek an opportunity to deliver the Mountain to Dorne. Chapter 32. Magical Governance. As night descended, Stannis, Veter, and Renly gathered in Robert's chamber, where Renly employed a silencing spell to cloak their conversation. Veter, you have indeed rendered an invaluable service, displaying the might of magic before all. You previously declined my offer of reward. What were you contemplating? Though Robert was still inebriated, his words bore the weight of genuine contemplation. He was the king of the 7 kingdoms, his younger brother the Duke of Dragonstone and Master of Ships, another brother the Duke of Storm's End, and the youngest sibling possessed the greatest personal prowess, yet had been shackled by a political marriage to Dorne since childhood, merely a knight with dominion over a modest fortress. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards him. The potency of magic was undeniable, yet it was primarily due to the enemy's lack of preparation. Had they been forewarned, perhaps with crossbows at the ready, or had they launched an assault during a moment of my vulnerability, our triumph would not have been so seamless. And I had nearly met my demise that day. In the presence of his brothers, Vito felt no need to maintain pretenses and spoke candidly. I even strained my back. But we are men. We must eventually hone our skills on the battlefield. You two, at under 12 years of age, are already commendably adept. Renly, sipping sweet wine, interjected, yet I accomplished nothing this time. Vito chuckled. That is to blame on Robert. Why did he choose to ride on Pike Island, where not even the horses can outrun the specters? By the time he arrived, the battle had long concluded. You were merely left to tidy the remnants. Robert patted his ample belly, a testament to years of indulgence as king, nearly forgetting the art of combat. Even his armor was tailored to accommodate his girth. Stannis offered a slight smile, tinged with derision. Returning to the matter of your refusal of the reward, Robert prompted. Veter straightened, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Robert. I propose that you establish the position of chief sorcerer at the royal council, tasked with overseeing all mages within the realm, managing magical affairs, and balancing the influence of the citadel. Robert and Stannis were taken aback, as this would fundamentally alter the power structure of the kingdom. For centuries, since the unification of the 7 kingdoms, the royal council had consisted of 7 members, the hand of the king, the lords of finance, justice, and ships, along with the master of whisperers and the grand maester, plus the captain of the king's guard. To introduce an additional seat, Stannis, lacking adaptability, failed to grasp the shifting tides of circumstance. While Robert was astonished, he pondered silently. Veter continued, the world's magical energies are on the rise, and the number of future sorcerers will inevitably swell. The power of mages is an unstoppable force already beginning to ascend. Renly chimed in. I too sense that the recovery of magical energy is swifter than before. Veter pressed on, the might of magic is well known. At merely 12 years of age, I assure you that upon reaching adulthood, one of us will be formidable enough to rival an entire army, capable of effortlessly raising a castle. If these newly emerging mages remain unregulated, no one's safety can be assured in the future, and only the most powerful sorcerer can govern them currently. That is solely me. Robert incessantly drummed his fingers upon the table, deep in thought, before inquiring, have you contemplated how to manage this? Establishing a school for sorcerers, creating a comprehensive system of standards and terminology for magic, and enrolling the youth of the continent with latent magical potential. Employing a mentorship model akin to that of knightly squires, fostering a deeper teacher-student relationship through direct instruction. Apprentices would be stratified by rank, and upon completion of their training, they would register with the kingdom, receiving a wizard's badge bestowed by the king. Thereafter, they would have the autonomy to either join the military or remain at the school. But what if these apprentices venture elsewhere to take on their own students? Would that not lead to a lack of oversight? Robert questioned. Other nobles may temporarily employ them. Yet complete detachment from the sorceress framework is unlikely within the next century. Vit took a sip of water. Countless teaching apparatuses were created for the sake of nurturing a talented individual like Blue. Most of the wealth earned by Blue and myself has been invested in this endeavor. Despite Blue being endowed with exceptional talent, it required over 1 million gold dragons to reach an intermediate level, and the subsequent stages are even more arduous. The average noble simply cannot bear such expenses nor produce such resources. As Vit pondered this, he couldn't help but draw a parallel to the contemporary training of astronauts. This is merely the educational aspect, not accounting for the costs of sorceress equipment. Becoming a wizard truly demands an exorbitant amount of money. Blue, sitting nearby, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Robert, too, touched his nose, often borrowing large sums of gold dragons from his 2 younger brothers for indulgences. Vit continued, moreover, my surname is Baelish. I cannot assure that all descendants of the Baelish family with magical potential will become formidable sorcerers. That relies on innate talent and personal diligence. However, I can guarantee that they shall receive a superior education compared to other wizards, and this system will remain under the control of the Baelish family until my demise. Much like the dragons of House Targaryen. In truth, Vit did not disclose that, at present, he and Blue were the only individuals possessing a full range of magical attributes. After years of research, it became evident that individuals with magical capabilities in this world predominantly exhibited a single attribute, with rare exceptions displaying 2. Blue's exceptional case stemmed from their shared genetic lineage as identical twins. Robert slammed the table with determination. It is settled then. After the martial competition concludes, I shall return to King's Landing and convene a council. Vit and Blue shall attend, with Vit serving as the chief sorcerer and Blue as his deputy. Given your frequent travels, we must ensure at least one of you remains in King's Landing for meetings. Stannis, offering little commentary, knew the council would undoubtedly vote in favor. While he could not conceive of other matters, he disapproved of Queen Cersei's incessant meddling in the affairs of the realm. With the 4 Baelish brothers now present at the council, they would soon manage to marginalize Cersei from the corridors of power. Let us first appoint the chief sorcerer. I will need a year to prepare for the establishment of the magic school. The study and practice of magic are exceedingly perilous. We shall locate the school upon the site of the fallen dragon's lair in King's Landing. There is no need for grand structures, as the area is uninhabited and perfectly suited for our purpose. Agreed, but what of the funding for the construction of the school? Robert expressed his frustration. Aware of the advantages of distancing from the urban center of King's Landing, avoiding the dangers of magic and steering clear of the factional nobles. Yet, this endeavor would require financial resources. Blue and I shall provide the funds and undertake the construction gradually. The buildings need not be expensive. Nor do we intend to erect fortifications. The annual costs will be manageable. Furthermore, I would like to express that I harbor no fondness for power. The intricacies of intrigue are utterly exhausting. I would much prefer to simply cast a spell that swiftly vanquishes all adversaries. Once I have established my footing at the School of Magic, I shall entrust my responsibilities to Loras. My journey will lead me to the eastern continent, to the ruins of Valyria, or perhaps even further afield in search of traces of ancient magic. Will you never return? Robert has long sensed that his brother's aspirations lie elsewhere. Upon hearing of my intent to venture farther, he assumed that I had no intention of coming back. How could that be? I will only be gone for a few years. One cannot confine magic to a solitary chamber. It demands a broader perspective. Moreover, the abundance of Valyrian steel and magical trinkets has its origins in the eastern continent, and I would be restless if I did not go. When do you plan to depart? Stannis inquired. After pondering for a moment, I responded that I am only 12 years old. Perhaps I shall embark on this journey after my 16th birthday. Then why speak of it now? Robert exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to my head. Chapter 33, Leisure before the tournament. The nobility, weary from battle, sought respite in Lannisport, where a multitude of merchants and entertainers from the western realm had gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their counterparts from the Riverlands. The jousting tournament was scheduled to commence in a month's time. This port, the maternal abode of the queen, saw King Robert abstaining from the entertainment venues, opting instead to lead a group of nobles on hunting expeditions. Lannisport thrived with the presence of lords from the Crownlands, the Westlands, the North, and the Riverlands, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity both day and night, a calculated exchange of interests between Robert and Tywin. Whit's back injury had healed, yet he claimed he still needed rest and refrained from participating. Bluebell, upon noticing Whit's absence, found the adventure dull. The two decided to explore their family's business in Lannisport, where they had procured considerable gold and silver from the Westlands. Gunsler Hightower had also arrived, tasked with overseeing the maritime transport to ensure the safety of their goods, coordinating with the fleets from the Riverlands for this venture southward. As they traversed the path, White observed Bluebell's glum demeanor, aware that at his age, he relished the spotlight, and this occasion offered him no opportunity to shine. To remedy this, White handed him a piece of parchment. After reading it, Bluebell incinerated it with a spell, a prearranged agreement between the two brothers. Both possessed keen intellects, capable of retaining what they had read, and vowed to incinerate any notes exchanged between them. Bluebell halted to summon magic within him, prompting White to pause as well. Shortly thereafter, a sphere of magical fire, roughly the size of a fist, began to swirl around Bluebell. This was a magical technique they had developed, maintaining a small orb of magic around one's body to enhance control over their power. According to your note, I have now discovered the equilibrium between magic consumption and regeneration, though I can only sustain one fireball, Bluebell stated, the swirling fireball exhibiting a slight tremor. In moments of peril, amplifying my magical output allows for a swift counterattack, far swifter than employed in other spells. Additionally, I can conjure fire in the cold, ice in the heat, and electricity in darkness. You should try your hand at ice magic. Upon severing the connection to his magical energy, the fireball extinguished with a soft pop, only to be replaced by a sphere of ice that levitated near his shoulder, exuding a constant mist of chilled air. This magic is truly practical. It has made me significantly cooler, Bluebell remarked. You should maintain this throughout the day. How many can you sustain? He inquired, excitement brimming within him, envisioning this as a tool for garnering attention wherever he went. My magical reservoir far exceeds yours, yet I can only maintain 3, Whit replied, materializing 3 ice spheres in his hands. With a flick of his fingers, the 3 orbs soared behind him, beginning to rotate. During this period, the exploits of Whit and Bluebell, both adept sorcerers on the battlefield, were widely disseminated among the returning soldiers. Particularly the tale of Whit's magical prowess in breaching castle defenses and single-handedly vanquishing dozens within Pike Castle. Variations of their feats echoed through every tavern in Lannisport, drawing crowds wherever they ventured, with Whit earning the moniker the Castle Breaker. Bluebell, accompanied by a magical orb, found himself easily recognizable wherever he roamed, reveling in the attention. Each day, he strolled about, enjoying the comfort of his magical air conditioning. Meanwhile, Whit preferred the solitude of the library in Casterly Rock, immersing himself in books, occasionally training with Jaime and Yora, and in his leisure moments, seeking out the imp for idle banter. Though the imp Tyrion Lannister is indeed the son of Tywin, his stature as a dwarf renders him largely unappreciated. In Casterly Rock, aside from enjoying good food and comfortable lodging, he is relegated to menial tasks, with significant matters never entrusted to him. Upon encountering Varys, Tyrion initially perceives him as one who stands aloof. However, Varys engages him in conversations that traverse a multitude of subjects, fostering a relationship that remains amicable to this day. Varys, intrigued by this erstwhile protagonist, seeks to establish a connection, recognizing that the imp has yet to undergo the life experiences that would prepare him for his future role as a kingmaker. In the training grounds of Casterly Rock, Robert wields a war hammer against Eddard's greatlord, Ice. Clad in full armor, they exchange blows for over 30 rounds before Robert, breathless and fatigued, concedes defeat, while Eddard, though also panting, appears relatively unscathed. I've grown too portly over these years, Robert laments. Eddard chuckles, in this era of peace, I too find I can scarcely wield my sword. I shall not participate in this tournament. You never should have, as king. Who would dare best you? Varys interjects, offering a cup of water to both men. Eddard, well aware of the delicate nature of their camaraderie since Robert ascended the throne, refrains from such boldness. Their once unbreakable bond has been strained by the shift in status. Ha, if you choose not to compete, so be it. There are many skilled combatants present. Their duels will surely be thrilling to witness, Robert replies with a hint of resignation. Added, we have yet to see Robb since his birth. Though I am merely 5 years his senior, I suppose that makes me an uncle. This is a gift from me and Renly to Robb, Varys states. Handing Robert a necklace. Eddard takes it, noting its peculiar design. The chain is of ordinary steel, while the pendant depicts a wolf's head, its mouth agape. Cast in dark metallic hues with wisps of smoky patterns. The back bears inscriptions, and it emits a faint vibration in his grip, producing a soft clattering against his gauntlet. This is crafted from Valyrian steel, yet what causes this vibration? Eddard inquires, recognizing the material as he possesses his own Valyrian steel sword, Ice. The material is provided by Renly. I forged it myself. It vibrates whenever there are fluctuations in magical energy nearby. As I stand here, it naturally reacts, Varys explains, revealing that it is an experimental piece imbued with enchantments. The pendant holds a small mechanism that detects magical energies within several hundred meters, causing it to rotate and, due to its irregular shape, generate vibrations. The soul used for the enchantment was that of a wolf he had slain, which inspired the wolf head design. Such a precious magical item may not be suitable for Robb, Eddard remarks, fully aware of the rarity of enchanted artifacts. It is a gift for your son. So accept it. Robert insists, deeming it appropriate to bestow fine gifts upon his closest friends. Varys gifted me a stack-shaped one. But since he and Renly often frequent the Red Keep, the necklace vibrated incessantly, prompting me to toss it into my wardrobe, Robert adds. What is inscribed on the back of this emblem? Eddard asks, noticing the claw-like script adorning the wolf head pendant. In High Valyrian, winter is coming. I shall convey my gratitude to Robb. Eddard himself cherished the pendant, adorned with his family's wolf insignia and their ancestral motto, a splendid gift indeed. Robert approached and patted Eddard on the shoulder, remarking, You are always so serious. With that, he made his way to take a bath. However, Vitor called out to Eddard. Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Let us find a quieter place. Eddard, somewhat puzzled, pondered for a moment before following Vitor to the rock garden, where Vitor cast a subtle charm to shroud their conversation from eavesdroppers. Eddard, do you remember the sister of Dawn, Asher Dane? Vitor inquired. There has been no news for ages. I have heard she has passed away. A wave of sorrow washed over Eddard. For since Robert's ascension to the throne following the war, he had ventured beyond the north only once, during the campaign against the Iron Islands. Vitor gazed intently into Eddard's eyes. During that war, I was in Dawn. For the 6 months prior to her death, we were together, and she bore a daughter. Eddard's expression transformed into one of astonishment, mingled with anticipation. She truly had a daughter. Indeed, your daughter, Vitor affirmed. What is her name? The Dane family has embraced her as one of their own, naming her Asher Dane, after her mother. She was born in 283, a few months older than Robb. Eddard's countenance shifted between joy and anxiety. His sister had a child with Prince Rhaegar, who he had brought back to the north, naming him Jon Snow, never revealing the identity of the mother. When questioned, he had always responded with silence. Now, with another illegitimate child in the mix, he found himself in a quandary. He prided himself on his honor, unlike Robert, who cavalierly fathered numerous bastards. Vitor allowed him a moment to process the revelation, remaining silent. Yet Eddard could not contain his curiosity. Is she well? The Dane family would not neglect her. She thrives in Starfall, and she possesses magical potential. Upon her birth, I informed the Dane family that I would take her as an apprentice to teach her the arcane arts. In a few years, I shall write to summon her to me. Thank you ever so much. Eddard embraced Vitor, patting his shoulder. Though he struggled to articulate his emotions, his mind was preoccupied with the implications of this revelation, and in deep contemplation, he unwittingly walked out of the garden. Chapter 34. Uriah's spring. The day of the tournament had arrived. Tywin, having served at hand of the king for 2 decades, had fervently advocated for the tournament during his tenure. The arena in Lannisport was not a makeshift construction, rather, it was a dedicated venue built of stone, elegantly shaped like an ellipse, stretching several dozen meters in length. The grandstands on either side towered over 20 meters high, accommodating thousands of spectators, suitable for both jousting and other performances. Several dukes and kings occupied the dais, with Vitor seated behind them. With some time remaining before the commencement of the tournament, attendees engaged in conversation with familiar acquaintances. Ned glanced at Vitor, and they exchanged a knowing nod, both understanding the unspoken matter at hand. Previously, Ned had entrusted Vitor with a small chest, asking him to deliver it to his illegitimate daughter, Ashera. The tournament unfolded with remarkable fervor, and Jorah Mormont displayed his prowess, triumphing over formidable adversaries. In the finals, a few days hence, he faced Jaime Lannister, and after 9 intense rounds with no clear victor, Robb ultimately declared Jorah the champion. Although Jaime, witnessed by his hometown folk, lost the match and failed to claim the title, Tywin remained unperturbed. The gambling schemes orchestrated by Stannis had proven lucrative for both Tywin and Robb. Stannis, now fully in control of the betting without Vito's guidance, had taken the reins entirely, prompting Vito to muse that unlike in the original tale, his brother had finally acquired a skill of his own. Vito found Jorah Mormont near the edge of the tournament stands, engaged in an animated conversation with his beloved queen, Lisa Hightower. "Sir Vito," greeted Jorah. "Sir Jorah," Vito responded. Having fought alongside Jorah on the battlefield, their camaraderie had blossomed over the past months, yet formalities dictated a respectful address. "It has been a while, young Vito. You've grown taller," Lisa remarked casually, smiling as she reached out to ruffle Vito's hair. Being the sister of Gonzo, Vito had often visited their home during his years in the Citadel, sharing jokes that elicited laughter from her. Their bond was quite amiable. Furthermore, not everyone was privileged to touch the head of such a handsome young man. "Sister Lisa, indeed it has been too long." Jorah expressed surprise. "You two are acquainted." "I studied in the Citadel for 4 years and became familiar with Gonzo Hightower. Naturally, I got to know Lisa as well," Vito explained to Jorah. "In the past, your Bear Island struggled to conduct business under the threat of the Iron Islands pirates. Now that such threats have dissipated, the Ironmen will soon be conscripted into the royal fleet. Presently, Bear Island stands as the sole possessors of a fleet along the northern stretch of the western coast. I wish to discuss some shipping ventures with you," Vito proposed. "Bear Island warriors will safeguard the cargo with their lives." Jorah, as the Lord of Bear Island, acknowledged that securing financial prospects for his family and subjects was his duty. Although not particularly adept in commerce, he readily accepted the opportunity without a second thought. Oblivious to the associated risks, Vito began to deliberate the particulars of transporting food, vegetables, and other goods from the north, alongside the export of minerals and leather, which, while not exorbitantly priced, would yield a substantial volume. Vito sought out Jorah for multiple reasons. First, to prevent the Lannisters from monopolizing the northern coastal trade, as the Bear Island fleet, although modest in size, would gradually prosper with wealth. Second, to offer assistance to Lyness, ensuring that Jorah would not find himself destitute and resort to smuggling, thus evading the law. Third, to diminish the support for Daenerys in the future. Achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. Lyness observed Vito and Jorah, believing that Vito's interest in Jorah was due to her family lineage, which filled her with pride and joy as she quietly watched their conversation unfold. Jorah, under the impression that Lyness was the reason for Vito's business proposal, felt fortunate for having chosen her as his beloved queen. Although the elderly Lord Jorah Mormont of Bear Island was not particularly handsome and had no offspring, his wife having tragically perished during childbirth, he was nonetheless considered a distinguished bachelor. Having earned knighthood through valor on the battlefield and recently crowned champion of a melee tournament, he was in high spirits, and that very evening, he approached Lord Leighton Hightower to propose marriage. After some deliberation, Leighton consented, deciding to act swiftly before the majority of the nobility departed following the Lannister wedding. At the wedding, Vito found Lyness. Given the cold climate of the north, he advised her to bring ample warm clothing, suggesting she could write to her brother or him if she needed anything, serving as a gentle reminder to seek assistance rather than feeling embarrassed to contact her family. Lyness felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving her home to establish a new family. Vito and Loras had presented her with numerous wedding gifts, and they planned to summon her sister, Moroya, to King's Landing to study magic, despite her nearing 50 years of age and possessing only a faint magical potential. While she may not master profound spells, she could at least serve as a librarian. Not to mention, Lyness' family held significant standing in Old Town and the Citadel. Her sister, Ellery, was married to the Duke of Highgarden, and their offspring Garland, Loras, and the young Rose were all tied to influential connections, making it essential for Vito and Loras to cultivate these relations, especially since many of their materials were sourced from the rich. The 3 great houses of the rich House Tyrell and House Hightower had already established beneficial ties, leaving only House Redwine to be courted, a task best suited for Loras. Upon returning to King's Landing, King Robert swiftly convened a council meeting to propose the elevation of the realm's Archmaester, a matter not to be settled hastily, as the addition of a seat in the council would entail considerable ramifications requiring careful deliberation over the coming days. Vitor approached Archmaester Pycelle to facilitate communication with the upper echelons of the Citadel. Previously, the Citadel had resolved to bestow the title of Archmaester upon Vitor upon his oath-taking. But he had been summoned by the king before that could occur. However, their communication had not ceased, as they continued to engage in business concerning the clock tower and craftsmanship examinations. Little did they know that, after a few years, Vitor had genuinely become a wizard. The Citadel had long resisted magic, yet Vitor, as a traveler from another world, understood the Citadel's stance. A world devoid of magic merely followed the path of science, potentially reaching greater heights, even beyond the atmosphere. Yet in this world, magic had truly resurfaced. Who would not desire to learn it? As wit, a scholar well-versed in both academia and the arcane arts, enjoys a cordial relationship with the Academy. It is only natural for the institution to seek his allegiance. The Academy has resolved to bestow upon Wit the honorary title of University Scholar. In exchange, Wit is expected to meticulously supplement the curriculum pertaining to magical studies, formally establishing the discipline of magic with a focus on the crafting of Valyrian steel rings as a degree requirement. Naturally, the magical knowledge Wit provides to the Academy will be limited, encompassing primarily foundational theories and the completion of novice-level spells, with more advanced magical training reserved for the prestigious Baelish Academy in King's Landing. Within the Council of Seven, the Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, along with the Master of Ships, Renly Baratheon, and the Captain of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, are undoubtedly supportive of Robert. With Wit having secured the backing of the university representative, Pycelle, 4 members have now consented, rendering the opinions of the remaining council members largely inconsequential. Chapter 35. The Archmage both Vitor and Lannister attended the second Royal Council meeting, necessitating the addition of formal chairs at the table following the resolutions made. The Royal Council convened in a modest chamber within the Red Keep's Maiders Holdfast, conveniently close to the king's quarters. The room housed a lengthy conference table, with the king's designated chair positioned directly opposite. Flanking the table were 7 opulent seats, and additional chairs were available nearby for temporary attendees. Currently, Vitor and Lannister were relegated to makeshift seating. Once everyone was seated, King Robert raised the issue of expanding the number of seats for discussion. Prime Minister Jon Arryn was the first to voice his concerns. The council comprises 7 seats, symbolizing the faith in the 7. Would increasing the number of seats be a sign of disrespect to the 7? Might it incite discontent among the faithful? Shall we then send only 7 to battle? Robert swiftly countered the Prime Minister, rendering him momentarily speechless, though this had been a prearranged strategy between the two. I concur with the proposal to increase the seats. Yet the Archmage's role primarily involves governance. Should such responsibilities not be entrusted to a noble of esteemed reputation? Varys, the Master of Whisperers, interjected. Having conferred with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Minister of Justice, increasing the seats is acceptable, but they ought to represent noble interests rather than those of sorcerers. Although Vitor embodies both identities, his responsibilities inherently align him with the Mages, a fledgling faction that should not be allowed to usurp power. Despite his disdain for both nobility and magic, Varys primarily operated on the principles of quid pro quo. Previously, he and Vitor had found no conflict of interest. But this time, he opted to align with the aristocrats. Vitor's eyes emitted a violet haze as he gazed intently at Varys. The assembly, witnessing Vitor's magical display, remained motionless, deterred by the king's unyielding posture. Though Vitor refrained from direct assault, Varys was visibly agitated, his mouth agape, body rigid, trembling profusely, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Only when the violet mist ceased emanating from Vitor's eyes did Varys regain his composure. This is an illusionary spell of terror, designed to evoke one's deepest fears. I have minimized its potency, were I to amplify it. Lord Varys might well leap from the window in fright, Vitor elucidated to the assembly. This spell had been refined by Vitor to bypass the need for gestures. Emanating directly from his eyes, those of steadfast resolve would find their limbs weakened and perspiration trickling, while the faint-hearted might flee in sheer panic. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, Varys feigned tranquility as he regarded the others. Moments prior, his mind had been forcibly flooded with memories of childhood abuse and castration, coupled with the fear of being discovered for secretly aiding the Targaryen children on the eastern continent, culminating in a grim fate at the Executioner S block. In the face of Vitor's overwhelming might, no scheme could guarantee success. Revealing even a hint of information could spell disaster, even within the military ranks. Henceforth, Varys would operate with even greater discretion. Such is the nature of sorcery. Before the might of magic, All nobility is but a mere corporeal shell. Only the most formidable of sorcerers may command the allegiance of their king. The Baratheon brothers sat stoically, while Vitor observed the astonishment etched on the faces of the others present. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am well aware of your thoughts. Are you contemplating the mental manipulation of a certain noble? The time of a sorcerer is indeed precious. And I am certain that each mage is loath to squander it. We would much prefer to incinerate our foes into ash. The release of Varys was merely a means for him to experience a moment. I have no desire to irreparably offend him, as he may yet prove useful to Robert. Prime Minister Jon Arryn rapped his spoon against his goblet, urging everyone to refocus. Ever since Robert ascended to the throne, goblets have been placed before each member of the court. Robert enjoys imbibing while discussing affairs of state. Eventually, Jon Arryn advised that only low-alcohol beverages be consumed at the council, lest every meeting result in Robert inebriating us all. There was another issue at hand. The council had expanded from 7 to 8 seats, which could lead to a stalemate of 4 votes to 4, rendering resolutions impossible. Was the king not included? My vote, when counted, would make a total of 9. In my absence, the prime minister would act as my proxy, holding 2 votes. Robert promptly provided the answer, thereby augmenting his own power. He slammed his hand upon the table and declared, "Very well. We shall now proceed to a formal vote on whether to add a seat for the kingdom's chief sorcerer to the council, with the first chief sorcerer to be appointed as Renly Baratheon. Who is in favor, and who is opposed?" Ultimately, the vote concluded with 9 in favor. A few days later, within the great hall of the Red Keep, Robert sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by 7 members of the White Cloaks, the King's Guard. To his side sat Queen Cersei and the young Prince Joffrey, along with the original 7 council members, various military and civil officials of the realm, and invited nobles. Numbering in the hundreds, this gathering was among the few significant councils called by Robert since his coronation. Once all were assembled, Prime Minister Jon Arryn produced a document and began to read, "As of this day, following discussions between the king and the council, the council's membership shall increase from 7 to 8, with the addition of the seat for the kingdom's chief sorcerer." The matter concerning Varys and the magic of Lysa had long been known in King's Landing, but upon hearing of the direct appointment to a council seat, the assembly was immediately struck with astonishment, leading to murmurs of discussion amongst them. "Silence!" commanded Baratheon, the captain of the King's Guard, as he stepped forth to restore order. Prime Minister Jon Arryn continued, "It has been decided that the first chief sorcerer of the kingdom shall be Renly Baratheon. The relevant documents have been signed by the king and council members, and copies will be dispatched nationwide." He then unfurled the original scroll for all to see. In truth, the distance prevented the assembly from discerning the details. It was merely a ceremonial formality to convey fairness and legitimacy. "Renly Baratheon," Jon Arryn called out. Adorned in a resplendent crimson noble's robe, with his long black hair tied back, Varys approached the center of the hall beneath the Iron Throne. Behind him, 5 magical orbs, fiery red, pristine white, vibrant yellow, deep blue, and regal purple, swirled in a circular formation, symbolizing the 5 schools of magic: destruction, transformation, restoration, summoning, and illusion. Their combined hues shimmering brilliantly. He strode confidently to the front, placing his right hand upon his chest and kneeling before Robert with one knee on the ground. Robert rose from the Iron Throne and approached Vitor, taking the letter of appointment from the Prime Minister's hands and presenting it to Vitor. With both hands, Vitor accepted the document, and Robert then drew the sword from his waist, resting its blade upon Vitor's left shoulder. "I, Robert Baratheon, in the name of the King of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the First Man, Sovereign of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, hereby designate Vitor Baratheon as the Archmage of the Kingdom." Vitor of House Baratheon vowed, with infinite knowledge and magic, to remain ever loyal to the king, to serve the realm through sorcery, and to vanquish its foes with arcane arts. Should he betray this oath, he would be cursed by the very knowledge and magic he wielded. Robert struck Vitor's shoulders with the sword once more, and Vitor, rising, tossed the sword back to the Prime Minister before enveloping Vitor in a hearty embrace. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause from the gathered lords and nobles, while Vitor, still somewhat immobilized, moved the 5 magical orbs away to prevent any harm to Robert. There were no specific garments or tokens for the Archmage, and Vitor remarked to Robert that aside from himself and Renly, anyone who could ignite the 5 colored orbs from behind would be worth keeping, even if it meant selling out King S Landing. Vitor yearned for a swift conclusion, as maintaining the balance of consumption and recovery required only 3 orbs of magic. 5 would deplete his power. The council then deliberated on minor matters, leading naturally to Robert's agenda item, the banquet. In Westeros, there was no notion of children abstaining from alcohol. Noble families introduced their children to sweet wines from an early age. Robert was the first to pour drinks for Vitor and Renly, while the other nobles took advantage of the occasion, seizing the opportunity to forge alliances. This day marked Vitor's inaugural experience of intoxication since his arrival in this world. Chapter 36. A multitude of sorcerers in recent years. The manufacturing industry in Stormland has flourished remarkably, gradually establishing three principal trade routes. The first route extends from the old town of Riverbend to Highgarden, following the river to the Wine Hall, Long Table Fortress, and Green Valley City, linking Stormland's Fort Firewood, Coppergate City, and Harvest Hall Hay Hall, ultimately reaching Wind Whisper Fortress. The second route encompasses maritime transport from Dorne, traversing through Elanwood City, Grey Cloud Fortress, Tor City, and Sunspear City, culminating at Greenstone Fortress and Rainhouse City, leading to Wind Whisper Fortress. The third route is the former Rose Avenue, however. Its land transport capacity pales in comparison to maritime shipping, thus primarily catering to the movement of personnel and valuable or heavy goods, with armored knights providing a safer alternative to water transport. Due to the abundant agricultural products, raw materials, minerals, and manufactured goods being transported from these regions, the surrounding towns have flourished into relatively prosperous areas. Even the noble territories along the route, despite lacking unique specialties, have profited significantly from merchant caravans stopping by, giving rise to numerous land-owning knights from the artisan class. The burgeoning industrial and agricultural sectors in the southern continent have also positively influenced the central and northern regions, leading to significant advancements compared to the previous world. At the very least, annual agricultural yields have increased, ensuring that commoners can not only have sufficient food but also possess surpluses. However, this newly wealthy class lacks the depth and education of the old nobility, which has given rise to certain challenges. Near the new barrow city of Riverbend, on a riverbank by the Mand River, a group of fully armored knights encircled a richly dressed individual, each displaying their respective banners. Among the flags were the green field with a golden rose of House Tyrell from Highgarden, the golden field with a red apple of House Fossaway from the Wine Hall, and the golden field with a green apple of House Fossaway from New Barrow City. On the riverbank, a robust man named Soros and a girl of about 10, with grey eyes and black hair, flanked a lavishly dressed figure, pressing him against the stones, with the authority bestowed upon him as the first king of the Andals, the Roiner, and the first man, and under the aegis of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Vid of House Baratheon, the kingdom's chief sorcerer and lord of Horn Hill, hereby sentence you to death for the crime of deceit. Upon uttering these words, Vid raised his ice crystal sword and severed the man's head in one swift stroke. Your Excellency, the chief sorcerer, how many is this now? Inquired a woman who appeared to be in her middle years. Moria. This marks the third execution carried out by Vid this year. I have also assisted in the demise of several subordinates, replied the girl standing behind Vid. As Vid twirled the ice crystal sword, he plunged it into the muddy river bank, causing the surrounding earth to rapidly crystallize into white ice. At that moment, Garland Tyrell and the guards from Highgarden brought another individual forward. The guards kicked aside the headless corpse and pressed the new arrival against the stones. The man cried out, Lord Garland, Your Excellency the Chief Sorcerer, I am innocent. This scoundrel has swindled all my money, and even seduced my wife. I am wronged, my lord. But you subsequently aided him in his schemes and assisted in his escape. Garland Tyrell retorted without further ado. In the name of his father, Lord Mace of Highgarden. He pronounced the landowning knight's death sentence, and with a single stroke of his sword, the man's head fell. Damn it, the number of swindlers is growing ever larger. Vid cursed. 3 years have elapsed since the tales of Vitor's magical exploits in the Iron Island spread, culminating in his appointment as the kingdom's archmage. In his inaugural year, he dedicated himself to composing magical textbooks and establishing a school, enlisting the guidance of Moroya Hightower and Soros, both of whom, despite their mediocre talents and advanced age, found their place in the institution, with Moroya serving as the librarian. By the second year, after the school was completed, Vitor penned a missive to House Dane of Dawn, summoning Ashera Dane to King's Landing, thereby officially accepting her as his apprentice, the first true disciple he took under his wing, apart from Lannister. Dear Melwyn, closely affiliated with Vitor due to his magical research, introduced him to Coben, a wanderer exiled from the Starry City. Vitor was well aware of Coben's remarkable feat of transforming a mountain into a bastion of immortality and, upon their meeting, recognized his innate talent in summoning magic. Consequently, Vitor began instructing him in the orthodox summoning spells, while Coben assumed responsibilities within the school's administrative framework. During these years, Vitor remained relatively inconspicuous across the continent, while Lannister projected the image of a wealthy elite, leaving little opportunity to showcase his magical prowess. This led some individuals to masquerade as sorcerers, engaging in deceitful practices such as exorcisms, pest control, and marital mediation. Recently, Vitor condemned one such charlatan to death. This rogue, active near the High Court, had swindled several nobles, 5 affluent knights, and over 20 skilled artisans, even seducing the wives of 9 of them. Vitor personally intervened to expose the fraud, collaborating with the lords of the defrauded territories to apprehend him. Now 15, Vitor had grown to the stature of an adult. Due to business dealings and a strong rapport with House Targaryen, Galen Targaryen had shed his former corpulence. As the two strolled and conversed about the recent events, Vitor's ire was palpable, while Galen maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Though few promising apprentices had been discovered, swindlers proliferated. Suddenly, a guard approached, bowing and inquiring, "Archmage, may we perhaps try that ice sword?" Gesturing towards the ice sword Vitor had embedded in the riverbank, drawing a crowd of eager guards. "Don the gauntlets. Do not grasp it directly. It has approximately 1 hour before it begins to melt," Vitor instructed. Grateful for the permission, the guards began to draw the ice sword for amusement, but mere seconds later, frost began to encase the gauntlets, necessitating a change of hands. All marveling at the wonders of magic, Galen Targaryen recalled a recent rumor. A sorcerer had arrived from Dorne and was currently at the High Court, albeit without any notable activity. "Shall we investigate?" he proposed. "I've received word as well. You may allocate the seized goods from the swindlers to the victims as best as you can." Vitor, seething with anger not solely at the frauds, but at the unseen puppeteer orchestrating their actions, resolved to act decisively. The High Court's walls segmented it into numerous tiers, with the outer layer housing a myriad of residences and shops. Rather than taking residence within the Targaryen inner city, Vitor opted for a local inn, facilitating his inquiries. In the city, numerous merchants abound, yet this particular sorcerer remains shrouded in mystery, displaying no signs of external interaction or leaving any trace behind. One night, as Vit lay in the inn's bed, his mind wandered in a haze before sleep overtook him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weakness, as if his vitality was ebbed away. Startled, he realized, "I have been poisoned. Is it for wealth or for my very life?" He promptly cast a healing spell upon himself, the golden magic cascading over him. Yet it bore no fruit. Upon closer reflection, he discerned that his life force had not diminished, but rather was gradually exceeding its limits. His endurance, however, continued to wane. Now, Vit lay in bed, utterly immobilized, his vision blurring, and his internal magic was unresponsive. Just as he contemplated calling for help, the door to his room swung open, revealing 2 figures. Had the potion begun to take effect? It should be sufficient. After all, he was a sorcerer, and I had doubled the dosage based on the elephant's potency. The voices revealed they were women. Women, he mused, would likely not be as ruthless as men. There might be room for negotiation. Vit hastily proclaimed, "I understand the rules. The money is in the wardrobe beside me. Take it and leave. I shall pretend I do not know you, and then I shall scatter your ashes." The two remained unfazed, one advancing to bind Vit to the bed with iron chains, while the other produced a black hood to shroud his head. "I am the kingdom's chief mage. Let us speak amicably. Do not strip me of my trousers. Are you Nomalia and Tyranny?" And then they vanished. The following day, Vit awoke naturally, attempting to move only to find his body aching. He lifted his gaze to discover several oranges placed upon the bedside table. Chapter 37. The 3 After struggling to rise for quite some time, Vit noticed 2 serpentine bracelets on the nightstand, accompanied by 2 oranges, which revealed the identities of the previous day's visitors. Staggering into the hotel lobby in search of lunch, he observed 5 individuals already engaged in their meal. His apprentice, Asher Dame, the burly Soros, Maroya Hightower, and, after a long absence, his fiancée, with whom he had only exchanged letters, Namelia Martell, along with her sister, Tyranny Shad. Vit was taken aback to encounter Namelia and Tyranny under such circumstances, feeling a twinge of awkwardness that prevented him from meeting their gazes. Once seated, he inquired of Soros, "I nearly succumbed to poison yesterday. How could that be?" "My room is right next to yours. I heard you all reveling throughout the night," Soros replied, continuing to eat, while Ellery, being the eldest, merely chuckled from the side. All 4 were magicians, and during Vit's lessons in magical knowledge, He had emphasized the vulnerabilities of mages, close combat and poison. Thus, aside from Ellery, the others had cultivated both martial and magical prowess. Alongside researching methods to counter various poisons, they typically relied on healing spells to withstand ordinary toxins, leading them to feel little concern in their daily lives. And what of you, dear apprentice? Why did they not inform me of their arrival? I've known Sister Nemilia and Sister Tyranny for quite some time in Dorne. Who in the realm is unaware that Nemilia is your betrothed? She mentioned wanting to surprise you last night and asked me to keep it a secret. Ashera replied with unfeigned honesty, revealing everything with a single inquiry. Wit turned his gaze towards Nemilia and Tyranny, feeling a hint of embarrassment amidst the palpable tension. Shall we free explore the city after lunch? Nemilia suggested with a smile. Then you best eat quickly. We have awaited you for quite some time. As the trio strolled along the streets of Highgarden, en route to the Tyrell residence, Wit discreetly observed the two young women flanking him. To his right, Nemilia Martell, 3 years his senior, stood nearly at his height, possessing a slender figure with curves in all the right places. She shared Wit's dark hair and eyes, her full lips framing a strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a long braid interwoven with strands of red and gold, reminiscent of Angelina Jolie. On his left, Tyranny Shad, whose height barely reached his shoulder, was a stunning blonde with blue eyes. Unlike her sister's wild demeanor, Tyranny exuded a quiet sweetness. Reflecting on the substantial bond they had forged the previous day, Wit felt emboldened, wrapping an arm around each of their waists. Ah, is this what poisoned me yesterday? Wit playfully remarked, his hands exploring Tyranny's waist, where he discovered several small vials concealed within her garments. Indeed, you once wrote to me about alchemy. And we often exchanged insights on concocting poisons, Tyranny replied with a smile, her demeanor unchanged from their childhood as she tugged at Wit's clothing. So, today, she had concocted poison that had backfired on him. Having anticipated that Tyranny would excel in the art of poisons as she matured, he had sought her expertise in alchemy. Now, she had turned her alchemical skills towards crafting toxins, leaving him defenseless. And what of you, Nemilia? Do you not find it burdensome to conceal so many throwing knives at your waist? Wit felt a sense of familiarity as he touched the waist of Nemilia. With the assistance of Tyranny, each throwing knife was meticulously coated with a different poison, rendering them quite diminutive. Nemilia naturally entwined her hand with Wit's wrist. How did you two come to be together? What of the other sisters? Since our betrothal, the other sisters have grown somewhat distant from me. Only Tyranny has remained steadfastly by my side, masquerading as my maid. Furthermore, I must inform you that Tyranny's skills far surpass your own. You only possess a handful of moves, Nemilia remarked, gently caressing Tyranny's face, who responded with a playful wink at Wit. Goodness, how audacious. Thankfully, it's not in pursuit of men, Wit mused, feeling a mix of surprise and excitement. And how did you come to know Ashera? You mentioned a prospective apprentice in your letter, did you not? We frequently travel throughout Dorne, and on one occasion, we passed through Starfall and decided to pay her a visit. She is quite clever, and we stayed there for several months, teaching her some marksmanship, as well as the use of throwing knives and daggers. Why have I never seen her employ those skills? The young lady has mastered the swordsmanship of House Dane and now carries 2 swords upon her back, leaving little room for more. Indeed, the swordsmanship of House Dane is formidable. In my youth, I learned a few techniques from Arthur Dane himself. It is a pity that their lineage has yet to produce a new generation of the Dawn. The trio strolled through the streets, their previous correspondence having only fostered a slight awkwardness. Yet, it did not take long for them to revert to the camaraderie of their childhood, albeit with a newfound closeness. Passers-by merely glanced at them without surprise. Dornish women are known for their openness, a trait prevalent throughout the city. Within the halls of Highgarden Castle, the guards were already informed of Wit's impending arrival and promptly guided him to the reception room. Vallis Tyrell sat in a wheelchair, extracting a gold pocket watch adorned with a rose motif from his shirt pocket. He opened the cover, each hour marked with a gem, and glanced down at the time. Why has Wit not yet arrived? Blaine also retrieved a dark grey pocket watch, embossed with the sigil of House Baratheon, to check the time. Wit had always been punctual, accustomed to traveling alone. However, today he was accompanied by 3 mage apprentices. Rumor had it that they had caught a con artist in the city, so a delay was to be expected. Here I am. Wit's voice echoed from beyond the door. The two turned their heads to see him enter, flanked by 2 women clad in Dornish attire. Vallis appeared puzzled, while Blaine seemed to be reminiscing. Allow me to introduce you. This is Valles Tyrell, the eldest son of House Tyrell. Valles nodded politely from his wheelchair. And this, given his striking resemblance to me, you need not guess, it is Duke Blaine Baratheon. Blaine returned the gesture with a nod. This is my fiancée, now Amelia Martell, and this is my fiancée's sister, Tyranny Shade. Blaine's eyes widened in recognition. Ah. So it is you. I thought I had seen you before. You are indeed the fiancée of my brother. The four individuals here represent the three major factions of the southern part of Westeros, who have maintained a steady exchange of commercial correspondence. Though they have yet to meet anyone from Thu'um, remaining as familiar strangers. Has Vita arrived? At that moment, Marjorie entered. The Rose of Highgarden has become increasingly beautiful. Though she hasn't grown much taller. Ho ho. Vita responded. Marjorie, wearing a faint smile, gazed at Vita. I heard that the Archmage has arrived. So I came to extend my greetings. But why did the mage not enter through the window? I have a secret. I am not merely a mage, but also a warrior, firmly grounded upon the earth. Seeing the two begin to spar verbally, Lancel took the initiative to shift the topic. I say, Velaris, you spend every day in that wheelchair. Aren't you worried about developing hemorrhoids? Standing is far more comfortable than sitting. Velaris chuckled. Lancel's hands shimmered with magical light, causing the wheelchair to spin in place, prompting Velaris to leap from it. Here we go again. Let us practice with our fists. The four young members of House Tyrell, along with Lancel and Vita, were of similar ages and had a close bond, often engaging in playful tussles during their teenage years. Velaris had broken his leg during a martial arts competition last year, trampled by Oberyn's horse, and had been in a wheelchair for a while. After Lancel arrived, he healed him, yet Velaris insisted on remaining in the wheelchair, stating that some people would feel sorrow upon seeing him in it, while others would leap for joy. And those who jumped too high might bump their heads. Amelia leaned close to Vita's ear and whispered softly. Her voice warm. That young lady has taken a liking to you. Vita was well aware of the situation. The entire continent knows of my betrothal to you. And once she matures and marries, she shall no longer entertain thoughts of me. Chapter 38. The King of Green has ever since Vita devised the pocket watch. The various blacksmith workshops in Windwhisper Fortress began fabricating watch components, ultimately selling these parts to the workshop of Lannister for assembly. Windwhisper Fortress has become the place with the highest number of affluent knights, as many skilled artisans have been knighted by Lannister, pledging their fealty to him. Now, throughout the continent of Westeros, nobles pull out their pocket watches to check the time wherever they go, the golden casings intricately engraved with their family crests, inadvertently showcasing the inscription of Windwhisper on the dial as they raise their hands. There are also limited editions crafted by Vita himself, which are virtually unattainable, reserved solely for a select few dukes and princes. It is rumored that these timepieces are forged from Valyrian steel. And there have been reports of high prices offered in the black market of the eastern continent, leading to a surge in thefts across several territories. Thieves brazenly targeted even the possessions of dukes, and when unable to procure those, they resorted to stealing golden watches from passing nobles, resulting in several violent encounters. The Night's Watch has since seen an increase in their ranks, and some audacious thieves remain at large to this day. The pocket watches produced in Windwhisper Fortress are renowned for their superior quality, precise timekeeping, and luxurious appearance, boasting formidable functionality. They can even be customized with family crests, serving as cherished heirlooms, albeit at a steep price. The wealthiest nobles possess one each, while those of lesser means can manage to acquire them with some financial restraint. Some affluent knights or minor merchants hesitate to spend such sums and instead opt for pocket watches produced in the citadel. The most expensive of these feature silver casings, with internal mechanisms that can only be deemed serviceable, sufficient for daily time checks. Knights, however, tend to favor the stainless steel versions, known for their durability and reasonable pricing, allowing for easy replacement if damaged. The economical pocket watches from the Citadel are advertised as a collaboration between the Citadel and House Hightower, though they actually involve a union among Windwhisper Fortress, Tully, Hightower, and the Citadel, with Windwhisper discreetly covering all market segments. In the Red Keep's chambers, Prince Oberyn stands before a mirror, eyes closed, allowing the similarly unclad Ser Demon Sand and Ilaria Sand to dress him. Having returned from the eastern continent after attending his son-in-law's 16th birthday celebration, he is still reeling from the effects of the wine consumed the previous day, and now must prepare for his daughter's wedding early this morning. Demon Sand is the son of Lord Roose Martell from the wealthy city of Thu'um, serving as Oberyn's squire, and the two share a romantic bond. Ilaria Sand, also Oberyn's lover, has borne him 4 daughters, and after a night of intoxication and passion among the trio, their current state is far from ideal. Oberyn affixes his jet-black pocket watch to his attire, noting the time is drawing near. And the 3 of them stagger out to join his Dornish guards. They proceed towards the hall of the Red Keep, where the wedding is to take place. With Vitor's parents having passed away at a young age, his elder brother is to stand in for him. Vitor himself does not adhere to the faith of the 7. And King Robert has directly chosen the Red Keep's hall as the venue for the ceremony. King Robert, Duke Stannis of Dragonstone, and Lannister, the Duke of Windwhisper Fortress, are united in celebration as Vitor, the younger brother of the 3, weds, and as the kingdom's inaugural Archmaester, his future is unmistakably bright. The wedding has drawn a considerable crowd. As the father of the bride, Oberyn is escorted by the officiant to take his place in the hall, while his guards are permitted entry solely for the purpose of participating in the wedding ceremony, as the Red Keep is now teeming with nobles who have crowded the interior. A few days ago, Oberyn, during a conversation with his 2 daughters, discovered the profound bond between Vitor and the girls, alleviating his concerns regarding this political union. Lost in thought, he leaned against a pillar and nearly succumbed to slumber. Aside from Renly and Stannis, House Tyrell, represented by Mace, had also arrived with his family, along with the already present Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale. Although several other dukes were absent, they had still sent gifts. Stannis had finally married 2 years prior and welcomed a daughter, Renly Baratheon. Renly had also come. Vitor, possessing knowledge from his time travel on how to cure grayscale, rushed to Dragonstone upon receiving news of her affliction. Through the use of magic, he froze the affected area, excised the flesh, and subsequently utilized potent healing spells to effect a complete recovery. As she was merely a toddler at the time, she retained no memory of the ordeal and now appeared as a joyful little girl cradled in her mother's arms. Today, Vitor donned the Baratheon family's signature gold attire, a specially crafted gown. His long hair was tied back in a ponytail cascading over his shoulders, while the hair at his temples had been trimmed short. This hairstyle, reminiscent of the Essos continent, did not seem out of place. Rather, it lent Vitor an air of vitality. The relationship between Vitor and House Tyrell flourished due to their long-standing commercial partnership, with Duke Mace indulging in drinks and boasting alongside Robert. Several young Tyrells, of similar age to Vitor, gathered to engage in conversation. Renly inquired of Garland Tyrell, "Why is your brother Loras absent?" Still pretending to be incapacitated. Before Garland could respond, Loras interjected, "He has become quite addicted to his charade of illness over the years. When we engage in jousting, will he compete from a wheelchair?" Today, Loras Tyrell was a guest, no longer merely Renly's squire, and spoke with greater freedom. Renly laughed, "You 2 brothers should advise him. Those with ulterior motives in the rich cannot be deterred simply by his feigned ailments." Marjorie Tyrell, nearby, pointed at Vitor. Nearly 12, Marjorie was blossoming into young womanhood, her soft brown curls framing her face, complemented by her brown eyes and graceful figure. She wore a green gown, and the Valyrian steel rose brooch gifted by Vitor adorned her neck as a pendant, the title of the Tyrell Rose having already spread throughout the reach. "The dress is unappealing," Marjorie remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she tugged at Vitor's attire. Vitor replied, "Well, I did not select this garment." Marjorie continued to pull at Vitor's sleeve. "The sleeves are excessively long." Vitor rolled up the cuffs slightly and magically conjured ice needles to secure them. Marjorie then reached up to touch Vitor's temples. "The hairstyle is also unflattering." "It's too late to change it now, isn't it?" Vitor felt helpless. While others praised his appearance, nothing seemed to please her. The King's guard, Jaime, approached to rouse the nearly slumbering Oberyn, leading him from the hall to meet his daughter. The hall was festooned with Vitor's personal flaming stag banner and House Martell's spear and sun standard, while nobles mingled in clusters, sharing laughter. And the servants bustled about with platters of food. The wedding was an extravagant affair, far surpassing the traditional scale of the Westerosi ducal lineage, due in large part to Wit's newfound wealth. As the time approached, the steward of the Red Keep ascended the dais to announce the commencement of the ceremony, prompting the nobles to take their seats. This day was a celebration of nuptials, not a council meeting. Numerous officials from King's Landing sat alongside their families, with Prime Minister Jon Arryn positioned among the nobles of the Vale. Wit, and agnostic by nature, conformed to local customs and proceeded according to the rites of the faith of the 7. King Robert sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by the 7 King's Guard, while Queen Cersei occupied a chair below, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Wit. The steward orchestrated the proceedings, as Nymeria entered the hall, arm in arm with Oberyn. followed closely by the formidable Brienne of Tarth and soldiers from Dorne. The Dornish soldiers swiftly took their positions, forming two lines. While Nymeria donned the traditional bridal attire of Dorne, crafted from layers of sheer fabric that accentuated her exquisite figure. The ceremony unfolded seamlessly, with no one daring to disrupt the grandeur of House Baratheon's reign. Wit had moved out of the Red Keep following his coming of age, residing now within a magical academy. A group of noble youths sought to celebrate the consummation of the marriage, only to be ensnared by an illusionary trap, failing to even enter the school grounds. It was later overheard that the king, inebriated, remarked that only the bride's sister and sworn knight had entered the bedroom. In the days that followed, the trio was frequently seen together around King's Landing. Except for the lands of Essos and the Iron Islands, Westeros adhered to a monogamous tradition, thus rendering Brienne of Tarth Wit as acknowledged paramour. Wit prepared for an expedition to the eastern continent of Essos, where maritime technology was underdeveloped, and the vastness of the eastern lands posed the possibility of a lengthy absence. Preparations were thus imperative. In the reception room of the Red Keep, Jaime and Bolstan stood guard at the entrance, while only Wit and Robert remained inside. The room, enveloped in Wit's magical silence, fostered an air of solemnity. Two matters require your attention, Robert instructed Wit. First, you intend to journey to the wall in the north. Please convey my regards to Ned, and visit Lyanna's grave while you're there. Consider it a matter of course, Wit replied. Second, do you recall the two children of House Targaryen? They have begun to mature. Once you reach Essos, ascertain how they fare. Robert paused momentarily. If they exhibit any signs of unrest, ensure they are reunited with their parents. Robert understood that Wit was not one to show mercy. Once an adversary was identified, he acted with swiftness and decisiveness. Understood. Is there anything else you wish to entrust me with? Wit inquired. Let me think. No, I believe that covers it. After a brief moment, Wit regarded Robert with utmost seriousness. Brother Robert, what I am about to disclose is of significant importance. Should you become enraged, I will employ a calming spell to restore your composure. Are you prepared? I have faced myriad trials in my life. Speak freely. Robert took a sip of wine to steady his nerves, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension evident in his demeanor. Indeed, speak plainly. Joffrey is not your biological son. He is the offspring of Jaime and Cersei. Upon hearing this revelation, Robert fell silent, his face gradually flushed with rage, and he abruptly rose to hurl his wine cup against the wall. The few deceivers apprehended had undergone a profound memory restoration spell at the hands of Varys, their testimonies converging to implicate Queen Cersei Lannister in the scheme. It was revealed that she often mocked Joffrey, for reasons unknown. She had developed a deep-seated animosity towards him. Initially, upon the emergence of the few fraudulent sorcerers, Cersei had reached out to them, engaging in deceit under the guise of a sorcerer, even invoking Varys' name to perpetrate her scams, seeking not only to take my life but also to tarnish my reputation while amassing wealth. I have not laid a finger on Joffrey, yet this madwoman continues her machinations, and now I am at my wit's end. Varys cast a calming spell, allowing Robert to retake his seat, and he bellowed at Varys, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If you speak without evidence, it is treason. Even if you are my own brother, I shall ensure the law holds you accountable." Chapter 39. Condition's eldest brother sought out Grand Maester Pycelle for a tome entitled The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, which contains detailed descriptions of the physical traits of all members of the Baratheon family. The male descendants of House Baratheon have invariably possessed black hair and dark eyes, a characteristic that even multiple intermarriages with House Targaryen could not alter. Upon hearing this, Robert began to feel a sense of doubt and sank into contemplation. Furthermore, consider your illegitimate offspring. Regardless of their mother's appearance, they too exhibit black hair and dark eyes. Yet, Joffrey bears an unmistakable resemblance to the Lannisters. After a moment of reflection, Robert found himself somewhat convinced. I shall investigate this matter, but how did you come by such knowledge? Do others share this awareness? The scent? Replied his brother. Initially, I detected Cersei's perfume on Jaime, and considering Joffrey's temperament, it became clear House Baratheon has never produced a madman. I proceeded with an investigation, and indeed, my suspicions were validated. Robert, still reluctant, protested, but this is merely your assertion. It pertains to the succession of the realm. Vito then produced a small vial and a glass candle from within his garments, the vial containing a fine powder. He sprinkled a minute amount upon Robert's hand and clothing, imperceptible to the naked eye. With a flick of magic, He ignited the candle, causing the powder on Robert's hand and garments to emit a brilliant purple glow. "Brother, touch me," Vitor urged. Robert, with his glowing hand, made contact with Vitor's shoulder, transferring the powder, which also shimmered in the candlelight, leaving an imprint of Robert's hand. This magical concoction bore no scent and was non-toxic, resistant to water, and would only dissipate after a week. "Brother, if you apply this powder and spend a night with Cersei, then have Lancel ignite the glass candle a few days hence, we shall see if Jaime glows." Thus proving my claims. Vitor had dedicated years to perfecting this powder, culminating in its recent creation. Robert, clutching the vial, inquired, "Does anyone else know of this?" "I have conducted this investigation alone, yet the world watches the Iron Throne's every move. As Joffrey matures, it is not solely I who possesses king insight. Eventually, the truth shall surface." As Vitor spoke, he cast a calming spell upon Robert once more. Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen are, too, the progeny of Jaime and Cersei. Robert's fury was subdued by magic, yielding to an overwhelming sorrow as tears welled in his eyes, and he concealed the vial and glass candle within his cloak. Shortly thereafter, news spread through the Red Keep that Queen Cersei had engaged in a fierce quarrel with King Robert, departing for the Westlands with Prince Joffrey, Princess Myrcella, aged 4, and Prince Tommen, aged 3, under the protection of King Guard Jaime. Vitor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastened to the Red Keep. Given Robert's temperament, he would typically have ordered the execution of the entire Lannister family on the spot. Even waging war would seem justifiable. However, Lancel's coming presence helped to temper his wrath, prompting a gathering of several brothers to deliberate on a course of action. In the king's chamber, Robert seated, "That madwoman. I berated her, and she had the audacity to confess before me. She even called me a pig, and she dares to escape from the dungeons. Their entire family is guilty of treason. I will unleash a bloody purge upon the Westlands." Lancelot leaned in close, whispering into his ear, "After my brother and I discovered the issue concerning Jen, my brother sought out Cersei. I managed to capture both of them and take them to the dungeon, leaving the 3 children unharmed for the time being. Who facilitated their escape back to the Westlands? I am uncertain. They vanished shortly after entering the dungeon. That could not have been Varys, for he was not present in the Red Keep. It would take time for him to receive news and arrange for someone to enter the dungeon. It must have been one of Cersei's associates." Vitor pondered. The treasury had long been depleted, relying solely on loans for sustenance. Presently, there was a debt of 800,000 golden dragons owed to Tywin, and 500,000 golden dragons owed to Lancelot and Vitor. To utterly eradicate the Westerlands, it would require the conscription of soldiers from at least 3 ducal territories. Without funds, how could one wage war? These figures had been discussed repeatedly in the court, and Stannis had brought them up once again. Vitor regarded Robert, reflecting, were it not for Lancelot, Stannis, and myself altering fate to aid Robert in generating wealth, Robert would owe Tywin 3 million golden dragons in the future. If I eliminate the entire Tywin family, the wealth of House Lannister shall be mine." Robert declared angrily, "Let the Chancellor procure a loan from the Iron Bank." Vitor interjected, "And what of the king's reputation and honor? What of the reputation and honor of House Baratheon? Across the 7 kingdoms for millennia, even the Targaryens, who intermarried closely, were recognized by the clergy, at worst. It resulted in a war of bastards, but never has it been declared that a prince was the product of the queen and her brother. This would be the greatest scandal in centuries. In truth, there were rumors, but they had never been substantiated. If my brother were to wage war under this pretext, he would indeed become the most infamous figure in history." Stannis spoke a truth that resonated. "Damn it!" Robert kicked the bedpost to splinters, and Lancelot hurriedly employed a healing spell on Robert's foot. "Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are all not my children. Given Robert's current state, no good ideas would emerge. It was up to me to act." Vitor poured Robert a glass of wine and cast a calming spell to soothe him. "I propose the following. First, arrange for someone to substantiate the current rumors that the king and queen are at odds, and that the queen has taken the children back to the Westlands. Second, have Tywin secretly execute them. If he cannot bring himself to do it, I shall take on that task. Robert, my brother, should seek a new queen." After a lengthy silence, Robert gestured for him to continue. "Third, Tywin Lannister must absolve the treasury of the 800,000 golden dragons debt and privately compensate Robert's brother with 500,000 golden dragons." Robert contemplated this. For the sake of his reputation and to avoid becoming known as the infamous Cuckold King, he would have to swallow his pride. "Compensate me with 1 million. The aforementioned terms are non-negotiable. I refuse to tarnish my reputation by borrowing from the Iron Bank. I will annihilate the Westerlands. Most of the funds were intended for Robert personally, not for the treasury, and Robert was demanding an exorbitant sum. Lancelot interjected, stating, past negotiations cannot rely on the scholar's missives. I shall personally negotiate with Tywin. Victor will remain in the Red Keep to ensure my brother's safety, lest Tywin resort to foul play. Additionally, Victor and I possess private missives for communication. Will you be safe? Robert inquired. I shall be fine, Lancelot replied. Though if my brother desires the heads of the Lannister family, he may find it beyond his reach. However, if Renly wishes to return, no one in the Westlands can deter him. Moreover, should war ensue, Tywin will face a nationwide offensive and a nominal rebellion. He is in a position of vulnerability and dares not harm Renly. Varys concurred, adding a fourth condition, the surrender of the Stormlands, nearly forgetting his promise to Prince Doran. Renly has already set out for Casterly Rock in the Westlands. Recently, the king and queen have been embroiled in disputes, and the queen's anger leading her to return to her familiar home has spread throughout King's Landing. Rumor has it that Robert has dispatched his brother Renly to persuade the queen to return. News from the Westlands has been scarce. Whispers in King's Landing suggest that upon her return, the queen intends to live separately from the king. Historically, the Targaryen dynasty has seen instances of the king and queen quarreling, with the queen sulking and moving to Dragonstone, prompting the lords and ministers to counsel Robert to remain calm. The Kingsguard Sir Boros Blount, Sir Meryn Trant, and Sir Preston Greenfield have received the king's command. Stannis is to temporarily vacate Dragonstone, allowing Queen Cersei to reside there for the time being, while the Free Kingsguard escort the queen's handmaidens ahead to make the necessary preparations. Chapter 40. The king with the golden hat aboard the vessel bound for Dragonstone, Boros, Marlin, and Preston, adorned in matching Kingsguard armor and draped in white cloaks, leaned against the ship's railing, sipping wine while gazing out at the sea. In truth, there was little to behold. The night had fallen, and only the moonlight danced upon the water's surface. The three had merely sought fresh air and a respite from their troubles, having been dispatched to this desolate isle due to a quarrel between the king and queen. The prospect of returning to King S Landing seemed distant, contingent upon when the queen would once again grace the King S bed. The king was not lacking in female companionship, making such a reconciliation seem unlikely. The waters of Blackwater Bay, connecting King S Landing to Dragonstone, lay tranquil, devoid of even a single fishing vessel. Among the trio, the shortest, Preston Greenfield, turned sideways to survey the sea, concealing the tremor of his wine glass from his companions, his mind in turmoil as he echoed their musings. Do you see that small boat? It appears to be approaching us rather suspiciously. A sleek, black vessel sped towards them, and as it drew near, they discerned two figures standing at its bow. It was Renly Baratheon and the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth. Were they here to greet us? Davos, having smuggled provisions during the Siege of Storms and several years prior an abundance of onions, had been elevated to knighthood by Stannis after the war, claiming a fief at the Storm's End, an obscure castle not even marked on most maps. Yet, other nobles often jested about his former smuggling exploits, prompting him to whimsically adopt the insignia of a smuggling black ship with an onion emblazoned upon its sail, turning his nickname into a badge of honor. Victor was not a strong swimmer, but Davos' swift smuggling vessel was a reliable choice, being one of Stannis' loyal vessels. As the two ships converged, Victor leaped onto the deck, conjuring an ice sword mid-air with magic. The trio, still under the influence of wine, barely had time to react as Boros' head was severed in an instant. Victor landed deftly before Preston and Marlin, while Boros' head tumbled into the sea, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse that rendered the ship's four sailors frozen in fear. Marlin hastily drew his sword. What are you doing, Victor? Slaying a Kingsguard is tantamount to treachery against the king. Do you wish to face his judgment? Ah, gentlemen, it is good to see you again. Speaking of the king, he has already sentenced everyone aboard this vessel to death as of yesterday. I have come to escort you on your final journey, Victor declared, thrusting his sword towards Marlin's neck. Having previously defeated both Marlin and Boros in a 2-on-1 confrontation years ago, and now faced with Boros' demise, Marlin, recognizing his lack of advantage, could only roll away in retreat. Meanwhile, Preston Greenfield turned and fled, shedding his armor as he dashed towards the edge of the ship, leaping into the sea. Before Marlin could rise after rolling twice, Victor had already caught up, piercing his sword through the gap in Marlin's waist armor, impaling him upon the deck. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Marlin, rousing the maidens in the cabin, whose voices echoed with questions from within. Marlin lay face down, Pinned to the deck, his waist gradually encased in ice. He could no longer feel his legs, only howling and thrashing with his sword behind him. Vit once again conjured an ice blade, approached from behind, and pinned Marlin's flailing hand with his foot. With a swift stroke, Marlin's head rolled away, landing beside him. With a wave to the 4 sailors aboard, their expressions of terror vanished in an instant. They promptly retrieved hidden crossbows and daggers, rushing into the cabin. Soon, the air was filled with the anguished cries of a woman. Vit stood at the ship's edge, observing Preston desperately swimming in the sea. Before long, the 4 sailors emerged from the cabin and stood beside him. "How many people are in the cabin?" the eldest sailor inquired. 9, he affirmed. "Correct. You all board the ship and pursue the one swimming in the sea." The sailors gazed into the water, nodded at Vit, and leaped onto Davos's smuggling vessel. Employing his transformation magic, Vit detected life within the cabin and confirmed the absence of any human presence, save for a few rats. Cersei and Jaime have given birth. The loyal Kingsguard stationed at the bedroom door are well aware, as are the handmaidens. Regardless of whether you aided Jaime and Cersei or harbored traitors, there are no innocents aboard this ship. The smuggling vessel was heading towards Preston Greenfield, a mere 30 meters from Vit's location. Taking 2 running steps, he leaped onto the ship's edge, shattering the railing. Soaring nearly 10 meters into the air, he activated wind magic just before descending, gliding gracefully onto the smuggler's deck. Originally, the game's destruction magic comprised only fire, frost, and lightning. Vit innovatively combined destruction and transformation magic to create a spell controlling airflow, which he termed Storm, integrating it into the realm of destruction. To Davos, it felt as though Vit had leapt directly onto the ship, standing on the smuggler's vessel. Vit clasped his hands together, summoning a fireball the size of a bucket. Instead of releasing it immediately, he infused it with wind magic, causing the fireball to spin and surge. With a thunderous roar, the fireball launched forth, crashing into the opposing ship, creating a gaping hole in its hull. Flames enveloped the vessel, igniting splintered wood that cascaded like countless meteors onto the nearby sea, while water began to flood the cabin. Vit did not relent. He unleashed 3 additional fireballs, each striking the ship and creating further breaches. The towering flames illuminated the dark waters, and within half a minute, the once mighty vessel vanished without a trace, its remnants and belongings sinking to the ocean depths, leaving only a multitude of burning debris floating on the surface. The 4 sailors were, in fact, the sons of the Onion Knight, Davos, with a few younger siblings remaining ashore. Now, the 5 stood in astonished silence atop the ship. The smuggler's vessel had reached Preston, who, realizing he could not escape in the vast ocean, ceased swimming and called out to Vit from the water. "I was the one who freed Jaime and Cersei." Cersei said she was merely arguing with the king. "I know nothing else. I possess property in King's Landing, hidden with a great deal of wealth. It's all yours. Victor, I beseech you, spare my life." Consider that an ice crystal spear has already pierced through Preston's mouth, emerging from the back of his head. "Upon your return, the wealth hidden in his abode shall be yours. With a few inquiries, you should ascertain its whereabouts. Cersei's indiscretions must remain concealed. Victor must personally ensure that no witnesses survive. Davos and his sons exhibit unwavering loyalty, and those engaged in smuggling possess particularly tight lips. The execution of 3 Kingsguard and the Queen's personal maidservant is a matter they dare not question, as long as they understand it is the King's secret death sentence. Their fidelity to the crown suffices." A week later, a message from Renly arrived at the Magic Academy, delivered by a raven from Casterly Rock. Upon receiving the letter, Victor sought out Robert and Stannis. Robert, brandishing the parchment in his chamber, erupted in fury. He demanded the life of Jaime Lannister and the dismissal of his Kingsguard, insisting that Tywin would not dare impose conditions upon him. Had he accepted all terms outright, he would no longer be Tywin. Stannis, meanwhile, harbored a grudging respect for Tywin's political acumen, having long studied and emulated his methods from his tenure at hand of the king. Despite his efforts, Stannis remained true to his own style. Victor employed a calming spell on Robert, who pondered, "Tywin has acquiesced to our 4 demands. However, regarding the execution, he has consented to Cersei and the 3 children, yet he requires Jaime's survival. Should Jaime Lannister perish, his youngest son, a dwarf, would leave him without an heir, prompting inevitable rebellion. I find this agreeable, provided Cersei and the children meet their end." "I concur," exclaimed Stannis and Renly in unison. Robert, after some reflection, did not object. "Several years prior, I had a verbal betrothal with Eddard regarding Joffrey and Sansa. Yet now, we have the insufferable Joffrey Baratheon. Alas! I believe you and Sansa would make a suitable pair, Renly. Renly immediately protested, brother, you and Eddard are comrades, which makes me Sansa's uncle absolutely unacceptable. Robert considered this and recognized the validity of Renly's point, thus steering clear of the topic. Additionally, informed Tywin that Jaime Lannister must return to King's Landing as a hostage. Only upon Tywin's demise may he be relieved of his Kingsguard duties and permitted to inherit the West. Should he refuse, I shall declare war. The Raven once more took flight toward Casterly Rock, swiftly eliciting Tywin's response. After extensive negotiations, the terms were settled. Tywin would secretly execute Cersei and the 3 children, while Renly would return to King's Landing with the mountain. Ultimately, Robert also agreed to Jaime's return to the West, as Tywin sweetened the deal with an additional 500 gold dragons. Originally, Tywin had waived 800,000 in debt. Now, he would privately pay Robert a total of 1.5 million, which amounted to a staggering 2.3 million gold dragons, a sum he could not produce at once, necessitating a 10-year repayment plan. Chapter 41. The Lannister Feast in the Grand Hall of Casterly Rock. The Lannister family convened for a meal. The imposing Tywin Lannister sat at an angle in his chair, abstaining from food while gazing intently at the letter in his hand. Silent. One rumor circulated that the king and Cersei had quarreled, leading the queen to angrily return to the Westlands with her children. 2. A covert execution of Cersei, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen was planned. 3. Tywin Lannister intended to absolve the treasury of an 800,000 golden dragon debt and privately compensate Robert with 1 million golden dragons. 4. The mountain was to be surrendered. News from King's Landing indicated that Cersei's confidant in the Red Keep had been secretly executed by Robert. These allies were instructed to flee to Dragonstone, where it was reported that Varys had also departed King's Landing alone on a smuggler's ship. Subsequently, none of Cersei's confidants returned, and no sightings were reported on Dragonstone. This served as a warning from Robert to Tywin. The surrender of the mountain posed no issue. Amory Lorch, who had acted alongside the mountain, had narrowly escaped retribution, his reputation not being as formidable. The tale of the mountain's deeds had been spread by the Westlanders, who sought to leverage this incident to eliminate him through Dorne. However, losing one loyal hound was not a catastrophe. They would simply train another. And the Westlanders planned to dispatch Amory Lorch to hunt him down. The second point, however, presented a dilemma. Loras was still waiting at Lannister's port. And if Tywin did not execute the 4, upon Loras's return, Varys would personally come to Casterly Rock, a considerable complication that could lead to the fall of the castle. Moreover, if Tywin delayed the executions, Robert would mobilize his forces. Tywin's peripheral gaze fell upon his children. Habitually, he stroked the dark grey pocket watch in his hand, feeling the lion engraving with his thumb. His eldest son, Jaime, and youngest son, Tyrion, remained silent, quietly consuming their meals. His daughter, Cersei, was preoccupied with feeding Myrcella and Tommen, while their maid was absent. The dining hall was enveloped in silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock and the clinking of cutlery. How long until we return to King's Landing? The stillness was unsettling. Surely someone would speak. For Joffrey despised silence. Tywin raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at the golden-haired, blue-eyed Joffrey. Tyrion, observing the look in his father's eyes, mused, if Uncle Kevin Lannister were present, he would certainly have something to say. Alas, the Kevin family had claimed they were occupied with Loras at Lannister's port, and they had not set foot in Casterly Rock in a week, avoiding misfortune. As no one responded, Joffrey continued, those fishermen at the docks return with a stench of fish that permeates the air. Tywin placed his hand on the armrest, fixating his gaze on Joffrey. His pale green eyes narrowed into mere slits. Cough, Jaime interjected. Look, even Uncle Jaime cannot tolerate this odor. Is this how the Kingsguard operates? Cersei, with a cold smile, continued to feed Tommen, seemingly indifferent to the exchanges. Tywin remained fixated on Joffrey, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming increasingly prominent. Noticing the tension, the imp Tyrion promptly stood and attempted to pull Joffrey away. Joffrey, still a child and lacking the strength to resist Tyrion, struggled. You little dwarf, let go of me. Get away, monster! Tywin seized the plate before him and hurled it forcefully at Jaime's head, shattering it to pieces upon impact with the ground. Before turning on his heel and departing with the letter in hand, 2 guards entered, swiftly seizing Joffrey and dragging him away. How dare you, you lowly soldiers, lay hands on me? I am a prince. My father is the king, and I can command him to have your head severed. Once they had retreated, Tyrion finally spoke, How long has it been? At this rate, I shall lose my sanity. What more can be done now? Jaime, with a bitter expression, began to gather the shards of the plate, meticulously placing them back on the dining table. You nearly sparked a war. Have you considered father's feelings? He is both a grandfather and a father. Tyrion, though angered, maintained a calm demeanor. My dear sister, I never imagined you two would be caught in the act by Robert, and you had the audacity to confess before him and his brother. What were you thinking at that moment? It is all the fault of those two wretched scoundrels, Varys and Lancel. Cersei roared. Upon hearing such words from his sister, Tyrion chose to disregard her, turning to Jaime instead. The debts and compensations amount to a staggering 3 million golden dragons. Father's hair is nearly gone from worry. Hurry and eat, for we may very well need to gnaw on wood by next month. That is hardly the case. I have reviewed the household accounts, and repaying over 10 years is entirely feasible. A small cut on Jaime's forehead bled down his cheek, yet he made no effort to wipe it away, only meticulously brushing the plate fragments from his clothing. I, a brother worth 500,000 golden dragons, cannot fathom that sum. If you were to give me that money to sire children, I could raise an army to conquer Westeros. Tyrion could no longer endure the conversation. Retreating alone to his chamber, in a corner of the ruins atop the dragon pit in King's Landing, the debris had long been cleared, replaced by a 3-story structure built from readily available stone. The outer walls of the courtyard were intermittently illuminated by colorful magical sigils, devoid of gates or guards. It was widely known as the magical academy established by the kingdom's foremost sorcerer, Varys. On the table beneath the eaves of the 3-story building lay a tome accompanied by ink and quill, while Varys had posted a notice on the walls, regardless of one's status. Anyone who inscribed their name in the book would be accepted as an apprentice of the magical school. Some sought to form connections with Varys and Lancel, while others believed their talents surpassed the ordinary and wished to learn magic. However, upon approaching the entrance, they would find themselves ensnared in an illusion, only to awaken below the dragon pit, with climbing over the walls being an impossibility. Everyone remembered the corpse that had nearly turned to ash 2 years prior, still crackling with arcs of electricity. Thus, in King's Landing, both nobles and commoners could only observe from afar, placing bets on how many unfortunate souls would descend from the dragon pit that day, and what grotesque figures the school's little girl would paint upon their faces. In the school's backyard, Varys reclined in a rocking chair beneath a pergola, ostensibly reading, though in truth, he was perusing his own attribute panel. Name, Vegetation age, 16 years. Attributes, average for adults 100, health 550, magic 2100, stamina 900. Physical skills, max level 100, one-handed weapons 85, two-handed weapons 85, blocking 56. Archery 62, light armor 42, heavy armor 15. Magical skills, destruction 70, expert, restoration 60, expert, alteration 60, expert, conjuration 60, intermediate, illusion 60, intermediate, alchemy 21. Enchanting 8, skill bonus sign. Life skills, eloquence 100, lockpicking 40, stealing 40, stealth 40, smithing 80. Free points, 0 talents, broken item space, magical affinity. Dragonborn, Phosphor Oda. Unrelenting force 3-3, ancient mastery, remaining dragon souls, 4. Gazing at his attribute panel, Vito reflected on his explorations of this peculiar system. Skills are categorized into 5 levels: novice, apprentice, intermediate, expert, and master, all of which require learning and practice to advance, consuming 15 years in the process. Other transmigrated children have already surpassed this. His vitality is 5 times that of an adult, allowing him to withstand blows. He could trade punches, enduring a battle against 5 opponents, while still retaining half his life. A punctured heart would not result in immediate demise, and blood loss from severed limbs is minimal, all manageable through intermediate restoration spells. He has not dared to test the limits of decapitation. Stamina allows for prolonged physical exertion, capable of exhausting several competitors in a race. The combination of health and stamina yields an average strength 7 times that of an adult, confirmed through weightlifting trials. In the Dragonborn panel, the effects of the 3 dragon shouts are comparable to those in the game. However, through the study of the dragon language and incantations, their potency will only increase, ultimately reaching ancient mastery, which empowers dragon shouts to the levels exhibited by the ancient Dragonborn in the game. Chapter 42, The Octopus Spider Varys Coban. Could you possibly switch to another one? You have been using this little chick's corpse for 2 weeks. The stench has infiltrated the entire house. Aerys' voice interrupted Vid's musings. Coben was casting a resurrection spell on a lifeless chick, which slowly stood up, dazed and motionless, only to collapse again after a mere 2 seconds, evidently failing due to insufficient magical energy. After a few days, when his magic replenished, Coben would attempt the spell once more on the same chick, perpetually fixated on that single corpse. Maroya Hitar and Coben were of similar age. Coben managed logistics at the school, while Aerie oversaw the library. Aerie, possessing some innate talent in illusions and a passion for reading, often found herself in contrast with Coben, who had a gift for summoning but was perpetually disheveled, prompting Aerie to scold him frequently. Trilling Shad practiced rudimentary restoration spells on a chicken, which had been entirely plucked off its feathers. She made a small incision with a knife and cast a healing spell, but the wound healed agonizingly slowly. The chicken, tethered by a rope, could only squawk in place, yet its suffering would be brief, as it would soon meet its end in a stew that evening. The magic school frequently procured live animals for practice, with chickens being the most common choice, as they could be consumed afterward. However, Vit had never partaken in slaughtering chickens throughout his life. She was also deeply intrigued by alchemy, having initially studied poisons under her father, Prince Oberon, as certain toxins required a modicum of magical knowledge. Now, having learned the authentic art of alchemy from Vit, her proficiency in crafting various poisons and their potencies had significantly advanced. His wife, Nelmalia Maytel, sparred with Ashera Dane in the training grounds. Nelmalia wielded a spear that emanated a green luminescence, relentlessly thrusting toward Ashera's vital points, occasionally flinging a dagger with casual precision. Ashera, armed with a sword in each hand, deftly dodged and parried, retaliating whenever the opportunity arose. Before long, Ashera was left battered and bloodied, one hand stuffing her protruding intestines back into her abdomen, while the other conjured an ice spear that pierced Nemelia's thigh. With Vit standing nearby, both combatants ceased their hostilities. For as long as their heads remained intact, Vit could restore them. Lacking innate magical talent, Nelmalia aimed to excel through martial prowess. Yet her weapons had all been poisoned by her sister. Ashera, possessing talents in transformation and destruction, was limited by her meager magical energy, preventing her from extravagantly wielding spells like a pure mage. Thus, she trained in both magic and martial skills, ensuring the Dane family's swordsmanship would not go to waste. Vit intended for her to pursue a path as a battle mage. Meanwhile, Lancel still journeyed back to King's Landing. He shared the same comprehensive talents as Vit, although his strength lay primarily in restoration and transformation, with innate abilities varying in magnitude determining their potential. Consequently, Lancel was poised to excel in restoration and transformation, while his capabilities in the other 3 schools would only reach an intermediate level. Lacking strength, he compensated with skill, exploring alternative methods of magical application to offset his limitations. Thus, as Vit's twin, Lancel emerged as a remarkably gifted individual in the realm of magic. Soreth, endowed with talents in destruction and restoration, had ventured out to procure supplies and presently served as the school's external operations officer. In the school, both the old and the young, Vit and Valis, are not inclined to labor. The remaining 2 ladies can only rely on Soros, who, in truth, is not fatigued, his former mercenary comrades, upon learning of his admission to the magical academy, have been eager to curry favor with him, handling many tasks on his behalf. The current magical institution is founded upon the magical system introduced by Vit from the gaming realm, which is further enhanced by personal exploration and the study of other schools of thought, such as Soros's Red Deity system, under Vit's synthesis and analysis. All these elements have been incorporated into the Academy's magical framework, maintaining a foundational structure while allowing for a diverse expression of magical styles. Each individual here possesses a unique magical flair. Vit senses a tremor in the magic array. Someone has entered the mage school bearing a token. The visitor is the 8-legged spider Valis, whom Vit guides to the reception hall. Valis follows closely behind, a castrated man with a penchant for opulent attire and fragrant powders. Moving with utter silence. My Lord Vit, I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, one of my little birds, driven by curiosity about the magical school, pilfered my token in an attempt to enter. He is here to express regret. The little bird is an orphan trained by Valis, tasked with gathering intelligence. Yesterday, one attempted to sneak into the school but was apprehended. In his outstretched palm lies a small cube of Valyrian steel, a die. Vit crafted the token in the shape of a die, primarily for convenience in forming a cube, with the numbers etched around it purely for amusement. Do you think that possessing the token grants you unfettered access to the academy? Vit inquires, scrutinizing Valis. Do you recall our agreement? Of course, Valis replies, We refrain from prying into each other's affairs, beyond the standard intelligence for the king and the royal council. Any private requests for information are to be exchanged on equal terms. A bitter smile graces Varys' face, as beads of sweat from his brow smear the powder upon his visage. He can never forget the terror spell Wit wielded against him during a council meeting years ago, revealing his deepest secrets. In the aftermath of that encounter, he investigated Wit, realizing the extent of his prowess. Now, in this private meeting, the threat of vanishing from existence looms, yet Varys possesses his own means of survival. Showing weakness before a powerful adversary seems prudent in this context. Cease your pretense and hollow theatrics. We are both astute individuals. However, there is one thing you fail to grasp. Our mutual discretion in intelligence gathering exists because your capabilities are of use to the nation. And my disinterest in you is simply that. You shall forever remain only partially informed about my circumstances, while I possess a complete understanding of yours. Upon concluding his statement, Wit's eyes glimmer with a hint of violet magical luminescence. A cat and a mouse emerge from the corner of the reception hall, climbing onto the table. Their eyes likewise shimmering with the same violet light as they regard Varys. Where the little birds can venture, they can follow. Where the little birds cannot go, they too can traverse. I am more familiar with the secret paths of the Red Keep than you are. This is Varys' first encounter with such a phenomenon. He has seen sorcerers on the eastern continent, whose antics pale in comparison to Wit's true mastery. I understand, as long as I draw breath. There shall be no further disturbances from little birds in the lives of the mages. Additionally, what are your thoughts on the individual known as the Littlefinger, Peter Baelish? I have heard that he performs admirably in the position of the sewer overseer in King's Landing, capable of clearing obstructions from both above and below, Varys remarked. This is indeed a role I orchestrated for him. However, Littlefinger possesses a certain aptitude. Having ascended from the most insignificant bureaucrat in the sewer system through his eloquence and bribery to the esteemed position he holds now. In that instant, Varys comprehended, his little birds required intelligence, and Lord Baelish's management of the city's sewers established a mutually beneficial relationship. As long as it is a proper collaboration, we, as officials of the same realm, ought to support one another. Therefore, I shall not see you off. Simply attend to your duties as the intelligence overseer. It would be wise for you to refrain from further involvement in the realm of sorcery. I am still a reasonable man. Should you encounter others, you might indeed find yourself in peril. Upon hearing the dismissal, Varys, with discernment, took his leave but turned back shortly. Lord Vitor, during your journey to the eastern continent, could you assist in locating a sorcerer? My little birds there could offer you their support. What is there to prevent? Pray elaborate. You have established yourself in the eastern continent, and this journey of mine will inevitably require your insights. Vitor readily acquiesced. Varys voluntarily disclosed a secret as a form of transaction, a mere sign of temporary concession. His network of little birds, spread across Westeros and the eastern continent, possessed unparalleled intelligence-gathering capabilities. Yet, he navigated his affairs with great finesse, always ensuring he left himself an escape route, and not just one. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that mere knowledge of certain clandestine affairs through time travel was insufficient. He had altered much of history, rendering the future increasingly uncertain. He risked receiving erroneous information, potentially leading him to eliminate the wrong foes while remaining oblivious to those who truly posed a threat. Until he could identify a suitable intelligence asset, Varys needed to retain his own magical prowess, which was exceedingly valuable. However, this individual required constant oversight and sufficient incentives for exchange, otherwise, they might divulge the color of his undergarments for amusement. Chapter 43, The Mountain of Magic. Weeks later, Lancel discreetly transported the first installment of compensation and the mountain back to King's Landing. Simultaneously, astonishing news swept across the realm. The Queen and King, having quarreled, returned to Casterly Rock, where she had another fierce argument with her father, Tywin. Overwhelmed by despair, Cersei pushed 3 princes and princesses off a cliff hundreds of meters high into the sea, and she followed suit. Fishermen from Lannisport discovered the 4, but their bodies had already swollen and deteriorated. Tywin, upon finding them at the harbor, cremated the bodies and subsequently confined himself with his 2 sons in Casterly Rock. Varys accompanied Nymeria and Tyrion to the dungeons of the Red Keep to verify the mountain's presence. Lancel stood at the dungeon's entrance, with his squire, Loras Tyrell. At his side, the cell, illuminated by the magic of Lancel, revealed the mountain. Nymeria scrutinized the figure. Based on intelligence, the head and appearance matched that of Gregor Clegane. The mountain, Varys remarked, I have seen him before in Casterly Rock, there is no doubt. The mountain sat on the ground, his legs and hands bound by iron chains. Tethered to the wall, exuding an aura of lethargy. Taryn sensed something amiss, observing his inert form. She approached to investigate, fearing he might perish on the way to Dorne. She contemplated administering a healing spell. The mountain raised his head and saw a delicate, golden-haired woman approaching. Judging by her attire and her connection to Varys, she must also be of noble birth. Suddenly, he lunged at Taryn. Ah! Taryn gasped, releasing a cloud of blue mist from her mouth and retreating. The mountain, seeing the mist, held his breath. His outstretched arms made contact with the cloud, and he immediately felt his strength waning, though the chains binding him did not break. Nymeria, witnessing this, shouted, Dare not touch my woman. She advanced and kicked the mountain behind the knee, causing him to kneel. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she struck at the mountain's hand. With his hands bound and lacking the strength to evade, he could not prevent the severing of both palms, which fell to the ground. Varys and Lancel remained motionless, perceiving no danger. Even if the mountain grasped Taryn, they believed they could eliminate him without harming her. The mountain stifled a cry of agony but attempted to retaliate against Nymeria. However, as he moved, he collapsed, gasping for breath, his skin turning a shade of blue. Do you have poison concealed within your mouth? Varys positioned himself before Taryn, lowering his gaze to inspect her lips. None. She replied. Open your mouth. Taryn complied, revealing a set of pristine teeth and crimson lips, devoid of any poison. Lancel, observing nearby, felt a shiver run down his spine. Contemplating the peril of the woman cloaked in toxins, Loras Tyrell experienced discomfort as well, while severed limbs and blood did not faze him. The notion of concealed poison coursing through her body sent chills down his spine. Nymeria approached. Let us depart. The poison will not be his demise. Tomorrow, I shall write to Prince Doran, requesting he send men to escort the mountain back to Dorne for judgment. Let us have Prince Doran dispatch a ship to Sunspear. The mountain should first be taken there to save time. A few individuals emerged from the dungeon as Lancel arranged the journey for the mountain. No one paid attention to the mountain, who was still convulsing in the dungeon, to prevent him from revealing the disgrace of being sold by Tywin. His tongue had already been severed by Tywin. Lancel pondered how to further prevent the mountain from writing, but before he could act, Nymeria had severed his hands, leaving him paralyzed and thus simplifying matters. Nymeria and Tyranny returned to the School of Magic to write a letter to Prince Doran Martell. Vid and Lancel remained in the dungeons of the Red Keep, conversing in the chamber where the skull of a great dragon was displayed. One summoned a spell of light while the other cast a silence enchantment, their coordination impeccable. Did Tywin truly execute all four? Vid inquired. I stood by when the bodies were cremated at Lannisport. Can you confirm it was Cersei and the 3 children? Lancel reflected. Their hair was golden. Their heights matched Cersei and her 3 children, and their features were indeed similar. However, by the time they were retrieved from the sea, the bodies were swollen and gnawed upon by fish, making identification challenging. Subsequently, Tywin had them incinerated at the harbor, and their ashes now lie in the family crypt at Casterly Rock. Did you witness the 4 of them jumping into the sea? Vid pressed. Lancel then realized, not at that moment. I was with the Lannisters, and we only learned about it once the fishermen discovered the bodies. Could there be an issue? Indeed. There is a problem. Do you believe, given Cersei's temperament, that she would take her own life? Vid, having lived 2 lifetimes, understood the gravity, while Lancel, still merely 16 and sheltered, had encountered little intrigue. Moreover, since most of the Westeros populace were blonde, it would be easy for Tywin to find 4 individuals of similar stature. If it were true, he would have surely exterminated the families of those 4, leaving us with no means to investigate. Then they are not dead, Lancel exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Vid sought to reassure him. At least, in name, the 4 are deceased. They can only live under assumed identities henceforth. We currently possess no evidence the bodies were burned, and the families of the 4 cannot possibly trace them, nor would the Lannisters ever acknowledge it. Westeros is as vast as present-day South America. If Cersei and the others had possessed magical abilities, Vid could sense them within hundreds of meters, offering a sliver of hope for their discovery. Yet, these 4 were mere mortals, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even a magician is not omnipotent. Now that it has come to this, let it be. Do not blame yourself. With Cersei's mindset, she could hardly have nurtured those children into anything remarkable. As Vid and Lancel walked out of the dungeon, they prepared for their journey and the arrangements for school. This expedition was to commence with a boat journey north from King's Landing to White Harbor in the north, proceeding along the river to Winterfell, and then continuing north to the Wall. After completing their tasks, they would retrace their route back to Dragonstone, then journey south to Dorne, making their way east from the Stepstones to Essos. At the harbor of King's Landing, the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth and his sons busied themselves aboard a merchant vessel, assigned by Stannis to transport Vit to Dorne. Afterward, Vit would hire another ship to head east, while there were also many furs, gloves, and hats sent by Robert that needed to be loaded onto the ship. The journey involved Wit, his wife Nomelia, and Tyranny, although they were already married. Wit and the two women decided to postpone having children until their return from the expedition, as both were concerned about the complications of traveling with a child. Ashera Dane, with two swords strapped to her back, nimbly ascended the mast of the ship. At her age, she was brimming with vitality and was eager to accompany them to the north to meet Ed, unaware that he was her father. The group traveled northward aboard a merchant vessel, with Wit's brother Stannis, the admiral of the royal fleet, overseeing the journey, which was safeguarded by several warships, ensuring a smooth passage across the sea. While stopping at the port of Dragonstone for supplies, Stannis' daughter, Renly Baratheon, presented Wit with a plush teddy bear. Chapter 44. The wolf's head on the chest. In the training grounds of Winterfell, Sir Rodrik Castle demonstrated attacking techniques against a wooden post, wielding a sword. The three young boys Theon Greyjoy, Jon Snow, and Robb Stark were clad in black half-armor adorned with the emblem of a wolf's head, practicing with their unsharpened training swords, emulating their instructor-esque movements. Asha Greyjoy and Sansa Stark, having just completed their needlework lessons, could only watch from the second-floor walkway overlooking the training area. Ha! 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 Not full from your meal. Use all your strength. Rodrik bellowed. The enemy will not spare you for your weakness. How much longer are we going to practice? It's been 2 hours already, Theon complained. My arms are so sore I can barely lift them, Jon added, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Theon, being the eldest and most spirited, often led the conversation. What about you, Robb? Robb Stark, however, fell silent, suddenly halting his swordplay to gaze upwards at Theon and Jon. My badge is vibrating. Upon hearing this, Sir Rodrik approached to investigate, with Theon and Jon following closely beside Robb. The badge on Robb's chest, resembling the head of an ice wolf, was a source of envy among his peers, crafted by the kingdom's archmaester, WT, as a precious ornament made of Valyrian steel. Yet, they were unaware of its ability to vibrate, which left them astonished. The vibrations intensified, and the badge struck against Robb's armor, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds. Robb stood frozen, perplexed. When his father, Eddard, had bestowed the badge upon him in his youth, he had merely mentioned its beauty as a Valyrian steel ornament, never hinting at its magical properties. I shall seek the Lord Duke, Sir Rodrik declared, dashing towards the inner castle to find Eddard. The clanging continued, the badge's vibrations unrelenting, as Robb reached out toward the dark grey wolf-esque head emblem. No! Don't! Theon and Jon urged in unison. Robb grasped the badge, yet nothing perilous occurred. Eddard Stark and Rodrik soon emerged, accompanied by Maester Luwin. Upon seeing his father, Robb released his grip, and the badge resumed its ringing against his chest plate. Eddard regarded Robb, holding the badge in his hand. When Wit Baelish gifted me this badge, he mentioned that it would vibrate when magical fluctuations were present nearby. It vibrated in my hands the first time I held it, but I thought it had ceased functioning, merely an ornament in my mind. Relieved, the group understood that the badge indeed had this capability, simply forgotten by Eddard. However, the fact that it was still active indicated the presence of magical energies in the vicinity. A soldier arrived on horseback, dismounting to salute Eddard, and reported. 2 carriages have been spotted approaching Winterfell from outside the walls. The banners depict a golden crown atop a stag's head, with a flame above it. Though the soldier did not recognize the banner, Eddard and his companions did. A few weeks ago, I received a letter from King Robert, informing me of the imminent arrival of Sir Vito Baelish in the north, though I had not anticipated his arrival would be so soon. Eddard instinctively pulled out his jet-black pocket watch to check the time. Maester Luwin remarked, every time we traverse between King's Landing and here, we follow the King's Road, however. Traveling by swift ship from King's Landing to White Harbor significantly reduces the journey. Vito's reputation has long since spread across the realm, even reaching the distant lands of Essos. He first graced the battlefield at the tender age of 11, wielding magic to breach fortifications and slaying dozens of foes, and by 12, He had assumed the esteemed role of the kingdom's archmaester, participating in royal councils, and was awarded the honorary title of university scholar by the citadel. Nevertheless, there remain those who dismiss magic as mere folly, believing it to be a fanciful embellishment concocted by King Robert to glorify his younger brother. A group of boys and girls buzzed with excitement at the prospect of meeting the legendary sorcerer. Master Valenpool posed the question, "Shall we prepare for a welcoming ceremony? After all, he is the king's brother and a member of the royal council." "No need for that," Eddard replied. "I know Victor Baelish well enough. He has never been one for ostentation, often traveling alone without even a guard in tow." "Not even a guard?" Rob questioned, perplexed. For he had been taught that every noble must be accompanied by guards for assurance and safety. The guards he brings might very well require his protection instead. "Now, you all go change into your finest attire and inform your mother of our guest's arrival. The rest of us shall proceed to greet him at the gates," Eddard instructed before ushering everyone back to the castle. As Victor sat in the carriage, he admired the scenery along the way. The north is vast, encompassing the Vale, the Westlands, the Crownlands, and Storm's End, yet its climate is notably frigid. Apart from the Wolfwood and 2 other significant forests, the land is predominantly prairie with scant wildlife and minimal forestation, leading to a sparse population. It was only in recent years, following Victor's agricultural reforms, that scholars across the north began guiding farmers to cultivate the land, resulting in the emergence of fields, mills, and inns along the major roads. Winterfell boasts a history even older than that of the Dreadfort, with legends claiming it has existed for over 8 millennia, built directly over a natural hot spring, making it a more comfortable residence than other regions in the north. Since its inception, it has remained the stronghold of House Stark, and on this day, with clear skies and no snowfall, one could discern the entirety of Winterfell's grandeur. The castle sprawls across an expansive area, with numerous towers rising high, and outside its walls lies a village for the farmers. Thick double walls segregate various living quarters within the castle, including training grounds, gardens, and commercial spaces, where thousands of officials, soldiers, and prosperous knights reside. The inner keep serves as the meeting and living quarters for House Stark, featuring an ancient heating system that delivers warmth to the rooms through a series of hot water pipes, a remarkable blend of antiquity and modernity. The town's once ancient clock tower, under the influence of the citadel a few years prior, has been transformed, replacing its massive bronze bell with a grand clock face. Before long, Sir Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, along with his son, arrived at Winterfell in a cart, where the castle guards, having received word of their approach, guided them directly to the inner gates. Vit leapt from the carriage, his slender golden noble robe billowing in the wind, contrasting sharply with the heavy winter attire of Ed and the others. "Duke Ed! Vit! Are you not cold?" "I am quite well, but my wife Naumelia and her sister Tarni are unwell. They are Dornish and find this climate rather harsh." Despite their thick garments, Naumelia and Tarni slowly descended from the carriage with Vit's assistance. Tarni clutched a teddy bear, and the pallor of their faces, coupled with their vacant stares, revealed their discomfort as they curtsied to Ed. The children behind Ed also bowed, fully aware that this was not an appropriate moment for conversation, as it would be exceedingly rude. Asha and Shoran exchanged furtive glances at Vit, recalling the time they witnessed their uncle Victarion transformed into an ice sculpture by him. Vit sensed the necklace at Rob's chest. A radiant light emanated from his hand as he engaged the internal mechanism of the wolf head necklace, which then ceased its vibrations. The onlookers finally understood that it was Vit who had silenced the necklace, rather than it being broken. "These are the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth and his sons. My second brother specifically assigned them to oversee my journey." Davos, accompanied by his sons, bowed to Ed. The two had never met during Robert's rebellion, as they had continuously missed one another until the war's conclusion. However, they had fought side by side during the campaign against Greyjoy, exchanging pleasantries. Initially, Ed had mistaken them for hired drivers, primarily due to Davos's unremarkable appearance, his slim figure clad in thick winter garb and a hat obscuring his features, rendering him unrecognizable, an advantageous trait of smugglers, possessing a face that blended into the crowd. Asha jumped from the carriage with a cheerful exclamation, though she too was Dornish. Her vitality seemed invigorated, likely a testament to Ed's lineage. She was enveloped in a black fur coat and donned a white fur hat, resembling a bundled dumpling, with only strands of her dark hair and the hilts of 2 swords visible from the back of her neck. "This is my apprentice, Ashara Dane." Vit introduced her to the assembly, particularly to Ed. After Ashara greeted him, Ed found himself momentarily at a loss for words, until Vit subtly prompted him with gestures. Let us go inside to warm ourselves. My wife Caitlin Tully is instructing the servants to prepare dinner. Ed, feeling somewhat flustered, hastily summoned the guards to bring forth breadcrumbs and fine salt. Chapter 45. Confidential conversations within the castle. A modest banquet was underway, attended by the families of Ed, Wit, and Davos, along with Ed's loyal retainers. The feast was lavish, featuring bread, fried fish, roasted meats, vegetables, and freshly pickled delicacies. Wit engaged Ed in conversation regarding the purpose of his visit. Rob has tasked me with delivering a message to you. Wit, who rarely indulged in alcohol due to his low tolerance, had been encouraged by Ed to drink a few cups, causing his speech to become somewhat slurred. After a brief hiccup, he continued, Rob wishes for me to visit Lioness' grave on his behalf. We should go after our meal. Ed understood that Wit could not have traveled such a distance merely for this matter. A more discreet conversation was warranted, and the family's crypt beneath Winterfell served as an ideal venue. Wit then produced a small glass vial from his person, sprinkling its contents of powder onto his fried fish before taking a bite. He offered the vial to Ed, exclaiming, This is fire pepper from Dorne, possessing a unique aroma and spiciness that induces a delightful perspiration. You must try it. Ed accepted the vial, mimicking Wit's actions, and sprinkled some of the fiery seasoning on his fish. Upon tasting it, he was overwhelmed by the heat and distinctive flavor, far superior to the previous seasoning of lemon juice and salt. Soon, his face flushed, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Exquisite. Is it expensive? Please procure more for me. While the price of the fire pepper was somewhat elevated, the small amounts used made it relatively affordable in practice. Wit explained. Inferior quality is cheaper and even the common folk in Dorne can indulge in it. I have several other spices for you to sample. Wit proceeded to unveil a few more small vials. He clarified that the fire pepper must be kept dry, hence the price includes the cost of the vial, which can be returned for a refund. Specifics on this can be discussed with Nymeria. As agriculture flourished across Westeros, once people were satiated, they began to crave finer fare, leading to a burgeoning spice trade. Wit successfully brokered a deal with Ed for House Stark to commence selling Dornish spices. Meanwhile, Caitlin Tully conversed with Nymeria and Tyranny. Tyranny, clutching a teddy bear, languidly leaned against Nymeria, lamenting, This is my first time in the north, and I feel utterly unwell. Caitlin reassured her, previously, a merchant fleet from Dorne visited White Harbor, and they experienced similar discomfort, which subsided within a few days. Nymeria, equally listless, added, I heard of this while in Sunspear. And subsequently, merchants opted to offload their goods at King S Landing before choosing not to travel further north. Caitlin instructed a maid to remove the wine from before the two girls and bring them warm honey water. For the time being, it is best to refrain from wine and enjoy some warm honey water instead. In Westeros, those under the age of 16 were considered children and typically did not sit at the main table during banquets. Instead, a separate table was designated for youngsters. Unless no other adults were present, a child could only represent their family at the main table. The Stark household, abundant in children, was further graced by the presence of Asha Greyjoy. As she entered and removed her cloak, the children observed her closely. This girl, of similar age, bore two swords, piquing their interest. The trio of Thu'um, Rob, and Jon felt a sudden shyness upon encountering the unfamiliar girl and urged their sister, Asha Greyjoy, to initiate dialogue. How old are you? 10 years, born in the year 283. Yshala possesses a character that allows her to converse with anyone, though she has adopted a more reserved demeanor while visiting. She is merely a few months older than Rob. So, are your swords genuine or merely training swords? Both are authentic. One is designed for slaying beasts, and the other for combat against men. Upon mentioning this, Yshala became animated, rushing to retrieve a sword from the rack at the door. She returned and tossed the sword onto the dining table, drawing it forth for all to see. This sword is meant for hunting beasts, which are large and unarmored, hence it features a blood groove and a serrated edge. The other sword, intended for human adversaries, boasts a thicker blade to resist breaking. Nonetheless, either sword could serve in battle. After sharing this, Yshala picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. The others, captivated, picked up the swords to examine them closely. Even Sansa leaned in, noticing that Yshala, only slightly older than she, was skillfully wielding blades while she herself spent her days embroidering. With a timid inquiry, she asked, Have you ever fought anyone? With her mouth still full, Yshala replied, I have. The boys erupted in disbelief, unable to fathom that a 10-year-old girl could have engaged in combat. Even suggesting a practice session at the training grounds the following day, swiftly drawing their camaraderie closer. After dinner, Wit accompanied Eddard into the pitch-black graveyard. A few magical lights danced upon the walls, illuminating the underground sepulchre as if it were daylight for the first time. Before the statue of Lyanna Stark, Wit recounted Robert's instructions, then turned to Eddard, saying, "There are 3 matters to address during this visit. The first concerns Yshala Dane. She remains unaware that you are her father. What are your intentions?" Eddard pondered for a moment. "I shall inform her personally tomorrow." "Should I speak to her first?" "I had mentioned her father to her in her youth, so she is aware of his identity. But how will you explain this to Catelyn Tully?" Wit speculated that Eddard's nature would compel him to be forthright. "Let us be truthful," Eddard replied with calm resolve. He had long prepared for this day. "The second matter pertains to Osha and Theon Greyjoy." Eddard was taken aback. Had not Robert pardoned this pair? "So many years have passed. Why now?" "You have misunderstood. House Greyjoy has long been stripped of its noble status. Although you treat them as your own, what will happen when they mature? Would a scion of nobility willingly resign themselves to a life as a commoner? This issue, in fact, relates to another pair of siblings." Eddard was perplexed. "What arrangements does Robert have?" "You must enforce strict training upon them. When Robert rose in rebellion, 2 children of House Targaryen fled to the eastern continent. Recently, Robert inquired about this matter, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys, reported that in the east, they are already being openly referred to as Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys. These siblings are maturing and becoming an unpredictable variable. One of my tasks on this journey to the east is to investigate their situation. Should any anomalies arise, I will eliminate them. If all is well, Robert will allow them to live in peace. Yet there is concern that someone may incite and provoke discord. Thus it is imperative to place an individual among them. The Greyjoy siblings, who were ordered by the late Lord Robert to execute their entire family, present themselves as excellent candidates, as their background will not easily raise suspicion. How shall we proceed?" Eddard concurs, recalling how he and Robert, in their youth, lacked the resolve to pursue a vendetta. However, they are now matured men, and Eddard will not show leniency towards adults. "I shall personally speak with Osha and her brother tomorrow. Their active participation is essential." While Wit articulates this, his thoughts dwell on Jorah Mormont, who has amassed wealth and, having been exiled for smuggling, will not encounter Daenerys Targaryen. With 2 children now, he spends his days on Bear Island tending to them. Thus, it is crucial to assign protection to Daenerys. She must not perish before she hatches her 3 dragons. Once the dragons are born, we shall seize the younglings. Even if we must slay them, we could absorb their dragon souls and feast upon dragon broth, then deliberate on whether to eliminate Daenerys. Nevertheless, time is lengthy and uncertainties abound. We must navigate one step at a time. As for Viserys, I harbor no fear of his wrath. Should Osha and her brother consent, I will arrange for training. What remains is the final task. Eddard has steeled himself, for the first 2 matters are increasingly troublesome, and this last task may cost lives. Assist in locating a child named Jojen Reed and deliver this item to him, sending him to the School of Magic in King S Landing. Wit presents Eddard with a Valyrian steel die, a token of admission to the school. Is this all? Indeed. You Northerners, instead of approaching him directly, I seek a person through your Northern Duke. It is standard procedure, and his father, Howland Reed, is still your friend. Wit refrains from mentioning the events at the Tower of Joy. Eddard replies, "Many aspire to enter your school but find it impossible. You have never even met Howland Reed's son, yet he gains direct admission." Indeed, Wit offers no further explanation. Chapter 46, Osha and Theon. Wit located Osha and Theon, guiding them into the underground tomb. As they followed the flame-wreathed figure of Wit, a sense of trepidation gripped Osha and Theon. The memories of the king's brutal intrusion into their home still haunted them, and Wit was the king's own brother, a man who had once encased their uncle in ice. The descent into the darkness deepened their fears, prompting Osha to clasp Theon's trembling hand, summoning her courage. "Lord Wit, what is your purpose in bringing us here?" she inquired, her voice quivering. "Fear not, for the king has pardoned you both," Wit reassured them. "I have brought you here to discuss certain matters of significance." "Please, go on," Osha replied, bracing herself for a fight if necessary. With a gentle smile, Wit cast several luminous spells upon the tomb's walls, illuminating the space as brightly as day. "Darkness breeds fear, but now that it is light, you need not worry. We shall discuss serious matters." As the room brightened, Their fear diminished somewhat. The once mighty Greyjoy family had fallen, their lands now belonging to others. A shadow of sorrow crossed the siblings' faces. The banner of the squid shall never rise again, Vit continued. You are free people now. Do you truly wish to live your lives as wards of House Stark? The two siblings glanced at their robust winter attire, unmistakably the garb of the North, betraying no trace of their Ironborn heritage. Although Eddard Stark has treated you as his own, it is time for you to forge your own paths. With success will come new lands, castles, and retainers. Do you wish to become the new heads of House Greyjoy, the first generation of your family anew? A spark of hope ignited in their eyes. Take a moment to envision what your new family banner might look like. Such an opportunity is rare. With Vit's guidance, the siblings began to dream. Decided. Our new family crest shall be a mermaid, Theon declared with excitement. Asha pondered the noble teachings of Maester Luwin. The sigil of House Manderley of White Harbor is also a white mermaid, she echoed thoughtfully. They have a merman, Theon exclaimed. Ours will be a mermaid, the kind with a splendid figure. Asha concurred, recalling the ancient tales of mermaids from the Iron Islands. When shall we depart? You have much to learn before that. You are not yet prepared for the tasks ahead. Eddard will arrange for your training, and once you have proven yourselves, you will be assigned your duties. Vid led them out of the tomb, taking them to meet Eddard. 2 days later, the condition of the two women had not improved significantly. Healing spells had proven ineffective, though they were not in any imminent danger. This was a natural response of the body, a period of adjustment to the climate, akin to the acclimatization one experiences at high altitudes. Caitlin Tully had dispatched a dedicated maid to care for them. Initially, she had arranged separate chambers for the two ladies, but they insisted on sharing a single bed, prompting her to reflect on the deep bond of sisterhood. In the morning, Robb and a few other children, along with Asha, were summoned by Eddard Stark. Before Caitlin Tully and the children, Eddard proclaimed, Asha Dame is my illegitimate daughter. The family was taken aback, as Eddard was formally acknowledging this child born out of wedlock. Asha, astonished, could hardly close her mouth. She never anticipated that this honest and simple uncle was her true father. Eddard elaborated, originally, I was to wed Asha as mother. Caitlin was promised to my brother, but everything changed due to the war. Caitlin Tully, having heard whispers of the past, was somewhat prepared for this revelation. I understand the situation regarding Asha. But who is Jon Snow as mother? Eddard fell silent, unwilling to divulge, inciting Caitlin to exclaim. Those who associate with Robert are all of the same ilk, scattered with bastards. As Eddard, Catelyn, and Wylis made their way to the training grounds to observe Asha and Robb's training, Eddard expressed his desire to keep her in Winterfell, but she refused. You wish to confine her to Winterfell to learn domestic arts and then marry. She would certainly resent that, Wylis remarked. She was raised in House Dane, accustomed to the Dornish ways, born with a sword in hand. On the training grounds, Asha, who had always been aware of her father's identity, was merely confirming that it was indeed Eddard, and her mood returned to normal. After the events of the previous day, Theon Greyjoy was particularly diligent in his training, while his sister, Asha Greyjoy, had decided to abandon domestic pursuits and train alongside them. However, Robb Stark and Jon Snow were struggling to adjust, feeling awkward about the sudden shift from guests to family, as they regarded this sister with a sense of discomfort. Now recognized as Robb's sister and Jon's, Asha, with her carefree demeanor, sought to establish authority, critiquing their swordsmanship. The instructor, Sir Roderick Castle, along with the soldiers present, were well aware of Asha's status as the acknowledged illegitimate daughter of House Stark and watched with amusement as the youth bickered. Before long, the four grew impatient with Asha's incessant commentary. Don't you think that just because you carry 2 swords you can instruct us? I am taller and stronger than you. What gives you the right to critique us? Indeed, you may boast about being slightly better, but have you ever fought? They retorted, with Asha's sister, Asha, chiming in agreement. Clad in a fur cloak and a white fur hat, Asha presented the appearance of a winter girl, and her comrades found it hard to accept her guidance. Upon seeing Wylis and the others approach, the quarrel ceased. Asha shed her cloak and rushed to embrace Wylis, revealing her leather armor beneath. She returned to the training ground and declared, Let us switch to real swords, or my blade will sever your training weapons. A 1 against 4. Asha, Theon, Robb, and Jon turned to Eddard, who nodded in consent. I speak of all of you, including Sir Roderick Castle, Asha stated, glancing at Roderick, who appeared taken aback. With Wylis present, you may fight without concern. Several years ago, Ed had witnessed Veet's prowess and was confident in his ability to ensure safety. The soldiers in the training ground dispersed to watch the spectacle. 5 individuals, armed with swords, formed a semicircle, assuming an offensive stance. Ashera drew 2 swords from behind her, and with a fierce shout, she charged into their midst without hesitation, employing one hand for defense and the other for attack. Her movements were agile and unpredictable, seamlessly alternating between offensive and defensive techniques, demonstrating remarkable dexterity amidst the onslaught of her opponents. This was the very swordsmanship once employed by the Dawn Sword. Ed was astonished, recalling the battle at the Tower of Bliss. The Dane family had evidently invested considerable effort in her training. Unbeknownst to Veet, the Dane family had previously believed Ashera to be Robert's daughter. Has she taken a life? Ned inquired. More than one, Ed replied, pondering whether Ashera's association with Veet was advantageous or detrimental. Before long, Ashera disowned the tactics of her opponents and stopped holding back. She thwarted the advances of the 4 children, first piercing the instructor's palm and shoulder, then penetrating the hands of the 4 youngsters. Veet hurried over to tend to their injuries, and the children finally came to respect Ashera. Ed Stark's children all possessed magical talents. Aside from Ashera, Robb excelled in the domains of destruction and transformation, while the younger Arya was adept in illusion magic. As for Jon Snow, his skills were a blend of illusion and other elements that Veet had yet to encounter. In addition to these talents, they all possessed the shapeshifter ability that Veet had only begun to explore, which lay outside the existing magical framework. However, possessing magical aptitude merely indicated a potential entry point. The degree of talent ultimately determined one's future limitations. On a scale of 5, with 5 being the highest, Ashera had a dual talent rated at 3, followed by the young Arya, also rated at 3. Robb held a score of 2 but possessed dual talents, while Jon Snow ranked last with a score of 1. Veet suggested to Ed, we might consider enrolling the children in a magic academy, though Ed found the proposition enticing. He was troubled by the thought of Ashera having accompanied Veet in taking lives from a young age. His mindset was rather traditional, believing that boys should embody courage and justice, while girls should focus on supporting their families and raising children. He feared that the children, in following Veet, might transform into merciless executioners, which starkly contrasted with the values he had been taught. They are still quite young. I shall contemplate this further, Ed replied. Chapter 47. A busy King S landing in the north. Veetur was engrossed in his duties, while his elder brother, Robert, was equally occupied in King S landing. Following the tragic demise of Cersei, who perished at sea alongside several princes and princesses, the position of queen became vacant, leaving the king without an heir. Noble families with unmarried daughters began to flock to King S landing, including the venerable Fry of the Riverlands, who was preparing to bring his 20 daughters for the King S selection. The Steel Street area, located near the Visenyos Hill, serves as a prominent elevation within the city, replete with an abundance of luxury boutiques. Behind these shops lie the grand residences of the nobility. Although these estates are somewhat cramped due to the lack of available space, they are significantly more expensive than the homes in the common districts, with 3 stories being the norm and some even boasting 4. These structures, adorned with red roofs and gilded walls, reflect a lavish style of interior decor. Among these noble abodes is the residence of Count Mattis Roand of Goldtree in the Bay of Rivers, where today marks the grand celebration of his eldest daughter's 16th birthday. He has extended invitations to numerous friends, including a special invitation to King Robert himself. Mattis Roand, a robust figure with a neatly trimmed beard, enjoys a cordial camaraderie with Robert, as they often share drinks together. As the banquet progressed, a contingent of gold cloaks entered the hall, forming 2 lines, yet there was no announcement of the king's arrival. Robert followed closely behind, a broad smile upon his face as he made his way into the hall, graciously acknowledging the bows of the assembled guests. Upon noticing Robert's presence, Mattis warmly ushered him beside his daughter, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is a great honor for my daughter to have you at her coming-of-age ceremony. Robert, clasping Mattis' shoulder, chuckled. Ah, Count Mattis, you have grown even more formidable. We must visit Silk Street for a drink one day. He turned to address Mattis' daughter. What a strong young lady you are. Congratulations on becoming an adult. The young lady curtsied, responding, Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Mattis added, It is indeed a privilege for my daughter to have Your Majesty here today. Robert laughed heartily. I prefer you call me Robert. You always mention wanting to return home to see your daughter after a few drinks. you truly are a devoted father. I have brought a gift for your daughter." With that, he waved his hand and sauntered off to the banquet hall to enjoy some wine. The king's guard, Baratheon, approached with the present an assortment of jewelry and silk. Didn't he even inquire about my daughter's name before leaving?" Mattis thought, shaking his head in disappointment. "What a shame, especially after I dressed her so splendidly." As the festivities continued, every invited guest brought several companions, with many uninvited attendees present as well. Mattis was aware of their intentions, yet felt obliged to host them graciously in light of the gifts received. Robert, raising his glass, engaged in conversation with two ladies, his hands gradually finding their way to their waists. Just as the merriment flourished, two younger and more beautiful ladies in red gowns approached, soon finding their way into the conversation. Before long, Robert's hands had shifted to encircle the waists of the two newcomers. No one dared to eavesdrop on the king's words. They merely whispered about the two noble widows clad in crimson. Several kingsguards stood with stern expressions, their backs turned to the monarch as they observed the women. As the banquet concluded, Robert returned to the Red Keep accompanied by the two ladies in red. A contingent of kingsguards stood sentinel outside the king's chambers, while Baratheon engaged in conversation with the newly appointed kingsguard, Lyn Cobray. Lyn, a noble from the Vale, possessed long chestnut hair and striking good looks, yet he displayed little interest in women, his belt adorned with the Valyrian steel sword known as Lady Silence. During Robert's rebellion years prior, he initially sided with the Targaryens before aligning with Robert's faction, achieving great renown for slaying a kingsguard member during the Battle of the Trident, thus earning his place in history. The slain guard, Luwin Martell, was the uncle of the current Princess of Dorne. While such a kill on the battlefield is typically seen as a noble death, the subsequent murder of Princess Elia of Dorne ignited the wrath of the Martell princess, forcing Robert to send Lyn back to the Vale, compensating him financially for his troubles. It was only after the transport of the mountain to Dorne that relations between House Baratheon and House Martell began to mend. Upon learning of this development, Jon Arryn wrote to Lyn Cobray, inquiring if he would be inclined to join the Kingsguard, which had 4 vacancies. Without hesitation, Lyn took his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Lady Silence, and came to the Red Keep to pledge his oath to Robert as a member of the Kingsguard. Baratheon remarked, "It seems the Lannisters have no chance today." Lyn replied, "The king has recently attracted much attention. Every noble seems eager to present their unmarried daughters to him. The candidates are plentiful." Baratheon noted, "With no queen or heir, everyone has a chance. It merely depends on who can seize the opportunity. However, the 2 noble widows are certainly disqualified, as the law mandates that a queen must be an unmarried woman." Lyn countered, "They have no desire for the queen's title. Simply sharing the king's bed would afford them ample benefits." A stream of lesser nobles continued to introduce their daughters to Robert, leading to a series of banquets where he mingled with the ladies of various noble houses, retreating from the revelries of the entertainment district. Rumors circulated every few days of his encounters with different noble widows, while family heads submitted marriage proposals without receiving replies, only for another family to follow suit days later. The ministers in the royal court grew anxious. With no queen and no legitimate heirs, they began to proactively reach out to prominent nobles in search of suitable unmarried women, even suggesting Arya Martell as a candidate, but Prince Doran declined on account of his daughter's affliction with the pox. Thus, Robert continued to relish his regal existence, delaying the announcement of a new queen, finding joy in the pursuit. In an entertainment venue on Silk Street, it was said that the women within were procured at great expense from across the realm, their beauty and charm unmatched, quickly establishing the place as the most prestigious of its kind in King's Landing. The scent of moon tea perpetually lingered in the alleyways behind the establishment. The women employed here often find themselves unintentionally pregnant, yet there are still children born despite consuming the monthly herbal tea, all of whom are raised in this place. As they grow a little older, they continue to serve tea in entertainment venues. The future of these children is shrouded in uncertainty. Boys may seek employment in the city or enlist in the army, while girls might continue in the business here, or tragically, succumb during their development. A corpulent man with a bushy beard wanders through the back alleys, clutching a jug of wine, evidently a patron who has just concluded his indulgence. The stout man meanders into a modest dwelling, its first floor simple and unadorned, yet the second floor exudes opulence. "Lord Varys, had you not walked so quietly, I would not have recognized you," remarks Peter Baelish, his lean figure accentuated by a small mustache that elongates his face. He scribbles in a ledger at the table, immediately recognizing the portly gentleman upon his entry. "My lord, the master of the sewers of King's Landing. What brings you to this humble abode during the day instead of your office?" Varys speaks softly in this unfamiliar setting. Peter pours a glass of red wine for Varys. The expansion of the sewer system at the port has been completed, and my private enterprises require my attention, so I cannot occupy my usual place of business. What is it that you seek from me? Did you not arrange for 2 women to grace the king's bed last night? Varys inquires, recalling their burgeoning collaboration due to Peter's oversight of the king's landing sewers. Observing Peter's ascent from the lowest ranks to the highest echelons, one cannot help but admire his cunning, particularly in his use of women and wealth. Previously, Peter had never engaged with the kingdom's high officials or noble lords. But upon investigating the 2 widows who had visited the king, it became evident that Peter had financed their attire and adornments, even arranging their attendance at a banquet hosted by House Rome. Indeed, His Majesty does not wish to hastily decide upon a queen, thus it falls upon us, his subjects, to enrich the king's daily existence, a task in which I excel, Peter replies with a smile, sipping his wine. Varys regards Peter intently. What is it that you truly desire? I seek the position of Master of Coin, Peter states earnestly. Varys chuckles, that is utterly unattainable for you. Peter counters. The current Master of Coin is gravely ill, he cannot endure for much longer. Yet it shall not be your small finger that inherits this role. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, it is well known that the wealthiest is Tywin Lannister of the Westeros, and the most adept at amassing riches are the Baratheon brothers, Stannis and Renly, Varys explains. You rank but a few places down the list and aspire to be Master of Coin, yet your overt capabilities barely qualify. Tywin has just lost his daughter and grandchildren. Stannis is bound for the Eastern Continent for several years, and Renly is presently overwhelmed with his own affairs. As for myself, with a slight maneuvering, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, Peter asserts. For instance, if the Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys, were to cast a vote for me in the small council. Varys realizes that Peter undoubtedly possesses other strategies. The small council consists of 8 votes, plus the king's, totaling 9, his single vote holds little weight. No need to fret. All that is required is your support. After Peter spoke, he raised his glass to Varys. Varys remarked, there are other affluent candidates besides yourself. Peter replied, as the Master of Coin, it is not merely a matter of who possesses the most wealth, but rather who can generate prosperity for all. Varys pondered for a moment before lifting his glass to clink with Peter's. Chapter 48, continuing northward originally, Neamelia, Tarny, and the Onion Knight Davos, along with his sons, intended to visit the wall. However, the 2 ladies fell ill and had to remain in Winterfell to recuperate, leaving only Wit and the Davos family to journey north. As one traverses the continent of Westeros, the climate grows increasingly frigid. By the time they neared the wall, the landscape had transformed into a vast expanse of white. Upon their arrival at Black Castle, following the King's Road, night had already descended. The 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, received them and arranged accommodations for Davos and his companions, while he engaged in conversation with Wit in the meeting room. The visit to this military stronghold of the Night's Watch was not without its costs. Visitors here were typically either members of the Watch or those delivering supplies. And there was no formal entrance fee. They both shared a hearty laugh. Wit contributed a donation of supplies on behalf of Davos and his group. Yet as Wit had come at the behest of King Robert, the Night's Watch dared not request anything from him. Jeor Mormont, with hair and beard now entirely white, held Wit in high regard. He had experienced the joy of fatherhood later in life. His son, Jeor Mormont, had thrived under Wit's care and was prospering. Now a grandfather, he had officially entrusted the family Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, to Jorah the previous year. Are you not cold? Jeor Mormont inquired. Not at all. Do you not see the 3 fireballs behind me? Wit replied, still clad in a golden robe. The 3 fireballs had been ignited since leaving Winterfell, providing warmth and accelerating the flow of his magical energy. With these 2 effects combined, Wit could manage with merely an overcoat and an inner lining. Although it did not achieve the same effect as the Red Woman's methods, which required additional fire for warmth. The Red Woman, exposing much of her chest, could traverse the area beyond the wall. Her lineage, associated with the Lord of Light, wielded certain unique fire magic techniques. Previously, the Red Priestess, Melisandre, had proven somewhat inept, lacking the profound sorcery possessed by the Red God's clergy, knowing only a handful of spells, which paled in comparison to Wit's practical abilities, mostly gleaned from religious teachings. In the survival mode of the Elder Scrolls game system, a fully leveled character would still lose stamina and health in cold weather. The destruction-based fire magic, known as the Flame Cloak, could envelop the body in flames for warmth, yet its magical cost was prohibitively high, rendering it impractical for everyday tasks outside of combat. Since arriving in the north, Wade had been diligently researching methods to resist the cold. At dawn tomorrow, I shall depart the wall. How many men shall I require for protection? He asked. None. I can manage alone, and there is no need to open the gate. I will leap down from the wall, Wade declared. Jeor Mormont was taken aback and did not press Wade further regarding his intentions. For matters concerning sorcery were beyond his comprehension. This year, the number of Night's Watch members arriving from various regions has increased by several dozen compared to last year. Why does it seem that the numbers grow annually? Wade chuckled softly. As prosperity gradually spreads across the lands, so too do thieves and bandits. Last year, I personally delivered over 20. However, Jeor Mormont appeared to be addressing a different concern. While there were indeed more men, the supplies sent from the kingdom still adhered to the quotas established a decade prior. The brothers were receiving less sustenance, necessitating expeditions beyond the wall to hunt. Recently, there had even been conflicts with wildlings over game. Wait, do the Night's Watch suffer any losses? Jeor Mormont, no lives were lost, but several brothers sustained injuries. And we are short on supplies. Wait, upon my return, I shall inform the king to adjust the Night's Watch's allocation of resources. As a traveler familiar with the television series, it is imperative to meet the reasonable needs of the Night's Watch. And we must also find a way to bolster the manpower at other posts along the wall. Perhaps we can persuade Robert to apprehend more criminals. Unless they are exceptionally heinous, we should endeavor to minimize executions. On behalf of all the brothers of the Night's Watch, I thank you, ha ha. Jeor Mormont chuckled heartily, his beard quivering with mirth. Wade had not encountered Maester Aemon, likely due to his advanced age. He seldom ventured out at night unless there were pressing matters. Kindly convey my regards to Maester Aemon. I shall seek him out upon my return from the north. Jeor Mormont nodded in acknowledgement. The following morning, the Davos family beheld the daunting wall, constructed entirely of ice, soaring over 200 meters in height, an impressive feat in a world devoid of towering edifices. With its formidable length of 500 kilometers, it was undeniably magnificent. Having grown accustomed to the skyscrapers and hydroelectric dams of the modern age, Wade regarded it as merely adequate. Ascending to the top of the wall via a winch lift, the Davos family leaned against the battlements, gazing across the boundless, frigid expanse to the north. They marveled at the grandeur of the wall, while the Night's Watchmen expressed astonishment at Wade's single garment, contrasting sharply with their own heavy winter attire. Wade, draped in a golden robe, appeared distinctly out of place, carrying a cloth satchel filled with provisions and a book. Wade addressed Davos. I shall be away for a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks. You and your sons may explore freely for the next fortnight. After that, return to Castle Black and await my return. I have already covered the visiting fees, thank you, my lord, Davos replied. His sons echoed their gratitude. Recognizing that traveling alongside Wade posed no dangers, they were well-fed, well-clothed, and comfortable, truly a journey unlike their usual time spent with Stannis. I shall remain at Castle Black. The supplies sent by the king and Lady Melisandre will soon arrive, and I must oversee their reception as you wish. You spend your days managing affairs, and it is essential to find time for relaxation. Upon hearing this, Jeor Mormont inquired, more supplies? Wade responded, my wife was originally to visit the wall, but being from Dorne, she fell ill due to the harsh northern weather and could not come. In addition to the king's provisions, we have received clothing, meat, and weapons for Castle Black. It is customary to send supplies to the Night's Watch, although my official position precludes me from doing so directly. Thus, they are sent in my wife's name. Robert has entirely forgotten about this tradition, and I have contributed my own funds to assist him. Please convey my thanks to the brothers of the Night's Watch. And I ask that you extend my gratitude to the king. Jeor Mormont patted Wade on the shoulder. Wade nodded to Jeor Mormont. I shall take my leave now, with 2 strides. He leapt beyond the wall, invoking wind magic to glide effortlessly across the distant snowfields. The Night's Watchman, crouched upon the great wall, beheld the golden figure of Vita soaring through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In contrast, the Dave's family remained remarkably composed, regarding the rustic folk with disdainful glances. As Vita trudged through the snow, he lamented his decision to forego a steed from Jeor Mormont in an effort to impress. Had it not been for his extraordinary stamina, he likely would have succumbed to starvation before reaching the Green Prophet. Ahead, a solitary raven guided his path, while the beasts of the wild were driven away by the Green Prophet's influence, leaving him to traverse deeper into the snow, which now nearly reached his thighs. Vitor had embarked on this journey solely to seek out the Green Prophet, a figure akin to a sorcerer in this realm, possessing the ability to peer into the past and future of individuals and to command animals through the power of shapeshifting. However, the Green Prophet, now too frail to walk, relied on his magical prowess to direct creatures from afar. Despite some prior misunderstandings, the Green Prophet, having observed Vitor through his means, deemed him no threat. Thus, a raven was dispatched to convey a message to Vitor. Likewise, Vitor sensed no hostility from the Green Prophet, recognizing that there was no reason for conflict between them. And thus they began to forge a connection. Initially, Vitor contemplated summoning the skeletal steed, Awakens, through necromantic magic. This horse, a mere skeleton with deep purple bones and flickering purple soul fire emanating from its head and tail, appeared far more sinister than a mere resurrected corpse. He also considered conjuring skeletal minions, mist wraiths, and wrathful spirits, forming a formidable army of purple undead. However, the raven, observing his intent, might alert the Green Prophet to intervene against Vitor instead of the Night King. A crucial concern loomed. Awakens emerged from the Soulstone Barrow, a realm unto itself. Steeped in the essence of death, summoning Awakens could potentially bridge this realm with the world of Game of Thrones, where ancient demonic beings lurk. Yet, there lay a possibility of no adverse consequences, which led Vitor to refrain from casting such spells. In a moment of daring, violet magic flickered before Vitor, and a magical circle, imbued with an eerie aura of death, manifested upon the snowy ground. From within, the purple skeletal horse emerged slowly. Observing this apparition, the raven plummeted from the sky, and the Green Prophet severed his connection to glimpse the future. Mounting the skeletal horse, Vitor attuned himself to the surrounding magical fluctuations and detected no signs of malevolent deities intruding. With Awakens bearing him forth, Vitor's speed increased significantly, and the raven followed in pursuit. As they ventured further north, the storm intensified, and Vitor suddenly sensed a magical disturbance emanating from the foot of a nearby mountain. Addressing the raven perched upon a branch, he commanded, "Remain here and do not move." He approached the source of the magical fluctuation on Awakens, confirming that this was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. It was unlike the magic of humankind. Was it a manifestation of the others, or perhaps a magical beast? The nature of this magical disturbance was peculiar, compelling him to investigate further. A sincere appreciation is extended to all readers for their unwavering support. To elaborate on the setting, the protagonist, Renly Baratheon, has only watched the television series of Game of Thrones and has not read the A Song of Ice and Fire books, leaving him unaware of many events. As the narrative unfolds, it is established in the initial chapters that the two worlds have merged, predominantly leaning towards the realm of Game of Thrones. The game mechanics and framework have been deliberately streamlined to accommodate a diverse readership. Some are familiar with the series but not the games. Others have played the games without watching the series, and some have had no exposure to either. I strive to maintain a delicate balance. Additionally, many readers are puzzled as to why the protagonist is the fourth son. In truth, prior to writing the book, extensive planning was conducted. The journey began with rolling dice to select the Baratheon family, and various scenarios were considered, such as the protagonist instantly ascending to kingship as Robert, Stannis making a triumphant comeback, or Gendry reaching the pinnacle of power as Duke. Ultimately, it was the fourth son who was chosen. And the rationale behind this decision will gradually unfold with the progression of the plot. Chapter 49. The otherworldly being confronted with the unknown. Wit remained exceedingly cautious. For there were many valiant souls who had met their downfall in the treacherous depths of the gutters. Mounted upon a skeletal steed, Awakens, and wielding an ice-forged sword, he braced himself for imminent battle. The howling winds and swirling snow obscured his vision, compelling Wit to rely on the fluctuations of magical energy to discern his direction. Suddenly, a humanoid figure arose from the snow-laden ground, clad in armor wrought from solid ice, with most of its pallid skin exposed to the biting storm. In its hand, it brandished a crystalline spear, aimed directly at Wit, an otherworldly being. This entity belonged to a sentient race classified by Wit as undead. Its skin was withered and gaunt, its complexion ghostly pale, and its blue eyes shimmered with a faint arcane light reminiscent of azure stars. Possessing the ability to resurrect corpses for battle, these reanimated beings, referred to by the Night Watch as corpse wives, were preserved from decay through the influence of magic, their eyes emitting the same eerie blue glow as the otherworldly beings themselves. Being undead, they thrived in the frigid climes, adept in the use of ice magic. However, their apparent strength was countered by a notable vulnerability to fire and a certain sluggishness in their movements, particularly when compared to formidable human warriors. Clad in armor and wielding weapons of solid ice, their strikes could shatter metal with ease. The resurrected corpse wights exhibited remarkable agility, though they paled in comparison to humans. Nonetheless, they charged fearlessly into battle, undaunted by injury, crawling towards their foes even if limbs were broken. The otherworldly beings were incapable of direct reproduction, relying instead on human sacrifices of infants to transform them into their kind. In the northern wilderness, certain tribes venerating these beings would periodically offer infants in tribute. The leader of the otherworldly beings was known as the Night King, shrouded in various tales and legends, a figure steeped in mystery. This particular otherworldly being had been dispatched on the Night King's orders to seek out corpses for resurrection, fortuitously accompanied by a cadre of corpse wights traversing the area. From a distance, it discerned a figure astride a violet skeletal steed, accompanied by 3 magical fireballs. Realizing something was amiss, it severed the magical link to the corpse wights and concealed itself within the snow, leaving the wights to collapse lifelessly to the ground, devoid of magical control. Indeed, an otherworldly being. Wit marveled, for this was his first encounter with such a creature. Through his magical perception, he noted that this being was significantly weaker than Blue. Possessing only half of his might and limited to summoning and destruction talents, an intriguing subject for further study. Death, Wit mused, should be honored in repose beneath the earth. The living naturally harbor a primal fear of the dead. The notion of the deceased rising again was an affront to the living. Wit resolved to gauge the strength of this otherworldly being and approached it boldly on horseback. The creature emitted a guttural roar, warning Wit of its presence. Observing that Wit too bore ice-forged weapons and approached with intent, it recognized the inevitability of conflict and swiftly invoked its magic, awakening the nearby corpse wights. Wit watched as the dormant wights began to rise from their snowy concealment. It appeared that without the magical enhancement of the otherworldly being, he too was unable to detect the hidden corpses through magical means. They lay merely as ordinary lifeless bodies beneath the snow. Yet, if he could visually identify the corpses, he could employ his summoning magic to resurrect them and vie for control over their reanimation. As the undead rose, the snow beneath them shifted slightly. A blue glow of summoning magic emanated from Vitor's hands, and one of the corpses had fallen under his control. Once the wights transformed all the surrounding bodies into undead, it became evident that this particular corpse was also beset by another magical intrusion, unmistakably manipulated by Vitor. The wight emitted a chilling roar. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, Vitor heard the cry, then let the battle commence. He unleashed a dispel of the undead upon the corpse. This was his first encounter with such a creature, making it an experimental trial. Upon being struck by the magic, the corpse broke free from the wight's control and began to flee in the opposite direction. The wight surveyed its own form, sensing something amiss. Vitor cast the dispel again, but the wight's magical prowess surpassed that of the corpse, compelling it to remain as its internal magic spiraled into chaos, causing several corpses to lose control and collapse back into lifelessness. Unable to contain itself any longer, the wight hurled an ice spear at Vitor. The spear was formidable, capable of piercing through an ordinary human, armor and all. Yet, Vitor was no ordinary man. He merely sidestepped slightly and grasped the incoming spear for examination. The spear was crafted from a form of destructive ice magic, colder than his own. A specialized creation of the wights, imbued with summoning magic. Should it pierce him, he would rise again as a corpse, a lesson learned. Realizing that his attack had been futile, the wight began to howl once more. Vitor's grip caused the ice spear to shatter into shards that fell into the snow, prompting the corpses to swarm around him. With at least 20 undead assailing him, Vitor resolved to test their combat abilities. He mounted his steed, brandishing his ice sword, and engaged in battle. The majority of the corpses were mangled, with only sinews connecting their remains. Their strength was inferior to that of an ordinary human. However, they harbored no fear of death or dismemberment, capable of movement even with a single arm. For Vitor, dispatching these corpses was akin to mowing grass. His ice sword swung relentlessly, severing limbs and torsos, and within a short span, the undead were vanquished. Recognizing the futility of escape, the wight summoned another ice sword. By this time, Vitor had closed the distance. He dismounted and exchanged blows with the wight, discovering its strength to be comparable to that of a human. With a decisive strike, he sent the wight's sword flying. Dismounting, he executed a low, sweeping cut, severing the wight's legs at the thighs, where no blood flowed from the wound. The upper half of the wight's body crumpled to the ground, still roaring in defiance. Vitor, with 2 precise strikes, severed its arms, reducing it to a mere specter. He employed magic to seize the wight by the throat, lifting it into the air, and maneuvered it closer while gripping its nape, directing his path toward the raven. Vita had a fondness for this magic of levitation and retrieval, having previously utilized it against Jaime in King's Landing, which he referred to as the magical chokehold. He dared not connect with the Green Prophet in his unique manner, for that would allow the White to trace him back. Thus, he resorted to using the raven for visual connection. Although he could see through the storm, the White concealed beneath the dense snow remained elusive. Through the eyes of the raven, the Green Prophet witnessed the entirety of Vid's battle, a performance executed with precision and efficiency. Yet, much like the Whites, he employed ice-based and summoning magic, leaving her with profound questions. Vid approached the tree where the raven perched, discarding the White onto the snowy ground. He unleashed a barrage of spells upon the creature, which could neither move nor escape, its limbs rendered useless. It could only strike its head against the earth in desperation. Once Vid concluded his experimentation, he severed the White head with a single stroke of his sword. However, the decapitated head continued to scream. For ice magic merely inflicted physical harm. The essence of such undead beings proved to be exceptional, impervious to soul extraction spells. To annihilate them entirely, one must rely on fire magic and dragon crystals. Additionally, lightning could also vanquish such magical entities. They possessed unique summoning techniques, enabling them to command numerous corpses simultaneously, while Vid could only dominate one at a time. After meticulously concluding his analysis, a bolt of lightning surged from Vid's hand, striking the head, which shattered into icy fragments, gradually melting away. Let us proceed, Raven, and continue our journey. Chapter 50. The Corpse Demon. After traversing the Frostblood-Tooth mountain range, Vid finally emerged from a valley. The snowstorm had ceased, revealing a vast expanse of flat land ahead. He spotted a group awaiting his arrival, neatly lined up in formation. 7 Whites mounted on skeletal steeds, accompanied by thousands of corpses, crowded densely a few hundred meters away. The humanoid corpses brandished tattered weapons, their gaze fixed upon Vid, while animal corpses, bears, wolves, and sheep snarled at him, clearly prepared and poised for confrontation. It became evident to Vid that the previous roars from the Whites were not mere provocations. They served as a means of communication through arcane magic among the other Whites. This formidable assembly intended to eliminate him on this very ground. No sooner had Vid pondered this than the corpses surged forward in a charge. The crows of the Green Prophet took flight towards the mountain's peak, while Vid remained motionless. The foremost figures were indeed Whites, yet none bore distinctive features. The surrounding mountains revealed no sign of the Night King, who was either absent or concealed within the snow. The Night King was, in truth, not present. He possessed the unique ability of his kind to connect with Whites across the north. The day prior, a White searching for corpses encountered a battle and called upon the Night King, who, through the White's vision, discerned a human riding a purple skeletal steed, wielding ice magic and the power to resurrect the dead, along with an array of bizarre spells. He commanded his subordinates to set an ambush here, aiming to capture Vid for research, and if capture proved unfeasible, to eliminate him nonetheless. Currently, the Night King observed Vid through the eyes of one of his Whites. The Whites upon their skeletal steeds remained still, issuing commands for the corpses to advance. The animal-shaped corpses sprinted ahead with remarkable speed. Vid, from his position, conjured 3 fireballs that expanded and launched forth, obliterating the 3 nearest wolf-like corpses. The terrain of the flatland posed significant disadvantages. The enemy possessed animal-shaped corpses with seemingly unlimited stamina. If they were not eradicated, his escape on horseback would be futile. As they drew near, he would be besieged, and retreating into the valley would only present him with a singular direction of attack. Vid recalled that corpses were undead beings, capable of climbing mountains and leaping down to continue their assault, thereby subjecting him to encirclement once more. Utilizing the canyon's geography could provide an advantage when the corpses congregated. He could unleash a dragon's roar to annihilate a considerable number. However, the sheer volume of corpses was overwhelming, and he remained uncertain of any reinforcements. The dragon's roar would deplete a significant amount of magical energy, and if reinforcements were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be drained of power. Thus, he resolved to eliminate these few Whites. Vid summoned an ice spear, activating the lightning cloak spell, which enveloped his body and spear in crackling electricity. Focusing all the lightning magic into the spear, he aimed at one of the mounted Whites and adjusted his stance, with a strength nearly 8-fold that of an ordinary human. He hurled the ice spear, now imbued with lightning. The White, caught unawares, was struck before it could react. The force of the spear propelled the White from its steed. While the ice magic inflicted minimal damage, the lightning continued to scorch its form, even threatening to disrupt the very magic within. The white emitted a piercing shriek as it soared through the air, and before it could touch the ground, it shattered into fragments of ice, meeting its ultimate demise. As the advancing undead staggered, 1/7 of them collapsed, trampled into fragments by their comrades charging from behind. The method of employing the composite magic learned from the otherworldly beings indeed proved effective. After slaying one of the otherworldly creatures, the undead connected to its magical essence temporarily lost control, awaiting the arrival of other entities to reclaim the body. Witnessing this, Vit summoned an icy spear once more, preparing to hurl it forth, only to find the remaining 6 otherworldly beings had already taken refuge behind the rocks. Their instinct to hide posed a significant challenge. Emulating the otherworldly beings, Vit encased himself in a rudimentary armor of ice, shielding his arms, torso, chest, groin, thighs, calves, and feet. He cast the spear, then conjured a colossal sword of ice, activating his lightning cloak as he charged headlong into the throng of undead, targeting the concealed entities. The electrified spear pierced through a bear-like undead, subsequently impaling 20 more that followed, their forms shattered by the spear's kinetic force. The unleashed lightning ignited nearby undead, who fell before they could escape. Creating a small clearing with the spear, Vit galloped towards the breach, launching an explosive fireball to clear a further path before the undead could encircle him. The undead, mere puppets devoid of emotion, surged towards Vit relentlessly, oblivious to their fallen companions. His skeletal steed, Awakens, was fearless of death, yet severe injuries would send it back to its original realm. Thus, Vit pressed forth into the throng, wielding his sword to dispatch the undead while intermittently unleashing fireballs to forge a route ahead. Suddenly, 3 icy spears hurtled towards him. Vit hastily raised his dart, but one spear struck him squarely in the chest, breaching his icy armor and leaving a gaping wound that oozed blood. He was thrown from his mount, crashing to the ground. The undead encircled him, weapons drawn, yet refrained from attacking the skeletal horse. Some undead still retained a semblance of flesh in their throats, emitting a tearing sound. Rising swiftly, Vit swung his colossal sword in sweeping arcs. The frail bodies of the undead succumbed easily, often cleaved in half by a single strike. With successive sweeps, shattered bones flew, and the surrounding area momentarily cleared. However, the energy of his lightning magic was depleted, and the arcane currents no longer danced upon the icy blade. Seizing the moment before the undead could close in, he cast a healing spell to staunch his bleeding wounds. With renewed vigor, he continued to cleave through the undead horde, lacking the enhancement of lightning magic. Some half-bodied undead still crawled towards him, brandishing weapons to strike at his legs. Though his icy armor could withstand the onslaught of the otherworldly beings, it proved resilient enough against the common undead, whose feeble attempts only succeeded in chipping away pieces of ice. Yet, their overwhelming numbers and the passage of time began to wear down his defenses. As several otherworldly beings observed Vit's injury and ensuing siege, they raised their icy spears in what seemed to be a mock celebration. Suddenly, another electrified icy spear surged from the mass of undead, striking down one of the overconfident otherworldly beings. Only 5 remained. This is not merely a game of mowing down zombies. Those whites possess intellect comparable to that of a human, and both their stamina and magical energy are finite. If they are not swiftly vanquished, the reinforcements from the whites will indeed seal our fate today. Vit resolved to expend all his magical energy, seizing the moment amidst the fallen corpses. He charged towards the whites with fervor, inhaling deeply as he ran. Fast, roll down. A wave of magical energy erupted from Vit's mouth, capable of toppling even city walls. The corpses, devoid of hearing and subject only to the commands of the whites, continued their relentless advance, undeterred by the dragon shout that reverberated through the air. The nearest corpse was instantly reduced to mere fragments, propelled forward by the force of the wave. Avak! The skeletal steed approached, and Vit mounted it once more, following the surge of the dragon shout as he galloped ahead. The corpses in his path were crushed and shattered, swept along with the momentum. In this open expanse, where no solid objects impeded the force, the wave traveled nearly 100 meters before dissipating, carving a wide path through the throng of dark, looming corpses, leaving a substantial mound of remnants at its terminus, towering several men high. The whites emitted furious howls, yet Vit had already reached their forefront. The 5 whites could no longer hide behind the stones, forced to confront him head-on. It was imperative to eliminate these whites before the corpses surged forward, for the exertion in this frigid wilderness was considerable. The remaining 5 whites donned ice-forged armor similar to Vit's, wielding ice-encrusted longswords as they charged towards him on horseback. However, Vit had no intention of engaging in a duel of swords. He raised a magical shield with his left hand and unleashed an explosive fireball with his right. instantly obliterating one of the whites. The drawback of fire spells lay in their inaccuracy, but at this close range, the most effective means of combating the whites was indeed through fire. Chapter 51. The Exchange of Interests. Vit, having never learned the art of horseback combat due to his aversion to the scent of manure, had seldom ridden throughout his life, save for the necessity of travel. Now, confronted by several mounted foes, adept in swordsmanship, he found himself ill-prepared for battle. Nevertheless, his vitality, endurance, and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary man. He wielded his shield to deflect the incoming ice blades, while unleashing flames upon the enemies with his fire tongue spell. Although the flames lacked the explosive force of a fireball capable of instantly vanquishing the whites, their persistent burn inflicted considerable damage upon them. As the flames continued to blaze, the whites retaliated with skillful strikes. Their mastery of swordplay enabled them to withstand the fiery onslaught as they circled around Vit. His magical shield could protect only one side at a time, and Vit's ice armor began to shatter under their assault, leaving him with several wounds. At last, one white succumbed to the searing flames, disintegrating into shards of ice, soon followed by a second. With the pressure of the assault alleviated, the remaining two adversaries became manageable. Vit charged forward on his steed, creating distance before unleashing a fireball that obliterated one of them. The ghouls had already approached, yet after the demise of 4 whites, most were rendered uncontrollable, collapsing along the way. Only a few managed to reach Vit, who shattered them effortlessly with a sweep of his magical shield. As a white lunged towards him, Vit parried with his shield, freeing a leg to execute a powerful sidekick that struck the white's waist. The impact shattered both his ice armor and the white's own protection, sending the foe flying 7 or 8 meters, where he landed and rolled several times. Vit's force was so great that he nearly toppled from his mount. It was over. The sound of the flames exploding echoed once more. With the last white reduced to shards of ice, the surrounding ghouls lay defeated, transformed into lifeless bodies. Vit's magical energy was nearly depleted. He needed to ignite the 3 fireballs behind him, for warmth 2 would suffice to gradually restore his power. Should reinforcements of whites arrive, he would surely be exhausted here. In this encounter, both parties were unaware of each other's true capabilities. Vit had emerged victorious. For a time, as the number of ghouls dwindled, they would likely refrain from seeking him out again. However, he anticipated that their next encounter would involve a far greater number, and the whites would devise alternative methods to eliminate him. It was imperative that he departed swiftly. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the clusters of corpses strewn about. With no other whites in sight, only Vit remained, mounted upon a skeletal steed, clad in ice armor, wielding an ice sword. After hastening for half a day, guided by the raven, he finally arrived at the entrance of a hidden cave. Before he could approach, he sensed a potent concentration of magical energy emanating from within. At the mouth of the cave stood a little girl with dusky skin, adorned in garments woven from leaves. Her large eyes and ears, along with a disheveled crown of twigs, lent her a peculiar charm, her visage undeniably attractive. Notably, her kind possessed lifespans several times greater than that of humans. "Are you Leaf?" Vit wondered, recognizing her as one of the forest children, the original sentient beings of this land. During a prior agreement with the Green Prophet, Leaf had been mentioned. She had traversed the human world for 2 centuries, fluent in the common tongue and literate. The correspondence exchanged between the two had been penned by her hand. The young girl spoke into the cave, but Vit could not comprehend her words. Nian. Another forest child with emerald green eyes emerged from the darkness. "You are mistaken. I am the Leaf." Vit awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that the depiction from the television series did not align with the reality of the character. Having lived in Westeros for over a decade, many memories had begun to blur. "Come in, extinguish the flames of your magic," Leaf urged as she entered the cave. Vit had ignited only a single fireball, as the previous battle had depleted his magical energy, rendering him unable to conjure more than 1 for warmth. Upon entering the cave, he immediately felt a magical barrier, prompting him to involuntarily study the flow of magic within it. This presented a different method of utilizing magic, entirely distinct from his own, and worthy of emulation. "Stop sensing. I will explain everything shortly," Leaf prompted him. The cave walls were adorned with numerous vine branches, and the passage twisted and turned until it led to a cavernous hall, where an intricate tangle of roots intertwined. In the center sat an elderly man with white hair, his body merging with the roots. Vit cast a light spell. At last, "We meet, Green Prophet. This journey has not been easy. I too wished to see you, Vit. I have learned of your resurrection and summoning magic through others in the future. Evil and righteousness depend solely on who wields them, the Green Prophet spoke. His voice aged and raspy, his words measured. Wit conjured a chair of ice and sat, simultaneously sensing the magic flowing through the Green Prophet's body. Conversing with you is quite convenient. I have expected an explanation. Today, we shall discuss our transaction not as the Targaryens and Baratheons, but as two powerful sorcerers of Westeros. I am curious about the slow flow of magic within you, which is imbued with a vitality, contrasted sharply by the decaying state of Brindan River's body. What exactly are you, Brindan Rivers or the Green Prophet? The knowledge of my lineage converges within me. Thus, I am both Brindan Rivers and the Green Prophet. Among 1,000 souls, only one can become a shapeshifter. Among 1,000 shapeshifters, only one can ascend to the status of Green Prophet. Shapeshifters can commune with animals. Akin to druids found in other fantastical realms, a form of magic absent from the Elder Scrolls V system, yet bearing similarities to transformation magic. Dragonkind possesses a semblance of knowledge inheritance, yet none can achieve the complete transmission of the Green Prophet. He has wholly embraced the memories of all previous Green Prophets, merging the memories of several individuals into one. Brindan Rivers has become so intertwined with these memories that he has lost clarity about his own identity. Thus his personality has undoubtedly transformed. I have come to understand the nature of his inheritance. Now let us discuss the Night King. Am I capable of defeating him? Some of my spells are quite effective against such undead beings. Wit contemplated this looming threat, pondering whether he might have the opportunity to eliminate the Night King before his army of the dead could fully form. This entity resurrects the deceased for battle. And though they may merely be skeletons and shattered remains, the longer this persists, the greater the number of the undead legion. The Night King and you remain beyond my grasp. Where might you seek him? Moreover, he does not engage in combat with you yet has the capacity to exhaust you amidst this frigid expanse. Green now inquires. The Night King, an immortal being, requires no breath and fears not the biting cold. He can linger at the ocean's depths or burrow into the earth, making him nearly impossible to locate in this vast, snowy northern land. Vitor stroked his chin in contemplation. Regarding your attempts at divination, it appears that both my and the Night King's magical prowess, along with our mastery of sorcery, surpasses yours, rendering your efforts futile. You are unique. When one attempts to probe your essence, they are met with the gaze of a dragon. The Prophet Green spoke with an expressionless demeanor, devoid of emotion. Vitor, akin to the Prophet Green, considered himself a peculiar type of sorcerer, a Dragonborn, possessing the spirits of 7 dragons within him, making it no surprise that he drew attention. In truth, the Prophet Green is capable of discerning the Night King's whereabouts but cannot perceive his past or future. Furthermore, should he attempt to pry into the Night King's essence, he risks being discovered in return, and for Vitor, nothing would be revealed. The Prophet Green hesitated to wager that Vitor could undoubtedly conquer the Night King at this moment. Their faction has never engaged in actions devoid of foresight. Let us return to the matter of our agreement. Previously, communication through your raven proved rather inconvenient. To begin with, I shall not interfere with the lineage of your prophets. While the responsibility of Georgian leader shall fall to me, this transaction is acceptable, is it not? The Prophet Green met Vitor's gaze. Because of you, their fates have already shifted, and even Bran's future undergoes transformations with the passage of time. Chapter 52. Fishly on moose seed porridge. Vit sat with his legs crossed on an ice chair, surrounded by several forest children, some standing and others perched on tree roots, listening intently to the conversation between two individuals. Georgian leader, still in his youth, was currently studying at a magic academy. By the time you require his assistance, he shall have matured and mastered the art of magic. Inform me or Lonely through the crow, and we shall lend him to you to aid in the completion of the Green Prophet's legacy, provided you ensure the safe return of Georgian leader. What do you perceive regarding Bran's future now? The Green Prophet's eyes glazed over in silence as he delved into the altered future once more. A daring forest child approached Vit, gently touching the hem of his garment. Vit smiled and affectionately patted the branch atop her head. The overwhelming aura of magic surrounding Vit piqued the curiosity of the forest children. Here, only the leaves spoke the common tongue, while the other forest children could only communicate through her and Vit. Observing that Vit bore no ire, the other forest children gathered around him to explore and touch. The Green Prophet opened his eyes, proclaiming, "Let it be so." The situation was evidently favorable. At that moment, a leaf presented a bowl of porridge to Vit. Fishly on moose seed porridge. Consuming it may awaken your magical talent. We wish to discover what your aptitude entails. Or perhaps you have already awakened your gift and it shall serve merely to satiate your hunger. In the original tale, Bran Stark consumed this porridge and transitioned from a shapeshifter to a green prophet. Given that these enhancements stemmed from a broken system, one could argue he was merely an ordinary individual from another realm. What could consuming something from this world awaken? A scholar's talent or the ability to see far and hear distant sounds. Vit hesitated, glancing at the green prophet. Is this fellow plotting against me? Do not look at me. This is the desire of the forest children, the green prophet replied, his anticipation palpable as he awaited Vit's decision. A group of forest children, resembling human girls, observed with expressions of innocent curiosity. If it were toxic, he could always expel it, after all. It was just a bowl of porridge. Resolute, Vit took several hearty bites, finding the flavor quite agreeable. Within moments, he felt the flow of magic within him accelerate. An unprecedented energy surging from his stomach to his mind, accompanied by an influx of knowledge from the broken system flooding his consciousness. Rising to his feet, Vit exclaimed 3 words, Miu Quadai Ivy. His voice, though not loud, resonated with penetrating clarity, echoing throughout the cavern, traversing stone walls and meandering tunnels. Even reaching the ears of the forest children outside, who turned their gazes toward the cave's entrance. As the final word left his lips, a triad of luminous auras white, blue, and yellow erupted from his mouth, scattering outward before coalescing back around him. The tricolor auras danced around Vit, enveloping his form in a protective membrane, particularly around his upper body. Shoulders, torso, and arms, where the light had taken on a nearly armored shape, complete with protruding spikes. A simple helmet formed upon his head, adorned with 2 curved dragon horns that arched upward. Vit marveled at the spectacle, raising his hands, stretching his legs, and touching the crown of his head. Exhilarated by the transformation, the Dragon Soul Awakening, a draconic magic created by the original Dragonborn, Myrick, is one of the quintessential magical talents of the Dragonborn character following the completion of the main storyline. Its purpose is to significantly enhance defense, attack power, and reduce the magical consumption of other shouts. In this world, shouts do not incur a cooldown period but do expend magical energy. And one of the attributes of Dragon Soul Awakening corresponds to the reduction of magical consumption for shouts. Assimilating with the broken system, it can be considered one of the character's hidden talents, albeit with simplified lore. Upon examining the attributes panel of the Dragonborn within the broken system, it becomes evident that there is no consumption of dragon souls, with 4 remaining. Consuming this concoction essentially grants one a fully realized shout and associated draconic knowledge at no cost, a remarkable gain. The children of the forest, witnessing Viter's current state, instinctively recoiled in fear. The Green Prophet remarked, "You now stand here like a colossal dragon, instilling dread within them." Drawing upon the knowledge acquired from his recent awakening, Viter deactivated the Dragon Soul Awakening, swiftly retracting the tricolored aura surrounding him. "I am deeply grateful, Leaf. This time, I have brought you a gift." Viter retrieved a book from his pack and presented it to Leaf. Only the Green Prophet and Leaf could read. Yet the Green Prophet was immobilized and could only pass it to Leaf. In truth, the act of gifting held little significance for the Green Prophet. With his abilities, he could glean such knowledge from the futures of others at any time. The book was intended for the children of the forest. Leaf accepted the book, exclaiming, "The essence of magic, from novice to master. This is my written work on magic. We are merely traversing different paths in our exploration of magical energy. I hope my insights prove beneficial to you." Viter cautioned the Green Prophet, "Ensure this book does not fall into the hands of the Night King." As Leaf opened the book and scanned the initial pages, her joy knew no bounds. This was the systematic magical knowledge they so desperately lacked. Previously, the children of the forest and the Green Prophet had not delved into the essence of magic, relying solely on oral tradition. The Green Prophet had already perused the contents of the book in his future visions. "Leaf, please retrieve my sword and present it to Viter." Nodding, Leaf clutched the book and dashed deeper into the cave. Shortly thereafter, she returned, holding a sword which she handed to Viter. The blade, forged from Valyrian steel, featured a slender, dark gray blade with a golden, wave-patterned guard embedded with a ruby, and the hilt was adorned with a metal flame at its end. "Is this the Dark Sister?" Viter inquired, accepting the sword. Upon employing his enchanting and forging skills to examine it, he confirmed it to be the finest sword he had encountered thus far. He had previously considered whether the Green Prophet would provide it or not. And while it was conceivable for him to forge his own Valyrian steel sword with the skills he had acquired, he had grown accustomed to crafting weapons from ice, rendering this Valyrian steel weapon less remarkable in his eyes, though still preferable to having none. "My life approaches its conclusion, and the next Green Prophet shall have no use for it. For the children of the forest, this sword is excessively long. They are accustomed to using dragon crystal daggers. Regardless of the weapon's quality, it must be usable for the Green Prophet. Following the destiny of this sword, there exists a void in your grasp that eludes my sight. Yet I foresee it gleaming brilliantly in the hands of others in due course. I am grateful. Surely, no one shall wrest it from my possession, for it is destined to be bestowed upon another in the future. Vitor refrained from further inquiries, for the Green Prophet always speaks in enigmas. As I brandished the sword, I found its length suitable for a one-handed grip, though it proved excessively slender and light, rendering it somewhat unwieldy. It appears that I shall part with it once I acquire a superior weapon. However, it must accompany me to the eastern continent, as I currently lack a weapon capable of withstanding magic. Vitor straightened his posture, regarding our final transaction. Blue Lie and I shall formally acknowledge at the Royal Council that your Green Prophet lineage operates independently from the kingdom's magical management system, and shall grant the Green Prophet rights of passage within the realm. Nevertheless, we must unite to expunge the Red Gods of the Eastern Continent from Westeros. The shapeshifters and the children of the forest, however, shall be formally integrated into the kingdom's magical governance, allowing them the opportunity to study magic at the Mage Academy, with the choice to attend being theirs alone. As for the old gods and the seven of the kingdom, they may worship as they please, for that is their liberty. The Mage Academy shall remain uninvolved in such matters. Yezi, you should accompany me to the Mage Academy this time, although the Academy is nominally part of the kingdom's system. In truth, the funding derives from Wind's Rest, with instruction provided by Vitor and Blue Lie. Henceforth, these individuals will effectively serve House Baratheon, rather than the kingdom, ensuring that the future mages do not benefit others unduly. Yezi appeared somewhat bewildered. After feeling disenchanted with the human realm, she had returned to the north. Yet the allure of the Mage Academy drew her attention towards the Green Prophet. Go forth, Yezi, your fate shall also be rewritten. The Green Prophet's encouragement signified his consent, for he understood the trajectory of magical development. Should one fail to keep pace with Vitor, the beliefs of the old gods and their associated magic would inevitably be rendered obsolete by the march of time. Yet, the Green Prophet lineage must remain unshackled by any authority. In due time, I shall summon Yezi and Julian Late to assist you in the legacy of the Green Prophet. Vitor inquired one last time, do you know where the Horn of Winter lies, capable of bringing down the wall? The Green Prophet responded in bewilderment. That is merely an ancient war horn of the giants. The claim that it can topple the wall is but a fabrication of man's radar to subjugate the free folk beyond the wall. Were it truly so, the wall would not have stood for 8 millennia, having long since crumbled. Indeed, had such an artifact existed, they would have breached the north long ago, without the need to wait so many years. Very well, let us conclude our discourse here. Vitor and Yezi prepared to depart for the Black Castle at the wall, leaving the gifted tome beside the Green Prophet. Before taking his leave, Vitor shamelessly requested a bowl of fish and tree seed porridge, which he consumed, only to emit a belch, with nothing else transpiring. Chapter 53. Scholar Iman, I have succeeded. My lord, I have succeeded. Coben exclaimed suddenly within the confines of the King's Landing School of Magic. Aery Hightower and Soros were engaged in the task of encasing books in sturdy covers in the library, while Blanley meticulously categorized each volume beside them. These were the tomes regarding magic that Blanley had transported from Windwhisper Keep, all handwritten by Vit. Coben hurriedly approached the trio, his excitement palpable. What are you shouting about? Aery gasped, nearly misaligning the pages in her hands. Despite their frequent banter, she and Coben shared a close bond. Look! I have succeeded. Coben revealed his hands, showcasing a hairless chick, its insides hollowed out. He placed the chick upon the table, and with a flicker of his magical energy, it began to scuttle across the surface. Your necromancy spell has succeeded. Blanley rose to closely inspect the chick. Wasn't it previously hampered by insufficient magical power? I'm not entirely certain, Coben admitted, his excitement undeterred. Magic has been flowing more smoothly for me these past few days, and today, during my experiment, it worked. Blanley stroked his recently grown beard, contemplating. Hearing you say that, I too have noticed a quicker recovery of magical energy since augmenting the magical array on the school's outer walls. Is that so? It seems this tailored training regimen for Coben is yielding positive results. Soros and Aery, who had been preoccupied with the mundane affairs of the school and had not practiced magic much lately, felt a spark of eagerness at Blanley's words. Coben, let us hasten to finish organizing these books. We shall take you free to the hall for some practice. If this is indeed the case, You will soon master first-level magic. With renewed vigor, they quickened their pace. Having spent nearly 2 years at the school, they had long mastered the foundational theories of first-level magic. It was merely the lack of sufficient magical power that had hindered them. Now, with opportunity at hand, their enthusiasm soared. Each new destination always felt distant, fraught with uncertainty, while the journey home seemed far swifter. Upon reaching the wall, Vit and Yezi did not engage in any antics. Following the night watchman's protocol, they signaled before entering through the main gate. The entrance was secured by 3 iron grates, which could only be opened from within. The passage was narrow and shrouded in darkness, where several night watchmen brandished torches to grant Vit entry. Their demeanor turned frantic upon spotting Yezi. As Vit and Yezi emerged from the gate's passage into the Black Fortress, they garnered the astonishment of all present night watchmen. This generation had only heard tales of the forest child, and this was their first encounter. They eagerly beckoned others to witness. With Vit present, Yezi felt no fear of harm from the night watchmen and began conversing with them. Vit sought out Jill Mormont. I wish to stay here for the night. Please arrange a separate room for Yezi, adjacent to mine. After all, you have plenty of vacant rooms. Head to the Tower of Silence. It was once a scriptorium and has remained empty for decades. You may choose whichever room you desire. And I shall have the brothers tidy it up and bring some bedding. Jamie Mormont contemplated the uniqueness of Leaf and purposefully arranged for her to be placed far from the crowd. It was only midday, and he planned to visit her later. As he now had time to seek out Maester Aemon. Vita had studied in the Citadel for 4 years before dropping out, later receiving the honorary title of Maester. His name was well known among scholars across the continent. During his studies in Ravenlore, he had established a connection with Maester Aemon through the Citadel. But the Great Wall was far too distant, with the Citadel situated at opposite ends of the Viterstar continent. Their previous correspondence had relied solely on ravens. The Black Castle was vast, yet the Night's Watch had dwindled in numbers, leaving many areas abandoned and desolate. Aemon resided in a small wooden fortress beneath the rookery where the ravens were kept. Greetings, Maester Aemon. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Vitor exclaimed. The only scholar in the Black Castle, Aemon, had a distinctive iron ring around his neck, and his hair had turned completely white, his figure somewhat stooped. Maester Vitor. It is delightful to see you. You left in such haste last time, asking the commander to relay a message for your return. Shall we proceed to the library? Despite being over 90 years old, Aemon walked slowly but spoke with vigor. Indeed, you mentioned there were books here that even the Citadel lacks. What treasures lie within? Vitor sought Aemon for the Black Castle's collection, sensing the magical aura emanating from him. Similar to Jon Snow's magical resonance, it appeared to be linked to the Targaryen bloodline. Likely connected to dragons. Aemon led the way. There are texts regarding the language of the children of the forest, as well as scrolls from the eastern continent concerning Valyria. Vitor replied, speaking of the children of the forest, there is one who has accompanied me to the Black Castle. What? A real child of the forest? Aemon, having lived for over 90 years, had always believed them to be mere legends. The revelation of a genuine child of the forest arriving at the Black Castle astonished him. Why would I deceive you? She is outside conversing with the Night's Watch. Vitor assured him. As they conversed, they entered the underground passage of the Black Castle. Winters here were exceedingly harsh, with snow accumulation reaching depths of over 10 meters, rendering the ground impassable. Thus, the castle was interconnected by underground corridors. However, it was the long summer, and the snow outside was relatively shallow. Within the depths of the Black Castle, the largest structure was the granary, followed closely by the library. Aemon retrieved a pile of books and scrolls from the library, and Vitor hurriedly exited the underground chamber to see the child of the forest. The scrolls were precious. The Valyrian scrolls, crafted from parchment, were ancient and fragile, making them difficult for Vitor to carry. He could only read them in Aemon's quarters. As for the children of the forest, he needn't peruse those texts. He could inquire directly with Leaf should any questions arise. Since he was heading to the eastern continent, Vitor scrutinized the remaining scrolls detailing Valyrian information, which included descriptions of local customs and dialects. As dinner approached, Maester Aemon returned, his face alight with excitement. Noticing Vitor still engrossed in his reading, he refrained from interrupting, instead moving aside to pour himself a drink from a wooden cup. In the northern climate, one could only use wooden cups bound with metal rings. Pure metal cups could easily cause one's lips to bleed if not handled with care. Take a look at this sword, it was gifted to me by Brindan Rivers. Who is still alive, said Vit. He handed the Dark Sister to him. Maester Aemon approached, receiving the sword and retreating to a nearby chair, where he gently caressed it in silence. Maester Aemon, originally named Aemon Targaryen, had presided over the noble council convened by the reigning king following the death of the previous monarch in the year 233. He had quietly been granted the title of King Aemon, yet having sworn an oath to remain a maester, he relinquished the throne to his brother Aegon, the grandfather of the Mad King. To avoid entanglement in the power struggles of the realm, he voluntarily retreated to the Night's Watch at the far northern Black Castle, serving as a maester since the age of 33, assisting over a dozen commanders-in-chief until the present day. His identity was not a secret, rather. Aemon had simply lived long enough that many contemporaries who knew him had perished, and the younger generation showed little interest in the lineage of a maester, leading to his gradual obscurity. After a moment, Maester Aemon returned the sword to Vit. Let the past remain in the past. Knowledge is the true weapon. And we both believe in this. You possess a remarkable sense of detachment. Is the inscription on this scroll genuine? Vit chose not to delve deeper into that topic, merely allowing Aemon to witness the long-lost family heirloom. Though both held the status of maesters, the Baratheon family had indeed obliterated the Targaryens, making further discussion rather awkward. Which one? Aemon asked as he took the scroll from Vit, noticing its detailed matters concerning the Valyrian Dragonlords. Chapter 54. The Valyrian Empire. Vitor put a chair next to the desk for Aemon to sit down. Once seated, Aemon meticulously examined the contents of the scroll. I am uncertain about this, as these scrolls were transcribed from Blackwall Castle, and the events recorded within are too ancient to verify. If you wish to see the originals, you must visit the library at Blackwall Castle, which once served as a forward outpost of the Valyrian Empire. It has never been ravaged by war since its establishment and thus retains many relics of a bygone era. However, the inhabitants of Blackwall, who refer to themselves as the Ancient Bloodline, are indeed pure Valyrians, and they are exceedingly insular. Outsiders, commoners, and foreigners are strictly forbidden from entering. Only those invited by the townsfolk may gain entry. My parents, in their quest for a pure Valyrian bride for Prince Rhaegar, perished in a storm while traversing the narrow sea, and their bodies were never recovered. Vitor recalled events from over a decade ago. And what of the scroll's mention of the 40 Dragonlords? Aemon inquired. This is indeed true. The Valyrian Empire boasted numerous noble families, each possessing dragon riders. Yet only 40 families mastered the art of hatching and nurturing dragons, known as the Dragonlord families. This signifies their dominion within the empire. And the Targaryens rank among the lesser houses of the 40. Aemon candidly responded, lacking any embellishment for House Targaryen. The tomes I perused at the Red Keep recount that the Valyrian family of Driftmark had dragon riders, yet the hatching of dragons was conducted solely by the Targaryens. With that, Vitor produced another scroll and handed it to Aemon. And what does this scroll convey? It asserts that the Valyrian Empire originated from shepherds and mentions the 14 volcanic peaks. As twilight descended, Aemon squinted, bringing the scroll closer to his eyes. Vitor employed a spell of illumination to aid him. Magic. It seems the scroll's depiction of Valyrian magic holds considerable veracity. Aemon did not immediately respond to Vitor's inquiry. He had heard countless tales of magic but ultimately trusted only what he had witnessed himself. Now, after witnessing Vitor's magic, he arrived at a conclusion. Vitor remarked, I too believe that the accounts of Valyrian literature found across various texts cannot all be mere fabrications. I hold a strong conviction regarding their authenticity. Aemon added, concerning the origins of Valyria, over 5,000 years ago, our ancestors emerged from the shepherd tribes. It is said that they obtained dragon eggs and the methods of taming dragons from the 14 fiery peaks, subsequently founding a realm known as the Freehold of Valyria. I have encountered this in the tomes of the Citadel, Vitor recalled. Aemon gazed at Vitor. However, during my childhood in the library of Dragonstone, I perused a few books detailing the Dragonlord families. Later, my brother sought to hatch a dragon egg, and those books were taken to the Hall of Summer. The subsequent events, as you are aware, culminated in the Hall of Summer being engulfed in flames, resulting in my brother's demise in the Inferno. Could you recount the contents of those books? Vitor pressed for further details. As Aemon reminisced, he remarked, during the cataclysmic end times, the majority of the 40 Dragonlord families were obliterated. However, 3 families managed to evade this calamity by remaining outside of Valyria, among them the Targaryens. Yet, this was during the Empire's decline. In its nascent stages, there were not nearly as many as 40 families. The Valyrian Peninsula is home to numerous volcanoes. Yet only the 14 flames are the most bountiful in terms of resources, which remained unexploited even until Valyria's demise. Based on the records I have examined regarding the Dragon Lord families, it is indeed true that 5,000 years ago, there were originally only 14 Dragon Lord families. And the 14 flames constituted their territories, claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. In the early days of the Empire, there existed solely these 14 Dragon Lord families. Therefore, I surmise that these 14 lords likely shared a common patriarch, who, upon his death, distributed power among his offspring, establishing a parliamentary system for the Empire. After all, who would entrust formidable dragons and authority to outsiders? They'd considered this. Upon analysis, it seems plausible. Instituting a parliamentary system 5,000 years ago, this individual could have fathered 40 legitimate heirs, but there wouldn't have been enough dragons to sustain such a lineage. Families devoid of dragons would inevitably decline, making a 5,000-year legacy implausible. Furthermore, akin to the Targaryens, divisions and illegitimate offspring could arise, divisions like the Valerians, and if an illegitimate child were to achieve great deeds, they too could establish a new lineage, for instance, the Baratheons. Thus, it is reasonable to suggest that over these 5 millennia, the number of Dragon Lords expanded from 14 to 40. Aemon dismissed Vid's musings regarding his ancestry, for, had he been concerned, he would have assumed kingship long ago. He continued, is it not a curious coincidence that the 14 Dragon Lord ancestors claimed the most fertile of the 14 flames? This leads me to another hypothesis. Rather than discovering dragon eggs on the 14 flames, the 14 Dragon Lords may have first obtained the eggs elsewhere and subsequently occupied the 14 flames for the purpose of incubation. Vate, unfazed, replied, I have perused some scholarly texts in the Citadel, which mentioned Valyrian spells for controlling the 14 flames. However, the initial hatching of dragon eggs by the Dragon Lords is a matter so ancient that it eludes verification, resulting in a plethora of conjectures in the present day. What more does the Dragon Lord record reveal? Aemon responded, in Valyria, tradition dictates that every unclaimed territory may bear the surname of the occupying family. Thus each of the 14 flames possesses its own name. Would you care to share them? Vate, intrigued, noted that such ancient secrets were seldom found in texts reserved solely for Dragon Lord families. I consulted these texts decades ago. I have forgotten some of the surnames of the 14 ancestral Dragon Lords, but I can recall a few, the Claysos, Wood, and our own Targaryen ancestor, Aegon. Vate found these names familiar, yet he could not recall their origin. The more powerful Dragon Lord families resided increasingly in the capital of Valyria, and when the cataclysm struck, none escaped. Rather, it was the peripheral families that survived, making it challenging to unearth such records today. In the course of the Empire's enduring millennia, a plethora of knowledge has been disseminated among illegitimate offspring and slaves. The founder of the Faceless Man, it is rumored, was once a slave miner from the Valyrian volcanic pits. He clandestinely absorbed the arcane knowledge and magic of Valyria, and upon fleeing to Braavos, established the faith of the many-faced god and the House of Black and White. The arrogant Dragon Lords of the Empire regarded him merely as a rodent, having acquired trivial tricks, and thus paid him no heed, allowing him to thrive unimpeded. Therefore, if one wishes to delve into the annals of Valyrian history, the most auspicious locales are the ruins of Valyria and the Wall. Yet one should not overlook other ancient sites, many of which trace their origins back to the Valyrian Empire. On my recent journey to the eastern continent, one of my destinations was to explore the ruins of Valyria, a place yearned for by all adventurers. It so happened that I passed through Volantis, where the bastion of the Wall was conveniently on the way for a visit. Aemon cautioned Vitor, exercise great caution, for after the cataclysm that befell Valyria, the region is rife with volcanic lava, miasma, and plague. Moreover, many afflicted with the grayscale have been exiled there to await their demise. They will attack you like beasts in search of sustenance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Scholar Aemon for his enlightening responses. I shall remain vigilant. As twilight descended, having acquired the information I sought, I decided not to further disturb Aemon and returned to my lodgings. Upon arrival, I engaged with Yezi in discussions regarding magical insights. However, the knowledge they possessed was primarily passed down orally from the previous generation, lacking systematic theoretical foundations. Whereas Vita's theoretical understanding of magic proved to be of greater benefit to her. Chapter 55, Dark Sister. The following day, Vita bid farewell to Gil Mormont and Maester Aemon, embarking on his journey southward to Winterfell alongside Davos. The harsh conditions beyond the Wall were unbearable, prompting Vito to seek a few days of respite in Winterfell to replenish his magical energies. In the castle's dining hall, Eddard Stark and his family, along with the Onion Knight's king, gathered upon hearing the arrival of a child of the forest. Their devotion to the old gods ignited a palpable excitement amongst them. After exchanging polite greetings with Leif, they found themselves at a loss for conversation, save for Robb and a few children who surrounded her, posing curious inquiries. They soon discovered that aside from her unique appearance and a modicum of magical ability, she bore no significant distinction from humans. However, the attention of the assembly soon turned to Eddard and his sword, Dark Sister, a weapon of legendary repute. The innate fascination men possess for arms was palpable at the table. Eddard drew his Valyrian steel sword, Ice, placing it alongside Dark Sister for comparison. A fine sword indeed, he remarked. Dark Sister's craftsmanship and quality evidently surpassed that of Ice, though both were forged from the same material. Vita had also employed his enchanting skills to assess it, deeming it the finest sword he had ever encountered. In contrast, Eddard's Valyrian steel sword, Ice, appeared rather crude, distinguished only by its considerable length and bulk. Devoid of any embellishments, embodying a philosophy of brute strength over intricate artistry. Maester Luwin regaled the children with the history of the sword. It was brought to Westeros by the Targaryen family from another continent, with the first recorded wielder being Queen Visenya Targaryen, wife of the Conqueror Aegon. It subsequently passed to the cruel Maester Targaryen I, and during the Dance of the Dragons, it became synonymous with the renowned Prince Daemon Targaryen, before vanishing in the hands of Brynden Rivers during the Blackfire Rebellion, a sword that bore witness to the Targaryen legacy. Is Daemon Targaryen truly so famous? Robb inquired of Maester Luwin, as they had yet to study that particular history. Indeed, Luwin replied. He is the third recorded owner of Dark Sister. Prince Daemon, through his personal charisma, summoned numerous nobles to conquer the Stepstones and was crowned king, temporarily integrating the archipelago into the realm. However, he later found himself embroiled in prolonged conflicts with the Triarchs and Dorne. He continued. The gold attire worn by the City Watch of King's Landing was a modification Daemon instituted during his tenure as their commander, marking a period of relative peace in the city. Though he had many foes, he had even more allies. These are but a few of his notable deeds. While Daemon Targaryen never ascended the Iron Throne, both of his sons eventually became kings, a legacy that endured until just over a decade ago. You may one day have the opportunity to study at the Citadel and peruse the works of Maester Gildan, such as the Princess and the Queen and the Rogue Prince, brother of the king, for further insights into this sword's final master, Bloodraven Brynden Rivers, who was also a descendant of Prince Daemon. Alas, much of the documentation from that era was subsequently obliterated by later kings. Wit took over the conversation. This sword was given to me by Brynden Rivers. Bachelor Luwin, astonished, inquired, does that mean Brynden Rivers is at least 110 years old? Is he still alive? He is a sorcerer. And though his mind remains as sharp as in his youth, his body has aged to the point of immobility, which is why he entrusted the sword to me. Yara chimed in. He hasn't wielded this sword in decades. He prefers archery. Every Valyrian steel sword's lineage is meticulously documented by the Citadel. And should anyone attempt to seize another's, mercenary nobles would rally under the banner of justice to impose retribution, subsequently returning to the rightful owner for reward. However, with the Targaryen dynasty having been vanquished by the Baratheons, no one would dare challenge Wit for the sword he has inherited, especially as it was a legitimate bequest from its original owner. Wit displayed the sword to ensure that Bachelor Luwin would disseminate the information, so that no falsehoods could arise surrounding the sword that could tarnish his reputation. During his days in Winterfell, Wit observed that each day at the training grounds, he could see Yara and several of Eddard's children sparring. Of course, when Wit was not present, they practiced with training swords. Remarkably, Yara faced off against 4 opponents simultaneously. Her training alongside Wit was so unique and intense, employing real swords in deadly earnest, that others found it impossible to replicate. As a result, her swordsmanship far surpassed that of her peers, even outshining some adults, and she possessed the ability to wield even the most rudimentary magic. Her only limitation was her youth, which rendered her somewhat lacking in physical strength. Wit stood at the edge of the training field, watching them. Ha! Ah! Under the onslaught of 4 attackers, Yara defended herself with twin swords, her guard impenetrable. Within mere exchanges, Jon inadvertently exposed a weakness, and Yara struck with precision, sending Jon sprawling out of the ring with a swift kick. The eldest, Robb, was the strongest among them, but Yara continually altered her attack strategies, leaving him unable to respond adequately, and his sword was soon knocked from his grasp. Meanwhile, Rickon, at some point, had begun to emulate Yara's dual sword technique. But without the assistance of his 2 companions, he was swiftly brought down by Yara in mere moments. Asha, being the only girl, received special consideration from Yara. She was only targeted after the 3 boys had been defeated, and even then, Yara merely rested her sword against Asha's neck. Asha and Theon had practiced combat during their childhood in the Iron Islands and were older than Robb and Jon, showcasing significant improvement. Robb and Jon, being of similar age to Yara, were consistently bested by her, which ignited their competitive spirits. They committed to rigorous training each day, and Yara willingly offered her guidance. That evening, as Eddard and Catelyn were preparing for sleep, Robb and Jon knocked on Eddard's door. "Father, Mother, Jon and I have something important to discuss." Eddard, noticing the seriousness in his sons for the first time, ushered them into the bedroom, where he and Catelyn sat on the edge of the bed, eager to hear their intentions. "Father, we heard Lord Witt mention that all of us siblings possess magical potential. I have heard him speak of Ashara, his very first apprentice in the arcane arts. Recently, I have observed your diligent practice with Ashara each day." Robb glanced at Jon and then addressed their father, thus, "I wish to accompany Jon to the magical academy in King's Landing." Eddard replied, "At your age, I resided in the Vale, in the Eagle's Nest. From the age of 16 or 17, I traveled the realm with Robert to partake in various tournaments. However, you are still quite young, and it poses a risk. Yet, following Lord Witch would surely be safe, for Ashara has informed me that the academy is protected by magical wards. Common folk cannot even approach its gates, as they would be ensnared in illusions and wander down the Dragonstone Hill." Jon articulated a reason. The academy, the wards, and the ruined Dragonstone Hill were all matters of great fascination for the children, each yearning to explore them. Chapter 56. Dragonstone. Catelyn possessed a slightly higher political acumen than Eddard. Observing Eddard's hesitation, she interjected, "Vitor remains the kingdom's chief sorcerer and is also your good brother Robert's younger sibling. Given this connection, he will certainly look after Robb and Jon." Eddard pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well. He inquired about this before, and I have been considering it. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Vitor. You may begin preparing the provisions." "Thank you, father. Thank you, mother." Robb and Jon were filled with such joy that they felt like leaping. Eddard paused and addressed Robb. "As for the swordsmanship of Ashara, it is a cherished tradition of House Dane. To learn another's technique without their family's consent is unethical." Robb responded, "Ashara has mentioned this to me. There are individuals on the continent who wield twin swords. She will teach me only techniques that are universally known. But she will not impart the swordsmanship of House Dane to me. Eventually, I shall return to practicing with a single sword. However, the image of her wielding 2 swords, one for slaying men and the other for beasts, is striking. I aspire to carry 2 swords upon my person as well." Eddard affirmed his understanding, stating, "It is each individual's freedom to bear multiple swords. Even the wildlings of the Vale carry 2 axes if they wish." He then turned to Jon and inquired, "And what of you?" "2 swords. I believe I should first master the single sword," Jon replied. Contemplating the complexities of single-handed and two-handed grips, as well as the distinctions between short swords and great swords, the thought overwhelmed him. He had yet to grasp one technique fully, let alone multiple. Robb then asked, "Can Sansa join us as well?" Eddard replied, "I am uncertain how many years one must study at the Magic Academy. You 2 may go, but Sansa shall remain in Winterfell until she is older." Thus, the arrangements for Robb and Jon were settled, while Sansa continued her embroidery studies in Winterfell. Asha and Theon remained behind for specialized training, and Arya, being too young, was not considered by anyone. Weeks later, Vitor's ship docked at the port of Dragonstone. From a distance at the harbor, a winding staircase could be seen leading to the Black Castle above. The Targaryens had commenced the construction of this fortress long before the Doomsday. The castle's outer walls were adorned with the grand sculpture of a dragon, which had borne witness to countless significant events over the centuries. Dragonstone was an island formed by volcanic eruptions, stretching approximately 50 kilometers in length yet remaining exceedingly narrow and elongated. Its rugged terrain was sculpted by volcanic lava, and the island was home to indigenous inhabitants who survived through fishing. During the Targaryen family's residence here, these natives revered them as deities due to their dragons. The ship's stay at Dragonstone was necessitated by the need for rest, as they awaited the arrival of Blanche's ship to deliver several new apprentices. Additionally, Neomelia and Tyranny had shown improvement in their health, enabling them to walk normally, though they still required rest. Vitor seized this opportunity to explore the island, leisurely riding upon his skeletal horse, Awakens. A few years ago, I visited Shireen Baelish when she was afflicted with grayscale, but at that time, Vit lacked the opportunity to explore thoroughly, merely skimming the surface. This time, however, with ample time at hand, I can indulge in a meticulous examination. Who knows? Fortune might smile upon me and I could stumble upon a dragon egg nestled within the crevices of a rock. Yet, this remains a mere fantasy. For every dragon egg that can be discovered is meticulously safeguarded by the Targaryen family, incubated through their arcane techniques. After wandering around the island for the better part of the day, all I encountered were stones, nothing more. As I strolled along the seashore, I arrived at a fissure in the rocks. This must be the obsidian cave. I ventured inside. The entrance was quite narrow, but upon passing through, I was greeted by a vast chamber. One wall stood sheer and vertical, adorned with countless engravings, evident signs of human excavation, and in certain areas, there were murals. Employing several magical light spells, I illuminated the surroundings and picked up a small shard of dragon crystal from the ground, approaching the murals for a closer inspection. The artwork depicted battles against the White Walkers, featuring humans, children of the forest, and the White Walkers themselves, all wielding weapons crafted from dragon crystals. These crystals contain trace amounts of magical energy, transformed into destructive flames by their unique composition, explaining their efficacy against the White Walkers. Placing my hand upon the ground, I fully extended my magical perception, discovering that the dragon crystal vein extended deep beneath the earth. The size of the vein exceeded the limits of my perception. Yet I discerned that it lay beneath a volcano, rendering any mining endeavors unnecessarily perilous. I retrieved a notebook I carried specifically for such occasions, sketching a rough outline of the vein for future reference. The Targaryen family surely knew of the murals in the obsidian cave, as their origins predated even those of Dragonstone Castle. However, they have not paid them due attention. Returning to the castle, I entered the library, a place once ravaged by fire during Robert's rebellion, leaving behind remnants of charred books. It was only after Stannis arrived that the library was reorganized. Yet it still bore an air of emptiness. Ascending to the top of the stone drum tower, I entered the round hall, a circular room with 4 tall windows. In the center stood a massive wooden table measuring 15 meters in length and 7 meters in width, intricately carved with a map of the entire continent of Westeros. I circled the table, ultimately seating myself in a chair position opposite the map, as if I could survey the entire land from my vantage point. This was the famed wooden table from the original text, far larger than its portrayal in the television adaptation, and I pondered how many kings had graced this very chair. After a moment of reflection, I turned my attention back to the remnants of the book I had discovered earlier. Although the fragments contained only scant phrases, they might harbor knowledge previously unknown to me. Master! Master! Yshola called from a distance, hurrying towards me in a state of urgency. What brings such haste? I inquired. Setting the book aside, my magical recovery has accelerated. Previously, after employing several ice spells, it would take me a week to regain my energy. But during my training on Dragonstone, I have fully replenished my magic in just 3 days. Yshola's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You have worked diligently during this time, indeed. You have grown stronger. Congratulations, you are about to embark on the next stage of your magical studies. Are you prepared? I affirmed her progress. Ah! More reading. Yshola had lost her excitement. Dragonstone Island held no magical tomes, thus, she suggested to enjoy these days with Rob and the others, for once back at school. The ease of the present would vanish. Wit suddenly recalled that during their time in the north, his magical energy had completely replenished shortly after arriving in Winterfell. By the reckoning of time, he had accelerated his recovery, initially attributing it to an overindulgence in fish oil seed paste. Yshola, too, had only begun her practice of magic upon coming to Dragonstone, having previously focused solely on martial skills in Winterfell, completely oblivious to this phenomenon. Something was amiss. It appeared that everyone experienced the same. After Daenerys' dragons hatched, she had only seen the red comet that very night. Was it the dragons that came first? Or the comet? Yet, the resurgence of magical energy had already commenced. Wit rose from his chair and summoned his skeletal steed, Awake, once more. It was Yshola's first encounter with such a sight. Upon realizing that Wit had conjured the creature using summoning magic, she felt no fear and approached, tentatively exploring Awake's form, though she dared not touch the purple flames emanating from its head and tail. Chapter 57, The Dog of Dragonstone with Eyes Closed. Vit immersed himself in the arcane waves of magic that accompanied the emergence of Awake. Aside from the eerie aura of death, he sensed nothing else. Could it be that the Soulstone Tomb, a realm of profound magic, was interconnected with this place, causing a disparity in the density of magical energy to seep through. He pondered the sequence of events concerning the birth of dragons and the appearance of the red comet. Which came first, the dragon or the comet? Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, a striking young man with lustrous golden hair entered, bowing respectfully to Vit. Lord Vit, I bring a letter from King's Landing. Vit accepted the missive from the young man's hand. My gratitude to Count Morforth. This is the map of the underground obsidian mines of Dragonstone. Please store it in my study, and once Stannis returns, inform him to safeguard it well. Very well, Lord Vit. I shall take my leave. The young man bowed again before retreating. Is he the Count Morforth Valyrian of Driftmark? Asha asked once the youth had vanished from sight. Indeed, he is. Are you implying his obsequious demeanor? Vit replied. Precisely. Asha nodded. Vit elaborated. Their family was once exceedingly affluent and powerful, having migrated from Valyria. During the early days of the Targaryen dynasty, they monopolized the position of the Lord of Ships, amassing vast wealth through maritime trade, bolstered by dragons gifted by the Targaryens. They once had dragon riders within their ranks. However, fortunes waned, and over a century ago, during the Dance of Dragons, they suffered a catastrophic defeat in the War of the Whispering Vale. Their wealth was plundered by adversaries, and they have yet to recover their former strength. When my brother Robert rebelled, they were on the losing side, and now the Valyrian family has dwindled to but a few. To retain the title of Count of Driftmark, they are compelled to serve under my brother Stannis, having long lost the glory of riding the silver seahorse across the seas. Asha mused, how convoluted. The War of the Whispering Vale must have been of great significance. Vit recounted, during that conflict, a Targaryen prince was captured, prompting 5 dragon riders to confront 90 warships. The outcome was tragic, a prince and a dragon perished, and the captive prince could not be rescued. The remaining fleet ravaged and burned the spice town of Driftmark, along with the Valyrian stronghold of High Tide, erasing centuries of their family as legacy in a single night. May Count Morforth restore his family as fortunes. I shall seek out Robb now, Asha remarked, sharing in the family's misfortunes. Vit replied, as long as he remains loyal to Stannis. The resurgence of their family is not an impossibility. Days later, the ship bearing Renly had arrived at the dock of Dragonstone, accompanied by a multitude of others. The dock bustled with golden-robed figures patrolling the area. Given the vastness of this world and the state of naval travel, a journey to the eastern continent could span years. Many had come, some to welcome new apprentices, others to bid farewell to Vit. Asha Dane's journey in the north had concluded, alongside Ygritte, Robb Stark, and Jon Snow, along with Jojen Reed, whom they met in White Harbor. Their next destination was to return to school under the tutelage of acting headmaster Renly. In order to ensure the safety of Yshola, Yezi, Jojen, Robb, and Jon, Viter dispatched a carrier raven to summon Renly to the harbor of Dragonstone. As the acting headmaster, Renly was to retrieve the school's only 4 students, with Yezi serving primarily as a conduit for the exchange of knowledge and experience. Viter, recognizing their respective talents, drafted numerous new magical techniques to address their relatively limited magical reserves, as well as spells conducive to melee combat. The members of the Magic Academy, including Cobain, Moria Hightower, and Soros, gathered to bid farewell. Vito provided them with instructions regarding school affairs and entrusted their individual study plans to Renly for guidance. Although the trio were considerably older than Vito, they chose to learn magic under his and Renly's tutelage, fostering a relationship that was both mentor-like and amicable. Namelia and Trini accompanied Stannis' daughter, Shireen. Trini had embroidered a small flower on the head of a teddy bear, which initially displeased Shireen, as it was a gift intended for Vito. However, upon receiving a flower hardened through alchemy from Trini, Shireen quickly warmed to her. Namelia smiled as she glanced at Vito. Her intentions evident, at nearly 20 years of age and 3 years his senior, she longed for a child. Vito, however, found it difficult to reconcile with the customs of early marriage and parenthood prevalent in Slothar, as he had yet to fully enjoy his youth and therefore feigned ignorance while continuing his conversation with Robb. Meanwhile, Robb, Stannis, Renly, and Vito, 4 brothers, were exchanging farewells. Make more friends and hone your drinking skills, Robb advised, patting Vito on the shoulder. Forget that. I do not relish the sensation of inebriation. A mage ought to remain perpetually alert. By the way, has the new queen been determined? You seem to have lost weight, Vito inquired, glancing at Robb's noticeably reduced belly. Robb responded, why do you care about that? I've been doing quite well lately and have no desire for a queen. Though there are a few candidates in mind. I'll announce it in due time. I have been overworked, hence the weight loss. Vitor chuckled. You still complain of fatigue? I've heard whispers in the north. Haha. But let us not dwell on that. When I head north, I've made some arrangements in Winterfell. The Greyjoy siblings will be dispatched to the eastern continent to infiltrate the ranks of the Targaryen descendants as spies. Robb, Stannis. And Renly took a moment to recall that 2 Greyjoy children were being raised under Ned Stark's care. Robb remarked, their background does lend credibility, but can they manage? Vitor replied, not yet. I've instructed Ned to train them for a few years. When the time comes, brother, you can facilitate their defection, and it must be convincing. Absolutely. I'll speak with Ned about having them learn some nautical skills to avoid perishing at sea, Robb added. Stannis pondered a potential scenario. What if, after a prolonged period, they truly pledge allegiance to the Targaryens? Vitor responded, then we eliminate them alongside the Targaryens. Keeping them in the north represents an unstable element. Let us observe their actions in the east. However, they have already conceived a new family crest after their achievements, a beautiful mermaid, female, with a splendid physique. Robert had actually forgotten about the affairs of the 2 siblings. Should they excel in their endeavors, House Targaryen would allow the mermaid banner to be raised first, depending on their ability to resist temptation. If successful, I shall grant the siblings the rewards they rightfully deserve. Robert's rule is, in fact, quite precarious. Stannis and Renly have temporarily stabilized the south through economic means and alliances, while the north and the Vale remain secure due to the presence of Eddard and Robert's foster father. Yet, the Westerlands are thoroughly offended. And there are many in the Riverlands and the Crownlands who aspire to restore the Targaryen lineage, not to mention Dorne, which has never fully submitted to the Iron Throne for centuries. Robert has been king for quite some time, and he is well aware of his vulnerabilities. Yet lacking in sophisticated political strategies, he resorts to drunken revelry to win over these nobles. Stannis, the royal fleet has representatives in Pentos and Myr. I have already instructed them that you may summon their aid if needed. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, has also pledged to provide you with intelligence support during the council. Thank you. Renly embraced his 2 brothers. He then turned to Stannis and remarked, why have you begun to grow a beard at such a young age, not yet 20? Stannis, stroking his beard with satisfaction, replied, those it denote maturity. It proves more advantageous in business dealings. Chapter 58. The growth of Lancel Witt was acutely aware of the immense pressure Lancel was currently under, yet he was also growing rapidly. He patted Lancel on the shoulder and said, I must delegate my responsibilities at the Royal Council to you and entrust the school to your guidance. During our time aboard the ship, I have devised numerous innovative applications for magic, particularly suited for those with limited magical prowess. The books from Soros have already been transferred to your vessel. Witt continued, my journey to Braavos is primarily to secure a loan from the Iron Bank. If all goes well, I shall have Varys deliver a message to you, so be prepared for the substantial sum. Ensure you exercise caution. One of Witt's objectives for this expedition was indeed to procure funds for constructing merchant ships, warships for escort, expanding workshops, purchasing raw materials, and hiring laborers and soldiers. The absence of soldiers for transporting goods rendered the task perilous. The Iron Bank, the largest financial institution on the 2 continents, was a place few dared to approach for loans unless absolutely necessary, due to the fear of exorbitant interest rates. As a traveler from another realm, Witt was well versed in the practice of borrowing from banks to expand production. In truth, the interest rates at the Iron Bank were not as steep as the locals believed. Rather, it was their slow accumulation of wealth that posed the real issue. I will manage. The vessels within Stormlands and ourselves have established a more direct relationship of mutual benefit. I can muster a sufficiently loyal force to safeguard these assets, Lancel replied. Witt then added, I fear you may not have enough funds. I have prepared several extra chests of golden dragons for you. Bring back some specialties from the eastern continent. Witt tugged at Lancel's garment, reminiscing, remember the days when our entire fortune barely afforded you a single outfit, and we relied on imitation jewelry to maintain appearances. How different it is now, with your garments embroidered in gold thread and adorned with gemstone buttons. Even in wealth, one should reserve a portion for emergencies. He continued, additionally, brother and Lancel, remember to advise eldest brother to indulge less in meat and wine, and to consume more vegetables. Have you seen his belly? What is wrong with my belly? This is the majesty of a king. Robert retorted angrily. Ha ha, I must take my leave now. Do you ride often? As King Robert returned from Dragonstone to King S Landing, news of the kingdom's archmage, Renly Baratheon, embarking on an expedition to the eastern Essos continent spread through various channels. The identity of the archmage, with his enigmatic magic, the support from the Citadel, and his formidable financial acumen, seemed to keep him aloof from political entanglements. Yet the economic system of Storm's End, in alliance with the nobles of Dorne and the Riverlands, fortified Robert's dominion over the southern lands of the continent. These elements coalesced, imposing a weight that rendered many hesitant to act. However, with Wit's departure from Westeros, it felt as though a chasm had opened in the sky, allowing sunlight to pour forth, igniting a stir among various factions. At Storm's End, in Lancel's chamber, the business that had previously been under Wit's overarching control was now entirely in Lancel's hands. The affairs of the King's Landing School of Magic also fell to Lancel, though he found solace in the proximity of King's Landing to Storm's End, allowing for swifter travels than to more distant locales. However, he had never pondered how Wit managed such an extensive business network. Previously, he merely observed from Wit's side. Whenever there was a business issue, he would hand the correspondence to Wit, who would promptly provide a solution. Wit had also imparted knowledge to him. Yet Lannister did not apply himself to learning as diligently as one would study magic. He preferred engaging in business discussions outside. Nevertheless, the recent intense workload had greatly enhanced Lannister's administrative and commercial acumen in a remarkably short span of time. Now, as Lannister surveyed the pile of letters before him, he noted the weapon forge in the Harvest Hall would soon run out of ore and require a new purchase. There was also the need to negotiate with the Riverband regarding the price and quantity of cocoa beans and sugar for the upcoming season. Purchasing according to last month's quantities would certainly not suffice. The crops for the next season had yet to be sown, leaving him uncertain about the required amounts. Lannister felt a pang of frustration. Lannister, why not consult the previous ledgers? Wit used to indicate how much to increase each time. We can follow his ratios. Alternatively, you could inquire with your uncle, who oversees agricultural matters, suggested Loras Tyrell, who was nearby, holding a book. Indeed, Wit mentioned this before he left. With so many matters at hand recently, my mind has been overwhelmed, and I had forgotten, Lannister admitted, feeling fatigued as he reclined in his chair. Loras Tyrell began to massage his neck from behind. What book are you reading? Lannister inquired. It is the second volume of Wit's Gate of Demons series, Loras Tyrell replied. Lannister recalled. This was penned by Wit after his return from the academy. Initially, I thought it was a treatise on infernal demons, only to discover it pertains to economics. After reading it, I placed it in the library. Loras Tyrell chuckled. The second volume is quite intriguing. A man picked up a stone by the river and sold it for 50 gold dragons to a friend, who then sold it for 100 to another acquaintance. After several transactions, this stone was eventually sold for 60,000 gold dragons to a wealthy merchant, only for the merchant to find that the group had vanished when he sought to resell it. How? Lannister reflected. Wit had elaborated on the theories within that book. The Gate of Demons series, if comprehended, holds the potential to bring ruin to all of Westeros. Thus, you may return it to its place. In truth, Lannister had long harbored a desire to incinerate the entire collection, yet refrained, considering it Wit's labor of love. Now, he contemplated that it should be hidden away in a more clandestine location. Loras Tyrell leaned closer. Then, what book are you currently perusing? Lannister replied. It is Wit's manuscript on management. It consists of fragmented notes. He never compiled them into a book, yet he insisted that I must learn them swiftly. The Chancellor of Finance and the Minister of Justice are both aging, and their positions will soon become vacant. Brother Robert intends for me to succeed the Minister of Justice, while your father may likely take up the role of Chancellor of Finance. Loras Tyrell noted, my father has recently arrived in King's Landing, though I have heard he faces other competitors. Lannister dismissed the concern. Those matters are inconsequential. They may only receive a nomination. The crucial factor lies in the voting at the Royal Council. Since the departure of Vitor, all matters have now fallen into the hands of Lannister. Gradually, it has come to light that Lannister operates quite differently from Vitor. On many occasions, he exhibits a softer disposition, often yielding when pressed. This has led certain individuals to exploit their statuses and offer gifts to curry favor with him. These individuals have progressively escalated their efforts, seeking to extract opportunities from Lannister that would grant them commercial advantages or elevate their standing within the kingdom. Some even harbor aspirations of having Lannister take their children as apprentices in the arcane arts, while others are brazen enough to wish to send their daughters to his bed. Presently, wherever Lannister goes, he is besieged by visitors, a situation that subjects him to immense pressure. In response, He has begun to bolster his personal guard to safeguard against such intrigues. In the absence of Vitor, Lannister finds himself lamenting to those around him. Additionally, having witnessed girls brawling during his childhood in Dorne, and frequently observing Trine conducting her studies in poison at school, he has developed a certain aversion towards women. Consequently, his relationship with his attendant, Loras Tyrell, has grown increasingly intimate, a bond that Vitor has failed to alter over the years. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that Lannister's proficiency in managing commercial and political affairs is advancing at a remarkable pace. Chapter 59. The City of Pirates and Mercenaries. After bidding farewell to Vitor on Dragonstone, Stannis did not return to King's Landing with his brother Robert. Instead, he dispatched a fleet for escort while he remained on Dragonstone, spending each day in the company of his daughter. Stannis and Robert, though capable of conversing when matters of importance arose, would lapse into silence when together without pressing business. Stannis harbored a lingering discontent regarding Robert's failure to bestow upon him the title of Duke of Driftmark, a sentiment he kept concealed. Robert, for his part, had his own considerations, leading to years of this taciturn coexistence. Upon receiving word of Robert's arrival in King's Landing, Stannis set forth. As there were affairs that required his attention. His interests in the capital lay on Steel Street, adjacent to a prominent area known as Byzantia Hill, a locale renowned for the sale of luxury goods. Years prior, Vitor had gifted Stannis a set of mahjong tiles, and through diligent exploration, he established a shop there. The ground floor offered mahjong tiles and various gaming paraphernalia, while the second floor boasted interconnected rooms, spacious halls, and private chambers dedicated to the entertainment of noble patrons. The attendants donned lavish attire, serving fine wines and beverages to guests. After several years of operation, this establishment had risen to prominence as the finest venue for gambling among the nobility of King's Landing. Stannis collected a commission from each gaming table, a portion of which was discreetly shared with Robert. As he perused the accounts, he noted with concern the meager earnings for the months. Sir Davos, the Onion Knight, remarked, "It is indeed due to His Majesty. The nobles of King's Landing are preoccupied with hosting banquets, leaving our establishment bereft of patrons." Stannis rhythmically drummed his fingers upon the table. Davos, accustomed to this contemplative silence, awaited his master's deliberation. "Let us close the establishment and engage the finest craftsmen for renovations," Stannis finally declared. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements," Davos replied. "Have your son oversee the renovations. You and I shall journey to the Eyrie. Are we to host a tournament at the Eyrie?" Davos inquired, noting that Stannis was often summoned by local nobles to organize such events outside of King's Landing and Dragonstone. The nobleman originally slated to host the tournament had decided to bring his daughter to King's Landing instead, so they would assist Lord Jon Arryn. The timing fortuitously coincided with the birthday of his son. Stannis felt a sense of resignation. Business had soured, largely due to Robert's influence. The narrow sea separated the continents, appearing to offer a direct crossing, yet the ocean was fraught with tumultuous storms, compelling most merchant vessels to navigate southward through the stepstones. Nevertheless, a few audacious souls dared to attempt the perilous passage, only to meet a grim fate. Tyrash was one of the 9 great trading city-states, strategically positioned along the vital trade route between the two continents, serving as the sole major city capable of providing resupply along this essential thoroughfare. The tension among the 3 city-states of Mil, Tolosa, and Lys has been palpable, often resulting in minor conflicts. Given its strategic location and the influx of merchant caravans, the area has become a breeding ground for countless pirates. Naturally, where there are pirates, mercenaries engaged in escort services emerge, making Tolosa a haven for these hired swords. The city is built upon an island, boasting a fine harbor where numerous sailboats dock, rendering it both a paradise for mercenaries and a sanctuary for pirates. By day, many mercenaries don their armor, and by night, they may shed it to embrace the life of a pirate. Chaos, greed, mercenaries, slaves, and carnal desires characterize Tolosa. Due to Prince Oberyn's prolonged sojourn in this region, coupled with its proximity to Dorne and his own mercenary company, the local mercenaries and pirate crews tend to show him respect. However, a few years ago, Oberyn was actively involved in expanding his mercenary band, but of late, he has lost interest, leaving the management to his men, only occasionally engaging in mercenary tasks when the mood strikes him. In a grand mansion perched on a hillside by the harbor, Oberyn sat comfortably in a chair, sipping pale brandy, as a group of pirates entered. Vit's fleet, hired in Dorne, has departed from Sunspear and will soon dock for resupply, one of the pirates reported. The pirate chief inquired, "What is the name of the ship?" "Your Highness?" Oberyn replied, "The Golden Rest." Keep an eye on the harbor for the next few days, and inform me immediately upon its arrival. The chief responded, very well. I shall greet the nearby pirate leaders and ensure the ship's passage. As they prepared to leave, Oberyn called out, wait. Change out of those clothes and return to your mercenary attire. After Wit's ship docked in Dorne, Davos completed his mission and returned to report. Paying a courtesy visit to Prince Theon before hiring a merchant vessel bound for Meal. Due to the presence of pirates in the Stairs Isles, Dorne's ships navigate these waters with greater ease. Although Wit is not particularly fearful of pirates, he prefers to avoid complications, favoring solid ground over the instability of water. The merchant ship, flying the banner of Dorne, encountered no pirate threats and docked at the Tulosai harbor a week later for supplies, albeit without delay. These arrangements were handled by the captain. Wit, unfamiliar with such matters, merely needed to provide payment. Disembarking with Namilia and Tarny, the trio strolled along the harbor, relishing the solid ground beneath their feet after the ship's swaying. Noticing Namilia and Tarny clad in Dorne attire, the mercenaries in the harbor refrained from approaching them. After a leisurely walk, they found an opulent inn and entered to dine, where seafood dominated the menu. Suddenly, Namilia waved enthusiastically towards the entrance, calling out, Father! Over here! Tarny, spotting him as well, echoed, Father! The hall featured several doors, allowing the sea breeze to flow freely, and unbeknownst to Wit, Oberyn had entered through another door, accompanied by a man in noble attire and a few subordinates. Noticing them, Wit greeted, Good afternoon, Your Highness, Prince Oberyn. Oberyn nodded, exuding the commanding presence befitting a father-in-law. Wit gazed at the handsome Dornish man with long, brown curls beside him, recalling the time he had attended his own wedding alongside Oberon. Greetings, Sir Demon Shard. Salutations, Sir Wit. As Oberon approached with his companions, he inquired, What brings you here? Namilia replied, The three of us are embarking on a journey to the eastern continent. Without hesitation, Oberon seated himself next to Namilia. Are you heading to Essos? Where do you plan to go next? Wit responded, I shall first visit Meereen, followed by Braavos. In this region of Tyrosh, unlike elsewhere, the etiquette was far less stringent, as it was populated by mercenaries and pirates. Oberon, already indulging in his meal, remarked, coincidentally, I am bound for Meereen as well. You may accompany me on my vessel. I possess a modicum of influence in Essos. Upon reflection, Wit realized that traveling with him would indeed alleviate numerous complications. Very well, I shall finish my meal and cancel my hired ship. By the way, does His Highness know anyone from the Iron Bank? Oberon replied, I do. Are you in need of a loan? Wit explained, a standard borrowing. The scale of Wind Whisper Keep necessitates expansion. Does the prince not have mercenaries? Could they escort this sum? Certainly, the terms are negotiable. I shall escort you to Braavos. Oberon affirmed without looking back. What is the name of your vessel? Wit replied, the Golden Rest. Oberon gestured, summoning a few Dornish guards. Go inform the captain of the Golden Rest that his guests will be traveling on my ship and instruct him to refrain from any trickery, returning any excess fees to Wit. The guards accepted their orders and departed. I am most grateful, Your Highness. Wit expressed. In these waters, engaging in commerce poses risks. One may either be robbed or turned against. Oberon rose, beckoning Wit and his companions to the docks to board his ship. Chapter 60. Oberyn of Dorne. The weather was clear, adorned with only a few wispy clouds. Several grand Dorne ships sailed gracefully across the waters of the Meal Bay, en route to the city of Meal on the continent of Essos. Nearby, nefarious pirate vessels, upon glimpsing the banner of the Prince of Dorne, chose to steer clear. Once past the Stone Steps Islands and further east, rainy days became a rarity. Upon the deck of the largest ship in the fleet, an array of loungers and dining tables were set out, where a multitude of individuals gathered. Mercenaries reclined or sat. Sailors ascended the masts to scan the horizon or manipulated the sails, while others lounged with drinks in hand, basking in the warm sunlight. Nymelia played a hand drum, while Turan serenaded with her flute. Vyt sang along, strumming his harp. Our hero, claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With the voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art, believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. As the song concluded, the audience aboard erupted into applause. Some soldiers and sailors, familiar with Valyrian, understood the words, while others, unable to comprehend, were nonetheless enchanted by the melody, their applause and whistles resounding across the deck. Children of noble families in this world received education that included music, though due to their status, most would later hire performers. There were exceptions, such as Rhaegar Targaryen, a master of the harp, whose handsome visage captured the hearts of countless maidens with every performance. However, he faltered during the opening banquet of the Harrenhal tournament. Enchanting Lyanna start with a single melody, which ultimately set off a chain of events that would doom an entire dynasty. What does grasping the root mean? Prince Oberyn inquired, raising his wine cup after applauding. Having roamed Essos for many years, he spoke fluent common Valyrian, yet the term Dragonborn, a neologism formed from two roots, was unfamiliar to him. Dragonborn signifies one who possesses the essence of the dragon, a fire-wielding sorcerer, Vyt explained with brevity, for the intricacies of absorbing dragon souls were not meant for casual discourse. Indeed, a wizard capable of conjuring flames like a dragon is quite formidable. Oberyn believed that this was merely a title conceived by Valyr, reminiscent of the formidable Dawn's Edge of Dawn, sounding impressive yet lacking substance. The final segment was in High Valyrian, a language he had encountered in Volantis, complex and intricate. Illyria Sand fed Oberyn oranges. She was his lover and had borne him 4 daughters, who, while not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed an exotic charm and alluring figures. However, their daughters were too young to accompany them on this occasion. Oberyn cradled Illyria in his left arm while holding his squire, knight, and lover, Ser Demon Sand, in his right, basking in the comfort of their embrace. Indeed, the inclusion of a passage in High Valyrian lent an intriguing cadence to the conversation. Valyr, seated at the ship's table, partook of the fruit as well. Both had left their studies at the Citadel upon being awarded titles. Though Valyr later received the honorary title of Bachelor of Arts, making them, in a sense, alumni. Oberyn had traveled extensively across 2 continents, while Valyr, though confined to the continent of Valyris, had read widely, allowing their discussions to traverse a myriad of topics. Nymeria and Turan were engaged in conversation with their sister, while Oberyn Sand had accompanied Oberyn on his travels, becoming noticeably sun-kissed over the years. Nymeria inquired about their dealings with the Mountain of Magic. Oberyn Sand, sipping coconut milk liquor, replied that Prince Dolan and their father had publicly tried the mountain in Sunspear, decapitating him and dousing the head in tar, which was then mounted on a spear and paraded through the cities of Dorne. Nymeria asked, why the tar? Oberyn smiled at Turan, saying, isn't it your fault? The mountain's head was entirely blue. Without the tar, others would think it a mere illusion. Turan remarked, that was the first time I used such poison on a person. I shall choose a different color next time. Demon Sand, held in Oberyn's embrace, with his long brown curls and handsome features typical of a Dornishman, scrutinized Valyr. Born in the same year as Valyr, he was a bastard who, through rigorous training and valorous deeds, was knighted by Prince Dolan, even winning the affections of Aelian Martell and proposing to her. Just as he thought he was destined for greatness, Aelian rejected him. Though Prince Dolan did not punish him upon learning this, Demon understood he could no longer remain in Sunspear and ultimately became Oberyn's squire and lover, seeking fortune in his service. Meanwhile, Valyr ascended effortlessly. His renown echoed even among the minstrels in Dornish taverns, intensifying Demon's jealousy. Oblivious to Demon's feelings, Valyr and Oberyn continued their expansive discourse. As night fell and others retreated to their cabins for rest, Oberyn and Demon stood at the ship's bow, each clutching a bottle of pear brandy, enjoying the sea breeze. Oberyn took a sip and remarked, I received word from my daughter, stating her intention to journey to the Essos continent with Valyr, to explore the 9 great trading city-states. Therefore, I must accompany Valyr, monitoring him until he departs from Braavos. Demon asked, is it merely surveillance you intend? Oberyn, prior to the alliance with Dawn, a clandestine pact was established years ago in Braavos, which I represented alongside several others. The enigmatic sorcery of Valyr has raised considerable apprehension. None can assure that Valyr will not uncover significant figures in Braavos. Thus, it is imperative to closely shadow Valyr, ensuring that he perceives no trail. Should he catch wind of any leads, we must first ascertain if a discreet resolution is feasible. His experiences are intertwined with Princess Arianne, having undergone the scrutiny of Dawn, thus affirming Demon Sand's unwavering loyalty to Dawn. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, and it cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. I must enlist trusted subordinates to assist. All Dawn individuals aboard this vessel have been meticulously selected for their steadfast loyalty. Demon Sand, taking a sip of wine, expressed his eagerness to assist Oberyn in dealing with Valyr. Should the prince find himself in a predicament, allow me to handle it. I pledge my honor to ensure its success. Oberon, my daughters, Daenerys and Tyrion, were initially intended as political pawns to stabilize the situation, and I had not invested much thought into their marriages in earlier years. However, as Vit has gradually ascended to a pivotal role in the realm, and according to my daughters, the relationship between him and my daughters flourishes, he may indeed be considered a commendable son-in-law. Demon Sand, discerning Oberon's thoughts, daringly remarked, Vit and your daughters, Daenerys and Tyrion, have yet to bear children. If unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall find another suitor for them. If only he were not a Targaryen. The evening sea breeze turned somewhat chilly, and Oberon, having indulged in drink, felt a slight dizziness and promptly retreated to the cabin. On one side lay the realm of Thu'um, on the other, the matrimonial prospects of his daughters. Unless significant changes occur, Oberon remains steadfast in prioritizing the realm. Demon Sand followed closely behind Oberon, a smile adorning his face, having correctly surmised Oberon's intentions, anticipating that Vit would soon taste the bitterness of hardship. Lacking the strength to confront Vit directly, Oberon remained undaunted. Song title, The Dragonborn Comes. Chapter 61. Within the cabin, Vidra cradled Narmelia as they conversed, while Tyranny lay asleep beside them. Does your father frequently visit brothels? Vidra inquired. Narmelia replied, in recent years, he has been traversing the 9 trading cities, living a carefree life as a mercenary. Having your father along on this journey will facilitate many matters. I intend to visit the Iron Bank to secure a loan, and it would be advantageous to have your father as an introducer, Vito remarked. Narmelia, taken aback, responded, you wish to borrow money from the Iron Bank. Why would you need to do that when you are not lacking in funds? To expand my business, of course. When I was conversing with Lannister at the School of Magic, you were present, were you not? Vito explained. Whenever you and Lannister convene, it is either about magic or business, often lasting an entire afternoon. How am I to know when you are discussing such matters? Narmelia retorted. Fear not, Vito chuckled. However, upon our arrival in Meereen, I need to discreetly abduct an individual and stow them aboard the ship. I will require your and Tyranny's cooperation, and it is imperative that we act separately without informing your father. Understood. You have always entrusted such tasks to others in the past, and this endeavor must indeed be kept under wraps, Narmelia acknowledged. Since he wished for his wife to partake in this venture, given it was not a matter of state, Vito disclosed the reason. During our time at the Red Keep, I struck a deal with Varys, the Spider. I am to assist him in relocating an individual to Meereen. This person holds a significant position. Initially, I planned to simply abduct them, but the disappearance of a high-ranking individual would undoubtedly incite panic. We cannot afford to expose ourselves. We must not arrive in Essos as pariahs, for our journey here will be lengthy. Narmelia turned away from Vito, though I have taken lives before. This will be my first experience with abduction. I shall discuss it with Tyranny tomorrow. Now, let us rest. Vito too prepared to sleep, refraining from further discussion on the matter. Yet, his thoughts drifted to the Stepstones, a location of immense strategic importance, with the burgeoning economic exchanges between the two continents. And after Darren's conquest, it had briefly fallen under the kingdom's jurisdiction. However, following his demise, it was left ungoverned, becoming a perilous haven for pirates. A strategy to conquer it must be devised. Meereen, situated on the western coast of Essos, is safeguarded by the expansive and serene Meereen Bay, with the Valyrian Road extending straight from the city's outskirts. The city's architecture is predominantly constructed from white stone, adorned with gardens, particularly the central stronghold featuring a dozen soaring white towers and a circular aerial walkway, a style unseen in Vito's homeland. Oberyn guided Vito and his companions through the streets, offering insights. The ratio of freemen to slaves in Meereen is 1:3. The populace predominantly possesses olive-tone skin, black hair, and dark eyes, closely resembling our Dornish king. Governance here is collective, administered by a council of several governors, comprised of local merchants and nobles. Oberyn, though lacking expertise, had shared what he knew of the upper echelons. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a grand mansion. I am to meet a governor for drinks. Would you care to join me? Wait, no need. I still have some matters to attend to here. Let us convene on the ship tomorrow afternoon. Oberon, very well, arrange your own affairs. I have dispatched 4 Dornish soldiers to accompany Narmelia. Wait, you cannot venture alone. There are certain tasks you cannot undertake by yourself. Narmelia, thank you, father. Wit smiled, remaining silent, nodding in agreement. This journey was meant to be without attendance, yet Oberon had assigned them nonetheless. On a street in Mel, various shops displayed an array of lace, lenses, carvings, screens, paintings, and carpets, along with local specialties such as stained glass, spices, repeating crossbows, and pale green spirits. Normalia and Trini walked ahead, entering one shop after another, soon accumulating a plethora of purchases, while the 4 soldiers trailed behind, laden with packages. Wit followed them along with a local governor named Maya, one of the suppliers of glass products from Windwhisper Fortress. Wit was expected to place a significant order with him. Thus Maya enthusiastically shared insights about local affairs and invited Wit to stay at his residence during his visit. Wait, Governor Maya, we shall finalize the order upon my return. The production at Windwhisper Fortress has recently increased, and a substantial quantity of exquisite pocket watches will be shipped next time. But you must not sell them below our agreed-upon price. Maya, rest assured, Lord Wit, I sell exclusively to those slave owners who are affluent and eager to spend. Wait, furthermore, the glass we previously dispatched from Mill was intercepted by pirates, delaying our shipment. Let us incorporate this compensation into the current order. I assure you, the compensation will be provided, but the increasing number of pirates near the Stone Steps Isles is becoming untenable for me. Wait, therefore, I suggest you propose at the Governor's Council the increase of Windwhisper naval ships docking at Mill's port. It would benefit us both. Maya, I shall advocate for this. A limited number of naval vessels supplying Mill is feasible, as the kingdom has already stationed personnel for this task. However, should the number of ships at Mill's port exceed 10, other city-states might perceive it as an informal military alliance. Yet, who could discern whether the vessels belong to Windwhisper Fortress or the Kingdom of Vitaris? Over time, Mill may gradually fall under the kingdom's control. Governor Maya is fully aware of this, yet for the sake of his economic interests, he will actively promote the proposal. Better to align with the kingdom than to be overrun by the city-states of Tyrolzy and Lys. Without the capital, what talk is there of independence? A group of children frolicked past, and as they brushed by Wit, one dropped a crumpled piece of paper. Wit magically seized it in his hand. Now that business is concluded, please enlighten me about the history of Mill, particularly the aspects concerning Valeria. Regarding the history of Mill, the origins of Mill remain a subject of debate. In the Dawn era, prior to the Long Night, a town already existed in this locale. Later, during the westward expansion of the Valerian Empire, this place was destroyed. Subsequently, Mill was re-established today as a commercial stronghold, maintaining its autonomy as a vassal of the Valerian Empire. Upon the fall of Valeria, Mill achieved complete independence. However, Valentis declared itself the heir to Valeria and has consistently sought to conquer this territory, leading to several minor conflicts among the city-states, including Tyros and Lys. Wait, will you show me the glass workshop tomorrow? Governor Maya, only you foreigners find it so fascinating. I shall take you there tomorrow. That evening, after the Wit couple dined at the governor's lavish banquet, they returned to their quarters. The 3 of them shared tender moments until late into the night. Wit, employing a silent spell, whispered to Normalia, you and Trini should arm yourselves and head to the port to locate a merchant vessel named the Dove. If you see 2 children by the ship, you are to enter the cabin directly. Have you procured the attire of Mill's women during the day? Normalia retrieved a spear from her luggage, a weapon that Wit had simply modified to be disassembled into 3 sections for ease of transport. It could be swiftly reassembled into a full spear with a twist of the lock. I secured it earlier. Trini then rummaged through the shopping bags from earlier that day, producing 2 sets of Mill women's clothing, tossing one to Normalia as she began to change. Chapter 62, Stealth. After the 2 had changed their attire, Tyranny produced several small vials from an unknown source. This time, I shall bring along the newly improved poison. It will be much easier to incapacitate him. Akin to our previous endeavor with the Demon Mountain, Wit recalled the incident in the Red Keep dungeon. Is it that potion that turns people blue? With your new poison, let us hope it doesn't render him unrecognizable. I have tested it on chickens. It won't turn blue, Tyranny asserted with conviction. The attire of the Mill women was quite simple, consisting of robe-like garments, and soon they were both attired appropriately. I have already cast a silent spell from the window to the perimeter of this estate. Be mindful not to reveal your identities. Do not trust the people on the ship entirely. Wit cautioned. Rest assured about the ship. Just take care, my little man. Normalia kissed Wit on the cheek, then took Tyranny by the hand and departed. Tyranny turned back, wishing to kiss Wit as well, but her sister nudged her towards the window, and the 2 stealthily slipped out. The child delivering paper balls during the day was Varys' little bird, who had already arranged for a ship-in meal. Awaiting Wit's arrival, Wit unfolded the paper ball, revealing 2 names and addresses, a governor and a male witch. Oh Varys, you previously mentioned capturing a governor. And now you've added a male witch. I shall settle this with you upon my return. Wit employed 2 illusionary spells on himself, a silence spell to ensure his movements were noiseless and an invisibility spell to render himself unseen. Coupled with his stealth skills, the task became rather effortless. He first aimed to capture the governor. Wit leapt from the window, racing across rooftops, vaulting from one to another, heading towards the governor's residence. In recent years, aside from honing his skills, he had scarcely utilized his stealth abilities. After all, he held a position of significance as the kingdom's chief mage. And he felt no inclination to engage in petty thievery himself, delegating such tasks to others instead. The governor was already asleep when Wit positioned himself at his bedside. Casting an expert-level illusion, the retreat spell, the governor, seemingly ensnared in a nightmare, abruptly leaped from his bed and bolted outside. Upon reaching the estate's entrance, the guard spotted the governor in his nightclothes and approached to inquire about the situation. Don't come any closer. Stay back, the governor shouted in a frenzy. Still engulfed in his terrifying hallucination, the guards, misunderstanding his pleas as orders to retreat, complied and stepped back. Wit discovered that after casting the retreat spell, the target would flee in the opposite direction of the caster. After the governor had run some distance, Wit aimed to position himself alongside him to cast the spell once more, directing his escape towards the port. The intricate streets of the city resembled a game of pushing boxes, and the governor had long since lost his nightclothes. Near the port, several patrolling guards witnessed a frantic figure, shouting for them to stay away, racing towards the harbor. After much commotion, Wit finally herded the governor aboard the ship like a duckling. Stripped of his gubernatorial title, his martial prowess was scarcely superior to that of a mere blacksmith. Nalmalia effortlessly subdued him, fastening iron shackles around his limbs. As Wit entered the cabin and observed the situation had been resolved, he remarked, "There is yet another to deal with, a male witch, so do exercise caution." Understood. Nalmalia busied herself with the bindings, while Tyranny poured poison into the governor's mouth. Leaving no time to heed Wit's warning, their next target was the male witch, hailing from the immortal hall of Curse City, reputed to wield some form of magic. However, even the locals of Curse City regarded them as mere charlatans masquerading under the guise of sorcery. The male witches lacked the formidable influence of the Church of the Light King. They had no dedicated temple, residing instead in a modest 3-story building. Upon lurking near the premises, Wit was met with a foul stench, reminiscent of decaying corpses. No wonder the surrounding homes were inhabited by slaves. No one wished to dwell near such wretches. He then released his perceptive senses. On the 3rd floor, he detected 3 magical signatures, each emanating from separate rooms where 3 male witches lay slumbering. The magical energy within them was alarmingly feeble, with chaotic currents flowing as if forcibly infused from external sources. With a powerful leap, he seized the 2nd-floor window, stealthily entering to survey his surroundings. Inside, several wooden barrels were positioned about, from which the repugnant odor emanated. These concoctions seemed to temporarily bolster magical energy, rudimentary alchemical constructs lacking in purification, infused instead with a hodgepodge of other substances, a lamentable waste of resources. Crafted by someone with a smattering of alchemical knowledge but utterly misguided in their approach, Wit concluded this after employing his skills for inspection. The walls of the room were adorned with human bones, numerous desiccated organs, and vessels containing human blood. Evidently, these individuals had not shied away from nefarious deeds. Indeed, the dwelling of the male witches was a veritable den of skeletons and deceit. Though his stealth skills were not maxed out, Wit's combination of soundless movement and invisibility kept the 3 male witches oblivious to his presence. He crouched low and ascended to the 3rd floor, using magic to dismantle the locks of the 3 doors. After inspecting each individual in turn, he discerned something amiss. Bald and with skin pale as death, tinged with blue, and lips matching their hue, it was uncanny how similar the 3 appeared. Approaching the bedside of one, he gripped the witch's throat, causing him to awaken with a start. "What is your name?" "Soda." Wit swiftly twisted his neck, ending his life. He then stealthily approached another male witch, seizing his throat to demand, "What is your name? Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." With immense strength, Wit rendered the witch unable to escape. Despite pleading for his life, the witch bit his tongue, attempting to cast a spell surreptitiously. Sensing a small surge of magic approaching, Vit chose not to resist. Curious about its effect, but nothing transpired. The crude blood magic was deficient in vitality, lacking sufficient blood to sustain its power. The illusory enchantment was reminiscent of his own, albeit exceedingly rudimentary. I shall ask you once more, your name. The male witch, whether from the pain in his tongue or otherwise, merely opened his mouth in silence. Yet Vit perceived him gathering magical energy anew and promptly snapped his neck. Vit relinquished his stealth and charged into the chamber of the last slumbering warlock, leaping onto the bed and delivering 2 powerful blows to his shoulders, resulting in the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Ah! The warlock screamed as he awoke in agony. Vit seized him by the neck, flipping him over, and unleashed 2 more punches onto his thighs, breaking both legs with a resounding crack. The warlock attempted to cry out, but Vit's grip on his throat silenced him. Cloaked in invisibility, Vit hoisted the warlock by his neck and sprinted towards the harbor. Initially, he had contemplated employing an illusion to compel the warlock to run to the harbor on his own, but with 2 captured and 1 remaining, it mattered not whether he was the principal target, none would escape. During the curfew in Mail City, the streets were deserted. Yet Vit encountered several guards patrolling the vicinity near the harbor. One of the guards noticed something amiss. Look, what is that? Several guards turned their heads, only to behold a naked man, arms hanging limply, his gaze fixed ahead, standing upright on his toes, utterly motionless yet gliding forward with alarming speed. Goodness! In the dim light of night, the guards struggled to discern the identity of the figure, but they soon recognized, by the man's bald head and unusual skin tone, that he was indeed a warlock. Faced with this bizarre sight, they dared not approach, opting instead to converse from a distance. What is happening today? There are fruit men everywhere. We cannot intervene in the warlock's affairs. Let's return to the barracks. Chapter 63, Packing on board the ship at Millport. The governor they had previously captured had been securely packed away by Nelmelia and her companion. Wit tossed the male witch into the cabin and administered a healing spell. The journey to King's Landing would take a month or 2, and with multiple fractures, he would not survive such a prolonged voyage without treatment. Nelmelia approached and shackled the male witch, while Targaryen hurried over with a small vial, removing the cap and attempting to force the liquid down his throat. The witch, having been abducted and now subjected to an unknown potion, resolutely resisted, tightly closing his mouth and struggling against them. In response, Nelmelia raised a pair of shackles and struck the witch's head, causing blood to flow. Then, she brandished a spear, knocking him down and thrusting the weapon's tip into his mouth. The blue-skinned creature attempted to fight back, but Targaryen, upon hearing this, mimicked her sister and shoved the entire vial into the witch's mouth. Exhausted and resigned, he swallowed the poison. The box containing the governor had several holes drilled into it for ventilation and feeding. Wit used a light spell to peer through one of the small openings to check on the governor's condition. Targaryen! Why has his face turned yellow? By this time, Targaryen had finished pouring the poison and had come to crouch beside Wit, pointing at the governor through the hole. The effect is more stable and longer lasting than that used on the mountain. He cannot move and will not turn blue. When we tested it on the chickens, they turned yellow, and this one still resembles a human. Wit recalled the yellowish chicken meat they had consumed at magic school, previously assuming it was merely a result of the cooking method. Targaryen felt a little wronged. Once cooked, the poison is neutralized and can be consumed. Wit helped her, gently patting her head. Never mind the discoloration, if the potency is strong, it is acceptable. Once we board the ship to Bravos, I shall teach you other methods for concocting alchemical potions. Targaryen's interest was piqued. What potions? Alchemy encompasses more than just poison making. It includes underwater breathing, healing, restoring magical energy, and enhancing the effects of alchemy. The functions of alchemical products are quite comprehensive, but many of the materials are based on my hypotheses and may be unavailable or require substitutions. Wit, having no desire to study alchemy himself, realized that with Targaryen dedicated to its exploration, he could enhance his skill level by analyzing and deconstructing her alchemical products, saving considerable time on preliminary upgrades. However, Targaryen lacked a gaming system's alchemical skill tree and relied solely on practical learning, meaning that once she reached a certain proficiency, Wit would need to personally create more advanced alchemical items. Turning his gaze to the male witch, Wit noted that although the spells he had previously employed were rudimentary, they belonged to his in-game illusion system. Wit confirmed that the magical school had not disseminated this knowledge. If Soros were to leak it, it would be to the Red God sect, not to these male witches. Hence, it was plausible that their magic was surreptitiously learned from the Valyrian Empire. After a while, the three of them finished their tasks, packing away the now green-skinned witch, and prepared to return to Governor Mei's residence. As he passed by the child stationed at the edge of the ship, the young one discreetly handed a crumpled paper to Vito. He addressed them, saying, "Convey to Varys that I am quite displeased with his decision to add another person at the last moment. The equilibrium of our dealings has been disrupted." Upon returning to his chamber in the estate, Vito dispelled all the enchantments he had set up and unfolded the paper to reveal the message. 2 heirs of House Targaryen were in Bravos. The following day, Governor Mei brought Vito to tour the glass workshop in Milton City. "My Lord Vito, there is a rumor circulating this morning that a certain governor went mad and ran wildly through the streets last night, ultimately disappearing without a trace. His family is now frantically searching for him. Oh, that fellow is truly unfortunate. If he has indeed lost his mind, wouldn't he that leave a vacancy for the governorship?" Governor Mei smiled. "I have a very respectable noble friend who possesses the capability to fill that position. Then you must lend him your support, once he becomes governor. Perhaps you can engage in business together." Vito understood his desire for financial backing, yet the governors of Mile were not worthy of his direct support at this stage. Once he ascended to the governorship, engaging in commerce with Wind's Rest would be reasonable, but the Stepstone Islands had yet to be conquered, and the kingdom lacked the resources and energy to manage Mile's affairs. Mei chuckled. He indeed harbored such intentions, but Vito's refusal was inconsequential, as both parties were merely testing the waters. Having reached this point, the two tacitly agreed to shift the topic, with Mei turning his attention to the glass workshop. The workshop bore no comparison to contemporary factories. It was entirely handcrafted, overseen by a foreman wielding a whip, commanding a multitude of slaves. Should a finished product exhibit flaws, the slave responsible would be mercilessly whipped, left bruised and unable to work for days, while the remaining slaves would be forced to complete his tasks. Implementing a system of collective punishment, Vito then visited the glass melting workshop, grasping a handful of raw quartz sand. This material was indeed absent from the lands of Westeros. The glass-making technique was introduced by the Valyrian Empire and had flourished in the 9 trading cities for millennia. There was no reason for the people of Westeros to be incapable of mastering it. The sole obstacle lay in the materials. The sand from the rivers and the Dornish deserts proved inadequate. Such is the absurdity of this world. No wonder Governor Mei encouraged him to explore freely. Others from different regions possessed the craft yet could not execute it. The cost of employing slaves was relatively low, and the options were either to conduct trade normally with Mile or to conquer the region. After concluding the tour of the glass workshop, Vito's itinerary in Mile came to an end. Now Melia, accompanied by several Dornish guards, had already loaded their belongings onto Oberyn's ship. Vito arrived at the naval office of the 7 Kingdoms at the port of Mile. A modest 3-story white building adorned with a small flag featuring 3 golden lions at its upper right corner, operating under his personal name. It was less likely to incite disputes. Upon entering, he found a dozen young men, armed and gathered around the table, engaged in conversation. One young man, noticing the entrance of a finely dressed individual, rose and inquired, "How may we assist you?" Igniting 5 magical spheres that spun rapidly behind him before extinguishing, Renly Baratheon announced, "I have a matter to discuss with you. Are you from House Caitlin?" Upon witnessing the magical orb, although they had never laid eyes on Vito, the individuals present confirmed his identity and stood at attention. "Greetings, Lord Vito. I am Lakos Citrin, but you may call me Little Lakos." Vito approached the table and took a seat, gesturing with his hand as the magical light flickered, casting a silent spell. "Please come closer and take a seat." The group approached the table but refrained from sitting, standing upright as they awaited Vito's instructions. Vito, unperturbed by such trivialities, observed Little Lakos's face. He had met Lakos's father, Count Citrin, and noted their striking resemblance. The appearances of the other young men also bore the hallmark of Westerosi features, starkly contrasting with those of the merchant city-states. Having ascertained their identities, Vito inquired, "How often do you rotate here?" These young men were the younger sons of minor noble families, serving under the command of Stannis in the royal fleet. Being stationed at the military supply point in Mil was a commendable assignment, far preferable to enduring the elements aboard a ship, and offered opportunities for profit. Those assigned here were individuals trusted by Stannis himself. Only Little Lakos was the sole heir in his family, slightly younger than Vito, and held the highest status among the group, designated as the chief officer of this post, thus representing the other young men. In response to Lord Vito, upon the next naval escort of merchant vessels, we shall rotate back to King's Landing. and the duties here will be assumed by the newcomers. Vito produced an envelope from his pocket, sealed with his wax insignia, and handed it to little Lacos. This letter must be entrusted to the naval vessel returning, to be delivered personally to the king at the Red Keep in King's Landing. Upon hearing this, little Lacos understood the significance of the letter. He accepted it with both hands and, placing a fist over his heart, vowed, "I swear upon my life that I shall deliver this letter to the king." The other young man mirrored his gesture, declaring, "We shall ensure the letter reaches King's Landing." Vito placed a reassuring hand on little Lacos' shoulder, offering encouragement. Chapter 64. The enchantment predicament. Having concluded matters in the city of Mil, Vit and Oberon reunited, and the vessel set sail northward towards Braavos. Approximately a week later, at the abode of the male witch in Mil, an incessant stench of decaying corpses permeated the air, causing the local populace to steer clear of the vicinity. The bodies of 2 deceased male witches had begun to emit a foul odor, yet no one seemed to notice. However, a certain sect had been vigilantly observing the witches, the priests of the Red Temple in Mil. As the westernmost outpost of the faith of the King of Light on the continent of Essos, they were ever watchful of the movements of other cults within the city. After several days without sight of the witches, the priests sensed something amiss and organized a party to investigate the witches' residence. Clad in crimson, the priests, comprising a dozen temple warriors, monks, and a high-ranking priestess who had journeyed from Ashai, gathered around the flies that swarmed the lifeless bodies of the witches. A red-robed monk prodded one of the witches with a wooden stick. "Melisandre, this corpse is highly decomposed, showing no signs of external injury. However, judging by the position in which he lies, it appears he was slain in his sleep." Melisandre seized the monk's stick, retrieved a pouch of powder from her robes, sprinkled it upon the stick, and ignited it with a mere touch of her hand. She then cast the flaming stick onto the witch's corpse, chanting an incantation from the faith of Roller, and the flames immediately engulfed the body. He had employed magic before his demise, the red-robed monk remarked. Only one more powerful than he could have taken his life. He lay in bed with no opportunity to resist, leading the group out of the now-burning house. Melisandre gazed upon the blazing inferno. "The prophecies of the King of Light have become increasingly vivid. I too have arrived in the west in accordance with these omens." The red-robed monk recalled the matter. It is said that the sorcerer Renly Baratheon from the kingdom of Westeros had previously visited Mil. Could it be he who dispatched these heretics? Melisandre replied, "Whether or not he is involved is of no consequence to us. Nevertheless, I am quite intrigued by his magic." The monk continued, "And what of the monk Soros? We dispatched him to Vitello to preach, yet we have not heard from him in years. It seems he has forsaken the faith of Roller." "I shall seek him out personally," Melisandre asserted. The monk pondered aloud. "Could the arrival of this sorcerer Vit be linked to the King of Light?" Melisandre responded. "The name Renly Baratheon has never appeared in the prophecies of the King of Light. It is impossible for him to wield the Sword of Flames. The priests of the Red Faith lack the foresight of the Green Seer, who perceives both the past and future. They can only glimpse fragmented visions of the future through the flames and must interpret these shards to discern what lies ahead. The same vision may yield different interpretations among various priests, depending on who holds greater authority within the sect." Turning to the monks and warriors, Melisandre proclaimed, "We must all make a choice, be it man or woman, young or old, noble or mundane. Our choice remains the same. We choose the light. We choose justice. We choose the true God. Should sorcerers emerge in Westeros, if they are false, they shall be consumed by flames. If they are genuine, they shall serve the King of Light." Flames engulfed the 3-story building, the heat swirling Melisandre's crimson hair and robe, her enchanting visage and red eyes appearing extraordinarily sacred against the revered flames of the cult. The warriors and monks, upon hearing Melisandre's teachings and witnessing such a spectacle, knelt in reverence before the fire, exclaiming, "Praise Roller! Praise the Light of Lights!" On the ship, where space was confined and the days were largely mundane aside from feasting, the sailors of Dorne took to humming the songs once sung by Viter. After imparting alchemical recipes to Trini, Viter, feeling the pangs of ennui, ascended to the deck to gaze at the sea, his mind unlocking a long-neglected attribute panel. Name, Viter Blartian. Age, 18. Attributes, average for adults, 100, health 900, magic 2100, stamina 1300. Physical skills, max level, 100, one-handed weapons 100, two-handed weapons 100, blocking 65, archery 62, light armor 53, heavy armor 35. Magical skills, destruction 85, master level. Restoration 85, master level. Alteration 85, master level. Conjuration 85, Master Level, Illusion 85, Master Level, Alchemy 21, Enchantment 18. Life Skills, Eloquence 100, Lockpicking 40, Stealing 40, Stealth 56. Smithing 80. Free Points, 2 Talents, Broken Item Space, Magical Affinity. Dragonborn, False Rodal, Unrelenting Force 3 Free, Ancient Mastery, Muquadive. Dragon Soul Awakening, Ancient Mastery, Remaining Dragon Souls. For the 4 Dragon Souls will be saved for when necessary, as many matters can be resolved with ordinary magic. Rendering Dragon Shouts temporarily unnecessary. With Trini's assistance in alchemy, and forging being one of the aims of this journey. The quest was to locate the Skyforge in the ruins of Valyria. Previous encounters with the army of the undead in the north had fortified his health and stamina. Several schools of magic had reached the master level, with his only limitation now being magic consumption and recovery. For reasons unknown. His magical recovery had nearly doubled compared to a few years prior, yet once his magic was entirely expended, recovery would still require over a week. The consumption of magic could only be mitigated through equipment, the primary issue being enchantment, which necessitated souls. He had already constructed an enchanting table and crafted some small trinkets as gifts, all employing animal souls. However, to achieve the pinnacle of enchanting attributes, human souls were imperative. The most potent enchantments demanded the souls of humans, and in this world, there were no soul stones, thus. The act of enchanting required the immediate sacrifice of a life at the enchanting table. For mages, enchanted equipment was undoubtedly the most alluring of treasures. Especially when combined with alchemical potions, which could render magical consumption negligible. The quest for power is evident in the online games of the modern world. Showcasing the lengths players will go for formidable equipment. But can the mages of this realm withstand the temptation of such formidable gear? Humanity's insatiable greed for wealth, power, and strength is unrestrained, as Lu Xun once remarked. Never attempt to test human nature. As the mages pursue formidable equipment to slay their foes, be it criminals or enemies on the battlefield, no matter how discreetly they operate, the truth will inevitably come to light after repeated transgressions. At such a juncture, the common folk are gripped by fear, while the northern whites merely toil with corpses. People harbor the belief that souls ascend to the realms of their chosen deities upon death. Enchantment, however, entails the transformation of a soul into a mage's artifact. A far graver transgression than the whites' manipulation of bodies, one that society cannot condone. In that eventuality, a war between mages and commoners is all but certain. Mages are not invincible and may find themselves vanquished by legions of enraged adversaries. The very mediocrity they painstakingly constructed could be obliterated, even leading to their disgrace. Condemned by future generations. Thus, Vitor has long restrained his innermost desires, refraining from crafting powerful enchanted gear, and has yet to impart his enchanting skills to anyone. Even Lannister has never witnessed Vitor's creation process. It remains a secret known only to him. Standing at the bow of the ship, Vitor is deep in contemplation. Chapter 65. Braavos. After nearly a month of navigating against the wind, we finally arrived near Braavos. Unlike the sweltering climates of other city-states, this region is dotted with numerous islands, all cloaked in dense forests. The neighboring mainland is rich with iron, tin, lead, and various useful materials, while the seas abound with fish and shellfish. Braavos is situated on several of the larger islands, standing out as the most unique and powerful of the free trade city-states. The Valyrian Empire refrained from conquering this place, as the Dragon Lords held no interest in runaway slaves. Notably, the original inhabitants were primarily those who had escaped from the Valyrian Empire, including slave soldiers, bed slaves, cooks, stable hands, stewards, carpenters, blacksmiths, stonemasons, weavers, and fishermen. Consequently, there are no slaves here. The populace vehemently opposes all forms of slave trade, going so far as to wage wars for the liberation of slaves. Over time, the region also welcomed the Undos, the Summer Islanders, the Discari, the Nausar, the Ibani, the Selor, and even pure-blooded Valyrians plagued by debt and crime. A myriad of beliefs converge here, resulting in a plethora of temples dedicated to various deities, with a resolute declaration of neutrality towards any single god. The prevailing language is a variant of Valyrian, initially derived from the tongue of the masters of runaway slaves, but it has since evolved to incorporate elements from various dialects. On the deck of the ship stood Vit, the sisters Naumelia, and Oberyn, their eyes fixed upon the colossal statue of the Titan in the distance. The giant, wielding a broken sword and adorned with a helmet, possessed eyes that glowed with an inner fire, serving both as a statue and a lighthouse. Numerous local fishing boats and warships populated the waters of Braavos. Vit, observing the peculiar vessels, inquired of Oberyn, Why are all the ships painted purple? Oberyn replied. The purple ships are trophies. The Braavosi use a dark purple dye derived from a type of sea snail to color their plundered vessels. Must we really pass beneath the Titan's loins? Vit grumbled as the ship approached the giant. A ring of islands encircled the city, with other openings being too shallow for larger vessels. Thus, the only navigable route for grand ships was through the Titan's legs. The Braavosi believed that traversing this passage would invoke the Titan's protection, ensuring victory in battle or safeguarding against storms. While Oberyn and his companions, the Dornishmen, were indifferent to the matter, the thought of passing beneath a living giant's body stirred their spirits. As the ship drew closer, Vit discerned that beneath the giant's feet lay a fortress and barracks, with many soldiers coming and going. The interior of the Titan was hollow, its thighs and the hem of its war skirt riddled with arrow slits. The statue itself functioned as a military stronghold, a design formidable against assault, save for cannon fire. Furthermore, the surrounding land was characterized by vast swamps, making the defense of this location all the more secure. Braavos truly is a remarkable place. As one traverses beneath the giant's legs, they enter the inner sea of Braavos, immediately greeted by the sight of a lofty aqueduct that stretches from the mainland into the sea and further into the heart of Braavos, providing fresh water to its inhabitants, who affectionately refer to it as the Sweetwater Canal, due to the singular route for ships entering and exiting. All merchant vessels must first dock at the bridge-shaped wharf near the statue of the giant, where officials of the Sea Lord inspect cargo and collect taxes. However, Oberyn's fleet is exempt from this procedure, docking directly at the Old Market Wharf on the western edge of the city, a space densely populated with vessels. Without the banner of Prince Thu'um, one might struggle even to find a place to moor. Finally, Vita sets foot on solid ground, free from the tumult of the sea, accompanying Oberyn through the city. The entire metropolis is constructed upon hundreds of islets, with houses perched not far above the water's surface, interwoven with numerous canals and connected by hundreds of grey, golden, or red arched bridges, resembling a watery Venice in the realm of Westeros. Upon reaching the Sea Lord's palace, one is struck by its opulence, a legacy of wealth passed down through generations of Sea Lords. Demon Sand engages in discussions with the Sea Lord's subordinates, while Vito and Oberyn await in the reception room. Shortly thereafter, the current Sea Lord enters. "Greetings, Your Highness, Prince Oberyn." "Greetings, Your Highness," replies the Sea Lord, an old acquaintance of Oberyn, as they exchange formal salutations. Demon Sand stands nearby to introduce. "This is the contemporary Sea Lord of Braavos, Ferrigo Antion. And this is one of the members of the King's Council, the chief sorcerer of the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Renly Baratheon of Hornhill, also the son-in-law of Prince Oberyn." Vita follows suit, offering a noble bow. "Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Renly Baratheon." To have entered the King's Council at such a young age speaks volumes of your potential, especially as Oberyn's son-in-law. "You shall reside in the Sea Lord's palace alongside Prince Oberyn during this visit." Oberyn interjects, "Aren't you bound for the Iron Bank?" The large building to the left upon exiting the palace is it. "Is it so close?" Vita replies, "As the day is still bright, I shall attend to business first." Ferrigo adds, "Once your affairs are concluded, feel free to explore the city. I shall host a small banquet this evening in honor of Prince Oberyn and yourselves. Do remember to return before nightfall." "Thank you very much for your generous hospitality," Vita responds. Upon arriving at the Iron Bank, Vita notes that many nobles from the Seven Kingdoms have previously borrowed from the institution, resulting in a plethora of blank forms within the red keep. This occasion represents a loan from Hornhill, with the seals and signatures already affixed by Bolon Greyjoy. Though numerous details such as the transportation of gold and repayment timelines still require discussion with the Iron Bank. Following Vita's departure, Oberyn and Sea Lord Ferrigo also exit the palace, making their way to the Hall of Truth situated on a solitary islet in the city center, where several individuals have been awaiting their arrival for some time. Braavos is largely sheltered from storms, surrounded by islets that shield it, allowing only gentle breezes to sweep through the city. The conference hall boasts open designs, offering a panoramic view of Braavos. The conference table is adorned with fruits and fine wines, arranged as if for a grand feast. Upon the entrance of King Ferrigo, he took his place at the head of the table, while his bodyguard, Curo Valentin, remained outside, engaged in conversation with the surrounding guards. Oberon casually selected an empty seat, and Daemon Shade followed suit, noticing that a few individuals had already occupied the audience section, and thus sat there as well. The surrounding guards began to vacate the conference hall, retreating to a more distant location to maintain their watch. Curo Valentin then entered and positioned himself behind the king. Once seated, Oberon made himself comfortable, nonchalantly resting one foot on the armrest of his chair, and picked up an apple to indulge in. Noticing some new faces in the audience, he turned to Cruel Valentine and requested an introduction. Chapter 66. The Sleeping Dragon. The Sea King noted several new faces in the audience and nodded towards Quillen Valentine. Quillen Valentine stood one step behind the Sea King. Introducing himself, I am Quillen Valentine, the current chief swordsman of Braavos and the Sea King's bodyguard. This is Ronald Clinton, the cousin of the former Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, John Clinton, and beside him is his son, Roland Clinton, also known as Red Roland. Ronald Clinton remained silent at the main table, while his son, Roland Clinton, rose from the audience to acknowledge everyone with a nod. Quillen Valentine continued, This is Sir Mistine, the commander of the Golden Company, accompanied by the intelligence officer, Lancelot Mel. Sir Mistine, seated at the main table, bore an unattractive visage with a crooked jaw, prominent ears, and a large nose, yet he smiled and nodded at the assembly. Lancelot Mel rose from the audience and performed a noble greeting. Oberyn gazed at Lancelot Mel, whose violet eyes and platinum hair presented a strikingly handsome appearance, emblematic of Valyrian lineage, adorned with purple nail polish and pearl and amethyst earrings. Oberyn initially mistook him for a woman, but upon standing, the absence of breasts and the presence of an Adam's apple revealed his true identity, piquing Oberyn's interest. Quillen Valentine proceeded to introduce a stout figure. This is Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos. Illyrio wore a broad smile, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth, and waved cheerfully at the attendees. He rose from humble beginnings and was quite adept at socializing. Quillen Valentine continued, This is Prince Viserys Targaryen. Viserys Targaryen displayed evident displeasure at his introduction, turning away to gaze out the window, leaving only the back of his platinum hair visible to the assembly. Oberyn's apple was nearly consumed. This is my squire, Ser Demon Shad. Demon Shad stood to bow towards the assembly, accompanying Oberyn to meet such notable figures. Especially the one named Viserys Targaryen filled Demon with excitement and anxiety, contemplating the grand matters likely unfolding among them. With the introductions complete, Quillen Valentine returned to his position behind the Sea King, resuming his role as bodyguard. At the main table sat King Ferrigo Antrian of Braavos, Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, Sir Mistine, Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos, Ronald Clinton from Westeros, and Prince Viserys Targaryen. 6 individuals in total, with Varys absent and 1 deceased. In the audience were Oberyn's squire, Ser Demon Shad, intelligence officer Lancelot Mel of the Golden Company, and Red Roland Clinton. 3 in total. Sir Mistine, commanding attention, struck the table and addressed the assembly. Apart from the deceased Sir William Derry and the absent Varys the Spider, everyone is present. There is but one matter at hand. Victarion Greyjoy has arrived in Braavos and is currently residing in the Sea King's palace. How shall we respond? Viserys raised his goblet, sipping wine while gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to those around him. He spoke up, What other course of action is there? We simply eliminate him. Silence enveloped the room, no one daring to respond. Lancelot Mel, the intelligence officer of the Golden Company, interjected, according to the intelligence previously provided by Lord Varys. It appears that Baratheon possesses genuine magical abilities. However, he has only read about them in the records of the scholars. He has not witnessed them firsthand. He advised us to proceed with caution. King Ferrigo remarked, That is the younger brother of King Robert. Am I to bear the brunt of the war and reparations simply because he dies in Braavos without cause? Miss Toyne of the Golden Company retorted, You, King, have ample wealth. Compensation is a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the king glared at him. You conspire to restore the Targaryens, while I merely play the role of a witness. All the benefits of restoration would accrue to you, while I alone endure the consequences. What do you take me for, Commander? Viserys, intrigued by the mention of restoration, was cut off by Ronald Clinton, who interjected, For Vet to arrive here, we must first ensure he cannot locate the Targaryen siblings. Varys informed you long ago. Why are they still here? The king replied, Which of the 9 free cities is the safest? Only Braavos. Indeed, Braavos boasted formidable economic and military strength, a fact well understood by the assembly. Yet they sought to elicit a promise from the king himself. Oberyn stated, First, if Vet does not discover them during his time in Braavos, the matter will resolve itself. The king responded, The House of Truth is surrounded by sea, accessible by only 2 bridges. I will instruct the guards to close the bridges. Declaring that important matters are underway, Vet should not be able to enter. Viserys stood, exclaiming, Do you intend to confine me here like a prisoner? Turning to Oberyn, he continued, we shall eliminate the traitor of House Baratheon, and then we will march to Westeros to reclaim the throne. Oberyn plucked a grape from a bunch, popping it into his mouth. Our agreement stipulated that you would lead the army to retake the continent of Westeros and marry my brother's daughter, Princess Arryn. Before Dorne would intervene, not the other way round. Have you forgotten? I have not forgotten, Viserys replied, sinking back into his seat. He possessed neither the forces to launch a counteroffensive against Westeros, with the Golden Company barely numbering 10,000, including logistical personnel, the actual combatants being even fewer. The noblemen of Westeros, who professed to support his cause, were mere opportunists. Should Viserys gain strength, they would rally to his banner, yet if Robert's power prevailed, they would seize Viserys to claim glory for themselves. Ronald Clinton chimed in. Isn't Braavos renowned for its faceless men? We could hire them to assassinate that. Governor Illyrio of Pentos replied, a splendid idea. The faceless men rarely fail. Even in the event of failure, they would continue to dispatch assassins without revealing their employer's identity. However, their fees can be quite steep. The others regarded him in silence. Illyrio, very well, I shall contribute to the restoration plan. I will cover the expenses for hiring the faceless men. Golden Company, Mers Toim, our Golden Company members. Aside from the stable hands and logistical personnel tending to the horses outside the city, have all taken residence within. As long as you, my king, permit us to engage in battle within the city, my brothers of the Golden Company shall rend the offspring of House Baratheon to shreds. The king contemplated for a moment. Hold off, brothers of the Golden Company. When Viserys heard the outcome of the discussions and observed the increasing number of attendees at the meeting, he spread his arms wide and passionately addressed the assembly. You are all loyal lords and allies of House Targaryen. Before we reclaim our rightful throne, let us first slay the scion of House Baratheon as a sacrifice. Let the rebellious progeny of House Baratheon taste the fury of our Dragonlord family. The assembly rose to pay their respects to him before exiting the meeting room, leaving his words unacknowledged. Chapter 67, Oberyn's instructions that evening. The Sea King hosted a banquet in honor of Oberyn and Viter. Normalia, seated beside Viter as his wife, and Tyranny, positioned next to Oberyn. Both adorned themselves in the exquisite attire of the local noblewomen of Braavos, graciously gifted by the Sea King. The feast was a sumptuous array of seafood, prepared in the distinctive culinary style of Braavos. Sea King Forego inquired, Oberyn, I presume your visit is not solely for leisure. Oberyn replied. The upcoming season promises a bountiful yield of fruit from Dorne. Should the Sea King desire, we can supply some. Forego responded, certainly. The naval forces of Braavos have a significant demand for fruit. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my treasurer to arrange this matter. Viter, have you concluded the affairs concerning the Iron Treasury? Viter affirmed, the negotiations were settled this afternoon. However, I have requested a single shipment for the gold transport. The Iron Treasury insists on multiple deliveries for security reasons. Forego expressed frustration. Those profit-driven lenders, their cowardice is palpable. Until the money reaches your hands, any losses are theirs to bear. Tomorrow, I shall notify the Iron Treasury to employ the Purple Fleet for escort. They should not be so reluctant to expend a trifling sum. Thank you most sincerely, Your Majesty, Viter replied. Forego continued, Viter, as fortune would have it, we are in the midst of Braavos' annual celebration. Do not be in haste to depart, you may revel here for a time. Annual celebration? Viter queried. Oberyn elaborated. Braavos annually commemorates the founding of the city with a grand 10-day festival of feasting and merriment. Particularly at night, everyone dons masks, indulging in pleasure and dance. On the 10th night at midnight, the Titan will sound the horn, and revelers will unmask, which may lead to delightful surprises. Viter mused that this resembled the Carnival of Venice and felt compelled to partake. Thus, he resolved to impose upon the Sea King's hospitality during this period. Forego chuckled, Ah, Viter, you are too courteous. As my guest, you are a guest of Braavos. Enjoy yourself here. Behind the palace lies a menagerie, which you may also wish to explore. It houses rare and exotic creatures collected by past Sea Kings. I am intrigued by the celebration. I shall endeavor to visit the menagerie when time permits, Viter replied. Though he harbored a distaste for the scent of animal waste, even finding horses unappealing, let alone a zoo, he offered a perfunctory response to the Sea King. As night fell, Oberyn gifted Viter and the others with ornate masks, and the group ventured towards the Purple Harbor, home to the city's finest taverns and entertainment venues. By day, the bustling streets revealed little of the festive spirit. However, as night descended, every establishment ignited torches, illuminating the streets filled with elegantly dressed, masked revelers. The taverns buzzed with life, and the streets echoed with the melodies of various musicians and minstrel performers, as people drank and danced in exuberance. Following Oberon, they entered an upscale tavern, where patrons included nobles and wealthy merchants from afar, alongside assassins who indulged in the night's revelry, having recently acquired their fortunes. The tavern buzzed with a livelier atmosphere than the streets outside, teeming with a multitude of social butterflies performing within. Wealthy patrons could indulge in the luxury of hiring their company as wine servants or even for more intimate companionship. In brothels, these courtesans represent the pinnacle of the service industry. They are not merely accessible women for a price, but rather cultured individuals well-versed in music, dance, and literature, accompanying esteemed guests while also elevating their own status and worth. In this city, the pursuit of a courtesan is not a matter of shame. On the contrary, people of all ages hold them in high regard, akin to adoring celebrities. Their beauty and poise, combined with their artistic talents, make them frequent performers in various venues. Privately, they may entwine themselves with the powerful, and men are often drawn to these refined women, leading to the emergence of numerous courtesan families. Each possesses her own flower boat, typically hosting guests aboard, but during festive occasions, they might be invited to high-end venues or accompany patrons to grand banquets. The tavern resonated with a cacophony of applause, music, and dance, as masked revelers temporarily concealed their identities, toasting and dancing together, both acquaintances and strangers alike. Oberyn, fueled by drink, seized Illyria Sand's hand and whirled her onto the dance floor, where the Dornish dance distinctly differed from those of Westeros and the 9 free cities, captivating the crowd with its exotic flair. Soon, even VYT was coaxed into joining a dance by Nymeria. As the evening progressed, spirits soared. Oberyn wrapped his left arm around Illyria Sand while his right embraced a courtesan, and nearby, Demon Sand also entertained a companion. VYT and Trini sat together, while Nymeria flirted with another woman. Approaching midnight, a commotion erupted outside the tavern, accompanied by a flurry of whistles. As the crowd turned to observe, a young, exquisitely dressed woman entered, trailed by 4 maidens who held her gown. The Mermaid Queen. It was evident that some patrons recognized her. Damon, with bleary eyes, remarked, "The Mermaid Queen, the foremost courtesan of brothels, elected by the people?" VYT inquired. "Unknown," Demon replied. "He usually frequents lower establishments and has only heard rumors." The Mermaid Queen would not arrive without reason. After graciously greeting the tavern's guests with noble courtesy, she approached VYT's table, 4 in brothels, besides the Sea King. Prince Oberyn held the highest standing. "Greetings, Your Grace, Prince Oberyn," she said. Alas, she had arrived too late. Oberyn, though indulgent, was not one to fall for every captivating face, otherwise, he would not have fathered 4 daughters with Illyria Sand. It was clear he knew her well, yet displayed little interest. Oberyn acknowledged her with a nod and gestured towards VYT. The Mermaid Queen smiled and promptly seated herself beside VYT, while her 4 handmaidens sought the tavern keeper for drinks. Oberyn permitted her to settle. Naturally, the bill would be charged to him. The Mermaid Queen possesses extraordinary beauty, adorned in exquisite garments and adorned with an array of precious jewels. A luxurious fragrance, sourced from the illustrious city of Lizzie, envelopes her. Her head rests gently upon Vit's shoulder, while Trini occupies the other side. The Mermaid Queen's hand glides through the fabric at Vit's lower back, intertwining with Trini's hand, both resting delicately on Vit's back. Opposite Vit, Oberon regards him with a bemused expression, entirely oblivious to Vit's thoughts. The men in attendance, whether discreetly stealing glances or openly gazing, are captivated by the Mermaid Queen. Vit remains seated with perfect posture, too apprehensive to move. Amelia, cradling a beautiful woman, shares a sip of wine with her, and upon noticing Vit's anxious demeanor, she chuckles softly. Chapter 68. The folklore festivities of brothels. The revelry continued deep into the night, with Vitu partaking solely in libations, while his father-in-law and wife observed nearby. This was merely a pretense, a customary practice in brothels. As the night wore on and energy waned, the tavern grew quieter, the earlier cacophony replaced by a lull. The patrons began to depart, heading back to the Sea Lord's palace for rest. The tavern fell silent, yet the streets remained vibrant. The labyrinthine canals interwove, with several converging into a broader expanse where vessels could dock, known locally as the Moon Pool. A crowd had gathered in a circle, men and women alike, where Vitu, tall and imposing, could see 2 individuals engaged in combat at the center. Both had drawn their weapons, and their unsteady movements suggested a significant indulgence in drink. Before long, One contender suffered a grievous throat wound, blood gushing forth as the victor raised his arms in triumph, basking in the cheers of the onlookers. A figure clad in black approached the victor, collecting a small sum of money while summoning several workers. They deftly carried away the fallen, some splashing water while others scrubbed the ground, displaying remarkable efficiency. The victor then approached a lady of striking beauty, exchanging words before the two departed, arm in arm. Such scenes were not isolated. The vicinity of the moon pool buzzed with similar occurrences, even as the patrolling guards turned a blind eye. "Look, it's the Mermaid Queen." Many recognized her as she waved to the crowd. As Vitor and his companions ventured further, a drunken man staggered into Vitor's path, drawing his sword and pointing it menacingly at him. The onlookers erupted in excitement, quickly forming a circle to witness yet another duel. "What is the meaning of this? Is murder permissible?" Vitor inquired, bewildered. "In brothels, dueling is a commonplace affair," the Mermaid Queen replied. "These individuals may seek to challenge you due to my presence. But I am not a bravosi. I am a foreigner," Vitor remarked, puzzled. "Your ornate attire and the sword at your side lead them to perceive you as an assassin. Only assassins don garments of such splendor in brothels. True nobles and skilled swordsmen, the faceless men, often don black or deep-hued clothing," she elucidated. Vitor glanced at the dark blade of the Sister of Shadows at his waist, adorned in extravagant noble garb indeed, a quintessential assassin's ensemble. "Assassin? A profession of taking lives for coin." The Mermaid Queen nodded. Vitor pressed on. "Why do they not challenge Oberon instead? He is dressed even more flamboyantly." Oberon swayed unsteadily, silent, merely gesturing behind him. Vitor turned to see Oberon, Ilaria Sand, and Demon Sand, all inebriated, while a few of his guards remained sober. One had inexplicably raised a banner of House Martell, the son of Thu'um, high. "Then this duel seems unavoidable," Vitor mused. Not out of fear but rather concerned about causing a murder on the Sea Lord's territory. "Vitor, go! Fight! Fight!" Nymelia and Trini, their faces flushed from drink, released Vitor's arms and began to incite the crowd. As the two individuals began to speak, Vit resignedly stepped into the arena, standing face to face with the assassin. Upon seeing Vit accept the challenge, the assassin brushed back his hair and then bowed to the Mermaid Queen. "Beautiful Mermaid Queen, in your name, I extend a duel invitation to the assassin by your side. Should he consent, I shall prove with his blood that I am the one truly worthy to stand by you. I can serve you in dressing, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Now, will you fight or not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vit drew the Dark Sister from its sheath. There was no time to entertain the assassin's bluster. The Valyrian steel sword gleamed ominously. Those who frequented the nearby Purple Harbor were either noble merchants or renowned assassins. Many had encountered Valyrian steel, and it was not long before someone recognized it. The onlookers quickly realized that Vit's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. He was certainly no mere assassin. Feeling humiliated by Vit's interruption, the assassin pointed his sword at him and declared, "You shall die." With that, he charged at Vit, swinging a stick rapidly in the flickering firelight of the night, creating the illusion of multiple afterimages. Yet, Vit's speed was unparalleled. The crowd could only witness him deftly sidestep behind the assassin, a fleeting shadow of his sword slicing through the air. The assassin, still in the forward thrusting position, stumbled 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. His chin remained intact, but his nose was reduced to mere fragments, the upper part of his head soaring into the night sky. Vit had cleaved his skull in two with a single stroke, and the Dark Sister remained unblemished by blood. The stunned spectators, including Oberon, were momentarily silenced, their drunkenness shattered. Everyone had anticipated a brief exchange of blows, perhaps some banter before a victor emerged. But Vit's swiftness left them astounded. Many, reflecting on their own martial skills, realized they would have had no chance to evade such speed. Oberon remained in a daze, while Demon Shard was genuinely frightened. He had always believed Vit's magical prowess was merely Robert's embellishment for his brother, a sentiment echoed by many throughout Westeros. Those who had witnessed Vit's magic remained silent, some of lowly status, knowing their words would go unheeded. While magic remained unseen, they had just witnessed his martial might. If he were to confront Vit, even with the warrior queen's blessings to anticipate the first strike, what of the second? Demon, slightly unsteady from the drink, sought Vit's vulnerability. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd, seemingly ignited by an unknown instigator. As the spectators learned of the assassin's challenge in the name of the Mermaid Queen, more and more gathered to watch, with some even inciting further challenges against Vit. From the distance, a newcomer, who had missed the earlier display of Vit's lethal skill, stepped forward to face him, wielding a slender sword. Vit, now visibly irritated, realized this could become an endless cycle. If one challenger was dealt with, another would inevitably arise. Was his earlier display too swift, lacking the deterrent effect he had hoped for? The Mermaid Queen is not accustomed to such occurrences, typically. A duel instigated by an assassin does not exceed 3 engagements in a single night. However, there are those who are relentlessly challenged until their demise. 4 assassins adhere to no code of honor. Is it truly possible? Vit did not wish to be paraded like a mere spectacle for the masses. He sought to instill a sense of trepidation in them before retreating to restful slumber. You wish to duel with me, do you? Then make your move. The assassin refrained from launching a direct attack, instead opting to circle Vit with a buoyant gait, continuously altering the position of his sword. Vit remained stationary, observing the assassin's movements. When the assassin approached from behind and Vit turned to change direction, the assassin suddenly shifted his stance and lunged forward, aiming the sword at Vit's heart. It was as if Vit possessed eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly spun around, evading the assassin's thrust. Seizing the assassin's wrist, Vit caused him to relinquish his weapon in pain. With a deft motion, Vit sheathed his Dark Sister-S blade at his waist and delivered a powerful punch to the assassin's face, rendering him nearly unconscious. His limbs rendered limp. At that moment, Vit pinned him to the ground, cradling the assassin's head in his hands, his thumbs pressing against the assassin's eyes as he gradually exerted force. A scream erupted from the assassin as he thrashed desperately, but devoid of his weapon, his futile strikes against Vit bore no effect. With a sudden, resounding crunch, Vit crushed the assassin's skull between his hands. Oberon, resting a hand on Demon Shade's shoulder, remained unchanged in posture, yet his inebriated gaze sharpened into piercing clarity. Once more, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Had he truly just crushed a man's head? The onlookers, stunned by the gruesome spectacle, felt a creeping respect for the formidable strength displayed, soon giving way to fervent cheers and whistles that eclipsed the uproar from Vit's initial duel. No one dared to challenge Vit thereafter. The Mermaid Queen approached, bestowing a kiss upon Vit, followed by Nomelia, who also graced him with a kiss before embracing the Mermaid Queen. Tyranny, too, came forth, producing a handkerchief to wipe Vit's hands. Demon Shade, whether due to excessive intoxication or some other folly, stood and began to vomit, oblivious to the unsightly mess staining his garments. Chapter 69. The House of Seven Lights. After a night of excitement, dawn arrived swiftly. Oberon would not accompany Vito on leisurely strolls every day. As the Prince of Thu'um, he surely had political matters to discuss with the Sea King. He informed Vito that foreigners were congregating around the old closed dock, where various goods were also being traded. Vito, accompanied only by Nomelia and Trini, meandered through the area. However, Vito still donned noble attire, eschewing the dark garments favored by the local aristocracy. Even after sobering up, he was unperturbed by the prospect of assassins seeking him for duel, maintaining his splendid attire nonetheless. The old closed dock was bustling with merchant ships from Westeros and other age trading city-states, its vibrancy surpassing that of any port on the continent of Tetra. And the harbor was notably clean and orderly. Vito did not engage in any business discussions here. His focus was primarily on the diverse local products. As fatigue set in, the trio sought a place to rest. Vito recalled his father's mention of a tavern called the House of Seven Lights, known for its performances by courtesans. Let us go take a look, Trini exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she grasped Vito's hand. Very well, I shall inquire for directions. Vito thought it impossible to decline Trini's request when she bore such a look, navigating the twists and turns of the dock area. They finally arrived at the House of Seven Lights, a tavern that exuded a certain opulence. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a cacophony of languages. The establishment boasted 2 levels, with a stage in the center featuring a performance of song and dance. As Vito entered the hall, many flamboyantly dressed assassins ceased their conversations to observe him. News of the previous night's events had already circulated within the assassin circles of Bravos. A foreigner adorned in the garb of Westerosi nobility, wielding a Valyrian steel sword, did not challenge him to a duel, for he could crush a man's skull with his bare hands. The distinctive attire and the rumors regarding his imposing stature allowed many assassins to recognize Vito. Some began to boast about their encounters from the previous night, while others inquired about the unfolding events. Finding an available seat, the trio had scarcely settled when a stunning woman approached their table, accompanied by a bartender. Greetings, esteemed guests, she said. Hello, Vito and his companions replied, assuming she was the proprietor of the tavern. I am Nightingale, a courtesan here. May I sit beside you? The seating consisted of elongated soft sofas facing the stage, with Trini on Viter's left and Nomalia on his right. This is my wife, and this is her younger sister. If you wish, you may sit beside my wife, Viter offered. Nightingale seated herself, beckoning the bartender to bring forth fruits and wine, pouring drinks for the group. At that moment, Viter was flanked by two lovely companions, while Nomalia also enjoyed the company. These drinks are courtesy of the nobleman seated in front. Nightingale gestured forward, and Viter noticed a nobleman clad in black raising his glass toward him with a smile. Trini seized her drink and gulped it down, then smiled at Viter, conveying that it bore no poison. Viter raised his glass in acknowledgement to the nobleman. I am not acquainted with him. What more did he say to you? He arrived with a gift of wine, which surely indicates ulterior motives. He wishes to inquire if you would part with your Valyrian steel sword. The Nightingale once again filled Wit's glass. So that is the case. Wit chuckled, unfastened his belt, and placed the sword upon the table, drawing the blade from its sheath, attracting the attention of the nobles nearby. The Nightingale caressed the sword's blade, scrutinizing its color and intricate patterns, and confirmed it was indeed Valyrian steel, raising her glass toward the nobles. Valyrian steel is indeed scarce. It fetches a high price yet remains elusive. However, kindly inform that noble that this sword is named Dark Sister, one of the ancestral blades of House Targaryen. I am Renly Baratheon. Let us see if he still desires this sword. Wit had no intention of selling the sword but was curious to ascertain its worth in the eyes of the world. Upon hearing this, the Nightingale's eyes widened. The Targaryen family had unified the continent of Westeros for centuries, only to be overthrown and replaced by the Baratheons a little over a decade ago, a memory still vivid. The Nightingale stood and performed a noble bow toward Wit, then approached the noble to whisper a few words. The noble's face revealed a look of discomfort, and he offered Wit more wine. Refraining from further discussion of the sword, the stage transitioned to a band performance, and the Nightingale returned to Wit's table to continue drinking. Her eloquence charmed Wit and his companions, bringing them great joy. After several performances, the Nightingale prepared to take the stage herself. In a dimly lit box on the second floor, one could observe Wit's position, and a slight lean back would conceal one's presence. Oberyn cradled a brown-haired woman clad in nun's attire, who appeared to be in her 40s yet possessed an exquisite beauty that made her look barely in her 30s. Your daughter resembles you, Oberyn remarked, inhaling her hair as fragrance, though the scent of your dye leaves much to be desired. The nun watched as Train and Wit shared laughter. Is he good to train? Oberyn replied, extremely well. He has even taught Train the arts of magic and alchemical sorcery. The poison on my spear is supplied by Train. The nun remarked, as long as he does not disrupt our plans, Train and Nomalia should find happiness together. Yet, after being married for so long, why have they not conceived? Could it be due to magic? Oberyn shrugged. How would I know? I have no magical aptitude. Laymore, do you not intend to meet Train directly? Sister Laymore responded, no, I prefer to observe from afar. As long as she is well, that suffices. Nearby, a young man with blue hair had been intently watching Wit's every move, particularly when Wit drew the Valyrian steel sword Dark Sister, his heart racing as he touched his chest. Oberyn embraced Laymore affectionately and, in the common tongue of Westeros, remarked, Little Griffin. What do you think Dark Sister signifies for House Targaryen? Young Griff appeared to be a few years younger than Varys, possessing a slender frame. Although traces of youth lingered upon his visage, the purple hue of his eyes revealed a resolute spirit, glory and shame. Oberyn inquired, do you intend to acquire the Dark Sisters, either through purchase or by force? Young Griff responded in Valyrian, ultimately, they are mere objects, hearts, loyalty, wealth, land, and arms. When I have amassed enough of these, I shall return to Westeros. He turned his gaze towards Oberyn, adding, at that time, there will undoubtedly be those who will willingly offer up the Dark Sisters. These days marked a festival of revelry, where festivities commenced only after dusk. The finest performances unfolded under the cloak of night, while daytime activities merely served to pass the time. As night fell, Varys and his companions donned 3 newly acquired masks and resumed their participation in the joyous celebrations. Chapter 70, The Faceless Ones. Yesterday, Vit and his companions experienced the festivities at the Tavern of the Bravos Carnival, and today they prepared to explore the vibrant street activities. The entire city was aglow with oil lamps, every small square was alive with musical performances, and socialites danced gracefully. The ladies donned an array of exquisite garments, while the gentlemen opted for modest attire. their faces adorned with various masks, creating a lively and jubilant atmosphere. Vid's mask was rather unremarkable, a black facade that concealed only the upper half of his face, revealing his eyes and chin. In contrast, Narmalia and Trini wore opulent garments gifted by the Sea King, their masks embellished with feathers and adorned with distinctive shells. The trio reveled in the exuberance of the celebratory crowd for quite some time, until the two ladies grew weary, prompting Trini to guide them to rest against the railing by the waterway. Suddenly, a magical resonance. Vid's arcane perception detected the presence of a powerful individual nearby. Where? Trini inquired, scanning the throng. Do you see that man? Dressed in women's clothing, is that him? She pointed toward an intriguing figure. The man, unmasked, sported short hair and a quintessentially masculine visage, yet his attire was decidedly feminine, setting him apart in the bustling crowd. Narmalia pondered for a moment and replied. That must be a member of the Moonlit Temple, likely a mooncaller. They are akin to a Church of the Seven Kingdoms, with roles in warfare, prayer, healing, and judgment. The mooncallers are exclusively female, and should a man wish to join their ranks, he must don women's garments. How do you know this? Trini probed. Narmalia explained. Earlier today at the Seven Lanterns Hall, I inquired of a nightingale about what women do in brothels besides being courtesans, and one of the responses was regarding the mooncallers. Not him. The crowd is too dense and raucous for me to concentrate. He should be approximately 150 meters ahead. Vid closed his eyes, honing his senses. I thought he was right here, Trini remarked, although her magical affinity was not particularly high. Her fascination with all matters arcane made her theoretical knowledge second only to that of the librarian at the Magic Academy, Ellery Heightall. He is approaching us, Vid announced once more. Upon hearing Vid's words, Narmalia deftly produced two daggers, concealing them within her sleeves. Is it an enemy? I cannot say. The intricate layout of the streets obscures my vision. If he enters my line of sight, I will alert you. Remain vigilant. Before long, Vid spoke again. There she is. Directly ahead, beneath the statue of the former Sea King, a woman unmasked. Where? I don't see her, both Narmalia and Trini replied, seemingly unable to spot her. She is clad in a black robe, with a hood. Still don't see her. Vid concentrated, narrowing his perceptual range, focusing intently on the individual. She is employing a stealth technique akin to mine, along with an invisibility spell, albeit rudimentary. Those untrained in such skills would surely fail to notice her. A faceless assassin from the House of Black and White, one of the professions available to women in brothels, Narmalia asserted with conviction. What is she doing now? Trini inquired further. Wait, she is approaching us. I recall that the learned Aemon from the Black Castle of the Great Wall once mentioned that the creator of the Faceless Ones was previously a slave miner in the Valyrian Empire, who, after stealthily acquiring some magic, escaped and established the Many-Faced God and the House of Black and White. It is indeed plausible that she learned the arts of stealth and invisibility to facilitate her escape. I suspect she may also possess some illusions. Hearing footsteps yet perceiving no one, Narmalia grew anxious. What is she doing? Wait, she is watching me. Narmalia pinched Vid's waist. Speak seriously. Both Narmalia and Trini were on edge. Such a magical assassin is truly difficult to counter. Narmalia gripped her dagger tightly, poised to strike at a moment's notice, while Trini had already unscrewed her vial of poison, ready to throw it at the unseen foe. Vid communicated their situation in the common tongue of Westeros. She is coming toward me. She is 10 paces away. She has drawn a dagger from her sleeve. She is 5 paces away. She is swinging the dagger at my neck. I have seized her. Vid caught her wrist with the dagger, twisting forcefully and throwing her to the ground. The flow of magic shattered her invisibility, revealing the assassin's form. The assassin was taken aback, realizing that her intended target had been aware of her presence all along, closely observing her every move, and could instantaneously dispel her skills and magic. Whilst she foolishly approached to slit his throat, Narmalia snatched the assassin's dagger and immediately plunged it into her back. Despite her struggles, the assassin could not escape Vid's grip, suffering 7 or 8 wounds, blood swiftly soaking her cloak. It was a faceless one from the House of Black and White. Their assassination attempt had failed. The revelers nearby soon noticed the commotion and quickly recognized the assassin by her garb. The faceless one caught in Vid's hand lay lifeless, her face transformed into another visage. Faceless ones do not act without cause. The cost of hiring them for assassination is exorbitant, indicating that some noble or wealthy merchant desires my demise. Trini, have you offended anyone recently? Wait, I have only been in Bravos for a few days. Aside from slaying 2 assassins on the street yesterday, everyone claimed it was a duel, did they not? Trini, could it be that nobleman who sought to purchase your Valyrian steel sword this afternoon at the House of the Seven Lanterns? Wit pondered. It is quite possible. Though I do not know his name or address, I shall inquire with Nightingale. Namelia, I have heard in Dorne that even if a faceless one fails, they will send another assassin from their ranks to continue the effort. I will escort you and Trini back to the Sea Lord as Hall. It would be wise for you both to stay with Oberyn in the coming days. With LED, the 2 towards the Sea Lord as Hall. Namelia, you wish to send us back. What are your intentions? Wait, I intend to visit the House of Black and White to discover who commissioned the attempt on my life. Namelia, one of the tenets of the House of Black and White is that failure will not reveal the name of the employer. Otherwise, this organization would not have endured for over 1,000 years. Vitor, rest assured, you have witnessed the prowess of Bolon in negotiations. His eloquence is formidable, a skill I have imparted to him. As for negotiations, I am even more adept. The House of Black and White is situated at the very heart of Bravos, amidst a myriad of small islands. In Bravos, deities from all corners of the world are revered, with each island housing a temple, referred to by the locals as the Isles of the Gods. The House of Black and White stands upon an island adjacent to the Moon Singer's temple, from which one can gaze directly upon the Hall of Truth, the Palace of Plashton, and the Temple of Antrian, with the Hall of the Sea King visible in the distance. An imposing rocky hill adorns the island, and the House of Black and White is devoid of windows, its pointed roof cloaked in black tiles. The entrance of the temple boasts a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, each towering at 12 feet. The left door is as white as bone, while the right emits a faint glow, with a crescent moon intricately carved between them. Though the use of magic may not be exceedingly sophisticated, it is nonetheless a venerable organization that has existed for millennia. Vitor adjusted his attire and straightened his collar before rapping on the door. Before long, a figure clad in a black and white robe cracked the door open slightly. Greetings. I am Vitor Bylasian. Today, your hired assassin attempted to take my life, only to meet their demise at my hands. I have come to inquire about the identity of the employer. The door was promptly slammed shut. Vitor took a deep breath, Mukwadive. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful kick, resulting in a muffled thud as a man-sized hole was driven into the black and white wooden door. Vitor strode inside, his body radiating with armor composed of white, blue, and yellow magic, while a swirling orb of multicolored magic spun behind him. If you refuse to speak today, I shall dismantle the House of Black and White. Chapter 71. The Hall of Black and White. Vit entered the grand hall, where the floor was strewn with shards of splintered wood, yet the space lay desolate, devoid of any presence. What a waste of magical energy, he muttered, recognizing that the Black and White Society, an organization of assassins, would not muster their forces for a direct confrontation with him. At the center of the hall stood a pool of water, surrounded by 30 statues of various deities, each base adorned with flickering red candles. Despite the 30-odd candles illuminating the area, an oppressive darkness lingered, suffusing the atmosphere with an eerie chill. Surveying his surroundings, Vit noted that the figures of the statues had been altered to reflect the style of Bravos, none of which he recognized. The walls bore numerous small niches designated for offerings from supplicants. Kneeling, he placed his hand upon the ground, channeling his magical perception. Indeed, they were concealed below. After wandering the hall, he discovered an opening behind one of the statues, from which a gust of wind emanated, indicating it was merely one of several entrances. Drawing forth the dark sister, he extinguished the magical orb behind him. In such a narrow cavern, employing magic might inadvertently harm himself. Casting an invisibility spell upon himself, he crouched and entered stealth mode, cautiously advancing into the cave. The island housing the Black and White Society was a rocky outcrop. Apart from a singular conspicuous structure on the surface, the interior was riddled with countless tunnels. According to Vit's magical investigation, the energy signatures indicated 3 distinct levels beneath the surface. The cave's height and width measured approximately 2 meters, with the walls bearing numerous chisel marks, and every so often a place to set a candle stand, though all the candles had long since extinguished, plunging the tunnel into utter darkness. With each segment of his journey, Vit would briefly illuminate his magic light, quickly snuffing it out, while igniting the candle stands with fire magic. At every junction, he meticulously carved a circle into the walls of the exit tunnels with his sword to avoid getting lost. The cave also contained rudimentary traps, some triggered by pressure plates that launched crossbow bolts, others concealed spikes beneath false floors. These crossbow traps could not remain perpetually armed, indicating they had likely been freshly prepared for his arrival. Nevertheless, thanks to his light-footed stealth skill, he navigated past the pressure traps unscathed. Aided by the faint glow from the candlestands, following the direction of the wind, he soon discovered a staircase leading downward. Upon descending, the passage widened, revealing numerous niches along the walls, where the remains of desiccated corpses lay. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. Had they adopted this burial practice from Valyria? Vit gazed upon the surroundings, reminiscent of the ancient tombs depicted in the Elder Scrolls game, strikingly similar to his current predicament. At the end of the passage stood an iron door, its simple lock easily manipulated by his transmutation magic, which allowed him to shape a key. He then cast a silent spell upon the door and slowly pushed it open, making not a sound. Stealthily, he entered a cavernous hall, which housed numerous beds, presumably their living quarters. On one side of the hall, 4 individuals engaged in conversation while Vit, having touched a cabinet, paused to eavesdrop on their discourse. The assassination attempt on Vit's violation had failed. The dispatched assassin lay dead, while he himself had already entered the House of Black and White. The number of remaining assassins in Braavos was dwindling, and they would need to complete their tasks before attempting to eliminate Vit. From my observations yesterday, Vit possessed the true essence of a sorcerer, wielding stealth skills akin to ours. I had already sent them a message. They would return through the secret passage. The monks and servants had likewise vacated the concealed route. The group spoke in a Valyrian dialect characteristic of Braavos, of which Vit could comprehend only fragments. With the irrelevant individuals having fled, those remaining were clearly the key players. Vit emerged from behind the cabinet. The enhancement from his stealth skills rendering the act of striking with his sword as effortless as slicing through tofu. The Dark Sister swung, cleaving 2 men into 4 segments. He then utilized his magical grip to seize one man by the throat, while his sword pointed threateningly at another. You must know who I am. Who sent you to assassinate me? The man, clad in monk's robes, offered no response, stating instead, from the day we became servants of the many-faced god, we have accepted the inevitability of death. With a single stroke, Vit severed his head, and the magical grip intensified, crushing the neck of another. Vit understood that questioning such zealots was futile. There were more below to pursue. The man whose neck had been crushed stared wide-eyed at Vit. A look of unfulfilled resentment etched upon his face. On the 2nd floor, there were no labyrinthine tunnels above. After traversing several halls, Vit encountered an iron door leading to the next level. Activating his stealth once more, he descended to the 2nd underground level, which also contained several halls. The House of Black and White housed priests, monks, assassins, and menial servants. The furnishings were rudimentary, indicative of the servants' quarters, now devoid of occupants, likely having fled through the secret passage, as these servants lacked any combat prowess. Descending to the 3rd level, Vit detected the presence of 7 or 8 concentrated magical signatures, and he decided against further stealth. He cast 2 spells upon himself, one for Iron Skin to bolster his defense, and another for a Cloak of Flames, igniting his entire being to illuminate the cavern, while also enveloping Dark Sister in fire, for Valyrian steel would not melt like ordinary iron. Coupled with the awakening of his dragon soul, these 3 defensive spells would render him impervious to mere assaults. Searching the 2nd underground level, he discovered a door engraved with a black and white moon hidden behind a statue, which he kicked open, revealing another stone staircase leading downwards. Vit strode confidently into the hall of the 3rd level, the most spacious area within, even surpassing the dimensions of the surface structures, having been repurposed from an underground cavern. The sparse candles yielded an oppressive darkness. The walls surrounding him were adorned with numerous squares, each housing a mask of a human face. This organization, existing for millennia, likely possessed thousands of such masks. The hall's floor was riddled with drains, the water within flowing sluggishly, suggesting proximity to sea level. Vit approached the center of the hall, where a colossal statue loomed, accompanied by a collection of books beneath it. Several magical reactions swirled around Vit, constantly shifting in position. Vit, however, remained unperturbed, perusing a tome and even reading aloud. The introduction to the God of 1,000 Faces was rather mundane. He then opened another ebony-bound book, a human skin cover. It spoke of an assassination mission against the governor of Mill. Suddenly, an assassin cloaked in stealth leapt a few steps towards Vit, wielding a long sword aimed at his neck. Vit deftly parried with the Dark Sister, positioning the blade against the assassin's throat. Have you not heard how the last assassin met his demise? He remarked. All mortals are destined to die. After uttering this, the assassin spat at Vit. Vit sidestepped, and the speedos dropped the ground, emitting a plume of green smoke. Vite unleashed a series of magical orbs, which soared in all directions, adhering to the walls and illuminating the entire hall. And whoever claimed that I am merely a mortal? Chapter 72. The third level below. Upon witnessing their comrades subdued, the surrounding assassins revealed themselves. 4 of them shedding their cloaking, brandishing slender blades or daggers, and advancing towards Vite. Vite regarded them calmly, stating, I have always been a reasonable individual. You have failed in your assassination attempt, and I possess the means to best you. So I shall inquire once more, who has commissioned you to eliminate me? In response, 3 throwing darts and a small, smoking vial were hurled at him. Vite seized the legs of the fallen assassin, swinging him around in the air so that his body intercepted the darts, while the liquid from the vial splashed onto him. The caustic substance began to dissolve the fabric of his robe, causing smoke to rise from his chest as the flesh gradually disintegrated into a viscous slurry. Yet, the assassin emitted not a single sound. Such fortitude! Vite grasped his feet, laying his head upon the ground, and with a forceful stomp to his neck, he concluded the assassin as suffering. Raising the blazing dark sister, he addressed the 4 visible assassins. Allow me to impart to you the true essence of assassination. The 4 revealed assassins, along with the 3 still cloaked, became acutely aware of Vite's words, standing alert. They understood that his skills surpassed their own. Expecting Vite to strike them with blinding speed or to employ stealth, they were suddenly taken aback as their comrades morphed into Vite's likeness, igniting a profound rage within them. Grabbing their weapons, they launched an assault. In the hall, the assassins began to turn on one another, unleashing their various techniques, swordplay, poison, darts, and stealth aimed at Vite. However, these were mere illusions wrought by magic. Before Vite even raised his sword, he had cast a spell of chaos, ensnaring them in delusion while inciting their ire to turn against each other. The true Vite remained motionless beneath the statue, perusing a tome that chronicled assassination targets. After a few pages, Vite's interest waned. The targets listed within were either affluent or noble, yet none indicated who had financed their endeavors. As the assassins began to fall, only 5 remained engaged in combat. Vite approached the wall adorned with hundreds of masked faces of men, women, children, and the elderly, selecting one at random. The craftsmanship of the human skin was remarkable, demonstrating a deft skill in skinning. After surveying the hall, which contained only the masks and 2 tomes beneath the statue, Vite returned to his original position. He conjured an icy chair to sit upon, extinguishing the flames of his cloak and leaning the dark sister against the chair's side. With 3 assassins still battling, all blooded and wounded, Vite dispelled the spell of chaos. The remaining 3 assassins, upon seeing their foes transform back into their comrades, turned to find Vite seated upon an ice chair, realizing too late the trickery at play. 2 of them charged forward with their slender swords, but before they could cover much ground, they were pierced by the ice spears conjured by Vite. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the frost gradually encased the wounds, rendering both bodies immobile. Striking with the sword merely chipped away at the ice clinging to the spear. The 2 men found themselves unable to move, helplessly watching as the last assassin, who had failed to launch an attack, was lifted into the air. A shimmer of white magical energy radiating from his neck, slowly drawn before Vite. One final inquiry echoed in the air. Who employed you to assassinate me? Yet, the assassins remained silent. Just as Vite prepared to conclude their lives, he noticed that the suspended assassin bore 2 rings on each of his hands. Seizing the dark sister, Vite severed the assassin's fingers, carefully examining the rings clutched in his palm. 2 rings of white steel, 1 of silver, devoid of any gemstones, mere trifles which he promptly discarded. The last ring, however, was blackened with swirling mist-like patterns, crafted from Valyrian steel, lacking any magical resonance. Rising to his feet, Vite magically lifted the assassin to a spacious area near the statue, conjuring an ice spike from the ground. At last, one of the assassins uttered a sound, and Vite impaled him upon the ice spike, pinning him from the waist. Their spirits were gradually being crushed. The ice spike, while not as frigid as an ice spear, allowed the assassin's blood to flow down to the ground, where Vite inscribed a magical circle with the blood. The formation upon the enchanting platform could be constructed from Valyrian steel, robust and resilient, inspired by the blood magic he had observed from the warlock mill. Vite realized that insufficient magical power could be compensated with blood. Though blood-painted magical circles were not meant for prolonged use, a single application would suffice. Once the magic circle was complete, Vite placed the Valyrian steel ring atop the tip of the ice spike, beginning to infuse it with magical energy. This endeavor was merely an experiment, aiming to enchant the ring to reduce the magical expenditure of destruction spells. Should he fail, 2 assassins remained as alternatives. The assassin on the ice spike gaped in shock, yet no sound escaped his lips. A luminous essence began to flicker from his mouth and eyes, slowly departing his head and converging upon the ring. The blood within the magical circle began to bubble and froth like boiling water, when suddenly a cloud of vapor erupted, causing the blood magic circle to evaporate into nothingness. Vitor removed the ring for inspection. It reduced the consumption of destruction magic by 10. It seemed he would indeed require the enchanting platform, for blood magic was a misguided path, serving little purpose beyond emergencies. Not pondering the significance of the severed fingers, Vitor slipped the ring onto his right index finger, raising his hand to conjure a fireball. The flow of magic felt altered, the potency of the spell remained unchanged. Yet the magical energy drawn from within him was only equivalent to 90% of what it had been before, with the remaining 10% extracted directly from the air of this world. With only one Valyrian steel ring in his possession and the 2 remaining assassins still refusing to divulge their employer's name, Vitor directed the fireball towards one of them. As long as the magical energy was not exhausted, the flames would continue to burn, and the assassin writhed in agony, soon falling silent. Another assassin, witnessing Wit's attempts to eliminate him, endured excruciating pain and rolled into a nearby ditch. There, he activated a concealed mechanism and submerged into a hidden passage. Having swum only a short distance, he noticed the seawater behind him rapidly freezing. With sheer determination, he swam desperately, finally emerging from the secret tunnel. He swiftly climbed aboard a small boat moored nearby, using the remnants of his strength to paddle away, eager to distance himself from the treacherous locale. His immediate intention was to tend to his wounds, as long as Wit remained on the Essos continent. He would escape to Westeros and return only when Wit had made his way back. Suddenly, with a loud thud, someone landed on the boat and crouched before the assassin, brandishing a dark blade against his throat. Chapter 73. The priest Wit pressed his sword against the assassin's throat. Will you still not divulge the identity of your employer? The assassin regarded the Dark Sisters, displaying remarkable composure, betraying no hint of panic. Wit began to slowly gather his magical energy, causing the blade of the Dark Sister's sword to gradually heat up, teetering on the brink of combustion. The edge of the sword emitted a hissing sound against the assassin's neck, releasing the scent of searing flesh. First, let us row back to the islet. As the assassin commenced rowing, Wit cast a soul trap upon him. This enchantment, intended for foes, would capture the soul of a slain enemy for the caster's collection. However, in this world, the absence of soul stones meant that captured souls would swiftly dissipate. Yet, while the target remained alive, the caster could still exert a pull on the soul. Wit tugged at the assassin's soul with a modicum of magical force, and the assassin instantly felt as if he were in a trance, his consciousness drilling upward. As if attempting to escape his body, his entire form drenched in cold sweat. A living assassin is a valuable asset, capable of continuing to serve the god of many faces. Thus, I shall inquire about other matters. The assassin nodded, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths. He relinquished his struggle, willing to answer as long as it did not contravene the principles of his faith. My first question, in this world, individuals with magical aptitude are scarce. How does your organization locate so many of them? The assassin pondered briefly. I am uncertain. I am the son of a slave, brought into the organization at a tender age by an assassin from the Black and White Institute. How many assassins do you currently have? I do not know. Only the priests possess that knowledge. How long will my pursuit last? I cannot say. Some tasks are self-initiated by us assassins, while others are assignments that the priests oversee. Wit, exasperated, retorted, I have posed 3 questions, and you are ignorant of all. What use are you to me? My lord, the Black and White Institute is a meticulously structured organization that has existed for millennia. As a mere assassin, my knowledge is limited to the affairs of assassins. You should seek a priest for answers. Wit considered this and conceded. Then where might I find a priest? Previously, in the sanctum on the 3rd level below. Among those who besieged you was a priest, but she was slain by us. Wit increased the intensity of his pull on the assassin's soul. You would do well to speak freely. The Black and White Institute is the headquarters for your faceless ones. Do not dare claim that there is but one priest here. The assassin's eyes glazed over as he collapsed onto the boat. The torment inflicted upon his soul was excruciating. Though they had undergone severe and specialized training, it had only prepared them for physical endurance. They were devoid of kin, steadfast in their beliefs. No amount of torture could shake their resolve, nor could they ever contemplate betraying their organization. Yet, matters concerning the soul were unfathomable to them, akin to a miracle. And now, this miracle was wielded by a mage against him, rendering his existence a living hell that he wished never to experience again. The arbitrary manipulation of a person's soul transformed his apprehension of Vit into a profound dread. There are a total of 6 priests at the headquarters, who take turns traveling across the continent of Essos in search of suitable assassin apprentices or accepting assassination missions. The assassin struggles to rise and sit on the ship, continuing to paddle. My lord, when you stormed into the third sanctum, there was indeed only 1 priest present here. 3 have embarked on journeys, and 2 are elsewhere in brothels, returning tonight. Wade observed that he was on the right track and continued his inquiry. How many secret exits are there in your underground caverns? I do not know, the assassin replied. The entire island of the Black and White House is made of rock. Over generations, assassins have carved out secret passages when they have the time. The passage I emerged from today was excavated by my mentor. You still do not know. Wade tapped at his soul once more. I beg you, my lord, do not torment me further. I truly do not know. Other assassins may inform their apprentices like my mentor did, or they might share such knowledge upon their demise, or perhaps the passage has been discovered by others. Wit and the assassin returned to the island, the water below having been frozen by Wit, and they entered through a large hole kicked into the door. The black and white door, an object of reverence among the assassins, is made of fishbeam wood on one side and ebony on the other, existing for over a millennium. Now, with a gaping hole, the sight saddened the assassins, their faith beginning to crumble once more. Arriving at the 3rd level sanctum, the icy chair still exuded a chill. Wit cast a spell of fear upon the assassin. Under normal circumstances, this might not have had much effect, as there are few things that truly frighten assassins, and they could soon dispel it through sheer will. However, this particular assassin was evidently too weakened to resist, screaming and running amok within the sanctum. Wit settled into the icy chair, closing his eyes to rest while awaiting the return of the 2 priests. A surge of magical energy detected. Wit opened his eyes to find the assassin collapsed in a corner, weeping and muttering repeatedly, I did not betray the will of the many-faced god. I did not sell out the organization. As the magical energy intensified, it swiftly traversed to the 1st level hole, indicating an attack had occurred here. Before long, a man appeared before Wit, witnessing the lifeless bodies of his comrades in the sanctum, and recognizing Wit seated in the icy chair. Without uttering a word, he settled cross-legged on the ground, observing Wit. He neither attacked nor retreated, and Wit did not rush, knowing another was yet to arrive. Once they came, escape would be impossible. After a brief pause, another female priest arrived, also sitting cross-legged on the ground. She glanced at the fallen priest, stating, We now have 3 priests fulfilling our duties here, one of whom has already met the god of death. The 2 of us present can make decisions. The male priest then spoke, Wit Baelish, you are our assassination target. After your failed attempt, you come here to kill how fair. Every life is destined for death from the moment of birth. Since the day we became assassins, we have embodied the will of the god of death, reaping the lives of others while offering our own in return. I hold no interest in your god. Merely a band of slaves who have learned a few superficial spells in their attempts to flee. With a sense of urgency, Vit rose to his feet and inquired, Will the relentless pursuit by the House of Black and White continue indefinitely? The 2 priests, a man and a woman, exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. They had gleaned the situation from the fleeing monks and recognized that today's events must reach a conclusion. The female priest gestured toward the ledger beneath the statue, declaring, It shall persist. Your name has been inscribed upon the assassination roster, and the one who has commissioned your demise is none other than myself. Along with these assassins destined to meet the god of death. With that, she assumed a meditative posture and closed her eyes. The male priest added, According to our tradition, 3 priests are privy to this matter. We stand united here. No other monks or servants may enter this sacred sanctuary. He too then closed his eyes in solemnity. Vit unsheathed the Dark Sister and stepped behind the 2 individuals. I have always held those with magical talent in high regard, regardless of their age or status. For we are a scarce breed. Your steadfastness in belief is commendable. This sword, known as the Dark Sister, was forged during the time when the Valyrian Empire had not yet fallen, and it bears a certain connection to you. Let it guide you on your final journey. With a swift gleam of the blade, 2 heads fell to the ground. Chapter 74. Beneath the water as Vit prepared to exit the underground hole, he discovered that the exit was obstructed by a heavy stone door, and the water level within the hole began to rise. He touched the stone door and kicked it, only dislodging a few small fragments. The door was exceptionally hard, although sheer force could easily destroy it, the underground setting rendered such an action perilous, as excessive force might lead to the collapse of the entire cavern. The design of this sanctuary was rather peculiar. The water in the channels within the hole created an illusion, making one believe it was at sea level, while in fact, the entire hall lay beneath the surface of the sea. Two priests had previously encountered one another outside the Hall of Black and White and were acutely aware that they had provoked a formidable adversary. White had already breached the sanctum, eliminating all remaining monks and assassins. White was a true sorcerer, more powerful than any within the Hall of Black and White, rendering any attempts on his life futile. Should they fail, the millennia of heritage could perish with their generation. They resolved to sacrifice themselves. One would enter first to stabilize White, while the other would follow to activate the sanctuary's mechanisms, flooding the sanctum with seawater and entombing White within. They would then drain the seawater to restore the sanctuary. Their intent to conclusively end this assassination was genuine. The monks and servants who had fled were merely menial workers, sustaining the daily life of the sanctuary and attending to some townsfolk. It was only the priests and assassins who were engaged in the assassination plot. With the roster destroyed and all individuals aware of the mission now deceased, the assassination attempt had indeed reached its termination. Who would be so magnanimous as to embrace death? They wish to conclude the assassination without contravening their faith, yet they still seek to buy time to eliminate me. White waded through the water, now at his ankles, approaching the statue at the center of the sanctuary. Even in death, they attempt to ensnare me. I must reciprocate in kind. Flames erupted from his hand, and within moments, the tongues of fire reduced the books before the statue to blackened ash. Before the texts were entirely consumed, White glimpsed a book on the deity of death. Its final pages inscribed with a name, the Benevolent One. The author, capable of composing sacred texts and imparting knowledge to followers, must hold a position of considerable esteem. White then retrieved a Dark Sister dagger, intending to carve a message beside the statue. The statue was humanoid, and White's sculpting skills were insufficient to engrave on its curved surface. Thus, he opted for the square base of the statue. White Baratheon was here. He inscribed in Chinese, for those characters possessed an artistic essence unique to their language. If they could not comprehend it, let them ponder its meaning. The water had now risen above his waist, submerging the statue's base, leaving White unable to leave any further mark, which he found somewhat regrettable. The masks adorning the sanctuary walls bobbed with the rising water, and the now dazed assassins floated on the surface, muttering incoherently, while all the candles had extinguished. White remained unperturbed, casting a magical light to search for the source of the flooding. Before long, he discovered 4 water inlets at the corners of the hall, each towering over a person. Here, even if candles were lit, no light would penetrate. The interior was twisted and complex, typically unnoticed by anyone. Approaching the lifeless bodies of several assassins, he seized their weapons and secured them at his waist. The seawater had risen to White's chin as he waited. The 2 priests had devised an intricate plan. Any ordinary individual or common mage would undoubtedly perish in this scenario. However, within White's magical repertoire, there existed a spell specifically designed to counter such predicaments, allowing him to proceed with an air of calmness. A brilliant white glow of transformation magic illuminated the surroundings as the intermediate spell, underwater breathing, began to take effect. Equipped with several weapons at his waist, White could descend to the seabed, slowly making his way towards the inlet. The current at the inlet was treacherous. He intended to wait until the water completely filled this area before emerging from the inlet. The island housing the Black and White Academy suddenly witnessed the emergence of several whirlpools on the surrounding sea, which vanished in a matter of moments. This region fell under the sanctuary of the holy, where various deities were venerated on the small islands. The faithful traversed the bridges to reach this sacred place. Arriving by boat was deemed disrespectful to the gods. The Black and White Academy remained relatively desolate, as only a handful favored the deity of death. Thus the whirlpools went unnoticed until their disappearance. On the rocky shore of the island, a head with black hair emerged from the water, gradually rising until it revealed White's chest. He ascended from the depths, step by step. The underwater breathing spell was taxing, and he resolved to minimize its use unless absolutely necessary, especially given the foul odor of the seawater. Initially intending to employ fire magic to dry himself, he found the stench magnified exponentially, prompting him to switch to ice magic to freeze the seawater clinging to his garments. Then utilizing Dark Sister magic to chip away at the ice. After an arduous endeavor, a significant odor still lingered. Upon exiting the sanctuary of the holy, he promptly hired a boat to the Hall of the Sea King, wishing to avoid any embarrassment while traversing the streets. Meanwhile, the assassin whom Vit had tormented to the brink of madness in the underground lair had been incredibly fortunate, exhibiting a robust vitality. Floating in the submerged hall, he fortuitously drifted to the entrance of a secret passage that one of his fellow assassins had excavated on the rooftop, thereby narrowly escaping drowning. The excruciating pain from the ice spear piercing his waist spurred him to struggle forth from the passage. His singular motivation was to flee this place, to escape the Black and White Academy, distancing himself from Vit as far as possible. Laboriously, he made his way to a familiar moon-singing priest for treatment, yet, before his wounds could heal, he hastily bandaged them and departed. By the time he reached the old clothing vendor stocked in Braavos, he had donned a disguise and altered his appearance, opting to pay for his passage with ordinary coins rather than the peculiar currency of the Black and White Academy. The torment inflicted upon his soul and the agony from his wounds rendered him weak and limping as he entered the ship's cabin. The captain tossed him a bottle of black tar rum, exclaiming, "Lame one. What is your name?" The assassin uncapped the bottle and took a hearty swig, sighing deeply afterward. As if a wave of relief washed over him. His hair is half red and half white, complemented by a prominent hooked nose and a scar adorning his face. This visage is exceedingly peculiar, immediately suggesting a nefarious character. However, the captain, having navigated the treacherous waters of Westeros and encountered many formidable individuals, merely inquires about his name as a means of probing, assessing whether his accent and demeanor align with that of a pirate spy. The assassin replies, "I am but a homeless wanderer, my heart brimming with fear, and my name has long slipped from my memory." The captain observes, "You do not appear to be of lowly status, yet the injury at your waist seems severe." Upon hearing the captain mention the word injury, the assassin trembles, recalling the torment of his soul inflicted by Viter, causing his hands to quiver involuntarily. The captain continues, "I possess a remedy of great efficacy. I shall offer you some shortly, for I fear you may perish before reaching Westeros." With a smile revealing a gleaming gold tooth, the assassin responds, "Thank you ever so much, Captain. There is a name I rather fancy. You may call me Jack King Hagar." Chapter 75. The Brothers of the Golden Guild. After a thorough cleansing and a restful slumber, Viter arrived at the Iron Vault the following day, where the first shipment of gold coins was set to be loaded for transport. Having never witnessed such a vast accumulation of gold, he was eager to behold it. Clad in black robes, the staff of the Iron Vault escorted Viter to the Purple Harbor, where a multitude of hired soldiers patrolled the area. "Master Viter, have you heard about the faceless assassin incident last night?" one of the guards inquired. Viter feigned surprise. "No. What significant event has transpired?" "An assassin from the House of Black and White attempted a hit at the moon pool, but failed and was killed on the spot by the target." "Is that so peculiar? Assassins cannot guarantee 100% success rate," Viter remarked. That evening, the assailants wore masks, so no one could identify the one who subdued the assassin. However, the House of Black and White symbolizes the pinnacle of Braavosian assassins, and this failure would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Consequently, the business of assassins would suffer, prompting many to abandon their trade for piracy instead. Viter pondered. With so many audacious warriors, it would indeed be a pity for them not to embrace the life of a pirate. The robed figure smiled at Viter. "Master Viter, should they turn to piracy, it would heighten the risks associated with the Iron Vault's transport. We would need to hire more soldiers or even engage assassins ourselves." Viter rested his hand upon the hilt of the Dark Sister sword. "The contract states that until we reach the Wind's Rest, the responsibility for the gold lies with the Iron Vault. I am uncertain whether this was a decision made by the Vault or you acting independently. But if you dare request a single iron penny from me again, I shall not hesitate to sever your head from your shoulders." With that, Viter dismissed him and decided to wander the city. It appeared that news of the incident within the House of Black and White had not yet spread. Judging by the monks' and servants' demeanor, they would likely refrain from disseminating it. In the coming days, he aimed to search for the 2 Targaryens in the city. The spider, Varys, had informed Viter that 2 individuals were currently in Braavos. However, the journey from Meereen to Braavos against the winds took nearly a month, making it plausible that they had already departed. Yet, Viter was unwilling to relent. According to the events from the television series, Daenerys Targaryen should exhibit a magical aura. Viter's current range for magical detection was approximately 200 meters, though environmental noise would slightly diminish that distance. Now, Viter strolled through the streets of Braavos, hand in hand with Nomelia and Trillin. As they passed a tavern, A group of a dozen drunken men staggered out. The intoxicated individuals clung to one another, swaying unsteadily. As they passed by Vitor and his companions, one of them reached out to touch Thu'um, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by Nomelia. Seeing their companion fall, the drunken men rushed forward to attack Vitor and his companions without seeking clarification. A crowd quickly gathered, cheering on the commotion. Vitor, feeling irked by the earlier assassination attempt and now the harassment of his wife, retaliated with considerable force against the drunken men. While Nomelia's strike merely left one sprawled on the ground, Vitor's blows would undoubtedly break bones. The inebriated men were struck, and this jolt gradually roused them from their stupor. At an unknown call, the drunken revelers unsheathed their long swords, preparing to mount an assault. These were not slender blades, indicating they hailed from distant lands. The two factions engaged in a fierce brawl using fists and feet. However, should either side draw their swords, it would signify a duel in bravos, where one party would inevitably meet their demise. Vit, having deeply experienced the local customs, sought not to squander time with them and swiftly drew forth his dark sister, Neamelia, instructing her to protect tyranny. Without delay, he plunged into the throng of drunken men. As the swords clashed, the onlookers erupted in exhilaration, cheering and whistling, drawing even more spectators. Before some could approach, severed limbs and heads flew from the crowd, having been targeted yesterday without discovering the true perpetrator. Vit seized this opportunity to vent his frustrations. The drunken men, devoid of armor, posed little challenge, and Vit effortlessly dispatched them, laying their remains upon the ground. Soon, government officials arrived, and Vit tossed a gold coin to one, urging Neamelia and Tyranny to continue their search. Within the Palace of Truth, the Sea King and his companions reconvened. Governor Pentos of Illyrio remarked, "Today, word spreads that the assassination attempt by the House of Black and White has failed. We all know it was Vit." Prince Oberon, reclining in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head, remarked nonchalantly, "This attests to Vit's prowess. Assassination is no longer sufficient to deal with him." Ronald Clinton interjected, "I have heard on the continent of Viteslo that the assassins of the House of Black and White possess magical abilities. How then did this assassination fail?" Oberon turned to him, "You have been away for over a decade. Do you genuinely believe Vit was bestowed the title of the kingdom's chief sorcerer merely as a gift from his brother Robert?" "Varys has never reported such details in our intelligence." Sir Miss Toym, the commander of the Golden Company, produced a folded note, casting it onto the table. Sea King Ferrigo picked up the note, scrutinizing it before reading several crucial points aloud. In Vit's personal dossier, Varys describes him as highly skilled in combat. Yet the rumors surrounding his magical abilities remain ambiguous. He has an aversion to horse manure. What is this? Merely a scrap of paper. Each of us could derive such information. Oberon grinned, "I quite enjoy raising horses." Ronald Clinton asserted, "It is now only through a regular army that Vit can be eliminated." Commander Miss Toyn of the Golden Company declared, "Your Majesty, if you permit my brothers of the Golden Company to engage in combat within the city, I assure you I will deliver Renly Baratheon's head to you." The Sea King Ferrigo remained silent, contemplating. Oberon offered, "I can lend you the 50 crossbows I procured from Meereen, Sir Miss Toyn." Laughter erupted. "Then Vit is as good as dead." The Sea King replied, "The Golden Company may act within the city, but you must find a justification." Miss Toyn, a brutish man, could hardly conceive of a rationale. He simply wished to charge forth and slay. At that moment, the intelligence officer of the Golden Brigade, Lansono Mel, entered the conference room. After greeting everyone, he reported to Miss Toyn, "Commander, an incident has just occurred. Wiggins and his companions were drinking in town and had a confrontation with Vit, resulting in the immediate deaths of all 15 of them." Miss Toyn turned to King Awakens and said, "Your Majesty, you have heard that we have lost 15 brothers of the Golden Brigade. We must seek vengeance against Vit. Given that Vit is a formidable sorcerer, it would be prudent for the Golden Brigade to muster more men." King Ferrigo replied, "I shall not interfere in your personal grievances." Miss Toyn rose, patted Lansono Mel on the shoulder, and whispered, "Well done." With that, she strode out towards the Golden Brigade's encampment. Lansono Mel followed her, but upon her exit, he turned back to Oberon, offering a slight smile and a respectful bow. Chapter 76, Encirclement. Vitor and his companions traversed the ragged clothing docks, heading eastward. After crossing several bridges, they arrived near the town of Mire, where the buildings, though 3 or 4 stories high, were dilapidated and narrow, serving as dwellings for the impoverished townsfolk and itinerant mercenaries. The area was a melting pot of diverse characters, with a notable influx of individuals, Victor even spotted several platinum-haired, violet-eyed people on the streets, a common sight among the pure-blooded Valyrian descendants of Braavos, albeit without any magical aura present. As dusk descended, the local residents began donning their finery and masks, setting off towards the bustling city center to partake in the revelry, causing the streets of Mire to grow increasingly sparse. With his exceptional personal prowess, Victor had become somewhat complacent, dismissing the threat posed by a few assassins or a small contingent of attackers. However, he now sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as the residents started to vacate the vicinity, seemingly centering their exodus around the trio. I shall escort you back to the Sea King's Hall. There may be those who would seek to assail me, Victor informed the two women. His own safety was of little concern, yet he could not gamble with the lives of the two, whose abilities were akin to those of elite knights. Nymeria withdrew 3 rods from her leather sheath and swiftly assembled them into a spear, its tip radiating a green luminescence and alchemical venom crafted by Tarny. She then produced a dagger from her waist and handed it to Tarny. The latter rarely bore weapons, her garments concealing vials of poison or small pouches made of sheepskin. Poison was her primary means of offense. Upon receiving the dagger, Tarny glided her fingers along its blade, which immediately shimmered with a faint blue glow. The dual hues of green and blue perplexed even Victor, as he was unaware of the specific poison. The alchemical formula he had provided Tarny had been altered due to issues with the ingredients, diverging from its original effects in the game. Yet, as long as the venom was potent enough, it sufficed. Victor unsheathed the Dark Sisters, positioning himself ahead of the two women. In less than a week since their arrival in Braavos, they had already faced 3 assaults. The first incident had been a mere quarrel among street assassins, fueled by jealousy over a woman. The second, involving faceless men, clearly indicated that nobles and affluent individuals coveted Victor's life. In the vast expanse of Westeros, numerous parties sought the demise of the 4 Baratheon brothers, complicating the identification of their adversaries. Nymeria, Tarny. Those drunken men from earlier this afternoon appeared to engage in a casual altercation, yet they wielded standard longswords rather than the slender blades favored by local assassins. Analyze their identities, Victor instructed. Tarny remarked. Initially, they stumbled as if inebriated, yet upon grasping their weapons, they swiftly transitioned into a combat-ready stance. They must either be feigning drunkenness or are seasoned drinkers with martial training. Nymeria added, they are likely members of a mercenary company. Victor concluded, indeed, they are mercenaries. And they have arrived. The streets of Sludgetown are narrower than those in other parts of the city, barely wide enough for a single cart to pass. And the ground is littered with mud. At the far end of the street, a group of soldiers clad in simple breastplates and wielding swords akin to those of drunken brawlers approaches Vit. Due to the constricted space, the number of individuals beyond the corner remains obscured, yet the present assembly has already filled the thoroughfare. More individuals are arriving. Nam Alia exclaimed, promptly turning with Tarny to position themselves back-to-back with Vit, weapons drawn against the encroaching figures. Vit turned his head, discovering that the street behind them was similarly occupied by soldiers dressed in the same manner, densely packed, effectively trapping the trio in the middle of the thoroughfare. Within the Palace of Truth, a corpulent man with pale grey eyes and sparse hair on his balding head engages in conversation with Oberon and others. Oberon, toying with a dagger, inquires, what arrangements have you made for this occasion? The rotund man replies, the brothers involved in the tavern altercation this afternoon were not elite warriors of the Legion. However, these 15 are the most well-liked. I paid Wiggins to gather them for a drink at the tavern. Then Wiggins instigated a conflict with Vit, but he met his demise. Now, aside from myself and the commander, no one knows the origin of this matter. After their deaths, Commander Miss Toyn returned to the base, widely proclaiming the events that transpired, declaring the murderer to be a true sorcerer, the younger brother of the usurper Robert, who slaughtered over a dozen of our brothers. The Golden Legion aims to become the first to slay a sorcerer on the continent of Essos. The man then bowed to the Sea King. This time, we are sending an infantry regiment, approximately 500 strong, along with several hundred armed individuals drawn by curiosity. The cavalry regiment was extracted by intelligence officer Lancelot Mel from various taverns yesterday and has been redeployed outside the city. Sea King Forigo nodded in acknowledgement. The affairs of your Golden Legion must conclude by midnight. Thereafter, the city guard of Braavos will mobilize. The man reassured him, Your Majesty, rest assured, we of the Golden Legion will depart before midnight. Oberon approached, pouring a glass of wine and presenting it to him. The cavalry must sustain no losses. After tonight, you shall be the commander of the Golden Legion, Lord Harry Strickland. Harry Strickland accepted the goblet and drank deeply. I am immensely grateful for the support of all you lords. I shall never forget your nurturing. Oberon instructed. Return to the regiment and prepare for the transition. Intelligence officer Lanciner Mel will assist you. After bowing, Harry Strickland hurriedly departed, nearly tripping over the carpet as he exited. Once he had gone, the Sea King queried Oberon, "Is this the sort of individual you choose to lead the Golden Legion?" Oberon responded, "Precisely because of his simplicity. He was raised by the Golden Legion, while my men joined along the way." The Sea King cautioned, "The combat capability of the Golden Legion is formidable. He may find himself in peril." Oberon reassured him, "My men will ensure his safety." Damon Shad. Damon Shad stepped forward to Oberon's side. He had been present in the room all along, merely lingering unnoticed in the corner. "Your Highness, please give your command." Oberyn handed him the dagger. "Miss Toyn cannot return to the Golden Company tonight." Demon Shad nodded silently and departed. Oberyn raised the wine bottle and drank directly from it. Frigo. Today the Golden Company made its move in Braavos, and yet the city Asgard has yet to arrive. You must be involved in this delay. You should consider how you will explain to Vitur if the Golden Company did not eliminate him. King Frigo replied, "Ha! Braavos is crisscrossed with waterways. If Vitur is fortunate enough to escape by diving into the depths, I shall provide him a thorough explanation tomorrow." Oberyn retorted, "Do you truly believe Vitur is merely a wealthy and powerful noble? I have made my point clear. It would be wise for you to prepare for the worst. This wine is quite good. I shall take it with me." Chapter 77, The Golden Legion, Attack. The Golden Legion stands as the most formidable mercenary group among the 9 free trade city-states, boasting nearly a century of history, possessing over 1,000 horses and even a few elephants. Yet, this time, they have come to besiege Vit with infantry. The members of the Golden Legion block the streets. The front ranks have halted their advance, raising their shields with swords resting against their edges, adopting a standard formation for shield bearers, preparing for a legionary assault. Roar! One soldier leads the battle cry. Roar! The soldiers follow suit, chanting in unison as the shield formation inches forward. "Be wary of their thrown spears, you two. Move closer to the street side," Vit instructed the 2 women, positioning himself in the center of the street. The enemy currently holds the advantage, and their reluctance to advance suggests that a leader may soon emerge to address the situation. After a series of roars, the shield formation has now closed to within 10 meters of Vit, yet the throng of soldiers seems endless, with more still arriving around the street corner. The shield formation finally halts, the front ranks placing their shields on the ground while the second rank rests their shields atop, creating a protective barrier with swords protruding through the gaps. Quite well trained, Vit mused, noting their wisdom in wielding swords instead of polearms in the narrow confines of the street. The drunken man from the afternoon must indeed belong to this mercenary group. He awaited the arrival of their leader. Before long, soldiers from the northern ranks parted to create a pathway, through which several heavily armored men strode towards Vit. The foremost among them, though of unremarkable countenance, bore a heraldic emblem on his shield that captured Vit's attention, a golden-walled castle with jagged edges, and a black heart with outstretched wings at its center. "Who among the Toyn family are you?" Vit inquired. "Address me as Sir Miss Toyn," the man replied. "I am the commander of the Golden Legion. This afternoon, you slaughtered several of our brethren. We have inquired about you, and regardless of your abilities, we shall take your head and fashion it into a urinal." Chief Mage Vit Baratheon. Upon Miss Toyn's declaration, his companions erupted in shouts. "Kill the bastard of the Baratheon family." The soldiers on the street joined in the uproar, their fervor igniting the air with fervent cries. Vit disregarded their morale-boosting antics, observing that each of the leading figures bore a golden ring on their arms thick and thin, indicating their rank as officers. He turned back to Miss Toyn and continued, "Toyn was once a vassal of our Baratheon family. You fled to the Essos continent to escape the persecution of the Targaryen family, and we, the Baratheons, have obliterated the Targaryens. Should you not express gratitude towards us? My ancestors erred, the Targaryens merely upheld the law, and we harbor no resentment. Yet you Baratheons are the usurpers. And today we shall exact vengeance upon you for our fallen brothers. Have you forgotten your ancestral tongue? High fly far away, do not heed this fool's ramblings. Today we seek vengeance for our brothers and for the Targaryens." The white radiance surrounding Vito flickered, followed by the surge of countless electric currents coursing through his body. He donned the iron armor spell and the lightning cloak. Milquadai Ivy. The armor, composed of blue, white, and yellow magical energies, enveloped him once more. Though the dragon's roar was not loud, its magical resonance carried across several streets, reaching the ears of distant onlookers. The soldiers in front, having previously disowned Vitor's identity as a sorcerer, gripped their shields tightly, awaiting the command of their legion commander, despite their lack of experience in confronting a mage. Vitor charged towards Miss Toyn. The proximity and his speed rendered her unable to do anything but raise her shield in defense. You are unworthy of possessing that black-hearted shield. Vitor's foot struck the shield with a resounding impact. Protected by dual spells, his foot suffered no harm. With a thunderous crash, Miss Toyn's shield shattered under the force of his kick, which continued with diminished power to collide with her left hand, shattering her arm into fragments that soared through the air. The momentum did not cease. Ultimately, Vitor's foot connected with Miss Toyn's chest, producing a series of cracking sounds as her breastplate caved in. She was propelled backward, airborne for several meters before crashing into the ranks of shields, toppling several soldiers in her wake. Attack. Eliminate variation. Though Miss Toyn remained alive, her extensive combat experience allowed her to instinctively evade much of Vitor's force at the last moment. The soldiers surged forward, and with each parry Vitor executed, arcs of lightning leapt from his body to nearby foes, causing them to convulse and collapse, their bodies igniting in flames. His swordplay rarely targeted a single adversary. Rather, he favored sweeping strikes that cleaved through one or two enemies at a time, with electricity cascading between them to claim further lives. Engaging in combat with humans differed vastly from battling the mindless undead. The latter lacked intelligence, relying solely on their controller's commands, allowing Vitor to dispatch several with a single stroke. In contrast, seasoned warriors employed shields and swords to block, dodging or using their comrades as shields. The Dark Sister, wielded as a one-handed sword, was relatively short, rendering it less effective than his previous encounters with the undead. Nymelia and Trilin leaned against the wall. The Golden Legion sought Vitor, while only a handful of soldiers unable to join the fray turned their attention towards them. Nymelia thrust her spear with deadly precision, dispatching soldiers in close combat within moments. Protected by her shield, she targeted their feet, even a minor wound in such chaotic warfare led to rapid blood circulation, incapacitating adversaries in mere seconds. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of their foes began to wear them down, forcing the two to gasp for breath amid fleeting intervals of attack. Vitor moved with agility and swiftness. The soldiers observed him darting within a confined space, wielding his sword at remarkable speed. His stamina cannot last much longer. Continue the assault, one of the Golden Legion soldiers noted, deducing that Vitor's endurance was nearing its limit. The Golden Troop has suffered the loss of dozens of lives. To besiege a single individual with such great casualties can either incite the wrath of the masses or compel them to scatter in fear. Roar! Upon hearing this, the soldiers quickened their assault, intent on wearing down Vit. A violet radiance flickered as Vit summoned a towering ice giant, standing 3 meters tall. Rather than attacking the soldiers, the ice giant broke through the doors of a nearby residence, crashing through the wall opposite and forcibly creating a path within a family's home. Nymelia, tyranny. Follow it closely. It shall safeguard your passage to the Sea King's Hall. But what of you? Nymelia and Tyranny entered the room, her body bearing several wounds as Tyranny employed her rudimentary healing spell. Vit resolutely declared, "Do not fret for me. With you two here, I cannot unleash my full power." Chapter 78, Flames. The attack power of the ice giant was confined to close combat. However, its colossal size and the sturdy ice enveloping it rendered it a formidable shield, capable of providing cover for the two women as they retreated. Whoosh! 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 A volley of crossbow bolts flew towards them, while Wit deftly evaded the incoming projectiles. He seized a soldier and used him as a shield against the remaining arrows, subsequently discarding the corpse into the throng, toppling several individuals in the process. Wit cast his gaze towards the source of the crossbow fire. Some soldiers from the Golden Corps had already infiltrated the building, ascending to the second and third floors, with more climbing onto the roof, adjusting their positions and knocking arrows, preparing to launch another assault against Wit. He turned and dispatched several soldiers stationed at the entrance before entering the building where the ice giant resided, finding the two women still valiantly battling foes, steadfastly awaiting his departure. "You two must leave at once and seek your father," he urged. With a swift motion, he conjured a wall of fire at the doorway, momentarily halting the pursuers, quickly extinguished the flames, tossed the nearby debris over. For the time being, the soldiers of the Golden Corps were unable to breach the entrance. The two women, having previously witnessed Wit employ only a couple of basic spells, were witnessing his full magical prowess for the first time. Observing the magical armor and radiant aura that surrounded him, and noting that he had sustained no injuries, They understood that their presence would only hinder wit. Teresa removed a necklace from around her neck, the pendant a small transparent vial containing a crimson liquid. This is a potion I crafted specifically for you. A long time ago. I have tested it. It can restore magical energy, but... Wit accepted the vial, kissed Teresa softly on the lips, and then embraced Naumelia. Bestowing upon her a similar kiss. He then firmly urged them outward. Follow the ice giant. My perception is linked with it. Once you are safe, I will retract my magic, causing it to shatter and vanish. And remember this, do not trust the Sea King. The Golden Core would not dare to mobilize here without his consent. The two women nodded. Their concerns for Wit dissipating as they followed the ice giant summoned by him towards the Sea King's palace. Do not concern yourselves with those two women. Focus all your strength on Balisar. Miss Toyn leaned against the wall, his severed arm expertly bandaged, though he likely bore several broken ribs. Despite being incapacitated, he remained resolute in commanding the battle. Should he flee, the morale of the Golden Core soldiers would surely plummet amidst such a formidable foe. If he persisted in directing the fight, Wit, no matter how powerful, was still human and not a dragon. He could not fly, and his stamina was finite. If they could vanquish him, all sacrifices would be justified. The nearby populace had long since dispersed. The cacophony of battle echoed thunderously, and a multitude of fully armed soldiers from the Golden Core gathered in the vicinity. The sight of yet another ice giant on the streets made it clear to all that a significant event was unfolding. Despite the fierce nature of Bravos, the citizens refrained from witnessing a large-scale military confrontation, hastily fleeing the area as an atmosphere of panic began to permeate the city. Wit glanced at the vial in his hand, traditionally colored blue for mana restoration, red for health recovery, and green for poison, yet, in Teresa's possession, it had completely lost its significance, its coloration now entirely arbitrary. Sensing that the ice giant had moved far away, Wit placed the Dark Sisters upon the table. The Sea King and the Golden Brigade dared to employ faceless ones to assassinate me, and tonight they boldly deploy their forces within the city. Regardless of their intentions, they shall meet their end here. With his hands hanging down and palms facing upward, Wit began to gather all his magical energy into his hands. As the magical energy transformed into arcane power, the turbulent energy emanated a visible glow around his body, coalescing from various parts into his palms. Gradually lifting his arms, Wit felt the frenzy of magic intensifying, even weighing heavily upon him, causing his legs to bend slightly as the chaotic energy tousled his hair. The tempestuous magic accumulated on his arms, growing increasingly searing, swirling into a golden red flame that danced rapidly along his limbs, while his dark hair billowed in the heat. Firmly anchoring his legs, he brought his hands together, compressing the flames into a fireball. With a resounding shout, the fireball shot vertically from his hands, effortlessly piercing through the floor and roof of the building as if they were mere parchment, leaving behind a charred, circular void, utterly ineffective against the fiery projectile. Exhilaration surged within Wit as he sensed the magic coursing through him, even with a ring that reduced the consumption of destruction magic by 10. He found himself with only a quarter of his power remaining. He swiftly opened a small vial of magical recovery potion and consumed it, feeling the ambient magic gradually coalesce into his body, albeit not swiftly enough. Grasping the Dark Sisters from the table, he donned his dragon-shaped magical armor and, with a flash of lightning erupting from his sword, leaped out into the throng of the Golden Brigade outside. Night had fallen, and the citizens of Bravos were now aware of the large-scale conflict occurring in the Sludge Town area, their attention drawn to the chaos. Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the roof of a building in Sludge Town, capturing the gaze of everyone in the city as they looked up at the radiant golden red sphere. Racing skyward at an astonishing speed, within mere blinks, it broke through the clouds, casting a golden red hue upon the surrounding sky. Magic! The crowd murmured. Four flames did not ascend to the heavens in such a manner. Nymeria and Torinia, witnessing the melting ice giants beside them, had made their way to the bustling streets and, upon seeing the fireball, hastened toward the Sea King's palace, just as everyone presumed the spectacle had concluded. A blinding flash erupted from the heavens, vanishing instantaneously, followed by the entire sky becoming awash in a golden red tint, growing ever brighter, as if something were about to descend. Boom! The thunderous explosion finally reverberated through the city, startling all within, including the Golden Brigade soldiers engaged in battle with Wit. Many indoors rushed outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion. The Sea King, Oberon, Daemon Shade, Illyrio, Ronald Clinton, Viserys, and Daenerys emerged from various locations upon hearing the deafening sound, witnessing the night sky of Bravos illuminated in golden red hues. All present, struck by the gravity of the situation, fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the sky in a state of awe. In a matter of seconds, a meteor burst forth from the clouds. A fiery entity resembling molten lava, surrounded by flames of golden red, trailing a long tail of fire as it plummeted swiftly towards the city of Bluffos. Soon after, another meteor descended from the clouds, followed by a myriad of fiery meteors cascading down in succession. A thunderous roar erupted as one of these meteors, though not large, struck the outskirts of Muddy Town, the sound of the explosion reverberating throughout the entire city. The impact obliterated 3-story buildings in an instant, sending flaming debris soaring to heights of 5 or 6 stories, and nearby structures were not spared. They were toppled by the shockwave of the meteor's explosion. Flames ignited further buildings, as the fire mingled with the dust from collapsing structures, illuminating the streets. The power of a single fiery meteor was immense. And there were more yet to come. Another explosion resounded, followed by yet another, transforming the southern part of Bluffos into a hellish landscape, ravaged by flaming meteors. The conflagration reached skyward, drowning out the cries of those within. Suddenly, Poseidon grasped Oberon's arm. What have we gotten ourselves into? I underestimated him. And now you must prepare for our escape. Oberon forcefully pried his trembling hands apart, leading the dazed Daemon Shade out of Poseidon's palace. Chapter 79. The tempest. A multitude of fiery meteors rained down upon the outskirts of Muddy Town, collapsing and igniting the surrounding structures, encircling the members of the Golden Brigade within a fiery prison. This was a deliberate tactic by Vitor, meticulously controlling the area of descent to ensure not a single soul from the Golden Brigade could escape. Upon witnessing the inferno encircling them, the archers atop the rooftop sensed impending doom and began to descend in haste, preparing to flee. On the ground, the soldiers, hindered by the twists of the streets and the obstructions of the buildings, could only perceive the crimson glow above and the explosions erupting around them. Some sought to escape, while others, fueled by rage, yearned to annihilate Vitor. Ah! Squad 5, form up and charge. Let us slay them. The archers readied themselves, yet where were they? Meanwhile, Vitor continued to employ the Dark Sisters to vanquish foes, the potion provided by Tyranny proving remarkably effective as he awaited the restoration of his magical energy. His garments, drenched in blood, were soon torn away, revealing his sinewy physique, likely enhanced by Tyranny as elixir. His skin began to take on a reddish hue. The members of House Belation were tall and imposing, endowed with extraordinary vitality, endurance, and strength. In the night, the Dark Sisters wielded their blades, leaving behind a trail of electric afterimages, each strike claiming the lives of several soldiers. The streets echoed with the sounds of agony and battle cries, as fallen soldiers lay unseen, their comrades still urging one another onward. Close-quarter combat surged with adrenaline, inciting a wild exhilaration that could unmoor one's sanity. Slay the bastards of House Belation. Vitor seized a soldier by the leg, using his body as a shield against the onslaught of blades from the Golden Brigade, who struck him repeatedly, eliciting anguished screams. With a forceful swing, Vitor hurled the soldier aside, his legs snapping under the strain, while the momentum sent the soldier crashing into several others, toppling them to the ground. The shield-bearer's body slackened, blood spilling from his mouth. In such chaotic melee, once one fell, unless they could rise swiftly, they were doomed to be trampled underfoot. Before long, all that remained of the soldier in Vitor's grasp was a fragment of his lower leg. He discarded the remnants into the throng of soldiers, only to have an arrow embed itself in his shoulder. Fortunately, 2 defensive spells mitigated most of the impact, the arrowhead piercing less than a centimeter into his flesh. He swiftly withdrew the arrow, and a fierce bloodlust began to awaken within him, his focus singularly on slaughter, disregarding any notion of defense. The enchantments upon the Dark Sisters' blades shifted from lightning to flame, the searing edges slicing through armor with ease. In a sudden twist, Vitor executed a vertical cleave, cleaving an opposing soldier cleanly in two. Transforming from defense to offense, he pushed deeper into the throng of adversaries. The ground was littered with corpses, a grim tableau of entrails and blood saturating the streets. Vitor, now drenched in both enemy and his own blood, stood amidst the carnage, his dark hair and flaming sword swirling as he faced hundreds of soldiers alone. The magic has been restored. With a fierce throw, Wick hurls an explosive fireball into the crowd, limbs and severed arms flying in all directions, creating a chaotic space. Today, you shall all perish. Wick forcefully thrusts the flaming Dark Sister into the ground at his feet. His hands begin to gather magical energy, releasing it amidst the throng of people. Wick's accumulation of magic unfolds at an accelerated pace, surpassing the typical casting speed. The magic swirls rapidly across his body, transforming into a violent white energy that converges in his hands, leaving painful lacerations as it grazes his skin, prompting a cry of agony from Wit. A fierce gale begins to whip through the streets. The soldiers of the Golden Legion, witnessing Wit casting his spell, attempt to charge at him with weapons drawn. But the wind intensifies, sweeping debris and dust into the air, blinding them. With a triumphant laugh, Wit unleashes his magic in full force. The gale transforms into a whirlwind, howling violently around him, infused with shards of ice. Soldiers closest to Wit are swept high into the air. They hurl their weapons towards him, while archers in the distance release arrows, yet all are ensnared by the tempest, unable to harm Wit in the slightest. The magic Wit wields, originally of the ice element, has been augmented with wind properties, minimizing the ice aspect to maximize the area and ferocity of the winds, while the attacking power of the ice shards has diminished significantly. The abundance of debris in the city compensates, creating a similar effect as they are drawn into the whirlwind. The ice shards, weapons, and swirling rubble spin at high velocity within the tempest, striking those caught within as if they were pierced, leading to swift fatalities. With blood trailing in arcs through the air, the remaining soldiers of the Golden Legion, witnessing Wit maintaining his spell-casting posture at the whirlwind's heart, watch in horror as the force of the winds expands, engulfing the area. With their weapons rendered useless at a distance, the cyclone continues to grow, and the morale of the few hundred remaining soldiers crumbles utterly. They begin to flee in panic. But can they escape? Wit persistently channels his magical energy. Soon, the soldiers realize that outside the confines of Maditown lies a wasteland ablaze. Traversing the ruins is no easy feat, and crossing the infernal spells certain death. The whirlwind swiftly escalates into a storm with a radius exceeding 100 meters, lifting rooftops and sending walls crashing down, while countless fragments of furniture and debris are drawn into the tempest. The residents of Westeros, having just witnessed a meteor shower, are still reeling from shock when another bizarre storm engulfs Maditown, wreaking havoc with debris swirling about. Chaos erupts throughout the city guard unable to maintain control, and even they begin to flee. Countless ships of all sizes set sail from the harbor, seeking escape from Westeros. The storm continues to expand, growing by several hundred meters, nearing the inferno surrounding Maditown. The flames, ignited by Wit's magic, have consumed wooden structures and furniture, now drawn closer by the storm, begin to be sucked into its vortex. The flames are lured inward, progressively enlarging their reach, as fiery tongues surge towards the center of the whirlwind, which in turn continues to expand, ensnaring the Golden Legion between the tempest and the encroaching flames, sealing their fate. Some individuals plunge into the inferno in a desperate bid for escape, only to collapse after a few hasty steps. With the last vestige of his magic, Viter summoned forth a tempest that surged anew, enveloping the circle of fiery ruins entirely. The flames, born of his arcane power, did not extinguish upon contact with the storm. Rather, they blazed even more fiercely within it, igniting the wooden debris caught in the tempest. The entire town of Myre in southern Blofos found itself engulfed in a conflagration. Once more, the skies of Blofos were illuminated, as the immense firestorm rampaged through the city. Observers noted the clouds above began to spiral in unison with the storm, gradually forming a second tempest, accompanied by the resounding roars of thunder and flashes of lightning that wreaked havoc within the storm. The ground's fiery tempest, coupled with the sky's electric upheaval, rendered Blofos a veritable scene of apocalypse. The storm on the ground was under Viter's magical control, while the aerial turmoil resulted from a natural reaction. Gazing upward, Viter had never anticipated such an effect. Amidst the distant firestorm, countless fragments swirled, scattered debris, including burning wooden shards and various dismembered human remains, as well as rubble, arced through the air before plummeting into the city. Some fell into the sea, while others ignited rooftops, setting ablaze more structures. The naval forces had disembarked, yet they could only assist the remaining city guard in extinguishing the rampant fires. Secretaries trembled as they recorded the unfolding chaos, while the city echoed with desperate cries, imploring the favor of deities from every realm. Chapter 80. Fortune arrives in the Palace of Truth. Viserys Targaryen stood at the edge of the terrace, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the raging inferno engulfing Madtown. His slender, upright figure, paired with a resolute countenance, was illuminated by the flames, casting him in a golden hue, truly a dragon among men. Pento's governor, Illyrio, rushed in, and upon witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim in awe. "Your Highness," Illyrio approached him. "Didn't the Sea King declare Braavos to be the safest haven? How has it come to this?" Without turning or moving, Viserys replied, "Wit Baelish is indeed a sorcerer of great renown. After today, his name shall echo throughout the realms." Illyrio wiped the sweat from his brow. After a moment of silence, Viserys continued, only the flames of our family as dragons possess such power. Illyrio remained silent, contemplating that the dragons of House Targaryen had been extinct for nearly a century. Please, take me away from Braavos. The farther, the better. Viserys urged. Rest assured, your highness. I have prepared a vessel. The outside is perilous, yet amidst this chaos, many ships are attempting to flee. We can seize this opportunity, Illyrio replied, preparing to depart. However, after a few steps, he noticed Viserys had not moved. He turned back. Your highness, we must leave swiftly. Delay could be disastrous. Viserys maintained his stance, not turning around. Yes, lend me your assistance. Illyrio reached out to pull Viserys, only to find his entire body tense, muscles rigid, hands gripping the railing with bulging veins. After considerable effort, Illyrio managed to pry his fingers free, supporting him as they slowly made their way out. The firestorm in Mudtown gradually subsided, debris and burning timber falling softly. The remnants of buildings and the ground were searing hot, with unburned wood still emitting sparks. The sea breeze, coupled with rising heat, carried dust and smoke skyward in billowing clouds. Witt stood amidst the ruins, panting heavily, all his magical prowess having dissipated. His trousers and shoes, mere high-quality fabric, had succumbed to the storm's fury, now reduced to tatters, leaving him in little more than his undergarments when he finally quelled the tempest. The potency of the restorative potion had waned, and upon sensing his dwindle in magical essence, he realized only a trace remained, his stamina nearly expended. The Golden Company had perished. Yet this number was evidently not all. Their forces lingered outside the city and may soon come to assail him upon receiving word. The Sea King's army posed another threat. Should conflict arise anew, he would have no choice but to flee. Nevertheless, the Sea King's reckoning must be addressed. Slowly, Witt made his way towards the Sea King's palace to recuperate his strength, conjuring a fire sprite with the scant magical energy he possessed. Typically, one might walk with a fierce hound at their side to deter would-be aggressors,